Chapter 1. In the year 1475 of the Hyuan calendar, within the shadowy alleys of the Caprade kingdom, a boy collapsed onto the ground, gazing at the meager piece of bread cradled in his arms. Despite the scars that marred his face, a genuine smile illuminated his features. How wonderful! Domig will finally not go hungry tonight. The boy, suppressing the pain coursing through his body, trembled as he rose to his feet. He carefully tucked the precious bread into his cloak, wiped the blood from his face, and limped away from the darkness that had engulfed him. His steps were laborious, yet resolute. He departed from this murky place, venturing toward another realm of shadows, one that resembled the very gates of hell. The slums of the Caprade kingdom housed a staggering 40% of the kingdom's population, yet the area they occupied was a mere fraction less than 15% off the city itself. It was a space so constricted it could easily induce a sense of suffocation. Yet this was the boy's home. After approximately half an hour of arduous travel, he arrived before a dwelling that, even within the slums, appeared exceedingly dilapidated. It was less a house and more a makeshift shelter constructed from cardboard boxes. The youth inhaled deeply, forcing a semblance of a smile upon his lips before lifting the tattered cloth that concealed the entrance. "Brother, you're back." A faint voice emerged from the dim recesses of the hovel. The boy hastened his pace, disregarding the agony from his fractured toe. In mere moments, he reached the makeshift bed, crafted from coffin planks, where a pallid child lay. This child was the sole beacon of light in his life. "Domig, today I managed to gather 50 Bailey. Do not worry, your illness will soon be cured." The boy forced a smile, retrieving the bread from his cloak. He resolutely ignored the growls of his own stomach, offering the bread to the boy before him. "Brother, you eat too." The boy on the bed divided the bread into two parts, taking the smaller piece for himself and extending the larger portion to his brother. Gazing at the meager morsel, the boy swallowed. Hard saliva began to pool in his mouth. His mind screamed that without this tiny portion, his body would surely succumb. 3 days without food was unbearable even for an adult. How could a mere 5-year-old withstand such torment? Yet, he still refrained from accepting it. "I have already eaten. This is for you." A single lie caused the 4-year-old boy to hesitate. In his heart, he believed his brother would never deceive him. Yet his eyes bore witness to his brother's increasingly gaunt form. "All right." The boy reached for the only decorative item in the room, aside from the beta rusty tin box serving as a piggy bank. He rummaged through his pockets and produced a few coins, excitement flooding him as he opened the box and tossed them inside. The coins within were numerous, amounting to several thousand Bailey. This sum could afford him a fine set of clothes, a lavish meal, or even a night of revelry. Yet, these coins also represented the life-saving medical expenses for the boy lying on the bed, still short by 1,500 Bailey. After a meticulous calculation, the figure ignited a surge of joy within the boy. Wagner was the name of this young lad. A fine name indeed. However, in the eyes of the kingdom's common folk, he was but a wretched orphan. To the neighbors, he was a useless beggar. To the merchants of the city, he was a damned little thief. Yet, in the eyes of the boy named Domig, he was a devoted brother, the gentlest soul in the world, the most magnificent person alive. Despite their lack of blood relation, "Brother, once I recover, I too will venture out to earn money." Domig gazed at his increasingly frail sibling, pain flickering in his eyes. If only it weren't for him, if only it weren't for that cursed illness, his brother's life would not be so impoverished. The income from begging, coupled with the food stolen, could have elevated Wagner's existence beyond measure. But he did not. Everything was for himself. What was merely a meal's cost of 8,500 Bailey to a noble became an unbearable burden for these two children. "All right, everything will improve. Let me handle the stealing, and you can beg. We will save more money, and when you grow up, I shall enlist you in the army. Once you find stability there, I will find you a wife." Wagner's eyes sparkled with visions of the future. This was the only motivation for the two brothers. Yet, young Domig never noticed that in their discussions of the future, Wagner was never included. "Indeed, I may languish in a mire, but the one I love must not." In the dead of night, Wagner gazed at his slumbering brother, cautiously crawling out of bed. He needed to earn money. Though the city was mostly deserted at night, He could still rummage through the restaurant dumpsters to salvage food that would sustain him. He could not last much longer. A grim reality. If a strong individual were present, they would notice that the bones within this 5-year-old boy were riddled with fractures. Indeed, how adept could a 5-year-old be at thievery? Of 10 thefts, 6 would result in capture, 1 would see a reprieve, and 3 would be graced by Lady Luck. 6 captures meant 6 brutal beatings. Over a year of thievery had pushed his body to its limits. With no nourishment to mend his injuries, these wounds festered into lethal vulnerabilities, waiting for the moment they would erupt. Before that could happen, he had to procure the remaining 1,500 Bailey. Wagner wrapped his gaunt form in tattered clothing, his small silhouette growing ever more distant, appearing remarkably grand beneath the moonlight. Yet, no one noticed that once the boy's figure vanished completely, a pair of eyes slowly opened in the darkness, casting a malevolent gaze upon their dilapidated home. Several thousand Bailey was ample enough for a gambler's indulgence. The owner of those eyes swiftly infiltrated the orphan's abode, inciting a murmur from the boy lost in dreams. The next moment was a fleeting gasp, followed by the slight tremor of the cardboard walls. Moments later, a diminutive figure emerged from the crumbling hovel, clutching a battered tin box in his right hand. In the moonlight, the bite marks on his hand were conspicuous, but even more notable was the dagger strapped to his waist. Cling! Coins clattered against the desolate floor as Wagner surveyed the chaotic scene before him, taking in the blood-stained cardboard walls, the glaring crimson on the ground, and the lifeless body sprawled in a pool of blood, eyes wide open, lingering on this world with a sense of reluctance. Silence echoed. Wagner, like a soulless being, approached the bed with a face contorted in anguish, unable to shed tears. There lay his beloved brother, yet the warmth of hope had vanished, leaving behind a heart as cold as ice. Ah! A fragile thread snapped. Why? Why? We merely sought to survive, just to live. What has happened? What is wrong with this world? He had not cried when abandoned at birth, nor when subjected to cruel insults, nor when savagely beaten. It was not that he did not wish to, he could not. Above him loomed a sky he could not forsake, for beneath him lay the one he cherished most. And now everything was gone. The harrowing cries abruptly ceased, as if severed by an unseen hand. The boy collapsed, his body succumbing to despair, the steaming bun in his arms appearing to be the sole remnant of warmth in the entire room. Oh, what splendid liquor! I never imagined such a small nation could produce such fine spirits. In the largest tavern of the Caprade kingdom, a towering figure, reminiscent of a colossus, reveled in the contents of a barrel, drinking heartily. Adorned with a distinctive pirate hat and a mane of luxurious golden hair, cascading over his shoulders, he was a sight to behold. More astonishing still was the crescent-shaped white beard that graced his face. The patrons of the tavern maintained a cautious distance from this man, while the innkeeper trembled at the thought of serving him, for he was simply too imposing. Standing at an imposing height of 6.66 meters, he loomed over others, with a massive naginata resting beside him. The broad, razor-sharp blade glinted ominously, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. The bounty stands at 790 million. The great pirate Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. A patron cast a wary glance at the towering figure at the bar, then nervously flicked his eyes towards the wanted poster affixed to the wall. The boisterous laughter emanating from that formidable visage carried an air of authority, while the terrifying digits beneath it compelled an involuntary gasp, further exacerbating the global unease. This was no ordinary bounty. In the current era of the seas, pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million are already renowned as formidable forces. A figure like 700 million, even in a new era, is undeniably a fearsome presence, especially in this time when belly holds immense value. No one dared approach that colossal figure, whose arms, reminiscent of a coiled dragon, effortlessly cradled a massive barrel as if it were a mere cup. This man had been drinking here for a solid half-hour, seemingly waiting for something. After an indeterminate time, a figure, slightly more robust than the average adult, entered the tavern. This individual sported an extraordinarily unconventional spiky hairstyle and donned a deep crimson trench coat, standing at a towering 2.5 meters. His muscular arms were nearly the size of his own thighs. The moment he stepped into the tavern, a palpable pressure enveloped the entire space. The frigid aura sent chills through the patrons, and at that moment, Whitebeard, who had been guzzling from the barrel, finally revealed a smile. "Gururara, have you arrived?" The barrel was carelessly tossed aside by Whitebeard, who sensed the primal essence emanating from the newcomer, his body instinctively alerting him to the threat. "Kakakakaka, Edward Newgate, Whitebeard." The man spoke, his reckless voice imparting an overwhelming sense of danger. "Gururara." Whitebeard rose slowly, brandishing the Tsongyun Chia at his side, his expression brimming with combat fervor as he faced the man behind him. "Roxty, Jibek, I have been waiting for you for quite some time." Whitebeard exhaled, and the exchange between the two left the patrons barely coherent, utterly astonished. Rox, could it be the legendary Sea Overlord, the captain of the Rox Pirates? Why would such a man come to our country? Surely, he seeks to recruit Whitebeard. It is said they are about to engage in battle with another overlord. They are in dire need of formidable combat strength. The patrons whispered amongst themselves, their chatter irking the overlord. Rox. Insufferable ants. Rox scoffed, and an invisible pressure radiated from him, causing everyone to feel as though their hearts were being relentlessly squeezed by a monstrous hand. What is happening? This feels unbearable. Stop it. We might break. Is this what a man of overlord caliber feels like? With a series of thuds, the only patrons still able to maintain their composure were Rox and Whitebeard. These two terrifying titans exchanged glances, seemingly igniting sparks of dread. Observing this, Rox's smile widened even further. It is worth noting that Whitebeard at this moment was merely 27 years old. His strength had yet to reach its peak. He was a man of immense potential, and Rox was determined to recruit him into his pirate crew. "Kakakakaka, enough of the pleasantries, Whitebeard. Join my ship. You shall be the captain of the First Division." The fact that an overlord personally sought to recruit him underscored Rox's regard for Whitebeard. But who was Whitebeard? His heart brimmed with boundless pride. How could he possibly acquiesce so easily? "Gururara, if you wish for me to board your ship, you must defeat me in battle." Whitebeard's laughter rang out, and this display did not evoke any displeasure from Rox. If a young man were not brimming with vigor, could he still be considered young? "Kakakakaka. Very well." Rox unsheathed his sidearm, a unique aura of unparalleled strength coalescing around him. A glimmer of seriousness flickered in Whitebeard's eyes. Rox was undoubtedly the most formidable opponent he had ever encountered. Just as the two were about to engage in a fierce clash, a disheveled figure suddenly burst into the tavern. This unexpected intruder disrupted the tension between the two, not due to his strength, but because of his injuries. A total of 26 sharp, discarded steel rods protruded from his body. The wounds were not particularly deep, suggesting that the assailant had not exerted much force. Of the 26 rods, 19 were embedded in his legs, and one even penetrated a rather sensitive area. This gruesome sight caused both titans to furrow their brows in unison. "Madman! Damnable crazy brat!" The man desperately pushed his way into the tavern, while two formidable figures silently observed him. Suddenly, a faint aura emerged within their perceptual range. In the next moment, a frail arm gently pushed open the tavern's small door. "I told you, you cannot escape." The youthful voice, though tender, was laced with an intense, killing intent. This piqued the interest of the two powerful beings. Under their watchful gaze, a bloodied and emaciated youth, clutching a steel rod, slowly stepped inside. "Do not come any closer." The disheveled, lecherous man shouted in terror, retreating frantically. In his panic, he neglected the overwhelming presence emanating from the two white-bearded figures, scrambling behind them like a frightened animal. The sordid man exuded a foul odor, his pale yellow trousers completely soaked through at the crotch. It was from this that the repulsive stench emanated. The old man with a white beard furrowed his brow and delivered a swift kick, sending the man sprawling aside. Although the old man did not exert much force, the impact was substantial. The man collided with the tavern's wall like a cannonball, the sheer force causing him to involuntarily spew forth blood. The steel rods embedded in his back were driven deeper into his flesh by the blow. He uttered no complaints, instead muttering incessantly like a madman, "Spare me. I beg you, I do not wish to die." What have I done to deserve such a devil? Oh, right. This little imp is from the slums, isn't he? The man was indeed the murderer of Domik, driven to kill for a mere few thousand Bailey. Those handfuls of coins, though insignificant, had allowed him a lavish indulgence. Just as he reached into the tattered box, searching in vain, the little demon before him materialized. He caught sight of the battered iron box in his hand and keenly noticed the teeth marks on his right hand. In an instant, the little demon went berserk. He seized his weapon, thin steel rods, no thicker than an adult's pinky finger. He could not fathom how this diminutive creature managed to carry such an arsenal or where it derived such strength. All he knew was that this little imp relentlessly stabbed those rods into his own body. He could distinctly feel the weakness emanating from the boy, yet he charged at him like a rabid dog, rising again and again despite being knocked down. Even the most meticulous plans may have flaws, let alone his body, already ravaged by excess. As the first rod pierced his thigh, his nightmare commenced. He fled in desperation. But the little demon pursued him with the tenacity of a hunting dog, relentlessly nipping at his heels. Though merely 5 years old, the aura radiating from the boy instilled profound unease within him. It was a paradox. The boy's feral behavior contrasted sharply with the regal essence of a lion and the venomous gaze of a serpent. Why? Rasped the boy, his voice barely audible, revealing a mouth with scarcely any teeth left. As he spoke, blood flowed forth in a gruesome cascade. Those 3 simple words struck the souls of the 3 patrons in the tavern like a thunderclap. Despair, anger, resentment, sorrow, all conceivable negative emotions manifested within this child. We only wish to survive, having glimpsed the light. Why must you snuff it out? The enraged boy howled, akin to a vengeful spirit. He stumbled forward, his frail frame seemingly unleashing a power that transcended all limits. The sharp steel rod lunged toward the wretched man's throat like the fangs of a venomous snake. The lecherous man's pupils dilated in horror. His numerous wounds had rendered him nearly bloodless, and dizziness began to cloud his mind. Yet, driven by an instinctual desire to live, he instinctively swayed his body aside. The sharp rod failed to claim his life but embedded itself deep into his right shoulder. Ah! A spine-chilling wail erupted. The vile man longed to flee, but his body had reached its breaking point. He lacked the monstrous will of the boy and could only watch helplessly as the child withdrew another steel rod, attacking him with wild fervor, strike after strike, until the vile man's body lay in tatters, and the last feeble breath escaped him. Yet, the boy did not cease. He was venting, releasing the anguish that consumed him. The 2 formidable figures from the sea observed in silence, their eyes reflecting a mixture of shock. What depth of hatred could drive a 5-year-old to such madness? Perhaps 5 minutes passed, and the boy too reached his limit. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his final strength to thrust the steel rod into the vile man's throat, even though the man was already lifeless. Thud. The boy fainted. How amusing this little rascal is. Rox gazed at the frail figure sprawled on the ground with admiration. He could not be mistaken. The boy exuded a negative aura that bore the essence of superiority over others. This was the so-called conqueror's haki, said to be possessed by only 1 in a million. What? Do you intend to take this little rascal back? Whitebeard observed Rox as he stepped forward to lift the slender boy, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. To everyone, Rox was a figure who revered violence and exhibited a cold-hearted demeanor. He sensed the boy's conqueror's haki as well. But while such power was rare upon these seas, it was not entirely absent. Ordinary conqueror's haki does not alter much. It merely indicates that the possessor has exceptional talent. However, for a 5-year-old child to exhibit considerable combat prowess, a minimum of 10 years of dedicated training would be required. Such a prolonged wait might yield nothing more than an average fighter, rendering the endeavor seemingly unworthy. Of course, Whitebeard had no intention of leaving the child to fend for himself. He did not consider himself a benevolent soul, nor would he meddle without reason. Yet, this child's past mirrored his own too closely. An orphan, burdened with a tragic childhood, yet possessing the courage to challenge the strong. At the age of 27, an immature thought suddenly crossed his mind. Should he adopt this boy as his son? Absurd as it was, for Whitebeard, it was indeed a possibility. My judgment is infallible. This child is not merely a possessor of conqueror's haki. In less than a decade, he shall undoubtedly become a formidable force. All it requires is a daily meal. And such a monumental return would surely be irresistible. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Rock's eyes as he roughly seized one of the boy's legs, lifting him as one might a parcel. Come on, Whitebeard. I am in a good mood today. Let us spare these commoners their lives. There lies an uninhabited island not far from here. We shall engage in some sparring there. Rox laughed heartily as he pushed open the door. This little rascal is now his. Whitebeard nodded and followed closely behind Rocks. The surrounding villagers remained oblivious to the fact that the appearance of a severely injured boy had granted them a reprieve. This boy, of course, was none other than Wagner, who, in his quest for vengeance for his brother, had exhausted his own body. This marks a day that has irrevocably altered his destiny. Likewise, it is a day when his body first reveals its extraordinary power. At the naval headquarters, within the conference room, several formidable figures gather around the table. Naturally, those present at this meeting are pillars of the Navy, the Cr. de la Armée. Among them are familiar visages, such as the future Fleet Admiral of the Navy, Sengoku the Buddha, and the future naval hero, Monkey D. Garp, as well as the already renowned non-killing Rear Admiral, Zephyr. They are the most illustrious talents of this naval generation, subtly poised to become the next 3 admirals of the Navy. Of course, alongside them are several capable naval commanders, including the astute strategist, Crane, who possesses a more civilian disposition. Yet, these individuals share a commonality. They have all, to varying degrees, received guidance from Admiral Steelbones, representing a clandestine faction within the Navy. Seated at the head of the table is none other than one of the Navy's highest combat powers, Admiral Steelbones himself. His robust physique, akin to a rock, emanates an aura of terror that speaks volumes about the man. Steelbones gazes at the 3 newly appointed Rear Admirals in their prime, and then at the supportive commanders around him, letting out a long sigh as he passes a document before him. Take a look. The sea is about to become turbulent once more. Sengoku swiftly accepts the document, and the 3 men peruse its contents, their expressions shifting dramatically. The information contained within details the cataclysmic clash between the infamous pirate Whitebeard and the maritime overlord, Rocks. While conflict among pirates is typically advantageous, the accompanying message from the naval officer reveals a disconcerting development. After their fierce battle, both Whitebeard and Rocks departed together aboard the same vessel, with Rocks carrying a young child in tow. The document circulates among the commanders, each reading it with widening eyes, their pupils constricting in shock. The revelation is simply staggering. At the conclusion of the document, their greatest fears are articulated. Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, has a high probability of having joined the Rocks pirates. The 3 generals exchanged glances, each perceiving the unease reflected in the other's eyes. In this era, the notorious Rocks, with a bounty of 215 billion berries, had already established himself as a formidable maritime sovereign. He commanded a cadre of elite warriors, yet only a handful possessed bounties approaching the 200 million mark. The glaring shortcoming of the Rocks pirates lay in the singular strength of their captain. He alone bore the weight of their ambitions. However, the addition of Whitebeard significantly mitigated this deficiency. For a man with a bounty of 700 million was not to be trifled with. Unlike Perospero of the future Big Mom pirates, who, despite a similar bounty, lacked comparable combat prowess, Whitebeard was a force to be reckoned with. Would such a man willingly submit to another's will? Sengoku sighed. The 3 of them had engaged with Whitebeard on numerous occasions. Despite his identity as a pirate, they held a deep respect for his boisterous character and principled approach. Yet, how could a man of such integrity join the ruthless Rocks pirates? What were his intentions? Would he transform into a heartless demon amidst such company? No one could provide a definitive answer. In matters such as these, it was wiser to believe that the impossible could indeed be possible. I believe we must increase surveillance on the Rocks pirates, thought Tsuru, who sat pensively to the side. She knew well of Rocks' character, a madman, cruel and ambitious, bold enough to challenge the celestial nobles of the world. Such an individual would never be content to merely be one of many sovereigns of the sea. In the future, a clash between Rocks and the Navy headquarters, or even the world government, seemed inevitable. However, when her gaze fell upon Rocks, who was holding a young child, an ominous premonition stirred within her, as if a malevolent spirit were awakening. Yet, being still relatively young, she dismissed her fleeting emotions as inconsequential, unaware that her indifference today would spell great trouble for the Navy headquarters in the future. Indeed, I share your sentiments. We must enhance our surveillance on the Rocks pirates and verify the accuracy of this information, Steelbone Kong said uneasily, prompting the other commanders to spring into action as per his orders. Eventually, he found himself alone in the conference room, his gaze drifting out the window. The clear sky and gentle breeze accompanied the sight of the seagull flag, a symbol of justice, fluttering in the wind. This was the Navy headquarters, the bastion of righteousness. Yet, the strength of the admirals had begun to wane, and the commander's health could not endure much longer. While they had sufficient mid-level combat power, They lacked high-ranking officers capable of standing firm on their own. Counting himself, the Navy headquarters currently boasted 3 admirals. Steel Bone Kong awaited the emergence of individuals who could shoulder the mantle of leadership before his strength faded. He could assert with confidence that these figures included Sengoku, Garp, and CEF. Damn those pirates. This sea is on the brink of upheaval once more. The new world awaits. This is the realm of pirates. Unlike the paradise of the earlier chapters, those who survive in this domain are individuals of terrifying prowess. While it may be exceedingly rare to find a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million in the paradise, here, bounties of 2 to 300 million are commonplace. And even those of 4 to 500 million occasionally make an appearance. The reach of the Navy does not extend to this place. The New World is a sanctuary of justice. A merchant ship drifts upon the vast ocean, with the helmsman trembling as he navigates the vessel forward. He can never forget the scene from mere hours ago. A robust, spiky-haired man stormed aboard their ship. With but a single strike, he effortlessly dispatched the bodyguard. Hired at great expense by their captain, this man, akin to a ferocious beast, declared the ship as his own. In a bid for survival, the crew could only cautiously obey his commands, steering towards uncharted territories. Honeycomb Island. It is said to be the dominion of the maritime overlord, Rox. The man's distinctive appearance and his intended destination reveal his true identity, the ruthless man known as Rox. Strangely, he is accompanied by an extraordinary-looking individual and an unconscious young boy. At this moment, Rox and Whitebeard are contemplating a peculiar item amidst a large shipment of apples. Among the vibrant crates of apples, one fruit stands out with its striking hue. While ordinary apples exhibit a pale red, this particular fruit boasts a blood-red color that is nothing short of striking. Even more intriguing are the claw-like patterns etched across its surface, reminiscent of savage beasts. These markings are rugged and markedly different from the typical scratches left by ordinary animals. The stem of the fruit is remarkably robust, resembling the muscular arm of a warrior. To the average person, this is a peculiar fruit that they would hesitate to consume. However, for the sailors of the sea, this fruit is a treasure that is priceless and hard to come by. This is a devil fruit. Ha ha ha. It is truly astonishing that within a humble passenger ship lies such a treasure. A flicker of surprise gleamed in Rock's eyes. The devil fruit is one of the swiftest means to enhance one's power. Even the most inept individuals, upon consuming a devil fruit, can harness formidable abilities. For a powerful individual, a devil fruit can facilitate the transcendence of existing limitations. Although it bestows upon the user the adverse effect of being loathed by the sea, many still fervently seek this treasure. Even more remarkable is that Rox, already a maritime overlord, has undoubtedly perused the compendium of devil fruits. He is well versed in the knowledge of 99 devil fruits in the world. Yet, this particular fruit is one he has never encountered. An unknown fruit. It could harbor exceedingly potent powers, or perhaps abilities as trivial as a mere chicken rib. This fruit is indeed peculiar in appearance. Whitebeard is also unaware of the name of this devil fruit. Moreover, he already possesses the Tremor fruit, known for its unparalleled destructive capability. To him, this fruit's value is merely as a means to procure treasures or reward his crew. Rox gazed at the devil fruit in his hand, then glanced at Whitebeard beside him. Such a precious gem is a rarity for him as well. Nevertheless, Whitebeard is, after all, the newly recruited captain of the 1st Division. Making this nameless fruit an excellent gift, Whitebeard, consider this fruit a token of welcome to our Rox pirate crew. As the captain of the 1st Division, using a devil fruit to forge bonds with the crew is most fitting. Rox tossed the devil fruit to Whitebeard, who, without hesitation, expressed his gratitude and accepted it with a sense of rightful entitlement. Subsequently, the two continued to scour the ship's hold for treasures, and indeed, there were numerous riches. Rox promised to share some with Whitebeard upon their return. As for the fate of the merchants, no one would concern themselves with that. Conducting business in the New World is inherently perilous, teeming with pirates as thick as hair on cattle. Unless one possesses an immensely powerful background or sufficient might to resolve matters, encountering pirates often leads to the mere theft of goods, with the more deranged among them resorting to murder for wealth. This is a place where humanity devours its own. Just as two formidable figures were counting their treasures, Wagner, carelessly tossed onto the bed, finally stirred from his slumber. "Where am I?" Wagner's voice was hoarse, a consequence of excessive shouting that had strained his vocal cords. He lay on a pristine bed, struggling to rise. Merely lifting his neck exhausted all his strength. The excruciating pain radiating through his flesh and bones made him grimace. He surveyed his surroundings, the unfamiliar setting striking him like a blow to the head. Indeed, how could the death of his brother be anything but a reality? The foreign environment, The pain coursing through his body, the wounds upon his skin, all of it incessantly reminded him that the events etched in his memory were undeniably real. He stared blankly at the ceiling, reminiscing about bygone days, tears streaming silently from the corners of his eyes. He truly needed to weep, to sob profoundly and thoroughly. His backbone was not so resilient, unable to bear the cruelty of life. He possessed only a tenacious spirit, compelling himself to remain standing. For beneath him lay his ailing brother. He was his brother's savior, and in return, his brother was the redeemer of his soul. Thus, Wagner lay on the bed, weeping silently, his tears soaking the pillow beneath his head, gritting his teeth, resolutely refusing to let a sound escape his lips. Time slipped away, and eventually, the tears within him ran dry. Wagner felt a sense of bewilderment. Once, his brother had been his everything, the sole impetus for his existence. But now, what was left for him? Creak. The door to the room suddenly swung open. Wagner turned his head with effort, and before him stood an imposing figure. This man emanated a terrifying aura that instilled fear in the heart. "Ah, you are awake?" The man's voice was equally deep as he strode over to Wagner's bedside with long strides. "Did you save me?" "I am immensely grateful." Wagner, well versed in the art of survival, exhibited a polite demeanor, which softened the man's expression somewhat. "What remarkable recuperative abilities." "Little one, I am Edward Newgate, a pirate." "Now, speak of your circumstances." "I fail to comprehend how such a diminutive child possesses such an aura of dread." Whitebeard pulled a chair over and sat at Wagner's bedside, allowing Wagner to finally discern the giant's visage. A commanding face adorned with a crescent-shaped mustache, though not conventionally handsome, exuded an air of remarkable valor. "Thank you for saving me, Mr. Newgate. I am Wagner, an orphan without a home." At the mention of the last words, Wagner hesitated. He had always believed he had a home, not merely a small dwelling made of stacked cardboard boxes, but a place where family resided. A home is where one's loved ones are found. Unbeknownst to him, when Wagner uttered the words "an orphan without a home," it struck a chord deep within Whitebeard's heart. He too was an orphan, raised in a war-torn land. All his life, he longed not for fame or power, but for a family that could offer him warmth. "Ah, what a pitiable little one! However, since you are an orphan, come and join me. While I cannot promise you wealth and grandeur, at the very least, I can ensure your survival." Moved by compassion, Whitebeard observed Wagner's nose twitch. This was the first time in his life that someone was willing to accept him. He was a solitary soul, and to outsiders, this might seem a trivial matter. Yet for him, it was a profound blessing. "Thank you. What an endearing little rascal." Whitebeard laughed heartily, secretly wishing to take this exceptionally gifted boy, who shared a similar fate, under his wing as a son. Yet, the idea of adopting a son was a first for him, and he felt a tinge of bashfulness. Nonetheless, there was no rush. They had ample time to bond, and Whitebeard would have many opportunities to express this sentiment. Creak. The little rascal awakens? Such tenacious vitality. The door swung open once more, and Rock strolled in casually, his expression neutral but his eyes betraying a hint of surprise. Rox possessed immense strength. The moment his hand made contact with Wagner's body, he sensed the injuries that marred the young boy's bones. This frail form harbored countless hidden wounds, any one of which could prove fatal. Even an adult suffering such injuries would find their days numbered. Yet here was a mere 5-year-old child, still capable of movement, even able to take down an adult single-handedly. Such physical prowess is utterly terrifying. In that instant, Rox had already concluded that this frail boy was no ordinary human. In this world, numerous races are favored by destiny. There are the long-legged tribes, naturally adept at kicking techniques, and the Lunaria, who possess an innate mastery over flames. The fishmen, known as the children of the sea, and the giants, the mightiest warriors of the land, boast physiques far superior to that of ordinary humans. Alas, their numbers are regrettably scarce. This world is still ruled by humanity. Nonetheless, their strength is undeniable. Some exceedingly powerful races can rival pirates with bounties exceeding 10 million even in their youth. Upon reaching adulthood, their prowess approaches that of pirates with bounties nearing 100 million. Yet, regardless of the race, none possess the remarkable recovery ability of this little imp before him. Rox's mind raced, and suddenly, a somewhat outrageous yet singularly plausible thought emerged. Perhaps only this race could survive without nourishment, while being riddled with internal injuries. Rox's gaze toward Wagner grew increasingly approving. The gains from this expedition exceeded his expectations. Not only had he successfully recruited the legendary pirate Whitebeard, but he had also acquired a boy of extraordinary talent. In just a decade, this boy could stand on his own, with conqueror's hockey. He would be a terrifying genius even among his own kind. "Fear not, little one. I am Rox, and from this day forth, you shall be a member of the Rox Pirates. Henceforth, I shall be your captain. Considering your youth, I assure you that you need not worry about provisions. However, if you desire respect and wish to ascend to greater heights, that will depend solely on your own strength. Rox's words were starkly realistic, and Wagner nodded in agreement. The survival of the fittest had long been ingrained in the bones of everyone in this world. The actions of his counterpart were sufficiently merciful. Whether out of utility or ulterior motives, he could survive. To live. How profoundly ordinary yet extravagantly precious that word is. Memories of his brother's innocent smile suddenly flooded Wagner's mind. The past resurfaced, and a gentle smile involuntarily graced Wagner's face. But in the next moment, that enchanting image was brutally shattered by a dagger. The innocent smile vanished, replaced by a lifeless body, blood pooling from unseeing eyes. His family was gone. In the eyes of the two powerful figures beside him, the boy's expression shifted from tender joy to anguished tears. They silently withdrew, understanding that this boy needed a moment to himself. Time passed, and Wagner lay on the bed until Whitebeard brought him a meal. Gradually, the boy stirred from his slumber. Eat, little one. Only with a full belly can you contemplate the future. Whitebeard sat nearby, watching as Wagner devoured the food ravenously, his mind seemingly blank. Little one, do you have no family left? No, they're gone. How tragic, much like myself. Mr. Newgate, you. Their conversation flowed. One a powerful warrior who had endured over 20 years of solitude, yearning for family. The other a young boy recently bereaved of his only kin, left desolate and alone. Gulalala, gulalala. Whitebeard suddenly erupted into hearty laughter, his booming voice reverberating through the small room. Wagner flinched at the sound, cautiously observing the jovial Whitebeard. Strangely, he discerned a hint of melancholy within that laughter. Wagner, if you don't mind, would you be my son? Whitebeard stood abruptly, his gaze piercing into the frail boy. His earnest tone conveyed that he was not jesting. Wagner was taken aback, and the memory of his encounter with Doming surfaced. He had felt the same way back then. Though he was nothing of worth, he had offered, "Be my brother, and I shall care for you." At that moment, he sought a glimmer of hope in his own existence, yearning for a semblance of connection for his lonely heart. Although he couldn't recall the exact expression on his face back then, it must have mirrored that of the man before him. Mr. Newgate, Wagner stammered, unsure of himself. In his heart, he instinctively believed himself unworthy of genuine friendship, let alone tender familial affection. Yet, the longing in those eyes betrayed a semblance of sincerity. Little one, I understand your thoughts. Every person is a child of the sea. There is no distinction in worth between individuals. Your life should not be so mundane, so devoid of promise. Thus, carry my name and venture boldly upon the seas. While Whitebeard's impulsiveness was evident, he held no regrets, even if the boy declined his offer. He recognized the abruptness of his words. Then, Mr. Newgate, should I now call you old man? In that moment, two lonely hearts found solace in one another, and two souls yearning for kinship achieved their redemption. Gulalala. Good. From this moment on, you are my eldest son, Edward Newgate. Thank you, old man. A peculiar barrier shattered, and Whitebeard's conqueror's hockey surged once more. An overwhelming aura surged uncontrollably, ravaging the entire merchant vessel. At that moment, the world's strongest man embarked on the path to becoming the mightiest protector of his family. Hive Island, nestled within the New World. It is a place that sends shivers down the spines of countless pirates. Though many pirates roam the New World, none dare to trespass without cause. Only the most deranged of pirates inhabit this island. More importantly, this island serves as the stronghold of the Rox Pirates, one of the maritime overlords. The unfortunate merchant vessel lay anchored beside the island, and its crew had returned to the embrace of the Mother Ocean. While Rox's actions exemplified the true essence of piracy, such a brutal spectacle, even though Wagner had braced himself for this, he was still deeply shaken. Rox meticulously arranged accommodations for Whitebeard, while Wagner trailed closely behind the latter. Aware of their bond, Rox generously gifted Wagner the exquisite quarters adjacent to Whitebeard's dwelling. A privilege reserved for captains, all granted out of respect for Whitebeard. Gulalala. Come now, little one, rest and recover. I shall fetch you some medicine shortly. There will be a feast tonight, and I will call for you then. Whitebeard deliberately slowed his pace, knowing that although Wagner could miraculously walk, his injuries required ample time to heal. He disregarded the eager pirates beside him who longed to join his crew, leveraging his status to demand a substantial quantity of precious medicinal herbs from those managing supplies. Everything felt like a dream. Wagner lay in his opulent and immaculate room, the lavish decor evoking a surreal sensation within him. Just days prior, he had been a destitute beggar, tirelessly striving for survival. Yet now, he had become a member of the formidable Rocks Pirates, blessed with the presence of family and a dependable father figure. As the boy reclined on his bed, his heart was no longer shrouded in confusion. Once, he had fought to protect his younger brother. Now, he found himself being sheltered by others. Nonetheless, he too must grow stronger, harnessing his own power to safeguard his loved ones. Before long, a pirate responsible for medical care entered, bearing an abundance of rare herbs, his words dripping with flattery. As he meticulously treated Wagner's injuries, he subtly hinted at the hope that Wagner might speak favorably of him before Whitebeard, thereby securing his place in the esteemed First Division of the Rocks Pirates. Wagner, well versed in the ways of the mercantile world, feigned agreement while harboring no intentions of assisting Whitebeard. Having never experienced treatment before, this was his first encounter with exceptional care, resulting in a remarkable alleviation of his internal wounds. He felt significantly lighter. It must be noted that the human physique in the world of pirates is extraordinarily resilient. Miraculously, the fractures that had once plagued his bones had nearly healed by the time he awoke. The hidden injuries within him had also improved, and the pallor on his face had vanished, replaced by a vibrant and healthy glow. This is a life-saving treatment. After the departing pirates had left, Whitebeard pushed open the door and entered. "Gururara, how do you feel, my son?" In his hands, Whitebeard carried numerous items, some meant to adorn the room. Others carefully selected nutritional supplements for Wagner, and a few were clothes he had thoughtfully purchased for him. The minutiae serve as a testament to one's regard for another. Observing Whitebeard tirelessly filling the wardrobe and meticulously arranging various decorations in the vacant spaces of the room, Wagner felt a surge of mixed emotions. Acknowledging his own identity, he accepted everything with a sense of gratitude and rightful contentment. Finally, it is all decorated. Whitebeard wiped away the non-existent sweat from his forehead. As if suddenly struck by a thought, he picked up the last package from the table. "Wagner, this is a gift from your old man." With an air of mystery, Whitebeard revealed 4 boxes from the package. At his prompting, Wagner curiously opened them one by one, only to find each box contained a strangely shaped fruit. "Is this a treasure of the sea, a devil fruit?" Wagner exclaimed in astonishment. Whitebeard was momentarily taken aback. He had intended to feign mystery and surprise the boy, hoping to elevate his sense of awe towards him. However, he had not anticipated that despite being a beggar, Wagner possessed a keen understanding of the world. On the contrary, he recognized the immense value of knowledge. The books he salvaged from the garbage were his most cherished possessions, their pages, though tainted with foul odors, adorned with sacred text. This was his sole source of entertainment and his greatest passion, which included a rudimentary book detailing the devil fruits. "Who would have thought you knew so much?" Whitebeard chuckled heartily, genuinely pleased with his erudite son. "Indeed, these are treasures of the sea, the devil fruits. Here are 4 of them, 3 of which belong to the Zoan category. The Zoan devil fruits can significantly enhance your physical form and mend your internal injuries." Under Whitebeard's guidance, Wagner's understanding of the devil fruits deepened. He gazed at the 4 fruits before him, recalling Whitebeard's earlier descriptions: the Zoan cat fruit, white tiger form; the Zoan bear fruit, ancient type, giant strength bear form; and the Zoan bull fruit, ancient type, curved horn rhino form. As for the last devil fruit, Whitebeard admitted he was unaware of its powers. However, based on its characteristics, there was a 90% probability it was also a Zoan devil fruit. The grotesque patterns and stout stem of this fruit were indeed the gift from Rocks to Whitebeard. As a formidable pirate, Whitebeard naturally had some stockpiles. Among the 4 fruits, the one belonging to the white tiger form was his prized possession, while the other 2 had been acquired in exchange for 3 of his treasured paramecia-type devil fruits. Logically, 3 ordinary paramecia fruits were worth even less than 1 ancient-type fruit. Yet, Whitebeard was the captain, and within the Rocks Pirates, his status was second only to Captain Rocks himself. Among these 2 devil fruits, one was exchanged by Rocks, while the other was procured in exchange for a position in the First Division, along with 2 paramecia-type devil fruits and a moderately skilled pirate. Apart from the unidentified devil fruit, the remaining 3 are of exceptional quality. The power of the white tiger is formidable, and the strength of the 2 ancient-type fruits is certainly beyond question. As these fruits lay before Wagner, he found himself in a state of hesitance. "Old man, I desire this devil fruit." Within the confines of the room, Wagner ultimately made his choice regarding the 4 devil fruits presented before him. Under the perplexed gaze of Whitebeard, he reached for the unknown fruit. "Kid, This devil fruit is an enigma. What if it possesses a worthless ability? Whitebeard expressed concern, for in his view, the ancient type fruit, the dagger-horned rhino, was far more suitable for Wagner. This ancient type devil fruit could grant Wagner exceptional defensive capabilities and immense strength, while also aiding in the healing of bodily injuries, though it may not compare to the Zoan-type mythical beast fruits. It was the finest offering that the young Whitebeard could provide. No, old man, I shall have this devil fruit. Wagner resolutely grasped the blood-red fruit. Though he himself could not comprehend the reason behind his decision, the choice stemmed from a faint yet persistent voice echoing within his heart. This devil fruit is indeed the most suitable for me. Perhaps this is the seventh sense of a man. Seeing this, Whitebeard knew better than to offer further counsel. He furrowed his brow as he watched his eldest son eagerly grasp the blood-red devil fruit. The moment Wagner's hand made contact with the fruit, his body trembled with excitement. The devil fruit was extraordinary. Held in his right hand, it felt like a pulsating flame. Without a moment's hesitation, Wagner opened his mouth wide and bit down fiercely on the devil fruit. Instantly, an indescribable flavor flooded his mouth. How to describe it? It was akin to a stinking sock buried in a filthy drain for decades, stuffed with the legendary 9-turn intestines, coated in 20-year-old moldy breadcrumbs, and doused in the essence released by a skunk's flatulence. To put it plainly, the taste of the devil fruit was reminiscent of excrement. Perhaps that was a subdued way to express it. Wagner's resolve remained relatively steadfast. Even as he voraciously devoured the devil fruit, tears streamed down his face. He swore, even if he were on the brink of starvation, he would never wish to taste such a flavor. Whitebeard continued to pray, hoping for a more favorable ability from this devil fruit. His closed eyes and clasped hands resembled those of a devout believer. However, when he opened his eyes, Whitebeard was utterly stunned. He sat there, watching as Wagner greedily consumed the last piece of the fruit. A chill suddenly surged in his heart. Good heavens, I must exclaim. As a user of a devil fruit himself, he understood the exquisite flavor these fruits possessed. It was common knowledge that one only needed a single bite to acquire its power. Yet, it was evident that Wagner was blissfully unaware of this fact. What a determined individual. Whitebeard cleared his throat and adopted a serious expression. He observed the visibly astonished Wagner and eagerly inquired, "Young lad, how do you feel now? What kind of fruit is this?" His question interrupted Wagner, who was immersed in the overwhelming power surging within him. The moment the devil fruit was swallowed, it ignited an endless reservoir of strength that rapidly filled his body. Undoubtedly, this was a Zoan-type devil fruit. The power of the fruit had eradicated all of Wagner's hidden injuries. In fact, it had even cleansed his body in the process. To describe it as a rebirth would not be an exaggeration. Wagner did not directly respond to Whitebeard's inquiry. Instead, he executed a graceful leap, miraculously standing steadily before Whitebeard. His agile movements bore no resemblance to the frail boy who had been riddled with broken bones just moments before. Witnessing this, Whitebeard's pupils constricted sharply. It was common knowledge that Zoan-type devil fruits could enhance the user's physical form, but never at such an astonishing pace. In merely a few seconds, a frail boy's physical condition had completely restored. Such power was beyond even that of ancient Zoan-type devil fruits. In light of this situation, there could only be one explanation. This devil fruit belongs to the Zoan-type, mythical beast category. Witnessing the astonishment on Whitebeard's face, Wagner's lips curled into a faint smile. As if to showcase his newfound treasure to his kin, Wagner's aura underwent a dramatic transformation. A fierce, predatory energy erupted from him. In the next moment, his body swelled as if inflated, growing larger with each passing second. In the blink of an eye, he surpassed Whitebeard in height. The once diminutive child, barely a meter tall, had now transformed into a towering giant of 7 meters. It was nothing short of miraculous. Gururara. Who would have thought that this little rascal would be so fortunate to acquire such a treasure? Whitebeard exclaimed joyfully, rising to his feet and playfully pinching Wagner's arm. The muscles of a 5-year-old child felt as unyielding as stone. Sparse tufts of dark red hair sprouted on his body, while his arms elongated, and his nails sharpened to a deadly point. 2 sharp fangs protruded from his lips, his crimson eyes radiating an air of commanding authority. The animal type, ape fruit. Mythical beast category, Titan form. Possessing the Conqueror's Haki, combined with a powerful mythical beast devil fruit. Gururara. My son Wagner is destined for greatness. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction. And Wagner too was filled with exhilaration. The internal injuries that had plagued him were now vanquished, leaving him with an unprecedented sense of ease. Yet, the events were far from over. Just as this father and son shared their joyful laughter, a sudden transformation occurred. Wagner's colossal figure trembled violently. In the next instant, a grotesque visage crawled across his face. The aura of death and carnage erupted from him, reminiscent of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Wagner's massive form crashed to the ground, his mouth emitting anguished wails. At that moment, his body underwent a staggering metamorphosis. Two long, sharp horns erupted from his head, piercing through flesh like daggers. Blood gushed forth as if it were free. But this was merely the beginning. 6 dark fissures appeared on the back of his neck, 3 on each side. A thin, crimson membrane emerged between his fingers and toes, creating an eerie sight. His towering 7-meter frame expanded once more, muscles bulging as if stimulated. In the blink of an eye, the 5-year-old child had grown to a staggering 10 meters. More bewildering still, flames erupted from Wagner's body. It was as if he had spontaneously ignited, yet his flesh remained untouched, for bizarre phenomena unfolded before their eyes. However, to Whitebeard, these strange occurrences posed no threat to Wagner's form. A sudden void enveloped Whitebeard's mind, his mouth fell agape, and his eyes widened in disbelief. What is happening? As he observed Wagner's form reverting to normal, Whitebeard's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Wagner lay on the ground, howling in agony, the uncontrollable conqueror's haki erupting forth, causing cracks to spider across the room's walls, the malevolent energy spilling out, engulfing the area within 1,000 meters. Countless pirates sensed this oppressive aura, their faces paling. Such a formidable presence was enough to render ordinary pirates unconscious. Yet, for the members of the Rocks Pirates, it was still bearable. Damn. Who is the wretch emanating such a terrifying aura? It seems to be coming from Whitebeard's quarters. Damn it. You should practice your observation haki more, fool. This is clearly the little rascal's domain that Whitebeard brought back. What? Are you suggesting that this suffocating aura is the work of that little brat? I can't take it anymore. It's so hard to breathe. The aura of a fierce tiger always unsettles a flock of sheep, and similarly, it caught the attention of a malevolent dragon. Rox, who had been pondering his next target in his quarters, noticed this subtle, yet potent energy emanating from Wagner's vicinity. Rox raised an eyebrow, his eyes gleaming with a crimson light. His profound observation haki enveloped the entire hive island in an instant. Sensing the source of this potent conqueror's haki, Rox couldn't help but smile enigmatically. Kaka, has this little rascal awakened? It seems Whitebeard bestowed upon him a devil fruit. That immense power must have awakened his dormant abilities. Beneath the sunlight, Rox's smile bore an ominous quality as he swiftly vanished from his quarters. A few thousand meters was merely a matter of a few strides for Rox. Captain. The previously pallid pirate's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing Rox. It was a mix of deep submission and concealed terror. Rox paid no heed to the underlings, feeling the mounting pressure in the air. He quickened his pace. Wagner, little rascal, are you all right? What is happening? Whitebeard, bewildered, found himself at a loss. At merely 27 years of age, he had never witnessed such a bizarre spectacle. He stood helplessly like a new father, unable to comprehend the chaos. Kaka. Do not panic, Newgate. Rox entered with an eager expression, observing the writhing Wagner on the ground. The boy is fine. His body is merely awakening. Rox's words momentarily stunned Whitebeard. Awakening? Very well, just watch quietly. Rox said no more, signaling Whitebeard to remain still. The latter's expression was still one of anxiety, yet he reluctantly complied with Rox's request. Wagner continued to wail on the floor, feeling as if every muscle, bone, and even cell in his body was being violently torn apart. Even the world's strongest man would struggle to endure such agony, let alone a mere 5-year-old child. Yet, his subconscious urged him to remain conscious. If he succumbed to unconsciousness, he would never awaken again. The longer he maintained awareness, the greater the reward he would reap. If a being with X-ray vision stood beside Wagner, their face would pale in shock. Within Wagner's body, his organs, bones, muscles, and even blood amalgamated into one. Remarkably, this transformation did not hinder his movements. Yet, the chilling reality was that the murky substance rapidly reconstituted his internal organs. First, the heart, then the brain, followed by the liver and kidneys. After this reconstitution, the strength of his organs ascended to unimaginable heights. They were akin to superhuman organs. Next came the bones. While ordinary human bones are a pristine white, Wagner's reformed bones emitted a dark golden glow. It was as if a protective layer enveloped the surface of each bone. They were robust beyond that of a typical child, their hardness rivaling steel. Once the organs and bones had been reformed, the remaining murky substance began to construct the muscles within him. Typically, the newly formed muscles would be more than enough to rupture Wagner's current form. However, in truth, these muscles, when strengthened to a certain degree, would be subjected to fierce compression, expanding repeatedly, compressing again and again. At last, it was time for his blood. Yet, once more, a problem arose. The murky tin was utterly insufficient to sustain the vitality of his blood. Under the watchful gaze of the two formidable figures, Wagner's body appeared as if it were being drained of moisture, his once smooth skin dimming in that moment. Witnessing this scene, the previously smiling Rox's expression changed dramatically. Quick, Newgate. This little one's body now demands an abundance of nourishment. Fetch some liquid food. The more, the better. Rox did not wish for Wagner to perish. This young man's physical prowess exceeded his expectations. Perhaps within 5 years, or even less, the investment made in this boy would yield returns manifold. Understood. Whitebeard did not hesitate. His observation hockey sensed the weakening of Wagner's life force. This newly minted father rushed out in a flurry, shouting loudly, prompting a multitude of pirates to spring into action. Yet, preparing sustenance requires time. Whitebeard's countenance darkened to the utmost, and Rox furrowed his brow in concern. The former worried for Wagner, while the latter pondered whether his thoughts would yield sufficient returns. A sigh. Rox seemed to arrive at a decision, slowly crouching down. He turned to face Whitebeard behind him, a smile suddenly illuminating his face. Hey, Newgate. Today, I will save this lad's life, but both of you must owe me a favor. All right, not just one. 10 will suffice. The flustered Whitebeard readily agreed. He understood the value of this favor. It meant he would need to stand resolutely by Rox's side at a pivotal moment. Yet, compared to a favor, his own son held greater importance. With Whitebeard's consent, Rox no longer hesitated. He extended his index finger and bit down. Drops of crimson blood flowed forth, and swiftly, he thrust his finger into Wagner's mouth. Who was Rox? One of the sovereigns of the sea. His physique had long been honed to a terrifying degree. Such a powerful being, to put it plainly, was a treasure of his own. Their bones, with but a little refinement, could transform into resilient weapons. Their flesh and blood were invaluable elixirs, brimming with rich nutrients. It may sound repugnant, yet it is the truth. Under Whitebeard's complex gaze, Wagner, with eyes tightly shut, suckled fervently on Rox's finger as if he were a newborn. Initially intended to win hearts, Rox's expression abruptly shifted. He sensed a terrifying suction. Like a storm, it seemed intent on draining the very blood from his body. Instinctively, he sought to break free. Yet Wagner's grip on his arm was unyielding. With the strength of his own body, he found himself unable to budge an inch. How could this be possible? A tempest of tumultuous emotion surged within Rox. Although he had exerted merely 10% of his strength, Wagner was but a 5-year-old child. What manner of race could bestow such extraordinary physical prowess upon a mere infant? Meanwhile, as Rox pondered this conundrum, nearly 500 milliliters of blood had already been siphoned from him by Wagner. The immense nourishment accelerated the production of blood within his body. And when the pirates finally brought forth sustenance, they were astonished to observe that their captain, Rox, had developed a somewhat pallid complexion. Yet, even more shocking revelations awaited them. A quantity of meat porridge sufficient to satiate over 10 adults was rapidly flowing into Wagner's body at an alarming rate. Fortunately, more food was on its way. Wagner instinctively began to mend his body, ultimately becoming a subject of awe and fascination among the pirates in the days to come. This wild feast endured for a full hour. The pirates had long since grown numb to the spectacle. They could scarcely recall how much food had been delivered. For this little imp possessed an extraordinary physique. It seemed as though no matter the quantity, he would completely absorb every morsel, and astonishingly, even after consuming such a vast array of delicacies, his abdomen remained unperturbed. The ample nutrition caused the blood within Wagner to surge with vigor, powerful and commanding. Akin to the majestic sea, his blood had been completely restructured, and both Whitebeard and Rox keenly heard the sound of blood coursing through Wagner's veins, accompanied by the thunderous rhythm of his heartbeat. Ah, what a voracious little creature he is. Very well, Newgate, let this lad take a respite. Tomorrow, we shall witness the awakening of a true monster. Rox laughed heartily as he exited, having lost a considerable amount of blood yet gaining 2 immensely useful favors in return. Simultaneously, he acquired a subordinate of exceptional talent. It is truly unfathomable to ponder the magnitude of the waves that a Zoan-type devil fruit user with 4 bloodline powers could unleash upon the seas. World, are you prepared to welcome the arrival of a monster? The dawn roused the slumbering ocean, delivering a resounding wake-up call to the languorous souls still nestled in their beds. On Hive Island, the blinding sunlight streamed through the window of Wagner's room, directly illuminating his head, the searing warmth instantly rousing the sleeping boy, who lazily opened his eyes. In the next moment, a euphoric smile blossomed on his lips. Success. The metamorphosis from the previous day seemed to leave behind lingering echoes of discomfort, yet that mattered little. What was significant was that the sole memory etched in his mind was of his body growing ever stronger. When Wagner was merely 3 years old, his parents once imparted to him a profound piece of wisdom: your body is not that of an ordinary person, aside from your closest kin. Never entrust your back to others. For a Navi child, those words were exceedingly cryptic. He could not comprehend their meaning at the time, and his parents vanished before they could offer further explanation. However, after 2 years of navigating the complexities of society, Wagner finally grasped their significance. Exhaling deeply, he rose from his bed, clenching his fists, his diminutive frame brimming with the ferocity of a wild beast. Once emaciated, his body now bore the nascent signs of musculature. And having once stood at less than a meter tall, he had now soared past the 1.5-meter mark, akin to bamboo sprouting after a spring rain. Who would suspect this was a mere 5-year-old? Wagner pushed open the door to his room, hesitated for a moment, then resolutely entered Whitebeard's chamber. Father. Whitebeard was still fast asleep, a massive bubble inflating and deflating with his breath. Upon uttering the word father, the bubble burst like a bomb, like a ferocious tiger. Whitebeard sprang to life, his mind awakening, still somewhat groggy, yet upon seeing Wagner beside him, he jolted upright. Gurururu. My dear son, has your body returned to normal? What a splendid morning this is. Whitebeard laughed heartily, gesturing for Wagner to sit beside him. As he unconsciously activated his observation hockey, it swept over Wagner's form, causing Whitebeard's pupils to constrict sharply. The aura of life, an immensely powerful aura of vitality, though not yet at the pinnacle of strength. This 5-year-old child's life force rivaled that of a notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. This signifies that he possesses a physique surpassing 100 million. Father. Wagner opened his mouth to utter something, but Whitebeard abruptly gestured for silence. Let me take a wild guess. The essence coursing through your veins is not that of a mere human, is it? Those words struck Wagner's heart like a thunderclap on a clear day. Indeed. As Whitebeard proclaimed, he is not human, or rather, he does not belong to any singular race. His bloodline is an intricate amalgamation, yet remarkably pure, seemingly contradictory, yet harmoniously complementary. Yes, Father, within me flows the blood of 4 distinct non-human lineages. The revelation of Whitebeard was astonishing. For bloodlines? Is this a fantasy novel? Ignoring the shocked expression of Whitebeard, Wagner gradually unveiled his greatest secret. At the tender age of 3, I learned from my parents the truth about my body. I was taken aback, yet a unique power coursing through me compelled my acceptance. Whitebeard's gaze shifted to a complex mixture of shock and heartfelt pride. Sharing one's deepest secret with another signifies an intimate bond, and what is there that cannot be shared between a father and son? My grandfather hails from the giant race. My grandmother is of the demon race. My maternal grandfather belongs to the lunaria race. My maternal grandmother is from the fishman race. An oppressive silence enveloped the air. Whitebeard displayed an exaggerated look of disbelief. 4 distinct races. It turns out you are a hybrid. The giant race is renowned as the mightiest on land. The demon race possesses terrifying physical prowess. The lunaria race is naturally endowed with fire control and exceptional adaptability, while the fishman race is celebrated as the favored children of the sea, enhancing their strength in oceanic realms. It is hard to fathom the terrifying physique that would arise from the union of these 4 races. Compared to others, Wagner appears to be favored by the heavens. He possesses the strength of the giants, the physique of the demons, the innate talent of the lunaria, and the fishman ability to thrive in the ocean even after consuming a devil fruit. A powerful mythical beast-type devil fruit serves as the perfect catalyst to reinforce Wagner's bloodlines. The devil fruit further enhances his physicality, and at merely 5 years of age, 10 years down the line, he would easily become a formidable force even without exerting himself. What a tremendous surprise. Once Whitebeard's astonishment faded, it was replaced with profound joy. Do you see? This exceptionally gifted boy is my eldest son. Although the bloodlines within him may attract the envy of ill-intentioned individuals, Whitebeard remained unfazed by such matters. Did you think Whitebeard was meek? Wagner possesses the finest foundation, and Whitebeard will serve as the protective wall and architect of this foundation. My boy, you possess a talent that everyone in these waters would envy. Indeed. This is your source of pride, and you may laugh aloud. Whitebeard expressed his full endorsement, and in that moment, Wagner's burden regarding his bloodlines vanished entirely. A relaxed smile graced Wagner's face. However, Whitebeard's demeanor shifted, and his aura instantly became formidable. Even an unparalleled genius, if not nurtured, remains but an ant. A true genius is one who grows, and while many talents roam these seas, few will reach the end. Do you understand what lies ahead of you? With Whitebeard's stern expression, an overwhelming presence filled the room. If Wagner's conqueror's haki resembles an uncontrolled beast, then Whitebeard's is a supreme blade. Sharp enough to cut through iron. The tidal wave of pressure enveloped Wagner. At that moment, his satisfaction with his current self completely dissipated, though a glimmer of pride remained. It would no longer be easily displayed. Let me tell you, in the coming year, 2 years, even 10 years, you will undergo my most rigorous training. Are you afraid of pain? Are you afraid of death? If you say you are afraid, then I assure you, I can guarantee your safety for a lifetime. And you may lead an ordinary life, peacefully. Wagner suddenly froze. What did he truly desire? Once, he longed for the next meal, yearning merely to survive. But now, that need had been fulfilled. He had long grown weary of a life of begging and thievery, despising the lofty gazes that regarded him as mere vermin. A mundane life might seem pleasant, but surely one must leave a mark in history. I wish to grow stronger. I wish to seize my destiny. Father, please help me. Thus, Whitebeard and Wagner settled into life with the Rock's pirates. Aside from the necessary sustenance and the occasional tasks assigned to Whitebeard by Rocks, the remainder of their time was dedicated to training Wagner. Whitebeard was unyielding with his exceptionally gifted eldest son. Knowing that a fledgling eagle must endure painful metamorphosis to soar the skies, beyond the requisite 8 hours of physical training each day, he devoted an additional 4 hours to honing Wagner's combat skills. Furthermore, Wagner needed to spend 3 hours daily developing his devil fruit abilities and 1 hour contemplating his future path. Only then could he rest. Such an intense regimen would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Yet, the 4 bloodlines within Wagner and the mythical beast-type devil fruit bestowed upon him remarkable resilience. The grueling training that could incapacitate an adult was merely a skin-deep challenge for him. This suffering was trivial compared to the struggles he faced in his past. Moreover, his physique granted him a semblance of life restoration, regardless of how exhausted he became. A hearty meal would rejuvenate him the following day. Witnessing Wagner's relentless training, some of the other pirates in the Rocks crew felt a pang of shame, opting to forego leisure to enhance their own strength. Rocks was quite pleased with this development. To expedite Wagner's growth, one of the sea's overlords, Rocks, dedicated 3 hours each month to guide Wagner's training. Whitebeard was a superlative powerhouse, while Rocks was the pinnacle of strength. The guidance from such elite figures is truly priceless. This relentless training persisted for an entire year. A year later, "You little rascal, have you not eaten? Why are your punches so weak?" In the square of the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard, captain of the 1st Division, sparred with his son Wagner. Surrounding the square, a multitude of pirates watched in rapt awe and astonishment. The reason was simple. The power unleashed by this boy was utterly terrifying. For a whole year, Whitebeard and Wagner faced off daily in the square. The onlooking pirates transformed from mocking the boy to gradually acknowledging him, and from shock to envy. The first day's battle was etched in their minds. Whitebeard had effortlessly defeated Wagner with a mere finger. Yet, this boy seemed impervious to pain or fatigue, rising stubbornly after every fall, absorbing the nutrients of strength from each fight like an unyielding warrior. On the first day, a single strike brought defeat. By the first week, it had escalated to 3 strikes. By the first month, Whitebeard finally unleashed the full might of his hand. In the 3rd month, Whitebeard utilized one of his arms. By the 6th month, this little imp could endure for a full minute under Whitebeard's release of his powers. By the 8th month, the situation evolved from a mere release to a full unleashing of his abilities. As of now, this little rascal has managed to compel Whitebeard to move his feet. It is noteworthy that Whitebeard's current bounty stands at an astonishing 980 million berries, making him the foremost among the crew, second only to Rocks himself. Over the past year, the Rocks pirates have refrained from making any significant moves, and their captain has not recruited any new commanders. Consequently, Whitebeard's status has come perilously close to that of the vice-captain of the Rocks pirates, despite being merely a young boy. In terms of identity, strength, and indomitable will, he has earned the acknowledgement of every member of the Rocks pirates. A thunderous beastly roar interrupted the pirates' contemplation, drawing their attention back to the square. There, the 6-year-old boy, towering at an impressive height of 1.9 meters, suddenly swelled in size, his dark crimson mane enveloping him entirely. An aura reminiscent of the wild swept through the crowd, accompanied by an unsettling pressure that sent shivers down their spines. This is the aura of the mythical beast-type devil fruit, accompanied by a faint, nearly imperceptible hint of conqueror's hockey. Like a newborn tiger that has just sprouted its teeth, it emits a tender roar befitting the king of beasts. In his devil fruit form, Wagner clenches his right fist tightly and hurls it at Whitebeard like a cannonball. The giant race and the demon race excel in strength, and the four bloodline powers have honed Wagner's body to an extraordinary degree. Coupled with the might of a titan, Wagner's fists now possess power that rivals the elite pirates of the Rocks Pirates. Of course, it is merely strength. Slow, too slow. Whitebeard shook his head in dissatisfaction. Facing the oncoming Wagner, he merely sidestepped, causing the latter's punch to miss entirely. Without hesitation, Whitebeard tightened his own fist and struck Wagner in the abdomen. The monstrous force caused Wagner's internal organs to churn. Although Whitebeard did not exert much strength, it still prompted a muffled groan from Wagner. Do not underestimate me, old man. Wagner continued to swing his fists, his immense physical power creating a whooshing sound in the air. His strength was formidable, and while his speed was somewhat lacking, it was still commendable. Yet, in the presence of Whitebeard, it felt as though time had slowed exponentially, with none of his punches finding their mark. Observing Wagner, who had endured 8 hours of grueling training and nearly 4 hours of combat, his clothes soaked in sweat, Whitebeard's eyes flickered with a hint of compassion and admiration. Those who possess talent are not to be feared. It is the talented individual who relentlessly strives beyond the ordinary that truly commands respect. Bang! Whitebeard extended his large hand to catch Wagner's fist, exerting a slight pressure that forced Wagner's wrist downward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Old man. All right, your performance today surpassed yesterday's slightly. We'll conclude the practical training here. Take a break. Whitebeard patted Wagner's shoulder, astonished by the young boy's growth and strength, which had far exceeded his expectations. It could be said that Wagner's current prowess was already comparable to a pirate with a bounty of 50 million. If combined with his formidable physical attributes, he could undoubtedly escape the clutches of pirates with bounties exceeding 100 million. You may rest now. A slight smile appeared on Wagner's youthful yet resolute face. His goal was to grow stronger each day. Captain Whitebeard, Captain Rocks requests your presence. He has matters to discuss with you. A pirate rushed over to inform Whitebeard, who nodded and then proceeded to Rock's quarters. Once he departed, the nearby pirates cautiously approached. That kid is getting stronger by the day. Such enviable talent. Oh, please. Your talent isn't too shabby either. Laziness is laziness. Do not make excuses for yourself. Hey. What's wrong with being lazy? I'm handsome. My dear Tsuewa praises me every time. You mean the technician from Satiate Archipelago, number 18? The pirates who approached were quite familiar with Wagner, many of whom were members of the First Division. Currently, Wagner had neither the energy to engage with them nor the need to issue commands, as the logistics crew had already prepared food. This was a daily routine. Wagner sat in the square, indulging in his meal, the nourishment swiftly restoring his vigor. For an entire year, this had been his way of life. Gazing at the large bowl of meat buns before him, Wagner suddenly smiled. Such a delicious treat would surely have delighted his brother if he were still alive. Are you suggesting that I go recruit an interesting fellow? In Rock's room, Whitebeard reclined with his legs crossed, a bottle of Rock's cherished wine in hand, his expression one of surprise. Since his arrival here over a year ago, he had encountered numerous capable individuals on the seas. Yet, in Rock's discerning eyes, they all seemed to fall short. This man had exceptionally high standards. But today, Rocks had unexpectedly summoned him and even produced his treasured wine, merely to ask him to recruit someone who had recently arrived in the New World but had already made quite a name for himself. Ha ha ha. Indeed, that individual possesses formidable strength. I suspect they may even be on par with you, Whitebeard. Such credentials make them wholly deserving of the captaincy of our second division. If they continue to impress, we shall invite them aboard. However, should they prove ungrateful, there are rules in the world of pirates. Rock's smile held a hint of ruthlessness. What are the rules of the pirate world? The rules of the sea's overlords dictate that if one disregards your generosity, you shall take their face. Whitebeard nodded, confident in his own strength. Understood. I shall set off tomorrow. It is also a good opportunity to let my young lad broaden his horizons. Ha ha ha. Speaking of your young lad, he truly is a remarkable creature. As an astute individual, Rocks knew precisely what Whitebeard enjoyed hearing. Although, given his strength and status, he had no need to pander to a captain. His intention was to cultivate Whitebeard as a trusted confidant. By uttering words that pleased him, he aimed to bridge the gap between them. However, he never anticipated that upon hearing this, Whitebeard would become animated. Just as Whitebeard was about to rise, he suddenly reconsidered, his expression brimming with excitement as he boasted to Rox about Wagner's talent. His demeanor resembled that of a friend who had just won a significant award, eager to show off. A torrent of boastful statements poured forth, leaving others unable to counter, yet utterly powerless to speak up. This was Rox, with a pained expression. He observed Whitebeard's exuberance, wishing to interject but finding himself unable to. Whitebeard was simply stating facts. The young lad's progress was evident to all. It was undeniable that Wagner was the most talented individual Rox had ever encountered. A monstrous physique, extraordinary talent, and tireless dedication to training. He was flawless in every aspect. But, brother, you've been talking for 2 hours straight. Aren't you tired? Finally, as if noticing Rox's strained expression, Whitebeard's pace quickened significantly. His mouth moved like a machine gun, each sentence following the last in rapid succession. Thus, Rox spent yet another hour listening. After Whitebeard departed, the sea overlord let out a long sigh of relief. The following day, a pirate ship adorned with the flag of the Rox pirates set sail. The ship's bow was shaped like a whale, and all pirates understood that this was the vessel of Edward Newgate, the captain of the 1st Division of the Rox pirates. The ship sailed gracefully across the seas, its terrifying bounty of nearly 1 billion instilling an intangible dread in any ill-intentioned pirates. Oh, finally, a chance to go out and have some fun. In that moment, Wagner's youthful spirit was completely liberated. A 6-year-old child, naturally inclined to play, had been stifled by the confines of the small hive island. Ha ha ha. After a year of intense training, it's time to let your body relax. This mission should last at least a week, or at most a month. Take a good rest. Whitebeard reclined on a deck chair, clutching a colossal jug of liquor, basking in the warm embrace of the sun, a rare moment of leisure indeed. Even for a formidable figure like Whitebeard, daily rigorous training was a necessity. Throughout the Rox pirates, from Captain Rox himself to the novice crew members in the lower decks, everyone was resolutely honing their skills. Some were driven by dreams of unifying the world, others coveting the treasures possessed by their comrades, while a few sought to elevate their status, hoping to garner a larger share during plundering. Of course, there existed a minority who cared little for such aspirations. Their ascent was straightforward: eliminate those who overshadowed them. What if you are a comrade? What if your bounty surpasses mine by several folds? You must still succumb to slumber, no? Within the Rox pirates, it was not uncommon for members to be dispatched by their own during their dreams. This had become a peculiar hallmark of the crew, a band of merciless individuals, accustomed to such grim realities. However, due to Whitebeard's profound disdain for such conduct, self-inflicted violence was strictly prohibited aboard the ship while he led the members on missions. This regulation was one of the many reasons why numerous members yearned to be part of Whitebeard's division, who wouldn't desire a peaceful night's rest. The afternoon sun was particularly delightful, and Wagner had also brought over a deck chair, reclining beside Whitebeard, their postures strikingly similar. The sole distinction lay in the contents of their hands. While Whitebeard held liquor, Wagner cradled milk. Suddenly, a resounding boom shattered the tranquility of the afternoon. Both Whitebeard and Wagner, who had begun to succumb to drowsiness, instantly vacated their comfortable chairs. "Report to Captain Whitebeard. We are under attack." "It's a Navy ship," shouted the lookout pirate. Interestingly, the Navy vessel was still quite distant, yet cannon fire had already commenced. Could it be that the Navy headquarters had developed some new artillery? Humph. Those foolish Navy fools dare to tread into the New World? Whitebeard pondered, perplexed. By all accounts, the New World was the realm of pirates, with the Navy seldom daring to venture here. Although a handful of reckless Navy personnel would occasionally invade the New World to capture pirates, their fate was well known, bound with stones and dragged to the depths of the sea. "Old man, are we under attack? Does this mean I can finally showcase the fruits of my training?" Wagner exclaimed with excitement, having endured a year of relentless beatings at the hands of Whitebeard. Can you fathom how he managed to survive that year? At long last, he has found a worthy opponent, someone of similar prowess, to vent his pent-up frustrations. Wahaha, truly, he is my son. Tighten your belt, young lad, for what lies ahead is a genuine battle for survival. Whitebeard patted Wagner's head with a robust hand, and without a moment's hesitation, commanded the pirate ship to surge forth towards the naval vessel. Standing at the bow of the ship, his white cloak billowed majestically in the wind, exuding an undeniable aura of dominance. Ha! Encountering an old acquaintance is indeed exhilarating. Though the two vessels remained at a considerable distance, laughter from the warship could already be heard. The hearty guffaws momentarily darkened Whitebeard's expression. Yet, Wagner could see the corners of Whitebeard's mouth curl upwards, releasing an even more imposing laugh. Wahaha. It has been a while, Carp. This marks the second encounter between two formidable warriors. Whitebeard, today I shall undoubtedly capture you and bring you to impel down. Humph. Such bravado. Did you forget to brush your teeth this morning? If you wish to seize me, you must first ascertain whether your fist possess sufficient strength. The two titans exchanged a glance, and in the next moment, they both propelled themselves skyward with a mighty roar. Iron Fist. The Naginata, Songyan cut. On this day, the 6-year-old Wagner finally witnessed the essence of combat between the powerful. Whitebeard is a master of physical combat, and his mastery of the devil fruit is commendable. Moreover, he is undeniably a true swordsman. To the eyes of the untrained, his Naginata may appear somewhat unconventional. Yet for the towering figure of Whitebeard, it is the most fitting weapon. The dark, armed hockey envelopes the blade of Songyan cut, and with his innate colossal strength wielding such a grand weapon, the force he unleashes is far from a mere sum of 1 + 1. Similarly, Carp is no less impressive. His armed hockey is even mightier than that of Whitebeard. If Whitebeard's armed hockey is akin to steel forged through countless trials, then Carp's is as indestructible as diamond. He is a pure physical combatant, his fist resembling small meteors. Before Whitebeard, they may seem like mere pebbles, yet they are irresistibly powerful. The clash of these elite warriors left Wagner astounded, his eyes wide with disbelief. Neither of these combatants yielded an inch, each strike resonating with flesh and each blade threatening life. Gulalala. Carp, you old scoundrel. The power of your fists seems to be diminishing. What? Have you taken a liking to the sordid pleasures of the underworld, like those filthy Navy scoundrels? You speak nonsense. My son is already 11. Am I, Carp, the kind of man who lacks shame? The two adversaries clashed furiously in the skies, their words as sharp as their weapons, each utterance more cutting than the last. Strangely, Wagner felt that these two individuals were not mere mortal enemies, but rather a pair of friends entwined in rivalry. With their leaders engaged in battle, the soldiers and pirates under their command could not afford to remain idle. Charge forth. Capture these wicked pirates. They cried. Ha ha ha. Brothers, vanquish these hypocritical Navy men and cast them into the sea to feed the fish. Fire. Fire. How dare you, wretched Navy? Do you have any idea who I am? I am the king of pirates, with a bounty of 110 million, commanded the notorious captain, urging his ship forward amidst the hail of cannon fire. As the pirate vessel surged toward the Navy ship, the distance between them dwindled to less than 10 meters, prompting eager pirates to leap into action. On Whitebeard's ship, there were no fewer than 100 pirates, among whom over 40 were members of the 1st Division. Renowned for their formidable strength, with bounties typically ranging from 50 million to 100 million. The remaining crew members were hastily recruited by Whitebeard due to a shortage of manpower. Their strength a notch below that of the 1st Division, with bounties averaging around 20 to 30 million. Nevertheless, it was indisputable that every pirate aboard possessed a bounty exceeding 20 million, with the sole exception possibly being the young Wagner. Yet he did not falter. Instead, his striking eyes sparkled with fierce determination. After a year of arduous training, it was time to assess the fruits of his labor. Kill! The pirates roared, brandishing their weapons as they charged toward Carp's warship. However, the Navy forces accompanying Carp were no ordinary soldiers, they were a cohort of elite warriors. The Navy swiftly drew their sabers or seized their firearms, maintaining their composure while repelling the onrushing pirates. Gunfire erupted, blades flashed, and in an instant, what had been vibrant life turned into lifeless bodies. The overwhelming stench of blood caused Wagner's expression to shift dramatically, though his hands were not unfamiliar with the touch of blood, having once brutally taken the life of an adult with coarse steel bars in a fit of rage. This was an entirely different matter. The deck was strewn with the corpses of countless souls. The sickly sweet aroma invaded Wagner's nostrils, prompting an instinctive urge to retch. Yet the very essence of his being compelled him to inhale deeply, as if to savor the scent. The sinister pirates deserved to perish. Like an inexperienced novice, Wagner caught the attention of a nearby soldier, who raised his saber and without hesitation swung it towards Wagner's neck. The icy breath of the blade jolted Wagner into clarity. Countless hours of combat training kicked in, and he instinctively crouched down to evade the strike. Though this maneuver appeared rather ungraceful, it proved to be remarkably effective. The sharp military dagger did not pierce Wagner's neck. It merely severed a few strands of hair from atop his head, missing its mark. The soldier unhesitatingly swung his weapon once more. Wagner rolled to his left again, but the soldier's strike was executed with such swiftness The keen naval cutlass left a faint scar upon Wagner's arm, with droplets of crimson blood steadily oozing forth. The soldier stood in shock. He was a master swordsman, primarily trained in the art of swordsmanship. Although he had yet to reach the realm of a true sword master, his strength was undeniably formidable. This strike, though merely the tip of the blade grazing the boy's arm, should have at least left a long scar, right? What was happening before his eyes? Was this boy's skin truly that resilient? The slight sting became the final straw that ignited Wagner's latent demonic bloodline. The demon race was a bloodthirsty lineage. Born warriors by nature, pain was not something they feared. Rather, it served to awaken the ferocity within them. Roar! Wagner's eyes began to redden, and he let out a furious roar that echoed to the heavens as his body began to swell dramatically. The sharp fangs and the black-red fur he had cultivated over a year had transformed him into a terrifying figure towering at 10 meters. The savage aura of a beast radiated wildly around him. This was no longer the genteel youth he once appeared to be. He had become a creature that would feast upon the unwary. The faint hint of conqueror's haki within Wagner involuntarily emanated from him, though it was merely a whisper. It momentarily stunned the pirates and navy aboard the ship. In that fleeting second, the Reaper's blade that could have been evaded fell mercilessly, while bullets that could have been deflected pierced through flesh. In an instant, blood sprayed, and anguished cries filled the air. The Navy officer standing beside Wagner was even more profoundly affected. His raised sword froze mid-air, but Wagner's colossal hand had already seized his head. With ease, he crushed the officer's skull as if it were a mere peanut shell. Roar! The crimson hue exhilarated Wagner anew as he eagerly sought out the nearby navy, unleashing a frenzied slaughter with his brute force. In the skies above, Carp's observation haki perceived the chaos unfolding on the deck, and his expression darkened visibly. A sense of unease creeping into his heart as he beheld the terrifying giant ape. His son, Monkey D. Dragon, was also aboard the ship. Who could have foreseen such a turn of events? His son had merely pleaded to accompany him on a mission to witness the outside world. Yet they found themselves entangled with the formidable Whitebeard. Though his vice-admiral was present aboard, no one could guarantee Dragon's absolute safety. Damn that little brat. That accursed Whitebeard. When did one of his subordinates become a monstrous child? If he was mistaken, this was no ordinary Zoan-type devil fruit user. Carp's words elicited hearty laughter from Whitebeard, as he realized there was no need for concern. Wagner's strength now rivaled that of a pirate worth over 100 million. To possess such power at the tender age of 6 was indeed a monstrous feat. Galala, that was his son. Such strength was only fitting. In a marine expanse of the New World, a pirate ship clashed fervently with a naval vessel. A few passing ships, upon witnessing the chaos, dared not linger even momentarily. On the deck of the naval vessel, Wagner, having transformed into his Titan form, was ruthlessly slaughtering the navy before him. He understood his identity as a pirate. And the navy were their foes. This 6-year-old child appeared far more mature than the average adult. Damn, was this brat a monster? Such tremendous strength. An elite marine grit his teeth, exerting all his might to withstand Wagner's colossal fists. He was among the larger soldiers in the navy, naturally skilled in strength. Yet, he found his pride and power completely overshadowed by this young brute. It was known that, in terms of raw strength, he was comparable to certain majors. Roar! Wagner bellowed with excitement, finally relishing the thrill of overpowering his enemies. Though it was his first true battle, he fought with the fervor of a rabid dog. Growing more fervent with each clash, his enormous fist rained down relentlessly, and when the navy could no longer resist, Wagner extended his hand, crushing them as one would an ant. The gruesome brutality significantly bolstered the morale of the vicious pirates, while simultaneously sending chills down the spines of the remaining navy. This marks the 4th naval officer that Wagner has dispatched. For a novice, this is quite an impressive feat. Just as he seeks his next target, a sudden whistling sound pierces the air beside him. Bang! A tremendous force surges into Wagner's brain. His body lurches violently to the left. And in the fleeting moment before his head strikes the ground, Wagner's expression hardens as he swiftly places his hand on the deck, forcing himself to rise. I actually managed to withstand that kick without falling? A somewhat juvenile voice resonates, and an irate Wagner turns to behold a youth, barely 7 meters tall, standing before him. The lad's skin bears a hint of darkness, clad in a sharp naval uniform that exudes authority, yet his features betray an undeniable naivete. Youngster. How unchivalrous. Resorting to a sneak attack. The recipient of the ambush feels the sting of a kick to his face. Who wouldn't he feel displeased in such a situation? Wagner raises his right hand high, preparing to strike down upon the diminutive figure before him with overwhelming force. Yet, Surprisingly, the youth exhibits no intention of evasion. He displays a disdainful smile, crossing his arms to firmly block the colossal hand that is larger than his entire body. Bang! The massive hand collides with the boy's arms, producing a thunderous sound. Is that all? He utters, laced with contempt. Wagner's pupils constrict in disbelief. How could it be? This young lad truly withstood the blow? Remarkable strength. Logically, someone like you should have long since been the subject of a bounty by the Navy headquarters. Yet I suppose you will not require one. After all, today, I shall defeat you and consign you to impel down for the remainder of your life. The youth exerts force, unexpectedly propelling Wagner's enormous hand away. In Wagner's eyes, this seemingly small figure suddenly exudes a feral aura. Soru. A sharp command escapes the child's lips, and in an instant, his form vanishes. At that moment, Wagner's primal instincts kick in. Instinctively, he raises his arm to the left, and as expected, another kick, as powerful as a nuclear warhead, strikes. Bang! Amidst the astonished gazes of surrounding pirates, Wagner endures the youth's kick, yet the flesh on his arm visibly dense. How formidable is his physique? These pirates are all too aware. In that instant, the pirate's expressions towards this still somewhat youthful boy shift to a mix of apprehension and gravity. The age of this little rascal is likely only in his teens. Yet he has already exhibited such astonishing talent at an age so tender. If he continues to mature, he may very well become a formidable adversary for the Rock's pirates. My apologies, young Wagner. I shall claim this little one's head for myself. Suddenly, a pirate wielding a massive sword lunged forward, his eyes glimmering with a fierce, murderous intent. The pitch-black hockey enveloped his blade with an ominous energy, and the edge gleamed coldly as it aimed directly for the little one's head. Clang! Surprisingly, the sound of blades slicing through flesh did not resonate. Instead, a strangely dressed man, brandishing a long sword, intercepted the powerful strike. Humph! It is Bloodblade Mortino of the Rock's pirates, with a bounty of 398 million berries. How dare you, a scoundrel like yourself, strike at an unripe youth? Have you no shame? The man who blocked Mortino's attack appeared somewhat frail, standing at 1.9 meters and bearing the marks of disability. He astonishingly managed to withstand the onslaught of the strongest member of Whitebeard's First Division. Clearly, he is not an insignificant figure. Hee. What can I say? Even I am taken aback by the little one's talent. Wouldn't you agree, Rear Admiral of the Navy, nameless swordsman Bogart? Mortino remarked with a casual smile. Yet his gaze turned razor-sharp. This individual before him is no ordinary man. He is a genuine swordsman. Moreover, he is also the future aide-de-Garp. Both warriors wielding blades belong to opposing factions, thus there is little need for further discourse. The massive sword swung down, and the long sword countered. The clash of blades created a spectacle that was undeniably thrilling. Gulalala. I never would have imagined, Garp, you old coot, that you would bring this nameless swordsman along. Whitebeard inquired as he fiercely battled Garp. Bogart's reputation is indeed considerable. He is one of the top rear admirals within the Navy. When it comes to his crew of pirates, Whitebeard felt no certainty about defeating such a renowned Navy officer. There is nothing I can do. My aide has recently taken leave. I must have another high-caliber fighter aboard my ship. Garp laughed heartily, having keenly sensed Whitebeard's displeasure. Indeed. It brings him great joy to see Whitebeard vexed. Damned Garp. Mutual sentiments. Remember this. The one who will defeat you is Monkey D. Dragon. With no other threats lurking. The little one could finally continue his battle with Wagner, proudly declaring his name, and indeed, he had the merit to be proud. At the tender age of 11, he mastered 4 of the 6 forms of the Navy, displaying remarkable talent and unwavering diligence under his father's pressure. Even the current Admiral, Steelbone Sora, acknowledged him as one of the most gifted individuals in Navy history. His future is destined for greatness as an admiral. Is it too soon to say such things? Observing the somewhat arrogant little one, a hint of disdain flickered at the corner of Wagner's mouth. Surely, no one genuinely believes he possesses only this level of skill? Diamond J10 palm. Smack. In an instant, before the young dragon could react, Wagner's massive hand struck with a speed that far surpassed his previous attacks. The force of the blow left young dragon dazed and reeling. Humph. I return your words. Remember this. The one who will defeat you is Edward Rosdy Wagner. Bang. Another dull thud echoed as the dazed dragon lifted his head. In the next moment, he watched Wagner, who was removing the heavy weights from his body, lost in contemplation. On the deck, Dragon rose from the ground, his eyes narrowed as he regarded Wagner, who was slowly discarding his burdens. He observed that the weights on Wagner's right arm had already been cast aside, causing that arm to visibly swell. Following suit were his left arm, left leg, right leg, and abdomen. A total of 5 heavy weights thudded against the deck, each drop eliciting a painful sound from the wood. What caused Dragon's pupils to constrict was the realization that those 5 weights emanated a distinct oceanic aura. So, you train while you fight? Hoo-ha. Isn't that already evident? Dragon, is it? You're quite impressive. For a whole year, even while I sleep, these weights have been my constant companions. You not only provide me with the thrill of combat, but also allow my body an unprecedented relaxation. I truly thank you. Wagner flexed his wrists, and in the next moment, his form rapidly diminished, transforming from a Titan ape into a human of nearly 5 meters in height. Although he retained some traits of the Titan ape, he was no longer a so-called monster. Animal-type devil fruit, human-beast form. Though Wagner's stature had significantly reduced, the power within him surged to an entirely new height. Perhaps this was the benefit of the painful transformation he underwent a year ago. His muscles could now be compressed. This is a skill that may sound utterly absurd, yet it is remarkably practical. For instance, when he throws a punch, a typical blow can generate a force of 5 tons. However, when he compresses his muscles and condenses them into a single point, he can unleash the full strength of all the muscles in his arm, amounting to a staggering 15 tons. A threefold enhancement. Although this technique significantly drains his stamina, his robust physique allows him to sustain it for 5 minutes, ample time to neutralize most adversaries. Wait, your devil fruit has developed to the extent that you can utilize a hybrid human-animal form? Is it possible that the burdens on your body have led to a bold conjecture in the mind of Dorag? Surely, no one would willingly endure such exhausting training every single day? Ha ha ha, you're quite quick-witted. Indeed, among the components of the burdens I carry, there exists 50% high-purity sea prism stone. Wagner grinned, revealing 2 sharp fangs, his face adorned with a sinister smile. Wagner's revelation utterly astonished everyone except for Whitebeard. They were not naive novices just setting sail. Their knowledge of the devil fruits was substantial. Many pirates are capable of harnessing the powers of these fruits. And although the Navy possesses fewer users, there are still a select few. Regardless of their abilities, they all share one common understanding. Devil fruits are loathed by the sea, and consuming one renders a person a helpless landlubber. This is a well-known fact that cannot be altered. Is this for real? Such training seems utterly insane. Indeed. What if one encounters ill-intentioned individuals? Wouldn't he that just invite danger? Hold on, have you two formed an alliance last night? Wagner is the son of Whitebeard. Who would dare harbor ill intentions toward him? True. How remarkable that this young lad can endure the agony of weakness. Such a terrifying fortitude. His devil fruit must be anything but ordinary. With opportunity, talent, and relentless effort, why on earth would such a person not choose to become a valiant Navy officer? Hey, did you not notice? This kid resembles Edward. He could very well be the son of Whitebeard. Hiss, that seems entirely plausible. In that case, it would be wise for this lad to remain with us today. The pirates and Navy began to discuss, with the pirates expressing envy toward Wagner's fortune, while the Navy resolved to eliminate this exceptionally gifted young man. Is that your son? In the sky, Carp's attack noticeably faltered. He gazed incredulously at Whitebeard, recalling that. If memory serves, Whitebeard had no wife, did he? Could it be? Wait. What kind of expression is that, Carp? Wagner is my acknowledged son. Please refrain from looking as if I were a scoundrel. Veins bulged on Whitebeard's forehead, as Carp's complex expression suggested disbelief that such a seemingly respectable individual could be so irresponsible. How could Whitebeard, who had been solo for 27 years, bear such an affront? Yet Carp seemed oblivious to these nuances, as 4 words echoed in his mind. Acknowledged son. How strange. Why do I feel as though my own child could be snatched away by Whitebeard? Carp shook his head vigorously, attempting to dispel this implausible anxiety. He took a few deep breaths, forcing his emotions to settle. When he redirected his focus to the battle, Whitebeard was astonished to see a flicker of unmistakable fury in Carp's eyes. Damn you, Whitebeard, prepare to meet your end. Iron fist, shattering star. By the heavens, have you consumed gunpowder today? If you seek death, I shall oblige. Meanwhile, on the deck, the battle between Wagner and Dorag had commenced. This encounter saw neither party holding back, nor engaging in any tentative measures. Both individuals are prodigies in physical combat, delivering strikes with fervor and intensity. However, Wagner's physique far exceeds that of Dorag. Perhaps, in terms of presence, a larger stature conveys a greater sense of intimidation. Yet, when it comes to actual combat. An oversized frame can render one an easier target. More critically, in the realm of nimble maneuvers and swift dodges, the towering Wagner cannot hope to match Dorag's agility. The current scenario reveals Dorag leveraging his dexterity to steadily deplete Wagner's stamina. The latter, in a state of frustration, is forced to defend himself, his arms shielding his head. Yet, concealed behind those arms lies a pair of feral eyes, harboring a glimmer of profound menace. Once again, the formidable kick of Dorag strikes. However, unlike his previous assaults, this time, his attack appears to be aimed at enhancing the strength of his legs. He lingers in the air for a brief half-second. A splendid opportunity. A fierce glint flashes within Wagner's beastly eyes. For him, whose physical power has already reached its zenith, this half-second is more than sufficient. The Diamond Titan's prisoning finger. Can you fathom the sensation of being crushed by a colossal finger measuring a full 5 meters in length? Dorag will enlighten you. It descends like a massive meteorite, mercilessly pulverizing him from head to toe. It seems intent on shattering every bone and organ within him, leaving him to struggle wildly. Yet, despite summoning every ounce of his strength, he can barely lift his body a few centimeters off the ground. Get up, you fool. How can the renowned genius of the Navy headquarters, hailed as the strongest in a century, endure such humiliation? In a frenzied attempt, he urges the power within him. But it sinks like a stone into the sea, yielding no effect. A hint of gravity appears in Wagner's gaze as well. This technique can be deemed his most formidable skill, a lethal maneuver he has meticulously developed after countless days and nights of fervent contemplation. It can be asserted that any pirate whose strength has not ascended to the level of a bounty exceeding 100 million will undoubtedly find their bones shattered beneath this singular strike. This move harnesses the full muscular power of his upper body, representing the pinnacle of his current ability to mobilize his internal strength. The formidable strength of 30 coalesced in the tip of his right index finger, resulting in an astonishing display of power. Yet, even under such pressure, Dorag managed to muster some resistance. What a terrifying talent! Wagner appeared to overlook his own prodigious abilities as he focused solely on the tenaciously resisting Dorag, gritting his teeth in an attempt to summon more strength as if to transcend his limits. With a resounding shout, Iron Fist, echoing in Wagner's ears, an immense force suddenly struck his right arm. Like a powerful Barrett bullet, a single punch sent Wagner's robust arm flying. He could not suppress a muffled groan as his massive frame was propelled towards the sea. The fate of a devil fruit user plunging into the ocean was all too well known. Although Wagner possessed the bloodline of a fisherman, it merely afforded him a slim chance of survival. However, the spectacle of Wagner plummeting into the ocean did not unfold. A pair of large hands appeared behind him, securely catching his falling form. Upon raising his head, a familiar and authoritative visage met his gaze. Yet, this face, which he found so comforting, appeared profoundly ominous in that moment. Kapu, how dare you lay a hand on my family? Are you truly tired of living? The enraged Whitebeard seized Wagner with one hand while brandishing his weapon, the Tsung cut, with the other. Wagner keenly observed that a strange layer of white energy enveloped the broad blade of the Tsung cut. His animalistic instincts alerted him to a chilling aura of destruction. The assailant targeting Wagner was none other than Kapu, who acted upon witnessing the peril his son faced. His expression was equally grim. For the moment he lifted Dorag from the ground, he could clearly discern that the young man's internal organs and bones had sustained considerable injury, particularly his ribs, 3 of which were broken. Yet, this was not the moment for contemplation. Whitebeard, do you truly seek a battle to the death? You must consider this carefully. Should we both unleash our full powers, not a single soldier or pirate will survive. Before Kapu could finish his warning, Whitebeard had already furiously swung his blade. The massive blade energy surged forth, creating numerous fissures in the air before him. The sharp sound of the air fracturing resonated, and Kapu could no longer afford to think of anything else. This attack was clearly aimed at their warship. In his fury, Whitebeard showed no regard for the lives of his pirate crew. To him, they were merely expendable pawns in this ruthless pirate crew. Armament. Kapu kicked the just recovered Dorag away, not out of spite, but because Dorag was too close for comfort. Even if he could withstand the tremors of Whitebeard's quake fruit, the residual effects would still gravely injure Dorag. However, Kapu failed to notice that his kick had landed squarely on Dorag's left cheek. He was oblivious to the sheer might of his own flesh and blood, the boiling blood within him, and the abnormal temperature of his body. He remained unaware that as Dorag cried out in pain, he felt a warm, wet substance upon his left cheek. It was blood. In that fleeting moment before the unfortunate Dorag lost consciousness, the last image to imprint upon his vision was the peculiar pattern of his father's shoe sole. The naval and pirate forces aboard the ship had long ceased their skirmish, for this was not the time for ambushes. Enraged, Whitebeard possessed the capacity to obliterate the warship entirely, even if Kapu stepped forward to intervene. The residual force from Whitebeard's quake fruit was more than sufficient to send the vessel to the depths of the sea. In the face of life itself, what value does wealth hold? Bogard approached the unconscious Dorag, then, with a grave expression, set off towards the furious Whitebeard, stepping lightly as he charged at Kapu. Under the watchful eyes of the pirates and navy, these two titans finally unleashed their signature abilities. The force of destruction clashed with the unyielding iron fist. This is a moment that will forever remain etched in Wagner's memory. 2 days later, aboard Whitebeard's ship. The scene was still reminiscent of that 2 days prior. 2 deck chairs, one large and one small, and 2 figures, one large and one small. Gulalala. Wagner. How is your arm? Whitebeard inquired, taking a sip of his drink while observing Wagner, who was quietly sipping milk, replenishing his calcium to mend his injured arm. It's nothing serious. Although I took a punch from that bastard carp, resulting in a minor fracture, I have since fully recovered. The bloodline of the demon race, coupled with the powers of the Zoan-type devil fruit, endowed him with remarkable regenerative abilities. In just 2 days, his injured right arm had returned to its former state. However, he still harbored considerable resentment towards Carp. Gulalala. That is reassuring. In fact, this experience is beneficial for you, Whitebeard said, squinting his eyes. At the very least, you have come to recognize the gap between yourself and the strong. The bloodline within you enables your survival in the vast ocean. Remember, should you encounter an invincible foe in the future, do not recklessly throw yourself into battle. Whitebeard's words rang true. As a genius, Wagner had always possessed a degree of pride. Yet, Carp's punch had thoroughly awakened him. What difference did it make if you progressed rapidly? There were many geniuses upon the seas. Each renowned and formidable individual was a genius in their own right. The father and son lay upon the deck. As the venerable Whitebeard recounted the treachery of the sea, imparting vital knowledge necessary for survival upon the waves. After a brief interval of approximately 5 minutes, the lookout aboard the ship called out, "Captain Whitebeard, we have arrived." A subtle smile crept upon Whitebeard's lips as he slowly rose, with Wagner closely trailing behind him, both gazing at the unremarkable island that lay not far ahead. Oh no, to be precise, it was the pirate ship anchored beside that island. Gulalala. A golden mane enveloped the skull, a truly vivid emblem. Keka, my little ones, pillage everything this town possesses. Should anyone dare to resist, annihilate their entire family. A man, adorned with flowing golden locks and a cigar clenched between his teeth, radiated the majesty of a lion as he laughed heartily. His name was Shiki, known as the Golden Lion. At merely 26 years of age, he had already amassed the means to traverse the seas. With a bounty soaring to 811 million belly, he was indeed a notorious pirate of this bygone era. However, his crew lacked formidable strength, comprising only 2 subordinates with bounties slightly exceeding 200 million. The Flying Sky Pirates were not particularly powerful, merely holding a status of above average in this new world. Yet, this did not diminish the fearsome reputation of the Golden Lion. A young swordsman, a user of the float fruit, he acted with cruelty and without regard for the consequences. In many regions, Shiki had become a frightening tale, a reason for children to fear returning home at night. This illustrates the extent of his terror. Oh, long live Captain Shiki. It is once again my favorite time for plunder. Keek. Tremble, you ain't like commoners. The Golden Lion was no benevolent figure, and his crew members were equally devoid of virtue. Arson, slaughter, and pillaging were merely commonplace to them. Perhaps this was the true essence of piracy. Yet, not far away, Wagner, having already heard the wails of the afflicted, harbored a different perspective. 1 kilometer away from the town, Wagner, pale of face, walked beside Whitebeard, who had clearly noticed his son's unusual pallor. However, he chose not to speak, merely exhaling a long sigh. Was Whitebeard a good man? Reflecting inwardly, Whitebeard did not consider himself a virtuous soul. Yet, he would never engage in the senseless slaughter of innocents. He had his own moral boundaries. But in matters such as these, he could only remain silent. In this world where humanity devours humanity, there exists a crucial truth to grasp. What significance does strength hold when there are countless others who rival your might? How could one possibly intervene in their methods? It can only be stated that Whitebeard would not act in such a manner, neither now nor in the future. The world he envisions is one where he is surrounded by numerous family members, a realm where the populace harbors no fear towards them. As for Wagner, the reality of our current capabilities leaves us powerless to effect change. Perhaps in a few decades, when your strength has grown formidable enough, you shall earn the right to shape this world according to your desires. Whitebeard gently ruffled Wagner's hair, the weight of his hand offering a measure of solace. Both men fell into silence, while the pirates behind them remained indifferent. Such acts were not foreign to the Rock's pirates. They would commit even more heinous deeds in pursuit of greater bounties and elevated status. The wails of despair echoed hauntingly, and soon they beheld a town ravaged by destruction. What a sight it was! In that fleeting moment, Wagner felt the blood within him congeal. His lips turned an ashen hue. He had believed himself to possess formidable mental fortitude, yet this hellish scene compelled him to acknowledge his own youth. The ground lay strewn with ruins, bloodied rubble, dismembered limbs, and the remnants of civilians who had suffered indignities unto death. The once warm flames that served to warm the hearth had become the most effective means of erasing traces of the past. Perhaps some still survived in this town, but surely not many. Yet, Whitebeard and his companions pressed on undeterred. Wagner, his body tense and rigid, felt Whitebeard grasp his left hand, and though puzzled, he noted the profound compassion in Whitebeard's gaze. No one understands the value of life better than an orphan. That intricate expression sent a shiver through Wagner, and he lowered his head, seemingly yielding to the malaise of this ailing world. Together, they advanced at the forefront of the group, making their way toward the heart of the town. After approximately 10 minutes, a throng of revelers came into view, engaged in a grand feast. The appearance of these individuals is undeniably menacing. Yet, in light of the surrounding scene that resembles a hellish nightmare, their demeanor seems almost justified. This group of ferocious figures sits upon the ground, reveling in exquisite wine and savoring the spoils of their recent plunder. Each countenance radiates satisfaction, and the astute Wagner observes that all these ruffians are smeared with traces of blood. At the center of this sinister assembly stands a man exuding a fearsome aura. With flowing golden locks, his waist is adorned with two elegantly designed long knives that undoubtedly hold great value, while a cigar dangles from his lips, and his brow conveys an unmistakable air of defiance. He emanates the presence of a lion ruling the savannah, and none would dare question the terror he inspires. Ha ha ha, what an unusual guest, he exclaims, revealing himself to be Edward Newgate, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' First Division. The Golden Lion, seated at the head of the table, regards the arrival of Whitebeard with an expression of calm, as if he had anticipated this encounter. With the Golden Lion's words, the reveling pirates swiftly draw their weapons, and Whitebeard's crew mirrors their actions, poised to engage in battle at a moment's notice upon their captain's command. Galala, I am Shiki, the captain of the flying pirate crew. This is our first meeting, and it seems your bounty of 800 million is no jest. Whitebeard narrows his eyes, not out of fear, but because he recognizes the overwhelming aura of the Golden Lion, suggesting that their strengths are closely matched. Should a conflict ensue, it could very well last for days. Ha ha ha, truly astonishing. However, this proposal leaves much to be desired. The arrogant Golden Lion raises his blade, locking eyes with Whitebeard, sensing the formidable aura radiating from him. In the next moment, a fervent gleam ignites within his gaze. Come, let us engage in combat. Should you emerge victorious, I would gladly consider joining the Rock's pirates. On a forlorn and deserted isle, the once serene atmosphere has been shattered today. The land seems to have been imbued with life, thrashing violently against the sky, while primal trees splinter apart, not due to external assault, but because two formidable warriors are clashing upon this island. What terrifying monsters they are. Have they truly battled for over 2 days now? A pirate aboard Whitebeard's ship speaks to his companion, astonishment etched upon every face. 2 days prior, they encountered the Golden Lion's crew, and, at his behest, Whitebeard engaged in a fierce struggle. Whitebeard had refused to battle on the island that the Golden Lion had ravaged. Instead, they chose an uninhabited isle for their cataclysmic duel. It has been 2.5 days, and these titans show no sign of relenting. The Golden Lion is indeed formidable, capable of trading blows with Captain Whitebeard to such an extent. After all, he is a man with an 800 million bounty. Captain Rocks himself wishes to recruit him as the 2nd Division commander of the Rocks Pirates. Such a man could not possibly be weak. The members of the Rocks Pirates are astounded, for foes capable of matching Captain Whitebeard in combat are few and far between. Likewise, aboard the flying pirate cruise vessel, their members share the sentiment. In their eyes, the Golden Lion is an invincible force. No matter the adversary, their captain can undoubtedly handle it with ease. Yet today, he faces a worthy opponent and finds himself in a grueling battle. The powers of two top-tier Paramecia devil fruits are equally terrifying. The possesses the capacity for cataclysmic destruction, while the grants dominion over the elements. Although both warriors have yet to fully awaken their abilities, they unleash forces that inspire trepidation. Whitebeard is a grand swordsman, and the Golden Lion is no less so. One wields an enormous naginata with ferocious might, while the other employs dual blades with agility and finesse. Wagner stands upon the deck, observing the clash between the two titans while calming the tempest within his heart. Perhaps, as Whitebeard suggested, they are indeed pirates. The Golden Lion's actions align more closely with the archetype of a true pirate. Yet, deep within, Wagner harbors a profound disdain for such so-called genuine piracy. His blade is wielded to grow stronger, to protect. His fists are not instruments for the oppression of the weak, nor for the acts of arson, pillage, and slaughter. This is a profound judgment of one's own soul, a contemplation that will determine his future. Will he choose to become a true pirate, living freely in this world? Or will he remain steadfast in his convictions, using his seemingly insignificant strength to resist this morbid reality? This is a profound question. Wagner's mind grew increasingly chaotic. Oblivious to the frenzied circulation of the four bloodlines dormant within him, nor did he notice the accelerating flow of blood coursing through his veins. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable crack within his body. Instantly, his mind began to blank, as if everything had become transparent. Meanwhile, the battle between Whitebeard and the Golden Lion, which had raged for 2.5 days, finally came to an end. It was not a matter of victory or defeat, for the two combatants were evenly matched, leaving no possibility for a decisive outcome. If one were to insist, Whitebeard might have had a slight edge, but it was hardly significant. Haha, what a thrill, truly exhilarating. After 11 years at sea, this is the first time I've fought with such enjoyment. The Golden Lion stood triumphantly in the air, his appearance somewhat disheveled, his clothes tattered, covered in dust and grime, adorned with numerous wounds. Yet, this did not diminish his admiration for Whitebeard. Gulalala. Not bad, not bad. You can barely rank among the top 3 opponents I've faced. Whitebeard was not faring much better. His shirt was nearly in tatters, and his once pristine white cloak had long vanished, his face dusted with grime. Remarkably, though, his mustache, resembling a crescent moon, remained utterly unscathed. Amidst their fierce clash, an inexplicable bond had formed between these two titans. This was a recognition of each other's strength. Yet the philosophies they harbored within their hearts rendered them incapable of becoming companions bound by life and death. Although Whitebeard did not defeat the Golden Lion, the latter resolved to join the Rock's pirates, driven by curiosity to discover what manner of man could vanquish such a formidable opponent as Whitebeard. This news did not go unnoticed by the elite Navy personnel stationed nearby, who tremulously raised their transponder snail to report to Navy headquarters. After relaying the events, this Navy officer wiped the cold sweat from his brow. A new era was on the horizon. The two returned to their respective ships, preparing to head back to the Rock's pirate stronghold. After more than 2 days of combat, fatigue weighed upon Whitebeard's body as he intended to rest, only to find Wagner staring vacantly into space. Wagner, what troubles you? Noticing Wagner's completely subdued aura, Whitebeard felt an unsettling anxiety within him. He slowly crouched down, only to meet a face devoid of life. Father, Wagner's voice emerged, rasping like a crow. As he gazed at Whitebeard and eagerly voiced the most profound question buried deep within his heart. Why is the world like this? The words struck like a bolt from the blue. Whitebeard fell silent, the weariness that had enveloped him dissipating in an instant. He refrained from saying much, perhaps due to the presence of others. He gave a few simple instructions before ushering Wagner into his quarters. That night, the father and son conversed late into the night. When Wagner departed from Whitebeard's room, his expression had returned to normal, though his fists were clenched tightly. In his mind, 3 words echoed: celestial dragons. Back at Navy headquarters, the usually grim-faced Carp, after 2 days and nights of sailing, finally returned. His first order of business was to hasten to Steelbone Kong's office. Vice Admiral Carp. Mr. Carp, you're back. Along the way, numerous Navy soldiers greeted him. According to Carp's usual demeanor, he would have smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Yet, everyone was astonished to see Carp's unusually somber expression today. Their curiosity piqued, but they dared not approach him. The Navy personnel who accompanied Carp became the focus of attention. In small groups, they inquired about their recent experiences. However, when they recounted their encounter with Whitebeard and the emergence of a remarkably powerful individual aboard his ship, shock rippled through the crowd. Without knocking, Karp pushed open the door to Steelbone Kong's office. The occupants, including Steelbone Kong, Sengoku, Zifa, and Tsuru, looked up. Karp, you've had a tough time. I'm aware of what you've encountered. Please, sit down and have some tea. The group gathered around the table. Observing the weary Karp as he sank into a chair and drained his cup of tea in one go. The warmth of the tea alleviated some of the fatigue etched on Karp's face. However, he soon fixed a serious gaze upon Steelbone Kong, Old Kong. There's a formidable individual emerging from Whitebeard's ranks. Are you referring to that lad named Wagner? His strength is commendable. Yet he merely possesses the power of a rear admiral. Is such a pirate worthy of your concern? Although Wagner had briefly crossed Steelbone Kong's radar before. As a Navy admiral, he could not possibly remember every minor figure. Haha, are you upset because your boy got beaten? Zifa jested, yet Sengoku and Tsuru exchanged knowing glances. Their expressions suddenly grave. Zifa, this is no laughing matter. In the future, that boy Wagner will undoubtedly become our Navy's greatest threat. He may even rival Whitebeard. Karp's serious demeanor silenced their jesting, and as they processed his words, both Sengoku and Tsuru's faces changed drastically. Karp, that pirate named Wagner, is he not the same boy who was taken by Rock's crew from Caprad Kingdom? Tsuru's inquiry caused Steelbone Kong and Zifa to pale. Having reached their positions, their intellects were far from ordinary. Caprad Kingdom was where Rox had recruited Whitebeard, and when Rox and Whitebeard departed, they had a 5-year-old boy in tow. That boy, it seemed, was named Wagner. Are you saying that this boy, who has already attained the strength of a Navy rear admiral, is the same small child from back then? How is that possible? He is only 6 years old. Zifa's eyes widened in disbelief. A rear admiral's strength is no trivial matter. Such power denotes a significant position within the Navy. Should one ascend further to become a Navy captain, they would be among the core of the Navy. It would be normal for a pirate with years of experience at sea to possess such strength, but to attribute it to a 6-year-old is utterly astonishing. Karp, are you certain? That boy truly possesses such terrifying power? Steelbone Kong's expression turned serious. Such matters were no laughing matter. If true, this child would pose a threat to Navy headquarters that rivaled the current rulers of the seas. At 6 years old, even the likes of Steelbone Kong, at that age, were likely still playing in the mud. He has yet to reach adulthood. At 6, he has merely begun to reveal his talents. No one knows just how far he could grow in the years to come. To reach the pinnacle of maritime supremacy, it likely would not take long. No one could fathom what might transpire when such a prodigy reached his peak. Old Kong, do you still not understand me? Such matters are beyond jest. I witnessed that young imp wielding the powers of the mythical beast-type devil fruit, effortlessly defeating Dorag with a single strike. Not only that, but his physical constitution appears to be remarkably unique, extraordinarily resilient. I unleashed 60% of my strength in a punch aimed at his arm, and astonishingly, it did not break. Is that not indicative enough? If Karp's earlier statement was akin to a bombshell, then his current words resemble a missile. Although Karp has only recently ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral within the Navy headquarters, his prowess is already comparable to that of a candidate for Admiral. Especially with those iron fists of his, who could encounter them without changing their countenance? What manner of monster is this? How is it possible? Sengoku's expression darkened, as if he was envisioning a grand war decades hence, altered by the presence of a single individual. Enough. Steelbone Kong, as the leader, rapped the table and regarded the 4 individuals before him with a look of exasperation. This is no longer the time to ponder the extraordinary talents of that young boy. Though merely 6 years old, he is undeniably a pirate. Such matters are best left for those above us to fret over. Our duty is to capture this boy should we encounter him during future missions. Naturally, it would be even more advantageous if we could turn him to our side. The others nodded in agreement. If such a gifted child could indeed become a member of the Navy, there is no doubt he would one day rise to the position of Fleet Admiral. Karp lowered his head, somewhat hesitantly, and said, have you all forgotten something? That young boy's full name is Edward Louis Wagner. He is the son of Whitebeard. A moment later, the soldiers throughout the building heard a magnificent proclamation. Wow! Such a significant matter undoubtedly warrants the notification of others. The other generals, the current marshal of the Navy headquarters, and even those of higher echelons. That is to say, the Red Land, the Holy Land Mary Geos, the residence of the 5 elders. The Red Land, the Holy Land Mary Geos. This is a sacred place. Here reside the descendants of the 20 kings who established the world government, who proudly claim to be the progeny of the Creator, possessing the most esteemed status over the vast ocean. Though they may resemble swine, they consider themselves magnificent and enjoy all privileges. These individuals are the so-called world nobles. The celestial dragons. Panga City, a location even more hallowed within the holy land of Mary Geos. Within this Panga City, in a lavish office, 5 distinguished elders gather around a table, seated on a sofa, seemingly engaged in a serious discussion. What a bunch of fools. This detestable group of agents spends so much money to maintain their existence, and yet such crucial information has only now reached our table. One elder shouted in fury, nearly overturning the expensive table before him. Alas, what use is there in lamenting now? The most pressing matter at hand is how to deal with this unprecedented little rascal. He poses a greater threat than the Rock's pirates. A short elder among the 5 elders spoke up, as he once again scrutinized the intelligence before him. His small eyes fixed in disbelief, as if to confirm that the report claiming a 6-year-old child possessed the strength of a rear admiral was false. To possess such power at the age of 6, if he continues to grow at this rate, in 10 years, his strength could rival that of a vice admiral. In 20 or 30 years, when he reaches maturity, who in this vast ocean will stand against this child? Another elder suddenly felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, and the opulent room fell silent. Indeed, their own strengths barely reached the level of vice admirals, a feat that had taken them decades to achieve. In 10 years, they would be nearing retirement, while that child was on the ascent. Given the decline of the celestial dragons with each generation, what hope could the next 5 elders have? In recent years, Rox, that fellow, has developed at an unexpected pace. One elder, armed with a sword, spoke, stating that currently, there are 3 sovereigns of the sea. One is the rapidly rising Rox. Although his rise has been the shortest, his strength has already surpassed the other 2 sovereigns. The bounties of the other 2 sovereigns barely surpass 2 billion, which pales in comparison to Rock's bounty of 3,200 million. Furthermore, he has the formidable Whitebeard under his command, who can easily hold off one sovereign at full strength. Moreover, the latest intelligence reveals another powerful figure, the Golden Lion, has joined the Rock's pirates, making their strength poised to soon rival the combined might of the other 2 sovereigns. The Navy is currently in disarray, as that scoundrel flying dragon Hans has been rampantly invading nations. Isn't it enough to occupy 14 territories in the New World? The notorious dragon Hans stands as another sovereign of the seas, with a staggering bounty of 2 billion berries. Though not as formidable as Rock's, his cruelty surpasses it. Within his dragon pirate crew, several officers boast bounties exceeding 500 million, making them a formidable adversary. It would be prudent to incite discord among these sovereigns through the machinations of our agents, to ignite a war that would deplete their strength through mutual consumption. A member of the 5 elders proposed this enlightening strategy. The world government may lack in some areas, but it possesses wealth in abundance. Among the 3 sovereigns, Rox is characterized by immense ambition, Dragon Hans by his insatiable bloodlust, while the final figure, the Golden King Idrin, is consumed by avarice. With meticulous orchestration, instigating a conflict between the Golden King and another sovereign is indeed plausible. Yet, such a scheme would necessitate a substantial financial investment. This plan is viable. The most robust of the 5 elders, who holds the most influence among them, proclaimed. However, considering the Golden King's nature, a bounty of several billion berries may not suffice to provoke him into action. Only a fortune substantial enough to compensate for his losses, or even to yield considerable profit, would entice him. The 5 elders fell into contemplative silence, until finally, their leader gritted his teeth and uttered a figure that would undoubtedly pique the interest of even the most powerful sovereigns. 20 billion berries. This sum would surely drive the greedy fellow into a frenzy. Upon hearing this, the hearts of the 5 elders felt as though they had been struck by a powerful blow. That is a staggering 20 billion berries, the equivalent of contributions from 10 great nations to the celestial treasury. Presently, berries hold immense value, and 20 billion could train thousands of elite agents. Curse those wretched pirates. One of the 5 elders could not restrain his anger. Now, let us deliberate on the bounty of that little devil, displaying his fangs at the tender age of 6. His bounty must not be trivial. A Commodore-level strength, 80 million berries? For an ordinary Commodore-level pirate, that amount would indeed suffice. But this is a prodigious child. He is merely 6 years old. After a heated debate, the group finally settled on Wagner's bounty. When their decree reached the Navy headquarters, everyone was astounded by the lengthy figure. The Navy's efficiency is commendable, and the freshly printed bounty notice is rapidly amassed, swiftly disseminated across the seas. Upon citing this new bounty notice, many formidable figures of the ocean felt their pupils constrict sharply. Edward Rosdy Wagner's bounty, 111 110,000 berries. This astonishing bounty notice has been disseminated across the vast ocean. Yet the proprietor of this bounty has, at this very moment, not received any information pertaining to himself. Or rather, he is devoid of such thoughts, for before him stands a peculiar vessel. The vessel was exceptionally colossal, several times larger than the one they had boarded. The imposing artillery, adorned with exquisite and opulent patterns, appeared to be embellished with exceedingly valuable decorations, and on the enormous sails, there was a cross-shaped emblem. This emblem seemed peculiar, as the intersection of the X bore 5 massive black circular motifs at its 4 endpoints. It appeared strange. Yet who among those who survived upon these vast seas was unaware of the significance this symbol represented? Wagner was momentarily stunned, as were all aboard the ship. Whitebeard stepped forward, gripping his naginata tightly, casting a cold gaze upon the formidable ship before him. Although he could not fathom why it had appeared here, it was undeniably a sight that instilled trepidation in mortals and exhilaration within the ranks of the Rock's pirates. Celestial dragons, please spare me. The pitiful cries emanated from within a chamber, followed by a relentless stream of curses and the sound of whips striking flesh. Damnable plebeians! To dare defy me. A celestial dragon, merely to make you dance within the confines of a serpent's cage, a command from the divine. This is a gift for which you should weep and kneel in gratitude, you wretched creature. How dare you refuse? Inside the chamber, a short, stout man clad in attire reminiscent of an astronaut's suit wielded a thorn-laden iron whip, savagely lashing at a man before him, who was adorned with a slave collar. This man, though robust in stature, was marred with scars, his eyes long devoid of their former brilliance. He was no ordinary individual. If one were to scrutinize a bounty poster, they would be astonished to discover that this pale, livestock-like wretch, wailing in agony, was a pirate captain with a bounty exceeding 50 million. In the first half of the Grand Line, such a man could have claimed notoriety as a minor overlord. Yet aboard this ship, he was relegated to the status of a despicable slave. Curse it, I am exhausted from this beating. The lofty celestial dragon inhaled deeply, his anger intensifying. Someone, bring this scoundrel to me. Before he could finish, a world government agent hurriedly pushed through the door. His face was drenched in cold sweat. Trembling visibly, you lowly creature, entering my chamber without knocking? Do you wish to be fed to the fish? The celestial dragon's fury ignited anew, and he cracked his whip across the agent's face, who gritted his teeth, lacking the courage to evade, allowing the bloodied steel whip to lash against his visage, splattering flesh and blood. Speak. What is the matter? Why the panic? Utterly useless. Report, Lord Bakuju. Our ship has been intercepted, the agent said through clenched teeth. His tone grave, yet to the celestial dragon's ears, it was unbearably grating. What? Someone dares to obstruct the vessel of the world aristocracy? Are you all merely idle fools? Such audacious imbeciles should simply be exterminated. Bakuju bellowed, having never experienced such an affront in his life. If word of this reached the Holy Land, his sworn enemies would revel in mockery. A glint of malice flickered in his eyes. This incident must not be allowed to escape. But sir, the vessel that has intercepted us belongs to the Rock's pirates. The agent, trembling in fear, nearly lost control, and upon hearing this, the celestial dragon's pupils constricted, his mind plunging into a void. The Rock's pirates? How could we encounter those lunatics? Under the leadership of the maritime overlord Rox, the Rock's pirates had already slain 5 celestial dragons. Such a staggering number incited fury within the world government, while the other celestial dragons tasted fear. They would not care who you were. Even the exalted aristocracy was not spared from the wrath of these madmen. A thunderous cannonade erupted, seemingly signaling the commencement of carnage. On the sea, the 2 vessels, the first division captain of the Rock's pirates, Whitebeard, and the captain of the Flying Lion pirates, Captain Shiki, laughed maniacally as their crew filled with a crimson glint in their eyes frantically loaded cannonballs, bombarding the celestial dragon's ship. The resounding explosion, the anguished wails, and the ceaseless curses completely overwhelmed Bakuju's mind. He gritted his teeth and struck the agent before him. Fool! Wretched scum! What are you still pondering? Hurry and contact the Navy headquarters for assistance. I warn you, should I lose even a single hair, all of you, including your families, shall face dire consequences. The furious celestial dragon laid bare his disgrace, no longer caring to uphold any semblance of authority before these lowly beings. Regardless of the outcome, these wretches must perish. Either they would die under the pirates' cannon fire, or they would meet their end upon returning to the Holy Land, facing his enraged subordinates. Yet he was different. He was the most esteemed species in the world, a noble among nobles. He still had a splendid life ahead, a wealth that knew no bounds. Power to indulge in endlessly. He could not perish here. Block them from me. Do you understand? Even if it cost your lives. You must prevent these pirates from boarding my vessel. The celestial dragon roared like a beast, and upon receiving the command, the agent dashed out. The celestial dragon's ship was well armed, boasting 300 agents and 500 slaves. The leader of the agents possessed strength equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the Navy. Holding out for a moment should not pose a challenge. However, he seemed to have forgotten one critical detail. Just days prior, that leader had been crippled by him for incompetence. On the surface, the battle between the pirates and the agents was nearing its conclusion, though the agents were numerous. They faced elite pirates from the Rocks pirates. Among them, a select few possessed strength comparable to that of Navy commanders. How could these ordinary agents possibly resist? Relying on the ship's defenses, they held out for a long while. But once Shiki made his move, everything changed. His luxurious defenses were effortlessly cleaved apart. And even the limping agent, possessing vice admiral level strength, could not withstand Shiki's onslaught for long. Yet through it all, Whitebeard and Wagner did not intervene. They merely stood at the bow of the ship, silently observing the unfolding chaos. Are you curious as to why the old man would strike out against these individuals without provocation? Whitebeard spoke softly. Is it because they are celestial dragons? Wagner hesitated to respond, for his knowledge of the celestial dragons came solely from Whitebeard. He had never truly witnessed their deeds. Indeed, that is part of it. But on a deeper level, they are not only our enemies, but also parasites of the world. Come, the battle is drawing to a close. Once you witness the sins carried by this opulent vessel, you will comprehend the reason. Whitebeard brandished his sword, following the frenzied pirates as they wielded their weapons, mercilessly slaughtering the agents aboard the ship. Wagner stepped upon the pooling blood, advancing step by step onto the lavish ship. What lay before him, however, utterly astonished him. Ha ha ha. Is this the renowned world aristocracy? Offspring of 20 kings? TSK, TSK, TSK. O noble celestial dragon, have you soiled yourself? He cackled with glee. The golden lion kicked the trembling celestial dragon as if playing football, while the nearby pirates erupted in raucous laughter, pointing at the celestial dragon, from whom an unknown yellow liquid flowed between his legs. The celestial dragons are indeed considered deities in this world. This statement holds true for 99% of the population. However, the deranged individuals before us clearly do not belong to that majority. To them, eliminating a celestial dragon would significantly elevate their bounty. An increase in bounty translates to enhanced status, and the prospect of gaining so much from the mere slaughter of a pig is irresistible. As for the so-called retaliation from the marine admirals or the world government, they dismiss it entirely. Damnable peasants, how dare you humiliate me so? Are you not afraid of the world government exterminating your entire family? Those with sins should kneel and apologize. Perhaps I might spare your lives. On that day, the celestial dragon remained utterly oblivious to the current predicament. He only recognized that the individual before him was not Rocks. His inherent arrogance compelled him to instinctively issue a threat. The air fell silent for a few moments, only to be broken by an eruption of maniacal laughter. Ha ha. This fool claims he will annihilate our entire family. Oh dear, how frightful. Truly a swine. I am an orphan by nature. Do you truly believe such a thing could threaten me? Humph. A man of the sea requires no familial ties. As the sword manual states on the first page, love is but a divine illusion. The day I chose to set sail, I had already severed all bonds with my kin. TSK, TSK, TSK. The celestial dragon has soiled himself. Wait, that color seems rather dark. Are you feeling unwell, my lord? The pirates roared with laughter. But their words caused Whitebeard to furrow his brow slightly. To kill one's family for the sake of adventure was a blatant display of inhumanity. At that moment, several pirates responsible for scavenging emerged from below deck. Captain, we have struck it rich. This haul amounts to nearly 2 billion berries in treasure, plus 2 devil fruits and a fine blade. The pirate exclaimed, causing the atmosphere on the deck to thicken with excitement. Such immense wealth was something they had never encountered in their lives. Even though they regularly plundered, their typical gains amounted to only 2 or 3 million berries, as the spoils among common folk were scant. Jahaha. A splendid haul. Hey, Whitebeard, how shall we divide this treasure? The golden lion, cigar in mouth, had essentially allied himself with the Rocks pirates, and these riches could not be left solely to his discretion. Gulalala. Let us distribute according to the customs of the Rocks pirates. The captain receives 30 of the treasure, and the remaining 70 will be evenly split between our two ships. Such a meager division naturally elicited discontent among many, yet they dared not voice their objections in the presence of Whitebeard. Very well. However, for this raid, my crew has exerted more effort. I demand those 2 devil fruits for myself. Agreed. The pirates deliberated over the distribution of the spoils for these lunatics. Gratitude held no value. Only substantial profit mattered. Wagner had little interest in such matters. After receiving Whitebeard's permission, he began to wander the opulent ship, perhaps in search of something. Inside the Celestial Dragon's quarters, Wagner stumbled upon a pirate captain, bloodied and barely alive. Is there anything I can assist you with? A look of pity crossed Wagner's face. This individual bore an overwhelming number of grievous wounds. His body had reached its limits. Perhaps he clung to life only due to unfinished aspirations. I cannot die. I am such a scoundrel. My wife is about to give birth, yet I pursued my ambition, resolutely sailing into the unknown. Perhaps a moment of clarity. For within the pirate captain surged a formidable force, empowering him to utter those words. Once, he had been filled with pride. Now, he found himself in utter disgrace. Wretched souls often harbor contemptible traits, Wagner sighed. He was no saint. This man had chosen his own path, abandoning a life of happiness to embrace piracy. Yet, to tread this road was to prepare for the possibility of demise. Ultimately, the pirate captain met his end, succumbing to the brutal reality of the pirate world. He was indeed pitiable, but not deserving of sympathy. Why forsake a full belly and a family to become a pirate? In the dim space, Wagner's gentle sigh lingered. Spare me, I beg you. Do not display such ingratitude, you scoundrel. In the slave quarters, Wagner witnessed a pirate preparing to commit atrocities against a female slave. His gaze remained calm. The Rock's pirates too had their share of captured slaves. Cease this at once. You think you are young master, Wagner? Very well. I shall grant you this favor. The disgruntled pirates departed, leaving the frightened female slaves to hurriedly kneel in gratitude towards Wagner, who had rescued them from the jaws of peril. However, upon learning that Wagner had no intention of sheltering them, a bitter expression clouded their faces. How did you come to be captured? Wagner, indifferent to their plight, recognized the harsh realities of this cannibalistic new world where death was a frequent occurrence. Though the old man held the esteemed title of captain, he was still bound to consider the well-being of his crew. Who could assure that these female slaves would not be returned to their captors? If they were to be taken back, they would face an eternity of torment and ultimately demise. These women are destined to perish here, and no unforeseen circumstance will alter their fate. If one were to delve into stubborn arguments, have you ever encountered a pirate known for their propensity to save lives? Perhaps in a new era this may be the case, but in this bygone age, it is evidently not. I have been singled out by the Celestial Dragons and captured by their agents along with the Navy. The Navy? Wagner's eyes widened in disbelief. Are they not heralded as the champions of justice, safeguarding humanity? My lord, such occurrences are commonplace. The Navy operates gambling dens and engages in human trafficking. I am merely one among the countless unfortunate souls. The female slave remarked with a bitter smile, for as long as one is human, desires will arise. Unchecked desires will lead to transgressions. Surely, the Navy headquarters would not eliminate a commander merely for the trafficking of a few individuals? In this era, it amounts to little more than verbal reprimands. Squelch. The sound of blood gushing forth. The female slave who spoke earlier, possessing a clear understanding of her fate, picked up a shard of broken glass and, in a moment of liberation, ended her own life. Blood gushed forth, and she was not alone in her demise. Wagner no longer wished to linger in this place. Rather, he had discovered what he sought. Buzz. A subtle yet potent wave of conqueror's hockey erupted. The innocence hidden within the depths of his youthful gaze vanished in an instant. At that moment, he experienced a profound transformation within his spirit. He discerned his purpose. I, without a doubt, must transform this wretched world. In the year 1482 of the Sea Circle, 3 years remain until the Battle of God Valley. In recent years, numerous events have transpired. For instance, the arrogant Golden Lion was vanquished by Rocks, thereby honoring his promise and ascending to the position of the 2nd Division captain of the Rocks Pirates. Additionally, several formidable pirates such as Wang Ji, John, Silveraxe, and Charlotte Lin Lin have pledged their allegiance to Rocks. The might of the Rocks Pirates has surged to unprecedented heights, eclipsing the other 2 maritime sovereigns in the New World, establishing a dominion characterized by 1 emperor and 2 kings. Under the machinations of the world government, the concealed tensions between the 2 opposing sovereigns erupted into open conflict, with frequent battles severely depleting their energies. Although the Rocks pirates were also embroiled in this turmoil, they often found themselves reaping the rewards from the skirmishes. While they did incur some losses, the gains were more than sufficient to compensate. The world government, too, has experienced an unprecedented augmentation of power. A large-scale recruitment has bolstered the Navy's forces, allowing numerous strong individuals to emerge prominently. They seem to have achieved a precarious balance with the pirates. Yet to the eyes of all, this equilibrium is as fragile as paper. A mere slight discord could ignite a cataclysmic war of global proportions. At the square of the Rocks pirate stronghold, Hachiho Island, two colossal figures are engaged in a fierce battle. One of them wields a hefty spiked club. Enveloped in a thick layer of haki, his towering frame reaches an impressive height of 7 meters. Though his musculature is not overly exaggerated, it exudes a certain aesthetic of strength. A tattoo resembling dragon scales adorns his left shoulder, imparting an imposing presence. Even more astonishingly, 2 long horns protrude from his forehead. Despite his youthful appearance, he emanates an undeniable air of authority. Of course, it would be better if his eyes were not marred by 2 dark bruises. Thunderous 8 trigrams. The man exclaims, gripping the spiked club tightly, gritting his teeth, and summoning all his strength to bring it crashing down. The sheer weight of the weapon causes the surrounding pirates to change their expressions in alarm. Although he has only recently joined the Rocks pirates as an apprentice crew member, his formidable prowess renders status irrelevant in this realm, where strength reigns supreme. In contrast, the opponent facing him, if the previous man was merely tall and robust, this towering adversary epitomizes pure muscle. His physique, chiseled and as hard as granite, embodies the ideal form sought after by countless fitness enthusiasts. Even more terrifying, this behemoth stands a staggering 8 meters tall. His protruding horns resemble spears piercing the heavens, his eyes gleaming with ferocity, and his mouth reveals sharp fangs, with massive fists serving as his most effective weapon. Ha ha ha. Kaido, did you skip lunch? Put some effort into it. This monstrous man is none other than Wagner. He has been a member of the Rocks pirates for a full 7 years. It is hard to fathom that during these 7 years, his height has soared like a rocket. At the tender age of 6, he already stood at an impressive 9 meters, and now, at just 12 years old, he has reached an astonishing height of 5 meters, all without the aid of a devil fruit. With a towering stature of 8 meters, combined with the characteristics of a titan, Wagner resembles a ferocious beast from the primordial world. He extends his massive hand, effortlessly gripping the spiked club swung down forcefully by Kaido. Damn it! Must you always rely on your grotesquely overwhelming physique to withstand my full force attacks? At the very least, employ some haki to spare me some dignity. Kaido gritted his teeth in frustration. Ever since Wagner joined the Rocks pirates, this insufferable fellow has relentlessly pursued him into battle. This little imp is also a member of the Demon Clan. This was the first time he encountered Wagner, and thoughts flooded his mind. Although the young lad was clearly still a minor, he, as a fellow demon, was willing to invest some time in honing this youth's skills. However, during their initial confrontation, the force unleashed by the boy delivered a resounding slap to his face. He could not comprehend why, being of the same demon lineage, this lad's physique was so remarkably refined. Ha ha ha. Speaking of armament haki, I owe you my gratitude. After sparring with you for a year, not only have I acquired advanced armament haki, but my observation haki has also greatly benefited. Even the more challenging conqueror's haki has fully awakened after enduring a few blows from you. Kaido, heed my advice. When you encounter an enemy in the future, make sure to strike them down with a single blow. Wagner burst into laughter, his right hand clenching tightly as dark crimson armament haki enveloped him swiftly. The sight left the nearby pirates envious. This was the realm of advanced armament haki, a level many would spend their entire lives striving to achieve. What do you mean by that? Kaido's face flushed red as he exerted all his strength to wrench his spiked club from Wagner's grip. But the latter's hand was like a mountain, firmly holding on regardless of Kaido's efforts. You possess a natural talent for teaching. I'm afraid if you don't strike someone down, the next time they come seeking you, they might unexpectedly awaken all their abilities. This is intolerable. Damn Wagner. Today I shall surely knock out your teeth. The two resumed their frenzied battle, with Wagner in his devil fruit form pinning Kaido down and delivering a relentless barrage of punches. However, the onlooking pirates in the square overheard their exchange, and many pirates who had stagnated in their growth suddenly had their eyes gleam with realization. Goodness. According to Wagner, could it be that enduring a strike from Kaido could lead to rapid advancement in haki? Among the crowd, several pirates' gazes sparkled with newfound ambition. 5 minutes later. Damn Wagner. My teeth. Kaido held his two front teeth in his hands, on the verge of tears. Oh dear. We are both demons. How could our physical capabilities be compared to ordinary folk? Rest assured, they will grow back in a few days. Nonsense. These two teeth just grew yesterday. Thanks to you. I can now replace my teeth every week. Wagner wore an awkward smile. His strength had dramatically increased, now boasting a bounty of 521 million berries. Within the Rocks Pirates, he had risen to a position among the upper echelon. His current title was the vice captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, a position of high status with considerable backing. Nonetheless, he still could not compare to the captains. Fighting the captains was akin to seeking punishment. While the other vice captains were somewhat lackluster in their combat, their tactics were too underhanded. He desired a battle that was straightforward and fierce. Thus, he set his sights on the unfortunate Kaido. All right. I'll treat you to dinner tonight. I'm leaving now. Wagner, I curse you. The cafeteria is free. Are you just trying to mooch off my milk for my teeth? Please, act like a human being. Kaido's furious shout echoed behind him. But Wagner's face broke into a mischievous grin. Sigh, isn't my own milk more satisfying than someone else's? Kaido sighed in resignation, cursing under his breath. If it weren't for fearing Whitebeard's wrath, I would undoubtedly have given you a beating. It's so frustrating. I need to find a place to vent. At that moment, an intern with a bounty of 3 million berries approached. Hey Kaido, I also wish to awaken advanced armament hockey. Let us have a duel. Kaido, old man, why did you call me over? Wagner swaggered into Whitebeard's room without a hint of decorum, grabbing a bright red apple and crunching into it. Who? Naturally, it is for a significant matter. Whitebeard exhaled the smoke from his mouth, roughly extinguishing his cigar in the ashtray. Behind the veil of smoke, a hint of seriousness appeared in his piercing eyes. Wagner, Rox has just spoken with several of us. Soon he will engage in true warfare with the other two sea overlords. Wagner was taken aback, but upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Rox was inherently an ambitious overlord. How could he allow the new world to remain under the control of two others? This war was inevitable, and its brutality would undoubtedly surpass everyone's expectations. Brother Newgate, are you there? I brought your favorite wine. Shall we share a drink? A sultry voice suddenly called from outside the door, causing both men inside to shudder. Old man, that person is still pursuing you? Wagner wore a gossipy expression. Whitebeard, at 34 years of age, remained single, despite his formidable strength and imposing appearance, attracting many admirers. Among them were the beauty Charlotte Linlin from the Rocks Pirates and the alluring scientist, Baginome Stussy, the one who claimed to be the woman Whitebeard once loved. However, the atmosphere within the Rocks Pirates was well known. Charlotte Linlin was notorious for her desire to bear numerous exceptional offspring, while Baginome was not much better. If they truly became involved, it could only be described in a single phrase: your sword has yet to be drawn, her shield has seen many battles. Whitebeard was naturally unwilling. Damn it, enough already. You should prepare yourself for a while. I must think of a way to hide. With a headache, Whitebeard quickly lay down, feigning sleep. Wagner shook his head in resignation. Protecting the old man was a task he had become well versed in. Sure enough, the moment he opened the door, a stunning visage greeted him. A pair of seemingly expressive eyes, long eyelashes, a prominent nose, vibrant red lips, and a strikingly beautiful oval face. The woman adorned with a pink top hat and cascading pink hair stood tall, her figure exuding an alluring charm that could easily epitomize the fantasies of countless young men. This striking individual was none other than Charlotte Linlin, who, at the tender age of 30, had ascended to the rank of captain within the Rocks Pirates. Ah, little Wagner. My, how you've grown more handsome, she exclaimed, her eyes ablaze with desire. Wagner, with his imposing physique, felt a chill run down his spine. He was acutely aware of Linlin's insatiable appetite for strength, a trait that was no secret among the crew. Captain Linlin, what brings you here again? My father just fell asleep. Perhaps it would be best not to disturb him, Wagner stammered, feeling like a mere child in her presence, despite his own height. He had no inclination for the dangerous pursuits she suggested. Alas, it seems I have come here many times, yet Newgate remains asleep. Linlin's face betrayed her annoyance, for she was not naive enough to believe he genuinely slumbered. However, she recognized the futility in pressing the matter. Well then, little Wagner, would you care to join me in my quarters? I have delightful treats waiting for you. While I cannot offer a grand feast, there are plenty of delectable tidbits to whet your appetite. What a pity. I seem to be experiencing intermittent blindness today. I must take my leave now. Farewell, Captain Linlin. Wagner hastily retreated, eager to distance himself from such a woman and the complications she represented. How unfortunate. This excuse seems slightly more justifiable than the last. Such a joyless lad. Lin sighed, humming a tune as she swayed her hips, undoubtedly captivating the thoughts of many pirates along her path. Returning to his room, Wagner finally relaxed, his mind replaying the myriad of experiences he had endured over the years, from a feeble novice to a capable individual, mastering his craft with each mission undertaken. The countless acts of violence had hardened his spirit, and after the massacre of the celestial dragons, he had found his purpose, tirelessly striving towards its realization. Domik, you would be proud of the brother you've got now, he mused. Gazing at the framed portrait of two innocent children smiling and giving a thumbs up, this moment of reflection was a daily ritual. A time to honor his past and solidify his resolve. Wagner, you damned fool. Didn't you promise to treat me to a meal? Let us go, came Kaido's thunderous voice from outside. In truth, Wagner had forged a deep bond with Kaido, rivaled only by that of Whitebeard and a member of the First Division. Their initial meeting had left a favorable impression, their shared love for combat forging a strong camaraderie. Wagner had confided in Kaido about the mixed heritage of his Oni bloodline. But Kaido merely laughed, dismissing the rarity of their kind. Both men bore the weight of betrayal and loss, Kaido's heart burdened by the betrayal of his homeland and the death of his kin. Yet, Wagner's presence reminded him that he was not alone in his lineage. Aside from Lin, Wagner stood as Kaido's sole friend within the Rock's pirates. Coming. No need to rush. Wagner rose swiftly, waving goodbye to the portrait as if bidding farewell to a younger sibling before stepping out into the world. Damn it, Wagner. Are you a turtle? Humph. What is this? No more toothaches? Shall we spar this afternoon? You're too barbaric. Just admit you're scared. Scared? No. My hesitance is from wisdom. The Elhain Sea, located in the southern reaches of the New World, stood in stark contrast to the Rock's pirates' lair on Hive Island. This vast ocean nurtured countless nations, a treasure trove that no pirate could resist. Yet, no pirate dared to invade these waters recklessly. For it was the domain of one of the sea's sovereigns, the Golden King Idrin. For nearly a decade, the money pirates reigned supreme here. Their rule is solid as iron. Ordinarily, one would avoid provoking a figure of such authority. However, peace had been shattered over the past 3 months. The renowned dragon Hans, with a bounty of 2.64 billion berries, found himself at odds with the Golden King Idrin, who commanded a bounty of 2.21 billion berries. This discord ignited fierce conflict, orchestrated by the machinations of the world government. With a staggering investment of 20 billion berries, the government dispatched 3 warships, purportedly laden with gold from various nations, which met misfortune near the territorial border of both powerful sovereigns. The agents aboard, succumbing to greed, delayed their departure, leading to the inevitable confrontation. Despite Hans's higher bounty, he was reluctant to engage in a life-or-death battle with the avaricious Idrin. He proposed a division of the wealth. Yet Idrin, driven by his insatiable greed, scoffed at the suggestion. The ensuing taunts and the allure of riches, combined with pre-existing grievances, escalated into open warfare. Idrin's forces, while numerous, were primarily comprised of mercenaries lured by gold, whereas Hans's crew consisted of formidable Zoan-type devil fruit users, renowned for their combat prowess. The battlefield soon shifted to the outskirts of the Elhain Sea, poised to encroach upon its core. At the heart of this tumult lay the kingdom of Furley, a modest nation within the Elhain Sea. Its king, though not distinguished, was no fool. The citizens were industrious, and while corruption existed among officials, it remained relatively benign. This nation was destined to endure for decades, perhaps even centuries, yet fate appears to have played a cruel jest upon it. Here, it has transformed into a battlefield. The vice-captain of the dragon pirates, Tyrant Leiden, has engaged in a fierce conflict with the vice-captain of the money pirates, Savage Sword Bush. The total force amassed reaches an astonishing 14,000 men, and the two factions have been clashing relentlessly for 3 days and nights, leaving rivers of blood and ruin scattered across the land. If the pirates suffer such devastation, one can only imagine the plight of the kingdom's innocent civilians. Life is extinguished, with scarcely 1 in 10 surviving. Damn lizard! Get off our territory! Bush exclaimed, brandishing his blood-red longsword. With a casual sweep, he unleashed a remarkably sharp wave of sword energy. This is a renowned swordsman, notorious for his ruthless and bloodthirsty nature, delighting in the torture and slaughter of his enemies. His myriad of vile deeds has led to a staggering bounty of 760 million berries. In these vast seas, who has not heard of the ferocious sword bush? Ha ha ha. Your territory? Should I write your name or your surname? My fist is larger than yours. If I declare this to be the domain of our flying dragon pirates, then it is indeed our territory. Opposing this formidable swordsman is a seemingly simple-minded man. However, those familiar with him know that his apparent simplicity is merely a masterful facade. He is cunning, enjoying the role of the pig playing the tiger. With a bounty of 785 million berries, he is emboldened. He wields the powers of a devil fruit, specifically the ancient zoan-type dragon fruit, in its Tyrannosaurus form. Coupled with his formidable haki, he disdainfully gazes at the sharp sword energy, his haki swiftly enveloping his entire body. In his dragon form, he effortlessly withstands the swordsman's attack with sheer physical prowess. Is that all? A tone of derision from a king. As the two leaders engage in battle, their captains fight fiercely as well, while the lower-ranking pirates engage in life-or-death struggles, and the kingdom's residents cling to survival. A commanding voice erupts, "Lion's might." In the next moment, the ground beneath the pirates begins to tremble violently. Massive amounts of soil surge forth, compressing and forming majestic lion heads. What on earth is this? A natural disaster. Damn it. Is this retribution for the lion meat I had last night? Oh, Jesus, Buddha, God, Avalokiteshvara, Pharaoh, Zeus, Shiva, anyone, please save me. The once solid earth transforms into a fearsome weapon of death, crushing over 100 vicious pirates in an instant. The battlefield is engulfed in an eerie silence. Ha ha ha. What a lively scene. What could prompt the flying dragon pirates and the money pirates to clash so fiercely? I wonder if the rocks pirates should lend a hand? A signature laugh echoes as an imposing figure stands atop a massive stone, slowly revealing himself above the battlefield. With golden hair, dual-famed blades at his waist, a rebellious gaze, and overwhelming strength, this man's identity is unmistakable. He is the captain of the Rocks Pirates' 2nd Division, the Golden Lion Shiki. Panic ensues as the officers from both pirate crews display grave expressions. Under their watchful eyes, yet another imposing figure appears. Gulalala, fools. Would you heed my advice? Tell your captain to surrender 5 billion berries. Otherwise, today you shall all perish. The colossal Naginata slams into the ground, unleashing an invisible aura that spreads like wildfire. Damn it! The captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. If the appearance of the Golden Lion brought pressure, the addition of Whitebeard evokes despair. The captains of the 1st and 2nd Divisions of the Rocks Pirates, Wagner and Badiki, prepare for battle. Damn it, both divisions are mobilizing. The vice-captains of the Flying Dragon Pirates and Money Pirates grit their teeth, realizing a fierce confrontation is imminent. Ha ha ha. Newgate, stop wasting time with them. Slay them all. Gulalala. Indeed, let us charge. Bring me their treasures. The battle commences. All forces, advance. The tide of war surges forth as the masses converge, each seeking an opponent to engage in deadly combat. A member of the Money Pirates thrusts his blade into the abdomen of a flying dragon pirate. The victim's eyes widen in disbelief as he collapses. But before the assailant can revel in his triumph, a searing pain strikes his neck. In the last moment before darkness envelopes him, he glimpses a member of the Rocks Pirates, a wicked grin on his face, beside the lifeless body of a headless corpse. Initially, an inexplicable alliance formed between the Flying Dragon Pirates and the Money Pirates as they tacitly decided to confront the common enemy, the Rocks Pirates. The fierce battle had already reduced their ranks significantly. From an initial strength of 14,000, only about 6,000 remained, while the 2 divisions of the Rocks Pirates barely numbered 1,000. What should have been a one-sided battle, however, was disrupted by the overwhelming strength of the Rocks Pirates, whose members far surpassed those of the other 2 crews. Over the past few years, their power had surged dramatically, with a clear requirement for division members, a bounty of no less than 20 million berries. All members of the divisions led by Whitebeard and the Golden Lion boasted bounties exceeding 30 million berries. 1,000 pirates with bounties over 30 million. Such combat prowess is utterly terrifying. Initially, the Money Pirates and Flying Dragon Pirates could barely manage against one of the Rocks Pirates. But as the fight escalated, they discovered members of their previous adversaries among them. A simple knife thrust, an unadorned ambush, ignited the powder keg, fracturing their temporary alliance against the Rocks Pirates, resulting in a chaotic 3-way melee. Damn Whitebeard, do you truly believe the Flying Dragon Pirates are feeble? Witnessing his crew being pushed back, the Tyrannosaurus Liden's fury ignites. Gritting his teeth, he glares fiercely at Whitebeard, a brutish aura erupting around him. In the astonished gazes of all, he enlarges, powerful dragon legs pounding the earth, while his long tail lightly strikes the ground, causing fissures to form. Majestic dragon eyes. Sharp and dense fangs. If only he were rid of those puny claws. Roar. The Tyrannosaurus bellows, asserting its dominance over the ground. Gulalala. An ancient Zoan-type user? You certainly look intimidating. Whitebeard strides forward, his blade, the Konjiunki, gradually enveloped in haki with each step. A mere lizard dares to bark before me? Whitebeard's eyes widen. An immense pressure exploding forth. Nearby pirates feel as if their hearts are grasped by a giant hand, the oppressive force as if a king has descended. The Conqueror's haki. Leiden feels a glimmer of helplessness. He knows he cannot match Whitebeard. His bounty of over 700 million berries stems from his own misdeeds, while Whitebeard's staggering bounty of 327 billion berries is earned through his sheer might. Since he refuses to pay, let us take your heads instead. Whitebeard hastens his pace, his towering figure, standing at 66 meters, strides forward with purpose. In the blink of an eye, he surged forward several dozen meters. As the distance between him and Litten dwindled to less than 50 meters, Whitebeard tightened his grip on the Tsongyan-Chia, the blade poised for action. With a resounding strike of the Tsongyan-Chia, the colossal Naginata cleaved through the air with ferocity, unleashing the cataclysmic force of that shattered the very fabric of space. A wave of destructive sword energy instantly engulfed Litten's entire field of vision. Vidra, heaven-covering palm, came a thunderous roar, followed by the manifestation of a colossal hand. Spanning an impressive 10 square meters, this immense appendage, covered in hair with sharp nails and robust joints, effortlessly obliterated a pirate with a bounty of 70 million berries with a single strike. The overwhelming force transformed the pirate's body into mere pulp. As if not satisfied with the annihilation of one, the titanic hand slammed down onto the ground, unleashing a terrifying force that stirred up clouds of dust and caused the earth to fracture beneath it. Yet, the master of this gargantuan hand was not a towering giant, but rather a youth whose appearance still bore traces of boyishness. Indeed, that 10 square meter hand was none other than his right hand. He was Wagner, the vice-captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, boasting a staggering bounty of 521 million berries. This is the singular title that belongs exclusively to Wagner. A few years ago, he undertook numerous missions alongside the venerable Whitebeard. From initially being able to contend only with officers of the Academy rank, he has now ascended to a level that rivals even brigadier generals and some ordinary major generals. The age of this young prodigy astonishes the seas, and his unique techniques instill trepidation in countless hearts. Wagner possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate the size of his body parts. It sounds utterly incredible. However, for Wagner, controlling the size of his body is remarkably simple. Take his hand as an example. If he wishes to enlarge it, he merely releases some of the power from his bloodline. Naturally, this must be done by individuals of a larger stature, such as the giant or ogre races. Should he desire an even greater size, he would release all the power within him. To achieve the current size of his hand, he would unleash the full extent of his demonic fruit's power and, employing his unique skills, compress the muscles within his body into his palm. Wagner is undeniably a genius. Ordinary individuals cannot possess such meticulous control. Releasing a portion of bloodline power may sound straightforward, yet achieving precision is exceedingly difficult. The human body's musculature is even more complex. While elite warriors might manage slight control over their muscles, they still fall short of Wagner's prowess. Yet, this is not the most frightening aspect. This young demon has yet to reach adulthood. At a mere 12 years of age, Wagner's most illustrious feat was utilizing all his bloodline power and demonic fruit abilities to strike down a vice-admiral from the Navy headquarters with his towering height of 13 meters. Though he was just an ordinary vice-admiral, this accomplishment is indeed astonishing. What defines a giant ogre? Strength akin to a colossus, heart fierce as a warrior. The one-sword style, moonlit slash. A silver-white sword aura suddenly slashed towards the rampaging Wagner. Unlike the robust sword energies produced by common swordsmen, this silver-white aura appeared exceedingly delicate, akin to a waning crescent moon, yet it harbored a sharp intent. Feeling the impending danger, Wagner instinctively activated his observation haki. This swift sword aura, under the perception of his haki, slowed to a crawl. While his observation haki had not yet reached an advanced level like his armament haki, it was more than sufficient for the current circumstances. Armament. Wagner's lips curled into a smirk as the pitch-black armament haki enveloped his entire body. That dense armament haki acted like a shield, effortlessly blocking the rapid sword aura. Truly, he's the first mate of the Rocks Pirates. The giant ogre Wagner. A name well known. Roar. Ha ha ha. Who might this be? Ah, it is none other than the captain of the 1st Division of the Flying Dragon Pirates. The Silver Moon Swordswoman Lurian. Their first encounter begins with a formidable strike. How uncouth, I wonder? In his beastly form, Wagner stands an impressive 6 meters tall, while the Silver Moon Swordswoman Lurian barely exceeds 2 meters. Before Wagner, she resembles a mere toddler. Alas, such is the weight of the giant ogre's reputation. As a frail woman, what other recourse do I have aside from ambush? I must admit, Lurian is exceptionally beautiful, standing at 2 meters. She appears as a large yet delicate doll. This large doll wields a silver-white blade resembling a western sword, and her deliberately fragile demeanor evokes an instinctive desire to protect her. Many pirates surrounding them reveal greedy expressions upon seeing Lurian. After all, who could resist a 2-meter-tall doll? Of course, their interest lies not in the so-called lowly aspect, but rather in her form. A true lowly enthusiast is not akin to those lecherous older men. They simply admire the essence of such delicate beings, whose fragility inspires a protective instinct. They are not mere perverts. They yearn for beauty. Ironically, Wagner is not a lowly enthusiast. Thus, roar, ha ha ha. Lurian, you truly are adorable. What to do? I can hardly bring myself to harm such a fragile lady. Wagner revealed his sharp beastly fangs, his grin growing more sinister. Upon witnessing this, Lurian felt a flicker of joy. Though she is a 30-60, she is far from fitting the stereotype of being large-breasted and dim-witted. On the contrary, Lurian is quite astute. She understands that in these waters, beauty does not determine one's standing. In battle, a pretty face does not confer additional strength. Yet, she comprehends the value of her beauty and how it can be wielded. Facing male opponents, she employs her unique charm to incite a protective instinct, which can at least disrupt their focus. Thus, she can gain a slight advantage in combat. Such praise is too much, dear Wagner. Why don't we lay down our weapons and find a quiet place to chat for a moment? A glint of malice flickered in Lurian's eyes. She would not let any opportunity slip by. The moment Wagner's guard lowered even slightly, she would strike without hesitation. Wait. I haven't finished my sentence. Ah. To harm such a lovely lady with my fists would be a grave misfortune. How about this? I shall simply sit upon you. Wagner's face displayed a hint of disdain. What? You're actually trying to seduce a 12-year-old child? Have you had too much to drink, or have I? Lurian's expression revealed a trace of astonishment. But before she could articulate her thoughts, Wagner's figure suddenly vanished. Diamond palm, sky incineration. A thunderous cry echoed above Lurian's head, and in an instant, every hair on her body stood on end as she sensed the breath of death. Buzz, activating her observation hockey. She looked up to behold a colossal hand engulfed in roaring flames. The fire manipulation of the Leluria clan. The frenzied flames enveloped a colossal hand spanning 10 square meters. As if the heavens had suddenly caved in. For Lulon, this was indeed the apocalypse. The scene unfolded like a manifestation of the Buddha's divine palm, leaving the surrounding pirates utterly astounded. Members of the Rock's pirates rejoiced internally. If their vice-captain had vanquished the opposing 1st Division captain with a single blow, it would greatly demoralize their adversaries. Meanwhile, the other 2 pirate crews were left in sheer disbelief. The names of Whitebeard and Gold Lion were known far and wide. Although their powers were exceedingly formidable, everyone had long formed an estimation of their capabilities. However, Wagner was different. These individuals had merely glimpsed Wagner's bounty poster and heard whispers of his deeds, such as the slaughter of soldiers aboard a naval vessel in a fit of rage and the inexplicable massacre of over 600 civilians. Was this truly the vice-captain of the 1st Division of the Rock's pirates? The man dubbed the Giant Demon lived up to his fearsome reputation. But wait, had they forgotten? This fellow was merely 12 years old. Ha ha ha. Stop struggling. Just let me shatter your bones and then crush you under my weight. Wagner cackled in midair, exuding an air of arrogance. Yet, unbeknownst to them, the bloodlines of giants, demons, and the Leluria tribe coursed through his veins, summoned to their utmost potential. Coupled with the terrifying powers of the devil fruit and his unique ability to control his own muscles, this attack likely represented a staggering 80% of his full strength. I shall never submit. Llewellyn's eyes glowed crimson as she disregarded her waning stamina. Swiftly, she enveloped herself in armament hockey, her muscles taut with power flowing through her arms. With her sword in hand, she stood on the precipice of greatness, merely a step away from the realm of the swordmasters. Let me tell you, 30 years of fortune can turn in 30 years. Do not underestimate a poor girl. If you think you can make me submit, you are mistaken. My fate is mine to command. With a flourish, she unleashed her sword technique, Silver Moon Flash. The torrent of words bewildered Wagner, leaving him utterly flummoxed. If this were a novel, such declarations would surely earn her the title of heroine, complete with mystical rings and legendary beasts. Wagner shook his head, attempting to dispel the nonsensical thoughts plaguing his mind. Enough of this. I must strike decisively to prevent any lingering nightmares. Under the gaze of all, a sword wave, reminiscent of a silver moon, collided with the colossal hand poised to smite. The ensuing shockwave toppled several pirates in an instant. Yet, Llewellyn, renowned for her speed, stood no chance against the relentless accumulation of power that was Wagner. In mere seconds, her sword energy was obliterated by the monstrous hand. In a moment of despair, she watched as the gigantic hand descended upon her. A chilling scream of agony echoed, accompanied by a sickening crunch, capturing everyone's attention. A single palm had effortlessly defeated someone with a bounty of 300 million. Truly a monster. Such prowess, why was it only worth 500 million berries? Llewellyn. As Wagner's hand lifted, all eyes widened in horror. A massive handprint, half a meter deep, marred the once solid ground. What terrifying strength was this? At the very center of the imprint lay the unconscious figure of the colossal Llewellyn. Moreover, Wagner's overwhelming force had shattered her bones beyond repair in this brutal pirate world. Compassion was a rarity. Not everyone possessed their own code of chivalry, yet each had their unique way of surviving. Damn it, this is disastrous. The vice-captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates, Leiden, was left dumbfounded. He knew Llewellyn could not match Wagner, but he had not anticipated such a swift defeat. Grah, truly. He is my son, Whitebeard bellowed with laughter, only for his gaze to shift to Leiden, at which point his smile vanished. Who are you calling a bastard? With a resounding crack, Whitebeard unleashed a punch, channeling the Tremor Fruit's power against Leiden. The destructive force compelled Leiden to spit blood. Cough. Whitebeard, are you seeking death? Leiden roared in fury. As the esteemed vice-captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates, did he not deserve respect? Humph. Tremor. Facing Leiden's wrath, Whitebeard scoffed, raising his sword. The Tsung-Yun cut, as the Tremor Fruit's power enveloped it. Within the pale wave of energy, a smaller yet tangible wave surged forth. Crack. Crack. The dual tremors reverberated through the air. With a swift and forceful motion, the blade descended upon Lytton's neck. Sensing the imminent peril, Lytton felt his entire being drenched in cold sweat. Yet, as the vice-captain of a formidable pirate crew, he was far from defenseless. Whitebeard's assault was rapid, but Lytton's reflexes were equally astute, though time was of the essence, as the knife neared his throat. His extensive combat experience compelled him to abruptly tilt his body to the left. It was indeed not so simple. A hint of disappointment flickered within Whitebeard's gaze. That Tsung-Yun Xia, a colossal naginata, inherently lacked the agility of ordinary blades. At this juncture, there was no opportunity to realign the weapon towards Lytton's neck. I shall sever your claw first. A glint of ferocity flashed in Whitebeard's eyes as he swung the Tsung-Yun Xia, the blade angling slightly downward. In the next instant, a rather diminutive claw soared into the air. The blade cleanly severed Lytton's left claw. The agony of his severed limb was unbearable. Even for a man of his formidable stature, cold sweat erupted on Lytton's forehead at a visible pace. Under Whitebeard's assault, his once proud, resilient skin felt as fragile as paper. Buzz. The blade did not take his life, and Whitebeard swiftly sheathed it. With both hands gripping the weapon, a chilling aura emanated from him. Crimson gas, seemingly alive, rapidly coiled around the blade of Kanjianki, creating an illusion that the blade appeared even sharper. Conqueror's Haki. Lytton was thrown into a state of panic. Before him, Whitebeard wielded the advanced application of Conqueror's Haki, ensnaring his opponent. For ordinary individuals, the basic application of armament Haki sufficed. Yet for the elite warriors, high-stakes battles often demanded superior combat techniques. In comparison to armament Haki, the Conqueror's Haki was more formidable and destructive. If he struggled to withstand Whitebeard's armament Haki, how could he contend with the Conqueror's Haki that only their captain had mastered? Die. Whitebeard stepped forward, his massive foot shattering the ground beneath him. His arm muscles bulged, and with a sweeping motion, he struck at Lytton. You think you can face me? I am the vice-captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates, the tyrant Lytton. Armament. Brutal dragon fang. It was baffling how Lytton, faced with Whitebeard's full-force strike imbued with Conqueror's Haki, opened his mouth wide, covering his teeth with armament Haki, and charged forward like a beast, with Haki and strength failing him, and his head being a definite weakness. The scene could only be aptly described by a magnificent song from Xinjiang. With a colossal impact, the immense dragon skull soared into the sky before crashing back down. The air fell silent for a moment, followed by a collective gasp as the trend of global warming accelerated. A man with a bounty of 700 million fell so easily before Whitebeard? It was akin to slaughtering a chicken. Captain Whitebeard is invincible. Brothers, charge. Let us eliminate these foes, and once the task is complete, we can feast. Charge. The morale of the Rock's pirates surged to its zenith. They lunged forward, swiftly dispatching the demoralized pirates. Gulalala, Gold Lion, I am far quicker than you. This time, you have lost. Don't forget to send me 3 bottles of your treasured wine. Compared to the other 2 captains, the relationship between Gold Lion and Whitebeard was relatively amicable. Both were top-tier warriors, neither yielding to the other. This time, they had made a wager, while the stakes were not of great value. The thrill of outdoing one another was what drove them. Got it. Damn it. Did you hear that, you so-called one-sword master? Because of you, I lost 3 bottles of my cherished wine. No, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. You should just die. Gold Lion channeled all his frustration and fury towards the vice-captain of the money pirates, Ferocious Swordbush. He abandoned any thoughts of gaining something from another renowned swordsman. Instead, enveloping himself in conqueror's haki, the crimson glow making his 2 renowned blades appear as if they were soaked in blood. What does this have to do with me? Wait. Bush's expression changed dramatically. Though he was a well-known swordsman, years of stagnation due to his innate talent had left him at a standstill. Faced with an absolute swordsmanship genius like Gold Lion, he struggled even to defend against the onslaught. Approximately 3 minutes later, this long-established swordsman met his demise at the hands of Gold Lion. There is indeed a disparity between swordsmen. Moreover, Gold Lion wielded 2 swords. It's not that dual wielding is inherently superior to single swordsmanship, but it allows for greater flexibility in both attack and defense. For Gold Lion, dual wielding suited him perfectly. Yet he was also capable of mastering single sword techniques. One sword restrained, the other struck down. What a scoundrel! My wine. Spitting on Bush's lifeless body, Gold Lion cast a cruel smile at the remnants of the enemy. Kill. Leave none alive. What? You say Litton's entire force has been annihilated. Dragon King Island, a rather unremarkable name. Yet, no one dares to mock it. In fact, many pirates yearn to come here. For this is the stronghold of one of the sea's dominators, the Flying Dragon Pirates. Dragon King Island harbors no ordinary inhabitants. Instead, it boasts vast, exquisite structures. However, the residents within these buildings are vicious and ruthless. The once pristine white walls have long since been stained with the blood of countless victims. And the once clean streets occasionally bear witness to decaying or fresh corpses. Firearms and blades are commonplace here. And the island features designated areas for these heinous pirates to unleash their fury, where the slaves are invariably those forcibly abducted from decent homes. Here lies a paradise for pirates, yet a veritable hell for ordinary souls. Dominating the entirety of Dragon King Island is the most magnificent structure, a palace of unparalleled opulence. Within its resplendent walls resides the captain of the Flying Dragon pirate crew, the notorious great pirate Hans the Dragon. This palace serves not only as his abode, but also as the venue for deliberations with his trusted subordinates. During this period, they engaged in fierce combat with the money pirates, suffering considerable casualties. However, they maintained the upper hand, initially believing they could seize a significant portion of the money pirates' territory. The envisioned outcome was indeed splendid, yet reality dealt a cruel blow. Captain, it is indeed true. We have confirmed the death of Vice Captain Litton. Not only him, but all the pirates who accompanied him have perished. The officer responsible for intelligence lowered his head, his heart filled with trepidation. He was not concerned about the internal turmoil that Vice Captain's death would incite within the crew. Such matters were beyond his contemplation at present. He merely prayed that the merciless captain would not, in a fit of rage, strike him down. How could this be possible? That Litton fellow was quite formidable. Having followed me for so long, I know his strength all too well. Hans, the dragon of the skies, fumed. The deaths of ordinary members were trivial, but he could not bear the loss of the vice captain. He was a high-level combatant, the strongest in the crew aside from himself. Who did this? Was it that fool, the King of Gold? Hans suppressed his fury, his face twisted in a grimace. This incident was not the doing of the money pirates. Reliable sources indicated that their vice captain had also met his demise. Both crews had suffered devastating losses, and the cause of this calamity was none other than the Rock's pirates. The officer felt as if he could bury his head in his trousers, overwhelmed by panic beyond description. Yet, Thankfully, their captain remained absorbed in contemplation over the loss of a valuable aid and how to confront the rock's pirates in the future. Summon the captains. Hans exhaled deeply, and the officer, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, dashed out with remarkable speed, almost wishing for additional legs to hasten his escape. Damn, it seems these tranquil days are coming to an end. A glimmer of ferocity flashed in Hans's eyes as he slowly rose from his throne. In that moment, his form, long concealed in shadows, was finally revealed. Standing at an imposing height of 6 meters, his physique was as hard as iron, marred by a long scar that stretched from his left forehead to the right corner of his mouth, with a broken nose adding to his fearsome visage, exuding an inexplicable aura of bloodshed. The rock's pirates? They are formidable. Yet, he is the sovereign of the seas. He is Dragon Hans. Do you wish to consume me? Be cautious, lest you shatter your own teeth. The Golden City of the Ale Sea is equally an unrefined name. Likewise, it is the domain of another maritime overlord, the King of Gold, Idrun. His name is known far and wide. It is not that his strength is particularly overwhelming. Among the 3 overlords, he is arguably the weakest. Yet, this does not diminish the terror he inspires. In the hands of this man lies 10% of the world's wealth. Among this 10%, 9 parts are gold. Just how much gold does he possess? A staggering 24% of the total gold in the world. He is a formidable wielder of the golden fruit. For money, to others, serves as a consumable commodity, whereas for him, it is a precious asset that enhances his formidable power. The Golden City can be deemed the most opulent city in existence. The entire metropolis is crafted from gold, not only exuding grandeur, but also significantly amplifying the prowess of the Golden King. At this moment, he reclines upon his golden throne. Having already learned from his subordinates of Bush's assassination, he is fully aware of the unfolding events, yet for Idrun, it holds little significance. Alas, what a pity. The bounty on Bush's head is a staggering 700 million berries. Indeed, the Golden King is not concerned for his subordinates, rather, he finds himself contemplating the monetary worth of their heads. He laments the loss of 700 million berries. If it is lost, so be it. In this world, where wealth abounds, everything is purchasable. At worst, I shall expend a little more money to recruit a more powerful lieutenant. Idrun, the Golden King, is an exceedingly avaricious and ruthless individual. Unlike the robust physiques of ordinary strongmen, Idrun's form can only be described as exceptionally corpulent, standing over 6 meters tall. While Hans projects an aura of formidable strength, Idrun resembles an enormous mound of flesh. Summon the media. Inform them that our money pirates are willing to offer 1 billion berries to recruit some exceptionally powerful pirates. Remember, the bounty must exceed 500 million. After issuing these commands to his subordinates, the Golden King proceeds to the forbidden realm of the pirate crew, his chamber. The corpulent figure sluggishly squeezed himself into the bathtub crafted from pure gold. Unlike the lavish exterior of the world beyond, the decor within his chamber was rather unpretentious. Reclining in the tub, Idrun lifted his gaze towards the wall before him. Adorning the wall was an aging photograph depicting 2 individuals, a boy and a girl, both beaming with joy. Their bodies closely entwined, evidently a couple deeply in love. Upon closer inspection, one would discern a striking resemblance between the handsome youth in the photograph and Idrun himself. Indeed, that charming boy was none other than he. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, a bottle of exquisite red wine valued at a staggering 1 million berries shattered violently in his grip. A sinister expression crept across his plump visage. Damn that golden fruit. Alusha. Truly, the price of wealth is the sacrifice of that which is most precious. Idrun reminisced about his once ordinary life, when he was merely a street vendor, until he unwittingly consumed the golden fruit, acquiring the power to manipulate gold. The girl named Alusha was his fiancée. They were but simple folk, living a life of modest means. Yet, their bond remained untainted by their financial struggles, flourishing in a beautiful simplicity. They rose with the sun and rested with its setting. Their existence was serene and delightful, akin to the most unadorned yet breathtaking masterpiece. However, all that beauty was extinguished when Alusha passed away. This is the curse of the gold fruit. Idrun sighed. He once believed it to be merely an accident. However, upon reaching this juncture and learning of the shocking rumor, he fell into silence. Throughout history, those who wielded the power of the gold fruit invariably had the most cherished possessions taken from them. It is said to be a devil's bargain. Some even claim it is wealth that purchases one's heart. Alyssa, fret not, for you told me to live well. Thus, in this world, no one can take my life. Not rocks, nor the world government. The dragon pirates and the golden pirates swiftly commenced their preparations for war. The two pirate crews appeared to have an unspoken understanding, seemingly resolved to first join forces against the formidable rocks pirates. In no time, the dragon pirates began to plunder and gather resources, while the golden pirates lavishly recruited soldiers. Such a tremendous stir naturally caught the attention of the Navy headquarters and the world government. The Navy began to deploy their forces, and the world government mobilized a plethora of agents. Their intention was simple. Once the three dominant pirate crews determined the victor, they would step in to reap the benefits. Of course, time was of the essence. In just a few days, they could hardly muster a significant force. As for the rocks pirates, after Whitebeard and Golden Lion eliminated the vice captains of the dragon pirates and golden pirates, they too began intensive preparations for war. This battle was of paramount importance. A defeat could severely cripple the rocks pirates, leading to their downfall. Yet, victory would elevate them to the ranks of the most powerful pirate crew in history. In the conference room of the rocks pirates on Hive Island, the atmosphere was charged. Enough of the idle chatter. In the upcoming war, every member of the rocks pirates will be deployed. This battle will determine our future development. Success is the only option. Sitting at the head of the table, Rocks exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance. This was a significant step towards realizing his dream of becoming the king of the world. He would not tolerate failure. Rest assured, Captain, we shall give our all. The Golden Lion, cigar in mouth, grinned defiantly. He was the type of rogue who thrived on chaos. Only in turmoil could he ascend to greater heights. Indeed, two dominant pirate crews, a truly unprecedented formidable adversary. Charlotte Linlin chuckled ominously from the side. Although the Rocks pirates often engaged in warfare, this full-scale mobilization was a first for her. All right, everyone, return and assemble your crews. This war is crucial. I promise. Upon victory, each of you will be rewarded with vast treasures. The Golden King and Dragon Hans are both immensely wealthy. What you desire lies there. Go seize it. Rocks laughed heartily, his conqueror's haki erupting like a primal beast, instilling a sense of trepidation in the formidable captains present. However, let me make myself clear. Should anyone dare to engage in treachery or falter when the battle begins, I will take their head as a trophy. Rocks thundered, and the captains hurriedly assented. They all understood the extent of Rock's strength. None dared to provoke this top-tier tyrant. After imparting a few final instructions, the captains departed to execute the tasks assigned to them. News of the impending clash between the Rocks pirates and the other two dominant pirate crews spread like wildfire throughout Hive Island. The expressions of all pirates morphed instantly, not with fear, but with exhilaration. War? What a splendid opportunity. Those who live with their heads on the line thrive only through grand invasions, amassing treasures in the process. Joining the Rocks pirates was all about wealth, after all. While some sought strength and ambition, war could facilitate those aspirations. The pirates fervently began their preparations for battle, sharpening swords, cleaning guns, filling their bellies, and getting ample rest. Meanwhile, Whitebeard and the other captains summoned their lieutenants and the strongest members of their crews to discuss strategies for the impending war, allocating tasks to all. Who would lead the charge, who would conduct raids, who would provide rear support, and who would encircle the enemy. There were many details, but the overarching plan remained unchanged. As the two strongest divisions of the Rocks pirates, Whitebeard's 1st Division and Golden Lion's 2nd Division were tasked with leading the charge. They were to swiftly carve a path through the ranks of the Dragon Pirates and the Golden Pirates. In naval combat, Whitebeard was unmatched. In aerial combat, Golden Lion reigned supreme. If these two individuals truly collaborate, the power they unleash will be far more formidable than a mere sum of 1 + 1. Father, Wagner, seated in Whitebeard's chamber, was aware that all the small commanders of the 1st Division had received their orders and were preparing for war with their respective pirates. Yet, as the vice captain, Wagner was retained by Whitebeard. Wagner, the battlefield is no child's play. This war surpasses the trivial skirmishes of the past. Father may not have the capacity to look after you. You must exercise utmost caution on your own. Whitebeard expressed his concerns, acknowledging that the Dragon Pirates and the Money Pirates, as captain-level pirate crews, possessed profound foundations. Although Wagner's current strength was commendable, rivaling that of pirates with bounties around 600 million, no one could guarantee that the opposing crew lacked formidable experts. This is indeed my only son. Ha ha ha. Fear not, dear father. Are you unaware of my abilities? Even if I encounter an adversary I cannot defeat, I shall simply flee. If all else fails, I can plunge into the depths of the ocean. After all, I possess the bloodline of the fishmen, While my strength may be significantly diminished in the water, I still have the means to protect myself. Wagner proclaimed with confidence, for the Fishman bloodline is undoubtedly an exceptional trump card. Unlike ordinary devil fruit users, who are doomed to perish in the ocean, he is different. His physical prowess is formidable, and with the Fishman blood coursing through his veins, he can swim and has the ability to breathe underwater. Moreover, 2 years ago, he learned Fishman karate from the Fishmen within his pirate crew. His remarkable talent has allowed him to master this skill, although it may pale in comparison to his other offensive techniques in the ocean. Fishman karate is undoubtedly the most effective form of attack. G-H-la-la-la. Indeed, however, it is always wise to exercise caution. One must never be careless. The father and son engaged in conversation late into the night. By the break of dawn the next day, Wagner, still in bed, was roused by the cacophony outside the house, a multitude of footsteps, the clinking of weapons, and the preparations of ammunition. Wagner opened his eyes and inhaled deeply. He slowly rose from his bed, tilting his head with practiced ease, and once again beheld that familiar image. I shall return, as the sun ascended high in the sky. Preparations on Hive Island were complete. Over 50 pirate ships lay anchored upon the sea, a truly magnificent sight. Not a soul could be seen on Hive Island. Every last one had set sail, leaving no soldier behind. Listen up, lads. No need for lengthy speeches. Money, status, power, women. Everything you desire awaits you there. Go seize it. With the knives in your hands and the guns at your waists, reclaim what you yearn for. Rox stood at the bow of the flagship, rallying the troops. His words, though lacking in eloquence, were undeniably effective. The ferocious pirates had no taste for flowery rhetoric. What they sought was the captain's promise and the bountiful rewards that awaited them after victory. Roar! The pirates let out a collective growl, their ferocious battle spirit surging to its zenith in an instant. Set sail, lads. Our destination, the battlefield of the LC. What? You say the Rox pirates have already commenced their operations? In the office of the Fleet Admiral, the current Fleet Admiral Richard, a fictional character, exclaimed in shock. They were aware that the Rox pirates were poised to attack 2 other dominant pirate crews, but they had not anticipated such rapid action. In less than 5 days, how many troops could they amass? In truth, Rox had foreseen that the Navy headquarters and the world government would intervene. The essence of military strategy lies in swiftness. While the Navy and world government were undeniably formidable, their only weakness was that their soldiers were widely dispersed across the globe. The forces and commanders at headquarters had their own assignments, meaning they spent nearly 13 days each month on missions. As it stood, the Navy headquarters could muster only 20,000 soldiers. Yes, Admiral, the Rox pirates have set sail. At their speed, they are expected to reach the LC by noon tomorrow. A hint of cold sweat appeared on the intelligence officer's brow. Their speed was astonishing. The ships of the Rox pirates were of exceptional quality, rivaling even the naval vessels in terms of velocity. Such rapid movement indicated that this was a plan meticulously crafted in advance. What could be accomplished in 5 days? When Whitebeard returned home, the Navy headquarters had received the news, yet today they were already on the move, as if Whitebeard had merely rested for a day before engaging in battle. The chains of profit bound the pirates tightly. Until they encountered an insurmountable foe, their cohesiveness was terrifyingly strong. We are running out of time. How many soldiers do we have left? Richard exclaimed, rising abruptly from his desk, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. There are approximately 20,000 soldiers remaining at headquarters. Aside from Admiral Steelbone, the other 2 admirals are out on missions. About 40% of the vice admirals have yet to set sail, leaving only 30% available. What? Richard gasped in astonishment. The Navy headquarters could never mobilize like the Rox pirates. They needed to retain at least 13,000 troops to defend their base. Over 12,000 soldiers to confront more than 80,000 ruthless pirates? What a jest. Just then, the transponder snail on Richard's desk began to ring. Moshi Moshi. This is Admiral Richard. It's me. An aged voice responded from the other end, and the appearance of the transponder snail instantly morphed into that of a dignified elderly man. 5 Elder Stars. Richard exclaimed with delight. With the aid of the world government, their odds of success would significantly increase. We are already aware of the situation regarding the Rox pirates. In response, we will dispatch 20,000 elite agents, approximately 50 top-tier agents, and 3 CP0 agents. The words of the 5 Elder Stars served as a reassuring balm for Richard. The prowess of elite agents was comparable to that of pirates with bounties nearing 1 million, surpassing even the soldiers of the Navy headquarters. The strength of the top-tier agents naturally matched that of the naval admirals, while the three CP0 agents were formidable indeed. The weakest among them possessed the strength of a top vice admiral, with some even approaching the level of an admiral's substitute. What does it mean to be an admiral's substitute? To possess such strength indicates that one has reached the admiral's level in certain aspects, be it power or speed. Richard, we are dispatching a considerable force. What we seek is not a defeat, but a resounding victory. If we triumph magnificently in this war, once the Supreme Commander retires, we may consider you for promotion. As for the consequences of failure, I believe you understand them well. A stick and a sweet date. The stick may take a life, but the sweet date is sweet enough to induce diabetes. Understood, esteemed 5 Elder Stars. I shall exert every effort. Not a single one of these vile pirates shall escape. Richard declared with fervor. The position of Supreme Commander was one he had long coveted. The opportunity lay before him, and he would seize it, even if it cost him his life. After hanging up the call, a sinister smile crept across Richard's face. Relay my orders. Assemble the soldiers, summon the commanders. Annihilate those wicked pirates. Meanwhile, on a small island at the boundary of the LC, 2 pirates from the Money Pirates were engaged in idle chatter. Why did the boss suddenly send us here? I was just getting started with that girl I rescued yesterday. The boss surely has his reasons. What? Do you dare defy his wishes? Have you forgotten those enemies who were tortured to death by the boss? On the island, the 2 pirates served as sentinels, tasked with observing the approach of the Rocks pirates. This island was not their chosen battleground, yet it harbored 100 pirates. Quit it. I've been a pirate for 12 years, but I've never witnessed the boss's brutal methods of killing until now. One pirate seemed to recall some grim memory and began to tremble uncontrollably. Sigh, loving money, only to end up as the boss's treasure. Better be cautious. I don't want to be turned into a golden mummy. The entire small island was surrounded by sentinels. In the LC, each island boasted hundreds of pirates. No one knew how the Rocks pirates would breach their defenses. All they could do was remain vigilant. But then, why has it suddenly grown dark? The blazing sun, which had been relentless, seemed to be shrouded by clouds, blocking out any rays of light. This unexpected change brought a flicker of joy to the weary sentinels, who looked up at the sky, eager to catch a glimpse of the delightful cloud. What's happening? The clouds in the sky appeared remarkably peculiar, thick and familiar in shape. They resembled ships, and it was truly astonishing to discern the outlines of both the bow and stern. What was that short, stout object? What was that small hole? In the next moment, a resounding explosion erupted beside the sentinel as a spherical object detonated, seemingly a signal. That short, stout object reappeared. And it was not alone. They all turned in unison, aimed at the island. An overwhelming torrent of spherical objects cascaded down in a frenzy. In this moment, the bewildered sentinel finally realized that this was not merely a cloud, but a pirate ship. My dear comrades, let us make them feel the might of the King of the Skies. Float, float, fruit. This is a remarkable and formidable devil fruit. The user of this fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to defy gravity and soar through the skies, while also having the power to manipulate any living or non-living entity that they touch, causing it to levitate. Although the Golden Lion is merely a step away from awakening the full potential of the devil fruit, he has no difficulty controlling a ship to ascend into the heavens. There he stands, suspended in midair, a mocking expression upon his face as he gazes down at the pirates on the island who are fleeing in a frantic panic. While there are still some indigenous inhabitants on this island, the mighty lion cares little for the lives of mere ants. Quickly, summon the captain. Thankfully, these pirates have not forgotten their mission. All are desperately trying to escape the relentless bombardment raining down upon them. If I let you live, that scoundrel Whitebeard will surely mock me. Thus, it is better for all of you to perish. Seizing a gun from one of his subordinates, the Golden Lion begins to harvest lives with the fervor of a hunter. He now finds himself regretting not preparing 2 islands beforehand. The collapse of a single island could obliterate all life on the ground. Goolalala. That iconic laughter suddenly echoes from across the sea, and one cannot help but acknowledge the sheer volume of his voice. Upon hearing it, the pirates on the island sink further into despair, while the Golden Lion's expression turns to one of irritation. Damn it, how did this scoundrel arrive so swiftly? A remarkably distinctive whale-headed pirate ship speeds toward them across the waves. Pirates with keen eyesight tremble in fear. At the bow stands an exceptionally muscular man, wielding an enormous naginata, his face adorned with a crescent-shaped beard. Captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard. What madness is this? The highest bounty on our island is not even 100 million, yet both the 1st and 2nd Divisions have arrived. Do they think so highly of us? Alas, brothers, it's time to dig our own graves. No way. Have you already laid down? What do you expect? By the way, carve a tombstone for me. Some lie down resignedly, while others still cling to the hope of survival. Meanwhile, Whitebeard makes his signature move. Goo-la-la-la. Golden Lion, you are far too slow. Leave the rest to me. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanates from Whitebeard, and Wagner, standing behind him, feels an immense pressure. Whitebeard plunges his weapon, the Songyunya, into the bow of the ship, slightly bending forward, arms crossed over his chest. In the next moment, his muscles swell dramatically. A wave of white energy envelopes his fists. Crack! His fists strike the surrounding air simultaneously, producing a bone-rattling sound of shattering. In the blink of an eye, countless fissures erupt, spreading wildly into the surrounding space. Under the might of the Gura no Mi, the sea begins to boil. Oh, it is the seaquake of Captain Whitebeard, the invincible man of naval warfare. This scene is nothing short of breathtaking. The pirates aboard the ship gasp in awe. The tremors caused by the Gura no Mi reverberate through the air, transmitting an overwhelming force into the ocean. The speed of this force is astonishing, with small waves suddenly crashing against the island's shores. Yet those waves grow larger and larger. In mere moments, what began as gentle ripples transforms into a colossal tsunami capable of engulfing half the island. And this is merely Whitebeard's intention. Given his current power, submerging the entire island would be a trivial matter. However, he is aware that many innocent civilians reside in the heart of the island, and he deftly controls his strength. Although the water will impact the central buildings, the chances of civilian casualties remain minimal. He adheres to his principles. The gigantic tsunami violently crashes against the island's periphery, where the pirates are stationed, keenly observing the ocean's movements, thus they cannot venture deeper into the island. This monstrous wave becomes the scythe of death, effortlessly claiming the lives of these thugs. Charge! My comrades, carve a bloody path for our main forces. With a sweeping motion of his blade, Whitebeard accelerates the pirate ship. Damn it! What are you staring at? Pick up the pace. Do you intend to let the 1st Division claim all the glory? The enraged Golden Lion barks at his subordinate, seemingly oblivious to the fact that he himself controls the vessel. Are they here? Both Flying Dragon Hans and the Golden King Edrin receive the news simultaneously, without hesitation. They promptly issue commands for all pirates to prepare for battle. Surprisingly, these two long-standing rivals find themselves on the same island at this moment. The leader has issued orders, and all pirates spring into action. Their forces are not inferior to those of the Rock's pirates. Combined, they boast an impressive total of over 110,000 troops. This island, chosen for its vastness, is flanked by sheer cliffs on all sides, save for a single entrance to the north, a prime location that is easily defensible. At the entrance, numerous finely crafted cannons have been set up, and a throng of pirates, armed to the teeth, stands ready to unleash a concentrated assault on any would-be intruders. Here lies the first line of defense. Stationed here are the 2nd Squad Captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates and the 1st Squad Captain of the Money Pirates. In their previous encounter, the Vice Captain of the 2nd Squad of the Rocks Pirates eliminated the 2nd Squad Captain of the Money Pirates. Both of these formidable individuals boast bounties nearing 300 million, renowned for their prowess. Everyone is anxiously awaiting the impending clash. Yet the ships of Whitebeard and the Golden Lion deliberately slow their pace. Their intelligence has revealed the opponent's location for the decisive battle, and it is clear that formidable traps have been laid there. What they require now is to await the arrival of the grand fleet of the Rocks Pirates, rather than recklessly charging in alone. At last, a colossal fleet emerges upon the ocean. At the helm of the lead ship stands a man cloaked in a grand coat. The moment this man appears, the winds upon the sea seem to whisper in hushed tones. It is as if the heavens themselves yield to the might of this individual, who wears a boastful smile, none other than the captain of the Rocks Pirates, Rox D. Jibek, whose bounty soars to an astonishing 3.25 billion. Ha ha ha. It seems Whitebeard and his companion have awaited us for quite some time. Crew, those pesky little brats have been dealt with. Now, it's your turn to eliminate those oblivious fools, and then we shall divide the mountain of treasures among ourselves. All hands, full speed ahead. Rox bellows from the bow, his voice accompanied by a cacophony of excitement. The flagship surges forward, with the other pirate ships closely trailing behind. Suddenly, an impenetrable fog envelopes the sky. All the pirates upon the island watch the sea with trepidation, the rising mist amplifying their unease. Here they come. In the midst of the fog, vast shadows materialize. A massive, indistinct form looms above, and as the shadows penetrate the haze, the skull-shaped bow of a ship becomes grotesquely vivid, with the letters upon its sails exuding an aura of terror. Everyone, brace yourselves. That fearsome beast approaches. Fire. Blast them to smithereens. A barrage of cannon fire instantly engulfs the fleet of the Rock's pirates. At this singular point of entry, the two pirate crews have positioned over 300 cannons. One after another, the cannonballs rain down like a deluge. Despite the formidable strength of the Rock's pirates, they cannot fully defend against such a relentless onslaught. Is this a welcoming ceremony of cannon fire? How exhilarating! Rox exclaims with a hearty laugh. The opposing artillery is advanced, reloading with astonishing speed. Before the first volley lands, the second is already in flight. But what of it? The outcome of war is not determined by these petty minions. Boom. At Rock's command, the pirates aboard begin their counterattack. Gunners and snipers unleash a torrent of firepower. One cannonball strikes a pirate ship, its tremendous force nearly obliterating it. Another cannonball crashes into the defensive artillery on the island, producing a deafening explosion, igniting several nearby explosives. Captain, to the left and right, numerous pirate ships detected. A pirate suddenly cries out. Rox turns slightly, and on either side of the island, over 20 pirate vessels emerge. The moment they appear, they swiftly open fire, and before the crew aboard can react, the enemy's cannonballs are already upon them. Ha ha ha. How delightful. The golden lion in the sky observes with a cruel grin. Let destruction reign. Wail in despair. The cannon fire from the island is dense, yet it cannot hinder the advance of the colossal fleet. Some of the stronger pirates aboard Rock's ship have begun to retaliate, easily slicing through or deflecting the incoming cannonballs. Meanwhile, members of the Flying Dragon Pirates and Money Pirates can only watch as the cannonballs hurtle towards them. The disparity in strength is overwhelming, whether among the upper echelon, mid-tier, or lower ranks. The two pirate crews are evidently not of the same caliber. These nuisances are like flies. I can no longer endure this. A vice captain from the 4th Squad of the Rock's Pirates, under Wang Zhi's command, howls, propelling himself into the air with a powerful leap. One of the 6 powers of the Navy. Moonwalk. The incessant onslaught continues. To hell with you all. The vice captain wields a common wooden stick, yet under the enveloping might of his advanced hockey, this ordinary object transforms into an invincible weapon. Once a rear admiral of the Navy, he was stripped of his title due to massive embezzlement and subsequently defected to join the Rock's Pirates. He may not be virtuous, but his strength is undeniable. With his formidable physical prowess, the vice captain charges towards one of the pirate ships on the right flank. His speed is remarkable, and Wagner clearly observes him landing on the deck, swinging his wooden stick, delivering blow after blow, spraying blood in all directions. A vice captain with a bounty of 400 million has reduced this pirate ship to utter chaos. Ha ha ha. We cannot allow the 4th Squad to steal our thunder. Let them witness the might of our 3rd Squad. What are you waiting for? The vice captain of the 4th Squad has already made his move. And you're here pondering what to have for dinner tonight? Get moving. A vice captain's actions spark a competitive spirit amongst several captains, prompting them to dispatch their own vice captains, each with bounties starting from 360 million. Such formidable warriors confronting mere ordinary pirates inevitably leads to a massacre, each man aboard his own vessel, engaging in a delightful skirmish. Ha ha ha. Father, I shall join in too. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Wagner's eyes as a battle fanatic. The prolonged time spent aboard had nearly driven him to madness. Indeed. Go forth and bring glory to your father. Whitebeard nodded, deeming it time for his son to indulge in some leisure. Wagner nodded in agreement and, with a graceful step, soared into the sky. Years prior, he had mastered the so-called Marine 6 styles with astonishing speed, thanks to his formidable physical prowess. This technique transcends human limits, and Wagner himself is an embodiment of such transcendence. Boom, boom, boom. Wagner's feet danced upon the air, unleashing tremendous force that generated a series of sonic booms. His target was a larger vessel, adorned with the flag of the notorious Rock's Pirates. How dare they? Do the Rock's Pirates consider us mere ants to be crushed at will? Fire. Open fire. Reduce this scoundrel to a sieve. The captain of the pirate ship bellowed angrily. They were an affiliated crew of the Flying Dragon Pirates. Though not particularly strong, he boasted a bounty of 110 million. Under the captain's command, a barrage of cannonballs instantly engulfed the space surrounding Wagner. It seemed unavoidable. Yet no one noticed the slight smirk curling at the corner of Wagner's mouth as he hovered in midair. Boom. The explosion of a single cannonball triggered a chain reaction among the others. The deafening sound of the blast, coupled with billowing black smoke, sent a gentle heat wave sweeping across the surface of the sea. Ha ha ha. Is this all they've got? The 1st Division Vice Captain of the Rocks Pirates is reduced to this? I expected far more ferocity. The captain laughed raucously, but as the smoke began to clear, his laughter abruptly ceased. Ha ha ha. What is this? Weren't you just laughing heartily? In his Titan form, Wagner soared through the air, his fearsome visage sending shivers down the captain's spine. Meanwhile, the Rocks Pirates erupted into thunderous laughter. Surely this fool does not believe that a mere few cannonballs could defeat a pirate with a bounty exceeding 500 million, does he? Oh. Vice Captain Wagner, crush him. Reduce him to pulp with your mighty hand. Tear their ship asunder. On Whitebeard's ship, the 1st Division members shouted frantically. Wagner's strength had garnered immense respect. All understood that if their vice captain aspired to become a dominant figure upon the seas, it was merely a matter of time. Alas, my dear crew members have spoken. And thus, I must regretfully turn you into mush. Wagner raised his right hand, and in an instant, it began to pulse as if it possessed a heartbeat. The captain was astounded to see that with each pulse, Wagner's hand doubled in size. After 10 seconds, an enormous, terrifying hand materialized. Armed with the might of the diamond form, there was no need for anyone else to intervene. The vice captains of each division could effortlessly deal with the vessels that plagued the seas. On the pirate ships engaged in the first round of probing, the mightiest among them commanded a mere bounty exceeding 100 million. It could be said that the Flying Dragon Pirates and the Golden Money Pirates had never held any expectations that these individuals could withstand for long. They were merely pawns serving a testing purpose. Do you see it, you scoundrels? The members of the Rocks Pirates are ruthless beings. If we fall to their hands, none shall survive. The officers on the island fervently instilled fear into the nearby pirates, and the effect was palpable. No one wished for death, and to avoid it. They had no choice but to resist with all their might. With a resounding explosion, over 20 pirate vessels were successfully sent to the depths of the ocean by several vice captains. All members of the Rocks Pirates erupted in jubilant cheers. The battle commenced with a triumphant victory, significantly boosting their morale. Clack, clack, clack. Well done. Now it's our turn. Young ones, charge at full speed. Annihilate these fools. In the new world to come, we shall be the sole rulers. With a grand gesture, Rocks signaled to his fleet, which surged forward as if invigorated by a potent elixir. Once more, the island unleashed a barrage of cannon fire, but this time, the formidable warriors aboard truly took action. Gulalala. Allow me to present you with a welcoming gift. Whitebeard stood at the prow of the whale ship, stepping forward with his left foot, his body slightly bent, and arms wielding his blade, which he flung behind him. He began to gather immense power. A wave of white light enveloped the blade of his weapon, and terrifying strength coalesced as the pirates behind him were instantly engulfed in an indescribable sense of suffocation, with a flash of crimson in his eyes. Whitebeard swung his blade forward, the crisp sound of shattering air resonating as a force of annihilation surged toward the sea before him. The ocean was cleaved open, leaving a massive wound in its wake. The billowing energy consolidated, ultimately manifesting into a colossal wave. The power of nature is boundless. The tumultuous waters crashed violently against the entrance of the island, the weighty tide claiming the lives of countless pirates in an instant. Furthermore, their firearms and artillery were rendered defective, succumbing to the deluge. The might of a single strike, terrifying indeed. Gulalala. 1st Division. Assault. Retrieve all the good treasures for me. With a sweeping motion of his blade, Whitebeard sent Wagner to the forefront. The latter, stepping lightly as if walking on the moon, traversed hundreds of meters in just a few breaths. Now, Wagner could clearly perceive the terror etched on the faces of the pirates at the entrance. He grinned widely, raising his right hand and striking forcefully into the air. This strike resembled the lethal blow of a master swordsman. Although it lacked the sharpness typical of a cut, it possessed a profound strength that a mere slash could not muster. The pale blue crescent-shaped attack surged toward the pirates on the shore. Unlike a swordsman's assault, Wagner's attack did not emit the sound of blades slicing through flesh. Instead, it resonated with a deep, powerful explosion. A monster. This man is a monster. Is this the man known as the giant demon? Why do I feel that the pressure he exudes rivals that of the former vice captain? This is bad. The bomb has been triggered. The tremendous explosion even caused the cliffs surrounding the island to tremble. But this was merely the prelude. Wagner advanced purposefully, and this time his target was the captain of the 2nd Division of the Flying Dragon Pirates. This captain is also a master of physical prowess. Damn it. The captain's pupils constricted sharply, His strength paled in comparison to that of the former captain of the 1st Division, Roland. Faced with an opponent capable of effortlessly dispatching Roland, he had no choice but to reveal his utmost power in a desperate bid for survival. Come on! With a thunderous roar, the captain's body underwent a transformative metamorphosis. Hair erupted from his skin like bamboo shoots after a rain, dark and resilient. His mouth and nose protruded, morphing into the visage of a hefty boar. 2 sharp tusks jutted from his jaw, and this captain, once deemed handsome, was instantaneously transformed into a robust figure with the head of a wild pig. Animal type: boar fruit, wild boar form. Armed: meat egg scallion chicken. The portly boar captain let out a furious roar, his entire being enveloped in a shroud of dark. Armed hockey, his corpulent body resembling a colossal lead ball as he charged with all his might toward Wagner's colossal palm. Bang! The sound was deafening, akin to a stunning shot fired by Lindan. A deathly silence ensued. Ha ha ha! What's the matter? Have you been rendered speechless? The scent of blood emanating from you is quite potent. It's intoxicating yet thoroughly unpleasant. A fierce killing intent flickered in Wagner's enormous eyes. Yes, he was indeed a pirate. Yet, he was a pirate with his own moral compass. The world knows Wagner, the giant demon, as a cruel and bloodthirsty genius. However, few are aware that he once slaughtered an entire naval warship, the reason being that it was laden with a multitude of slaves, poor souls abducted without cause. And the culprits behind their abduction were none other than the Navy. Or rather, the Navy acting under the coercive orders of the world government, demanding the capture of countless slaves for experiments in the scientific division and the amusement of the celestial dragons. Indeed, he had also massacred over 600 civilians. Yet, what remains unknown is that those 600 were bounty hunters who had turned over a new leaf. On one occasion, after completing a mission, he and Whitebeard were dining in a tavern when those foolish men, tempted by greed, coveted the bounties on their heads, worth billions of berries. Lured by the promise of wealth, they risked their lives, concocting a poison potent enough to slay a sea king. The outcome was, of course, predictable. In his fury, Wagner obliterated the entire town. This is his way of life. It cannot be deemed benevolent, yet he possesses a clear set of principles. However, the ruffians before him are undoubtedly true pirates, each one reeking of the stench of blood, and it would take a fool to believe that this sanguinary aroma is solely derived from their enemies. The shark's sense of smell is remarkably acute. Moreover, Wagner's veins pulse with the ferocious bloodline of the shark human, the fearsome sand tiger shark, within a 10-kilometer radius. No trace of blood can evade his keen nose. Coupled with his impending mastery of observation hockey, Wagner seems to possess an unprecedented ability. Well then, you may express your gratitude to my benevolence for allowing you a few moments to savor this fresh air. Now, I kindly request your assistance. Wagner's aura surged once more, and an enigmatic flame erupted from his skin, radiating an intense heat. What do you intend to do? A pirate exclaimed, overwhelmed by the oppressive atmosphere. Oh, it's nothing of great consequence. I merely wish to borrow your heads for a time, Wagner declared, as he rent a gaping hole in the defenses of the Flying Dragon and Money Pirate crews. The members of the Rocks Pirates were far from inept, seizing the opportunity like a swarm of locusts, determined to leave no survivors. Before the 80,000 pirates, the first line of defense crumbled swiftly. Blood stained the earth. Severed limbs scattered, all bearing witness to the brutality of war. Strangely, Wagner felt no discomfort. On the contrary, he was exhilarated. Oh ho ho. Well done, Wagner. Truly. You are a kindred spirit. Have you not felt the thirst for blood that courses through our veins? Soon, we shall unleash a grand spectacle, ensuring the world knows the terror of Kaido. Kaido exclaimed, throwing an arm around Wagner's shoulders. In his beastly form, Wagner stood nearly as tall as Kaido himself. And when he turned to face him, he was met with a lewd grin. Wagner, Kaido had not pledged allegiance to any captain of the Rocks Pirates. He harbored his own pride, having once been a hero imbued with immense strength. In his perspective, his future self would undoubtedly surpass the current captains in prowess. With a kanabo in hand, Kaido gleefully charged ahead, dragging the reluctant Wagner along. One was the youngest vice captain since the Rocks Pirates' inception, while the other was the so-called strongest newcomer among the monstrous crew. The duo's combination elicited an inexplicable sense of camaraderie. Oh ho ho, Wagner. I have a splendid idea. Let us become sworn brothers. From this day forth, I shall be your elder brother, and you shall be my younger sibling. HM, do you wish to be the son of the old man too? Blast. How could I have forgotten that? No, that one T do. Hee hee. I advise you to focus on the imminent battle instead. Truly, you are the epitome of foolishness. Scoundrel, what did you just say? The Rock's pirates advanced rapidly, encountering only a handful of watchtowers along the way, which they dispatched effortlessly. They traversed dense jungles, arriving at a more open expanse. In the distance, the town's structures came into view. Jiahahaha. What a lively scene. The Golden Lion remarked, observing the bustling figures in the town with a defiant grin. The captains, possessing keen observation hockey, sensed the ominous presence emanating from the town ahead. Two formidable figures stood at the entrance, each backed by a powerful force. Sea Overlord, Flying Dragon Hans, Captain of the Flying Dragon Pirates. Zoan type, Dragon Fruit, mythical beast form, Flying Dragon. Sea Overlord, King of Gold Edron, Captain of the Money Pirates. Paramecia type, Gold Fruit user. These two individuals are renowned figures with bounties exceeding 2 billion, notorious throughout these vast seas. Behind them lies a formidable horde of over 100,000 ruthless pirates. That fellow, Rox, has finally arrived. Today, the title of the supreme ruler of the seas shall be transferred. In the eyes of Flying Dragon Hans, a fervent ambition gleamed. As the second-ranked maritime overlord, he had long coveted the position above him. Caution is prudent, however. That monster, Rox, is not to be underestimated. In contrast to Hans, Adron exhibited a greater degree of rationality. Naturally, individuals of such caliber possess more than just base thoughts. To have ascended to their current stature, one must wield formidable strength and possess a genius intellect, or else they would have been eliminated long ago. As Rox and his crew advanced, he halted when the distance between them shrank to less than 300 meters. Crack, crack, crack. Well met, you two rascals. I never imagined you would survive until now. Rox laughed mockingly, his eyes alight with derision. Although these two possess commendable strength, they still pale in comparison to him. Get lost. How dare you speak to my captain like that? Beware, or I shall end you. A desperate pirate eager to ascend the ranks charged forward, standing beside his captain, Hans, with a fierce scowl and vitriolic words. Silence. My captain speaks. What business do you have meddling, you insignificant wretch? Step aside and spare us your disgrace. The dominion of an overlord commands respect, and discussions among the three sovereigns, however harsh, remain their own affairs. The suspicious Flying Dragon Hans would not tolerate any hint of disrespect towards the overlords. To him, such insolence was not only a provocation towards Rox, but also an affront to his own status as an overlord. Regardless, that fool will surely meet his demise soon. Crack, crack, crack. Is this truly the underling of the esteemed maritime overlord, Flying Dragon Hans? TSK, TSK. Such a lack of upbringing. Rox bellowed with laughter, his aura suddenly surging. An overwhelming and terrifying conqueror's hockey erupted instantaneously. The sky dimmed in that very moment. Buzz. Rox conqueror's hockey swiftly surged towards the two pirate crews. In the blink of an eye, several weaker pirates foamed at the mouth, their eyes rolling back, collapsing to the ground. Trying to intimidate me? Rox. You haven't changed one bit. Buzz. Once again, two more waves of conqueror's hockey emerged. This time, we witnessed the formidable conqueror's hockey of two other maritime sovereigns. Although it may not be as grand and resounding as that of Rox, the combined force of the two is still sufficient to precariously maintain a balance with his overwhelming presence. The two formidable presences remained locked in a tense standoff. Unbeknownst to them, the previously clear sky had become shrouded in an ominous silence. The heavens seemed to lament under the weight of their combined powers. As fissures akin to sword wounds gradually manifested in the clouds above, such a terrifying aura. Could this truly be the essence of the supreme maritime overlords? Behold, the sky has split asunder. To wield mortal strength to influence nature itself? This hints at the ascendance to divinity. Had it not been decreed since the establishment of the world government that no one shall ascend to godhood? Their own leader engaged in battle with the opposing captain, leaving the surrounding pirates to watch in silent awe. Observing nearby, Hans and Adron appeared flushed, while the corners of Rox's lips curled into a sinister grin. With a resonating hum, his conqueror's hockey intensified once more. Though merely a twofold enhancement, it was sufficient to shatter the delicate equilibrium. The expressions of the other two sea overlords shifted dramatically. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated like a bolt from the blue. The very fabric of space seemed incapable of containing such immense power, erupting violently. The oppressive clouds were instantly dispersed, allowing sunlight to pour through, yet failing to illuminate the faces of the other two maritime sovereigns. On the surface, this marked the first clash among the three overlords. However, Beneath the surface, it was a decisive confrontation that would determine the morale of both factions before the true battle commenced. The combined might of the two overlords could not rival Rox, leaving one to ponder the nature of the ensuing conflict. Crack, crack, crack. Truly, two imbeciles. You lot. Tear them apart. With a sweeping gesture, Rox commanded the pirates behind him to surge forth like an unstoppable tide. The charge of thousands of pirates was awe-inspiring. But in the next moment, Rox, still rooted in place, noticed the cruel smile gracing the face of the Golden King, Adron. This is bad. Someone. Bring forth my golden cannon. What is this? The members of the Rox pirates gazed in astonishment at the cannons, entirely forged from gold, standing not far away. A sudden surge of intense anticipation coursed through their hearts, as if something dreadful was about to unfold. Fire! With a grand gesture, the King of Gold commanded, and a total of 8 golden cannons simultaneously unleashed their fury. The cannonballs they expelled were equally resplendent in golden hue. Yet, at that moment, a wave of perplexity washed over everyone. They could not comprehend the significance of these golden cannons, even if their power surpassed that of ordinary, finely crafted artillery. What purpose could they serve against formidable foes? However, when a few impatient pirates severed the cannonballs mid-flight, an overwhelming shock enveloped all present. The golden cannonball fired from the cannon is unlike any ordinary projectile. Typically, cannonballs are solid iron spheres. However, this particular golden cannonball, when cleaved in two by a sharp pirate's cutlass, revealed itself to be brimming with gold dust. As the gilded shell shattered, the golden powder cascaded down effortlessly. Just then, a gentle breeze swept through, carrying the shimmering gold dust swiftly into the rear ranks of the Rox pirates. How beautiful! Truly, the Golden King is worthy of his title. Even incorporating gold dust into his cannonballs. Is he showering us with wealth? Haha. Perhaps next time, you should simply toss us gold bars. What utter fools! The pirates of the Rox crew erupted in laughter, their faces adorned with scorn as they cast their gaze towards the Golden King, Edron, not far off. Yet, when their eyes landed upon his corpulent visage, a mocking grin was etched across his face. Not good. Everyone, envelop yourselves in hockey, commanded Rox, his eyes flashing ominously. He sensed an uncanny aura emanating from the gold dust. Instinctively, he activated his Kinbunchika haki. His haki was formidable, seemingly granting him glimpses of the future. Yet, in their haste, the pirates failed to react in time. The swirling gold dust clung to their bodies like fine particles, rendering each of them resplendent in golden brilliance. What a bunch of fools who value riches over their lives. Since you adore wealth so much, I shall transform you into gold. The Golden King, Edron, could no longer contain his mirth, his laughter echoing with derision for the pirates. As the words golden devour resounded, those pirates adorned with gold dust began to writhe in agony. What is happening? Wagner instinctively turned his head back, but upon witnessing the dazzling sight behind him, his eyes widened in astonishment. The rear ranks of the Rox pirates had instantaneously morphed into statues of gold. Yes, golden statues of human form. The coverage of the gold dust was extensive. It was roughly estimated that over 3,000 pirates had fallen victim. A few managed to react in time, quickly enveloping themselves in haki at Rox's urgent shout, thus escaping the fate of becoming gilded statues. However, for the majority, their lives were extinguished in an instant. How terrifying. Kaido shuddered upon unleashing his Kinbunchika haki. The pirates transformed into golden statues were not merely immobilized on the surface, through his haki. He perceived that their vitality had been completely severed from within. This meant that the Golden King had eradicated 3,000 of their forces with but a single move. Damn it! Rox's eyes glinted with a predatory intensity. This was not mere carelessness. The Golden King had embodied caution to an extraordinary degree. This individual's meteoric rise to fame was marked by his extraordinary martial prowess, which enabled him to vanquish a candidate for the rank of admiral within the Navy headquarters. Though he may appear as a formidable mass of flesh, the reality is that both his strength and speed surpass the bounds of ordinary imagination. As for his golden fruit, that wretched scoundrel has only employed its power to transform his adversaries into golden eagles following each battle, without showcasing any other abilities. Perhaps there are additional capabilities, but they remain shrouded in secrecy. It can be asserted that Rox possesses a rather limited understanding of the Golden King's, Edron's, fruit powers. Upon our first encounter, I was met with an unexpected setback. Who would have thought this foolish swine had such formidable hidden prowess? It truly astonished me. Falong Hans appeared as steady as an old hound, yet within, he resembled an erupting Mount Fuji. With such immense capabilities, it would not be surprising if he, too, were to suffer a significant loss in a moment of carelessness. Humph. There remains much you do not know. Adlon scoffed disdainfully. His fruitability had long since awakened. As long as a person possessed gold, he could seize control within 3 minutes. Naturally, if he had previously touched the gold, this time frame would be rendered unnecessary. Once the golden powder adheres to the surface of a body, it swiftly burrows into the skin. Once Adlon secures control, this minuscule gold dust metamorphoses instantly into a long needle resembling a dragon's whisker. Yes, the dragon whisker needle. This elongated needle would pierce the internal organs with lightning speed, inflicting excruciating agony upon its victim. Of course, in the theater of battle, such a tactic could only be employed once. In the New World, pirates are adept at utilizing haki. Thus, the power of this devil fruit would be rendered ineffectual in the presence of armed haki. Hey, Wagner. Even if that scoundrel's methods are astonishing, you needn't be so terrified, Kaido remarked, observing Wagner, whose eyes were wide and drooling profusely, a look of perplexity gracing his features. In Kaido's memory, Wagner was never one to be easily shaken. Their acquaintance had spanned many years, and Kaido believed he understood Wagner quite well. Phew. Wagner forcefully inhaled, swallowing back the drool at the corners of his mouth. This was the first time I found our pirate crew members so endearing. This resplendent gold must surely fetch a handsome sum, right? Hee hee. Kaido retorted, what? Have you sunk so low that you would abandon your conscience? Conscience? What value does conscience hold? If I do not take it, others surely will. Moreover, without conscience, I stand to gain even more. If you're short on funds, I could lend you a bit. Look, although this gold is plentiful and valuable, capable of purchasing copious amounts of alcohol and meat, and, I mustn't think further. The more I ponder, the more tempting it becomes. Kaido's eyes sparkled as he arrived at a decision that betrayed his own conscience. What do you say? I'll speak on your behalf, provide you cover, and afterward, we split the spoils 50-50. How does that sound? Hee. Agreed. The two burly figures leaned against each other, intermittently erupting into unsettling cackles. This scene prompted Whitebeard, not far away, to make a resolute decision. This scoundrel Kaido could no longer be allowed to associate with Wagner. His low intellect was indeed contagious. Just as Wagner and Kaido pondered how to amass the copious gold before them, the first clash of their respective crews commenced. Swords clashed and bullets flew, transforming the surroundings into a veritable hellish tableau, drenched in blood. Come on, I'm ready to take on 10 of you, Whitebeard roared, brandishing his blade. With each swing of his massive sword, he claimed life after life, the gleaming edge becoming a nightmare for countless foes. 16 Knights of Frost. Came a chilling, icy command. A slender man with an exposed torso extended his claw-like hands toward Whitebeard. Astonishingly, his fingers were not flesh, but rather sharp blades. Bring it on, Whitebeard countered, lifting his weapon with a fierce thrust. The edge of his sword met the man's fingers in an explosive collision, sending sparks flying. No one anticipated that such a frail figure could unleash such formidable power. Captain of the Blade Pirates, with a bounty of 690 million, the quick/IE. Are you attempting to interfere in the war between our dominant pirate crews? Whitebeard's grin remained, yet a newfound seriousness appeared on his face. This individual was no mere amateur. He was a madman who had carved a bloody path from the Grand Line to the New World. Quick/IE? The notorious pirate known for indiscriminately slaughtering entire towns? A user of the superhuman quick/fruit. The surrounding pirates clearly recognized this infamous figure in the New World. A bounty exceeding 500 million signified a formidable pirate indeed. Merely collecting a bounty and fulfilling my duty. IE licked his lips with excitement, exerting force through his slender limbs, deftly balancing on Whitebeard's sword. In the blink of an eye, his arms transformed, the flesh vanishing to be replaced by razor-sharp blades. Quick/dissection. You wish to dismember me? You're a century too early. The blade, enveloped in armament haki, collided with Whitebeard's colossal right fist. Yet, it was evident that Whitebeard's strength and haki were superior. Nevertheless, IE's agility afforded him a fighting chance, prolonging the confrontation. Aha, you dare obstruct my path? Roared the Golden Lion, brandishing his dual blades, casting a disdainful glance at the stout man before him. I'm merely a minor character with a bounty just reaching 700 million. Just adhering to the rules while collecting my due. The corpulent man, known as Taami, serves as a captain in the New World. He greets others with a perpetual smile, yet harbors a treacherous nature beneath the surface. Infamously dubbed Cunning Taami. He carries a bounty of 750 million berries. In this brutal world of pirates, one must honor commitments, even amidst the chaos. However, your actions may very well lead you to eternal slumber. A flicker of fervor ignited in the eyes of the Golden Lion, for he had caught sight of the formidable Whitebeard engaged in battle from afar. What? The bounty on Whitebeard's adversary is merely 690 million berries? Huh. My opponent boasts a bounty of 750 million berries. Today, I, the Golden Lion, shall finally surpass you, Whitebeard. Embrace your demise. The Golden Lion swiftly advanced towards Taami, who displayed a palpable sense of panic. Wait, dear Mr. Golden Lion Shiki. Though I have accepted the benefits from others and am obliged to act on their behalf, I must confess that I do not consider myself your equal. Perhaps it would be best if you rested here for 20 minutes. After that, I shall take my leave. And you may claim that you have defeated me. What say you? What nonsense! I had just praised your sense of integrity. It turns out you are merely a coward. Do not wish to fight? Then do not accept the ill-gotten gains. Since you have taken the money, one of us must perish today. The lions might. For the Golden Lion, being halted after preparing for battle felt akin to a passionate encounter between a man and a woman, the sounds of fervor echoing. Only for the woman to suddenly declare the end of their passionate engagement. How is this even possible? The boy naturally would not consent. In truth, it is not only him. I believe no one would agree to such a thing. After all, abruptly stopping a game of badminton midway can hardly be described as anything less than infuriating. Ahem, what mischievous intentions could the author from 2003 possibly harbor? Those with impure thoughts may reflect upon themselves. The valiant Golden Lion and the visibly shaken Taami are locked in combat. It is noteworthy that Taami wields two axes. Compared to swords, axes may indeed appear somewhat heavy and unwieldy, but their destructive power is unmatched by any blade. Taami's axe strikes are grand and powerful, compelling one to regard him with newfound respect. The other captains find themselves in similar predicaments, each facing their own adversaries. Although their overall strength may not match that of their opponents, resolving these encounters will still require a considerable amount of time. These individuals are formidable allies, recruited at great expense by two pirate factions, and their purpose is not to vanquish the potent captain of the Rocks pirates. What is needed is delay. If they can merely hold off these formidable captains, Dragon Hans and the Golden King Idrin can focus their efforts on confronting the terrifying sovereign, Rocks. It can be said that the outcome of this war hinges upon the duel between the three maritime overlords. However, Rocks is far from being merely that formidable. If Dragon Hans and the Golden King Idrin are akin to ferocious wolf kings, then Rocks is the undisputed tiger lord of the forest. Furthermore, this tiger is none other than the Northeast Tiger King. Clack, clack, clack. You two think you can claim my head? Such delusions. Even if one could open the gates of heaven, they would not dare to do so in such a manner, though they share the title of maritime overlord. Rox's power undeniably eclipses that of the two. What would their alliance achieve? He is, after all, the future king of the world, Rox. Rox, do not speak so boldly. Today, let me show you my true strength. With a roar, Dragon Hans exerted his legs and soared into the sky. In midair, his body began to expand dramatically. And in the blink of an eye, a fierce and menacing dragon appeared above the island, its pale yellow eyes radiating an aura of unbounded majesty. Dragoness breath. The cataclysmic clash has begun. The three supreme overlords finally engage in battle. Dragon Hans takes the lead, his dragon form flapping its wings as he swiftly ascends through the clouds. He gazes down at Rox, who appears as insignificant as an ant on the ground, and roars, fiercely concentrating the unique breath of the dragon. A blinding light rapidly coalesces within Hans's mouth, the searing beam resembling a plasma cannon from a cinematic spectacle, ready to unleash a cataclysmic strike once its energy is fully charged. What an awe-inspiring presence. Is this the essence of a sovereign-level individual? This temperature must surpass that of molten lava. The man with a bounty of 2 billion is already fearsome. What manner of monster must Rox be? With a bounty exceeding 3 billion? Dragon Hans's breath must reach at least 2,000. Such heat is felt even by the pirates on the ground, who can sense a hint of its ferocity. It is worth noting that the highest temperature of ordinary lava barely reaches 1,300 to 1,400 degrees. This breath's temperature is sufficient to instantly melt steel. Even glaciers would evaporate into steam beneath such terrifying exhalation. And what of me? Golden Thorns. Idrin harbors no doubt regarding Rox's speed. To the average pirate, Dragon Hans's breath appears swift. However, in the eyes of experts of their caliber, Such an attack is easily evaded. The aftermath of the attack is surely far less significant than the strike itself. At this moment, it is time for his intervention. The Golden King truly embodies his title. Idrin reaches into his garments and then vigorously gestures forward. A torrent of golden light hurtles towards Rox. And as all eyes fixate upon it, astonishment spreads across their faces. The shimmering golden light consists of pure gold coins. This is the coveted treasure for countless nefarious individuals. A prize they would eagerly fight over. Many gazes shimmered with avarice, their bodies instinctively inching closer. Yet it was merely these few steps that sealed their fate. Under Edrin's command, the coins soaring through the sky rapidly swelled in size. A coin, no more than 2 centimeters in diameter, instantaneously transformed into sharp spikes several meters long. These spikes darted through the air like javelins at a blinding speed, rendering even the most heightened perception futile. The nearby pirates were instantly pierced, reduced to mere sieves. Haha. Gold stained with blood is undoubtedly the second most beautiful sight in this world. Edrin laughed maniacally as the golden javelins, almost alive, converged towards Rox after claiming the lives of several pirates. However, the latter stood his ground, unflinching. Clatter, clatter. Spare us the tricks meant for children. Armed. With those chilling words, Rox instantly transformed into a figure of iron, dark and crimson. His body was enveloped in a layer of advanced armament haki, which made him appear as if he had expanded in size. This profound armament haki was but a mere fraction, 120, of what he possessed. The sharp, bloodied golden javelins lunged toward Rox's body. The resounding clinks echoed as, to the astonishment of all, the moment the javelins made contact, they shattered into fragments and fell to the ground. Ha. Strangely, Edrin erupted into a deafening laugh. You arrogant fool, you've fallen into my trap. No sooner had he spoken than the broken golden javelins began to writhe, the gold beneath them transforming into a liquid state. In the blink of an eye, it ensnared Rox's feet firmly to the earth. At that moment, as the gold grasped his ankles, the breath of the dragon Hans coalesced to its peak. Die, Rox. The dragon in the sky seemed to summon every ounce of strength, its head arching back, and in an instant, it launched its breath like an arrow aimed at the ground below. Dragon's breath. That terrifying force appeared capable of annihilating everything. Even a being of dominion required such a lengthy charge. One could only imagine the might of this assault. Undoubtedly, it held the power to submerge an island beneath the waves. Clatter, clatter. In the face of danger, Rox erupted into a thunderous laugh. Foolish. Utterly foolish. You imbeciles truly believe such an attack could topple me? With a fierce glare, Rox shattered the golden restraints binding him. What? Edrin, the Golden King, felt his pupils constrict sharply. The gold that bound Rox was purest gold. Enhanced by his abilities, its hardness rivaled that of diamonds. To break free forcefully? What kind of strength would that require? While Rox possessed considerable power, his escape was primarily attributed to the internal destructive capacity of his advanced armament haki. Bound by the gold, his feet barely moved beyond 0.1 millimeters. Yet, within that minuscule range, he managed a slight, almost imperceptible kick, successfully shattering the seemingly indestructible gold. Do you think you know who I am? Do you think you comprehend the force you face? I am the sovereign of the seas, the future king of the world. Rox. His coat billowed as if stirred by an unseen wind. The dense conqueror's haki surged forth, nearly materializing. You may have witnessed armament haki enveloping one's body. But now, Rox was cloaked in an additional, more fearsome layer of conqueror's haki atop the advanced armament haki. Tanked monarch. Under the dual layers of indomitable haki, Rox's stature surged to a formidable 4 meters. He possessed no ability to enlarge his form, only the legendary ferocity. Upon assuming the tanked monarch form, his defensive capabilities reached their zenith. He stood arrogantly, allowing the terrifying breath to bombard him. The air filled with dust and debris as the ground beneath Rox's feet suddenly plummeted nearly 10 centimeters. The power contained within this breath could devastate the earth. Yet it could not compel this sovereign to bow, not even by a millimeter. This is not arrogance. With absolute strength, all arrogance transforms into confidence. Beside him, Wagner's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was indeed the pinnacle of power upon the vast sea. He casually dispatched a pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million. Gazing fervently at the man before him, though shorter in stature, he exuded the presence of a titan. Damn! An inexplicable fire ignited within him. Wagner let out a low roar of excitement, then embarked on his lengthy journey of slaughter. However, he failed to notice that despite his inactivity, the blood of his enemies was gradually diminishing in his hands, as though it were being consumed. The battle among the 3 overlords raged on. Seeing that his aerial assaults were ineffective, the Dragon Man Hans decisively transformed into his draconic form. His sharp claws resembled military blades, their power amplified under the influence of his domineering aura. His breath became a means to harass rocks, but the true assault stemmed from his formidable physique. The Golden King, Idrin, also revealed his fangs. True to form, he produced a handful of gold coins and cast them into the sky. This time, the coins did not attack rocks. Instead, they morphed into a pure golden liquid. The liquid rapidly enveloped his corpulent body, seemingly constricting it tightly, transforming a massive mound of flesh into an inverted triangle. In his grasp appeared a long spear forged entirely of gold. Engaging in close combat, his physical prowess even surpassed that of Dragon Man Hans. The combined might of these two overlords was truly terrifying. Yet, even so, faced with the full force of rocks, the two found themselves at a slight disadvantage. The scene before them shocked all, akin to the national football team winning the World Cup. Yet, shock aside, this was a battlefield, and one's life was evidently more important than anything else. The difference now was that the morale of the Rocks pirates soared to new heights, while that of the other two overlord crews plummeted to a low point. Ha ha ha. Harder, harder. What? Haven't you eaten? Is that all the strength you've got? I demand more power. In his beast-human form, Wagner unleashed his enormous hands, ruthlessly striking at the pirate before him, whose bounty stood at a staggering 160 million. A bounty of 160 million is quite noteworthy in the New World. This individual's attack methods were quite singular, yet his defense was astonishingly formidable. After all, he was a Zoan-type ancient species, a spiked tortoise. Damn it, I'm just a small pirate. Why must I face this 500 million monster? The pirate, trembling with fear, has taken refuge within the confines of his hardened shell, relying solely on its formidable protection to withstand Wagner's relentless assault for just a moment longer. Thanks to the unique properties of his fruit ability, which inflicts a semblance of retaliatory harm, he is afforded some measure of defense, albeit meager. Yet, any semblance of resistance is preferable to utter helplessness. Unbeknownst to him, the pain akin to a mere mosquito bite serves to invigorate Wagner's blood, heightening his fervor. He has rained down nearly 10 strikes upon this pirate's shell, and though he is yet to unleash his full might, a typical pirate with a bounty exceeding 100 million would have long been reduced to pulp. This adversary is indeed extraordinary, proving to be an excellent target for his blows. Meanwhile, Kaido, wielding his spiked club, assaults a brawny figure with the fervor of a madman. This formidable man also boasts a bounty exceeding 100 million, but Kaido, having been tempered by Wagner's brutal onslaught, has grown immensely powerful. Though this giant possesses remarkable strength, it pales in comparison to the might of Kaido, a member of the Oni clan. Despite the giant's peculiar tactics, Kaido, seasoned by years of combat, is far from oblivious to such maneuvers. The battles among the higher echelons are intensely fierce, yet Rocks has already gained the upper hand. In the mid-tier conflicts, the advantage is even more pronounced, as the prowess of Whitebeard and his fellow captains is no mere jest. Many of their opponents are beginning to waver in resolve. Even with the promise of substantial rewards, survival remains paramount. As for the lower tiers, the situation is even more dire. Although the Rocks pirates suffered the loss of 3,000 men at the hands of the Golden King prior to the battle, they still boast over 70,000 pirates, each one a formidable and merciless warrior. They are undeniably a cut above the likes of the Flying Dragon pirates and the Golden Money pirates. The scales of victory have silently begun to tip in favor of the Rocks pirates. Less than a nautical mile from the LC, 30 colossal warships are advancing towards their destination, each vessel brimming with thousands of soldiers. This is the fleet of the naval headquarters. Upon careful observation, one can see the current Marshal Richard, along with Admiral Steelbone, Vice Admiral Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, and the recently promoted Rear Admirals Sakazuki, Borsellino, and Kazan, alongside numerous renowned naval commanders assembled in this fleet. Moreover, several warships are laden with agents clad in black suits, led by 3 elite operatives draped in white cloaks from CP0. The vessels are equipped with an abundance of artillery, and every soldier bears arms at their sides. Note, the above is merely the humble author's setting, which may contain some inconsistencies. However, this framework is established for the unfolding of subsequent plots. I kindly ask for your understanding. Their target, of course, is the 3 formidable pirate crews currently being formed. Marshal Richard, we are nearing the LC. According to our intelligence, the Rocks pirates, the Flying Dragon pirates, and the Money pirates have congregated on a small island within the LC. At our current speed, We estimate that we shall reach our destination in approximately 15 minutes. A respectful naval soldier reported, and upon hearing this, Richard narrowed his eyes. A surge of inexplicable excitement washing over him, a thrill at the prospect of his impending ascendance. He firmly believed that the conflict between the three pirate crews would inevitably lead to a mutually destructive outcome. It is even conceivable that the losses incurred in this war could compel their dissolution. At that moment, the Navy would emerge, effortlessly capturing them and proclaiming to the world that they had decisively eradicated the three dominant pirate crews with thunderous might. In this manner, he would attain both merit and fame, and Richard would become one of the most illustrious marshals in the annals of world governance. This is indeed exhilarating. Empty. Richard waved his hand, and Steelbone Kong swiftly stepped forward. Those damned pirate crews must have been clashing for quite some time. To ensure the most impeccable timing for our entrance, I entrusted you with the task of leading some soldiers to scout the situation. Our troops will lie in ambush in the shadows. Once you signal, our Navy will spring into action and capture them all in one fell swoop. Richard chuckled as he patted Steelbone Kong on the shoulder. This was a task of considerable merit. Yet, it was also fraught with peril. The pirates Steelbone Kong was to survey were no ordinary foes. They were the tyrants of the sea. Should any of these overlords detect his presence, there would be no doubt that they would unite against him. The combined assault of the three maritime sovereigns could easily overwhelm even an admiral of the Navy, leading to swift defeat. The best outcome would merely be severe injury. But Steelbone Kong had no choice. At your command, Admiral Richard. 10 minutes later, Steelbone Kong arrived at the small island. The instant he set foot on the land, the cacophony of cannon fire seized his attention. He ascended a nearby hill not far from the battlefield, binoculars in hand, intently observing the tumult below. He dared not venture too close. The keen observation hockey of the strong could easily sense nearby energy signatures, and life itself was a form of energy. As an admiral of the Navy, his life force was exceedingly robust. Ordinary pirates were but mere stars, while he was a blazing sun. Too conspicuous. Meanwhile, the Navy's grand fleet lay concealed at the island's edge, each member poised for action, waiting for the command to obliterate the pirates entirely. What a brutal scene it was, even after witnessing countless life-and-death struggles and rivers of blood. The battlefield not far away still stirred feelings of grief and indignation within Steelbone Kong. Why? Why must one venture to the seas as a pirate? Does human greed truly eclipse the lives of fellow beings? The cries of despair echoed, blood pooled at ankle height. Countless corpses littered the ground, and dismembered limbs lay scattered. A town that could barely accommodate a few hundred now hosted 200,000 pirates. They had no room to stand, with skirmishes spilling into the adjacent jungle. The fates of the unfortunate residents were all but assured. The slaughter among humans, driven solely by the pursuit of so-called treasure and status, was profoundly tragic. Steelbone Kong, too, was a commander of compassion. Unlike Zifa, who held to a vow of non-killing, he espoused the justice of peace. Yet, this so-called justice of peace was so idealistic. For the sake of peace, even a modicum of compromise was not out of the question. In truth, he had been covertly designated by the Five Elders as the next fleet admiral. No other reason existed, save that he was willing to pay any price for peace, even if it meant becoming a compliant dog. In a mere span of minutes on the battlefield, both sides had already suffered substantial losses. In this perilous environment, one could claim an enemy S-head, yet before the celebration could commence, another foe could strike from behind. What did strength matter? When besieged by a continuous wave of adversaries, even stamina would eventually wane. No plan is infallible. The Rocks Pirates, once boasting over 80,000 members, now numbered just above 50,000. The losses for the other two pirate crews were even graver. It was likely that fewer than 70,000 remained. A chilling tally representing nearly 80,000 deaths. It was not merely the lower-tier pirates who fell. Even some of the higher-ups perished in this clash. For instance, the two vice-captains of the Rocks Pirates and various ordinary combatants, or the pirate captains recruited at great expense by the Money Pirates. However, having reached this point, it was utterly impossible to call a halt. Even if one side offered to relinquish their territory, the other would not acquiesce. They were blinded by bloodlust. Whether powerful captains or mere foot soldiers, nearly all bore wounds of varying severity. Even the mighty Whitebeard had been struck, a minor cut upon his chest, measuring perhaps less than 10 centimeters. To his formidable stature, it was indeed insignificant, yet it ignited a furious indignation within the proud Whitebeard. Meanwhile, Wagner fared relatively well. Though he bore many wounds, his monstrous physique had long since staunched the bleeding, even beginning to heal slowly. The thrill of battle invigorated him. The sensation of swatting down 7 or 8 pirates with a single blow was utterly exhilarating. He need not concern himself with foes behind him. Kaido would handle them. These two monstrous beings share a profound camaraderie, battling back to back. For the strong, the scars upon one's back symbolize disgrace. Oh, how exhilarating. Wagner. This marks the 109th foe I have vanquished. Allow me to assert, the meal upon our return shall indeed be on your tap. Kaido, wielding his spiked club, crushed a pirate's skull, as the 8-palm insignia in his grasp seemed to have been drawn from a river of blood. Countless droplets of crimson and yellow clung to it. The overwhelming stench of blood so potent that an ordinary individual would likely swoon at a mere whiff. Huh, what is this? Daydreaming in broad daylight? I have dispatched a total of 6 individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million. The heads I possess are far more valuable than those you have claimed. Wagner retorted with equal fervor, while the pirates nearby observed these two titans wagering with their very lives, momentarily at a loss for words. Should they feel anger? Or perhaps the sorrow of their own frailty, rendered helpless against such slaughter? This is inconsequential, for that massive hand and sturdy spiked club have already descended. Ah, a wretched scream echoed, tumbling about like a monkey. This fellow is truly a troublesome adversary. Yet, your journey ends here. Whitebeard flicked the blood from his weapon, casting a frigid gaze upon the man before him, who was wailing incessantly. Nearby, a particularly conspicuous leg, still emitting steam, caught the eye. The notorious Quick/IE, with a staggering bounty of 690 million, had just lost a leg to Whitebeard's blade. How infuriating. The might of his conqueror's haki is in an entirely different realm. Could this rogue's strength truly belong to an ordinary human? IE, gazing at Whitebeard who had raised his blade, spoke with reluctance. His own haki was feeble in comparison to Whitebeard's formidable power. In terms of strength, he was vastly inferior. Moments ago, IE had fallen prey to a lapse in his defenses, and as the great blade swung toward him, he found himself with no means of escape. In desperation, he channeled all his haki into his right leg. The ability of the Quick/Fruit activated, transforming his leg into a razor-sharp blade. With all his might, he struck at Whitebeard's weapon. Yet, how could his haki possibly rival that of Whitebeard? That Songyun cut was already a supreme blade, and Whitebeard's monstrous strength could rival that of giants. Thus, it was only reasonable that it would cleave through with ease. As a captain dispatched his foe, the tide of battle swiftly shifted. Whitebeard rapidly joined the fray against the other officers. Those with bounties merely in the realm of 200 million stood no chance against him. With the power of the Tremor fruit unleashed, each strike wielded incalculable destructive force. The casualty rate among the crews of the other two pirate factions surged once more. It could be said that the outcome was all but determined. Now, they awaited only the resolution of the clash among the three sovereigns. Bang! A tremendous roar erupted. Everyone was startled by this thunderous sound, instinctively turning their gazes toward its source, and what they beheld was indeed astonishing. There stood rocks, locked in a fierce exchange of blows with flying dragon Hans, their black and crimson haki serving as their finest weapons. Although rocks possessed a more robust haki, the formidable power of the Zoan-type devil fruit allowed flying dragon Hans to maintain an even footing with rocks. The two individuals stood resolute, neither willing to yield an inch. Their fists, vastly differing in size, swayed rhythmically from side to side. In the next moment, as if connected by an unspoken understanding, they simultaneously unleashed their conqueror's haki. A dark crimson energy enveloped their fists in an instant, and a more chilling aura erupted at that moment. It seemed as though their colliding fists were drawn apart by some unseen force, yet upon closer inspection of their trembling arms, it was evident that the strength they exerted was even greater than before. This is not an act. It is the result of the overwhelming conqueror's haki possessed by both individuals, causing the air itself to be unable to bear such immense power. The delicate atmosphere is continuously compressed to an infinitesimal degree, only to be reinvigorated momentarily, creating waves that ultimately propel their fists apart. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 piercing cries suddenly resonate as a crimson light flickers in Rock's eyes. He exerts immense force through his right arm, utilizing the powerful recoil to rapidly retreat. Just as his figure begins to withdraw, 3 spears gleaming with a dark red radiance pierce the very spot he occupied a moment ago. These spears emanate an overwhelming sense of oppression, and upon closer examination, they are unmistakably entwined with Conqueror's haki. Ah, your reflexes are indeed quite impressive. The three spears, entwined with the essence of Conqueror's Haki, are undoubtedly the masterpieces of Adron. Clad in resplendent golden armor and wielding a golden lance, Adron revels in the oversight of the two titans who recently clashed. He silently delights in the prospect that should they both fall to mutual destruction, he alone shall reign as the sovereign of the seas, the Golden King Adron. However, upon the manifestation of their Conqueror's Haki, while others may remain oblivious, Adron, being a master of the ocean, has discerned that Hans is at a disadvantage. His spirit, though formidable, pales in comparison to that of rocks. The chasm in their Haki is insurmountable. If this stalemate persists, it is inevitable that Hans shall succumb. Thus, to avoid isolation in this struggle, Adron must intervene. Rocks, even if you are a deity, today you shall meet your demise here. Money speaks to the divine, the spear of the God King. With a thunderous roar, Adron unleashes his ultimate technique. The golden armor upon him fractures, and small shards of gold elongate, twisting together with the tenacity of iron wire until they coalesce into a colossal golden war spear. Buzz. At that moment, the profound essence of Conqueror's Haki envelopes the massive spear, a staggering 10 meters in length, radiating an overwhelming aura that suggests even the divine could be pierced by its might. Ah! Who would have thought that this golden fool would muster all his strength one day? Truly remarkable. If that is the case, I shall not allow you to monopolize this glory. With a booming laugh, the Dragon Man Hans, in his draconic form, allows a flicker of crimson light to flash in his slit-like eyes. He thrusts his right leg backward with tremendous force, fracturing the ground beneath him. In the next instant, the Conqueror's Haki from his left hand vanishes. Even the reserves within him dissipate. All his vigor condenses into his right fist at that moment. His body leans slightly backward. Muscles in his right arm swell with power. An overwhelming momentum envelopes him, mirroring his own lethal technique. Come now, rocks. Try to withstand this. Haki infusion, intentful rising dragon fist. This strike, a culmination of the relentless research undertaken by Flying Dragon Hans since his departure from the sea, embodies 4 decades of mastery. Astonishingly, as he unleashed this formidable blow, the muscles of his entire body seemed to pulsate with newfound vitality. The ground beneath him fractured to a terrifying extent. And before him, his fist conjured a colossal dragon, entirely composed of the formidable Conqueror's Haki. Die, too. The spear of the Divine King meets the heavy punch of the Flying Dragon. With a single strike, the heavens and the earth shifted their hues, and the seas roiled in turmoil. Captain Rocks, quick, take cover. It's over. The captain is gone. Let us divide our belongings and part ways. You fool. All you ever think about is splitting up. The pirates in the lower ranks turned pale, for not only were they facing these 2 devastating attacks, but even the mere tremors from their aftermath sent shivers through their very beings. Every cell in their bodies wailed in despair, and those of weak resolve even fell to the ground, foaming at the mouth. Wagner, tell me, when shall we possess such power? Kaido forcefully suppressed his inner yearning for strength, then nudged Wagner beside him, who cast him a fleeting glance. In that brief moment, Kaido discerned a profound fervor in the boy's eyes. Wagner too aspired to wield such might, though he was already formidable, receiving frequent praise from Whitebeard. He had always been content with his innate talent. He believed that one day he would ascend to the pinnacle of the world. It was merely a matter of time. Yet today, he witnessed a power that epitomized the zenith of this world. He was astonished and deeply envious. To grow stronger was the sole path to realizing his life's ambition. One day, I shall possess strength far surpassing this. At that time, I will forge the era of my dreams. Wagner did not respond to Kaido's inquiry. Instead, he stood there in a daze, muttering to himself. Kaido erupted into hearty laughter, clapping Wagner on the shoulder. Such lofty aspirations. I too shall attain them. In the future, I will undoubtedly become the sovereign of the seas. By then, I shall consume 30 barrels of milk each day. Kaido dreamily mused. What? You think my wish is peculiar? Huh. If you were a wounded soul, having your milk, the very sustenance vital for your recovery, seized daily, you would understand the rationale behind my desire. Wagner glanced at Kaido with a sidelong look, then muttered. Who are you implying? It's just a little milk you lost, after all. So stingy. Returning our gaze to the battlefield, all combatants ceased their skirmishes, anxiously observing the clash between their leaders. Steel-boned Kong atop the mountain was equally attentive, ready to signal at any moment, under the watchful eyes of thousands. Rocks beheld the 2 cataclysmic attacks before him, a strange smile suddenly gracing his face. How naïve. Surely you don't think that only you possess the powers of the devil fruit? Rock's words sent shockwaves through the crowd. You don't truly believe that you alone have the abilities granted by the devil fruit, do you? What does this imply? Could it be that the illustrious maritime sovereign, Rox, possesses a devil fruit as well? This is far more astonishing than the formidable powers bestowed by the King of Gold, Idrin. It is worth noting that Rox has always presented himself to the world as a master of physical combat. With nothing but his iron fists, he carved out a territory in the New World, spanning 12 domains. Yet now, this powerful man possesses an utterly terrifying trump card that remains unplayed. Rox extended his right hand and inscribed a colossal circle before him. A peculiar force left a circular scar in the air. In the next instant, that scar began to emanate an unfathomable darkness into the surrounding atmosphere. Ultimately, this scar transformed into a profound black hole. At precisely that moment, as the black aperture emerged, the attacks from the two other maritime overlords were already upon them. However, what transpired next was nothing short of astonishing. The deep black hole, resembling a greedy maw, mercilessly devoured the two terrifying attacks. The entire spectacle vanished in an instant, as if those two assaults had never existed. "What?" exclaimed Steelbone on the mountaintop, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could not hear the exchanges between the pirate crews during the battle. He could only witness the overwhelming attacks unleashed by the two maritime overlords. Such power would likely spell his doom. Yet, what followed completely shattered his worldview. With merely a flick of his hand, Rox instantly consumed the attacks of the two overlords with a colossal black hole. What manner of fruit ability is this? It is utterly unprecedented. This scene is profoundly shocking, yet what transpires in the next moment is even more astonishing. Crack. Is it over? Now, it's my turn. Lox gazed at Hans and Adelron before him, a cruel smile spreading across his face. A smile, as frigid as eternal ice, graced his lips. In that instant, alarm bells rang within the hearts of the two sovereigns. Under the watchful gaze of countless onlookers, the black hole before Rox suddenly surged. In the next moment, a dark crimson golden halberd and a dragon-shaped fist burst forth from the abyss. The menacing halberd, exuding an aura of lethal intent, alongside the grotesque visage of the dragon-shaped fist, left everyone utterly astonished and at a loss for words. This, indeed, is a clear assault from Edlin and Hans. The sound of crackling fills the air. The superhuman type devouring fruit possesses the extraordinary ability to consume all forms of attack and all manifestations of life. Naturally, it can also release the consumed entities at will. A glimmer of cunning sparkled in Rox's eyes, accompanied by a subtly insidious smile at the corners of his lips. Yet at this moment, no one would notice this faint detail. They were all astounded by Rox's prowess. This devil fruit was something they had never even heard of. Such tactics are undeniably terrifying. Although they may slightly pale in comparison to certain rule-like powers, under the dominion of the maritime overlord Rox, the force exerted is simply unfathomable. No one knows the limits of this tyrant's physical prowess. How many attacks can he counter? Does his devil fruit possess other hidden abilities? All remain shrouded in mystery. Now, the golden halberd in the sky and the punch of the Dragon King are perilously close to the two overlords. To their astonishment, they discover that the countered attacks before them possess a strength that is by no means inferior to their own. Upon closer inspection, they realize that the connection to these two forces within them has completely vanished. They are acutely aware of the formidable strength of this attack. Clearly, evasion is not an option. Their own full-powered strikes would surely inflict severe damage upon themselves. Yet the arrow is already knocked, and it must be released. They must endure the repercussions of their own assault, gritting their teeth as they brace for impact. Suddenly, a rich dark red color of Conqueror's hockey envelopes Idrin's golden armor, radiating an unparalleled weightiness. In an instant, the Dragon Knight Hans transforms into his most defensively formidable dragon form, shrouded in a pitch-black layer of armament hockey. Over this, his upper body is further enveloped in a thick layer of Conqueror's hockey. At this juncture, it is too late to conserve. Survival is the ultimate truth. Everyone held their breath, concentrating intently, as the absurd assault by Rox finally collided with their master. A tremendous roar accompanied by the earth's fissures. A cloud of dust mingled with traces of blood, muffled groans, and the sickening sounds of flesh tearing apart created a symphony of chaos. At least in the ears of these madmen, it was a perfect composition. Moments later, as the dust began to settle, two somewhat disheveled figures emerged before the crowd. Their auras in disarray. King Edward, the Golden Monarch, had his left arm drooping lifelessly before him, contorted into an eerie shape, revealing that his bone was shattered. A conspicuous trickle of crimson adorned his lips, and his once mighty presence now appeared utterly chaotic. Similarly, the colossal dragon, Hans, bore the scars of battle. The hard scales that symbolized the pride of the dragon clan had vanished without a trace. His double-layered defenses had been breached, and his formidable physique, even his very insides, had sustained grievous injuries. The wound on his chest resembled a spider's web, delicate yet hauntingly deep. Clack, clack, clack. Truly two fools. How does it feel to savor your own attack? Rox cackled maniacally, while the members of the Rox pirates around him erupted in jubilant cheers. This was a celebration of their captain's triumph and homage to his formidable strength. The scales of balance, once steady, were now utterly disrupted. Or rather, they had been shattered completely. Atop the mountain, Steelbone's pupils constricted sharply. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly retrieved a flare from his waist. Pulling the cord, he launched it forth. The vibrant red fireworks stood out starkly against the sky. Ha! The moment has arrived. In the name of justice, let these wicked pirates be brought to justice, Richard proclaimed excitedly, gesturing broadly as a legion of Navy soldiers swiftly assembled, a highly elite force. Their movements synchronized without a hint of chaos. The sharp blades of the Navy glinted, and the dark muzzles of their guns exuded a palpable air of impending doom. In the name of justice, attack! Steelbone no longer concealed his form atop the mountain. Leading Sengoku and others, he advanced swiftly towards the pirates in the town. Clack! 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 The Navy? Though anticipated, your opportunistic behavior still irks me. You lot, engage. I shall first eliminate those two fools. Rox bellowed. And countless ferocious pirates howled as they charged towards the oncoming Navy, slashing at their rival pirate crews along the way. The air was thick with the scent of blood, staining the very heavens above. This is no longer a battle for supremacy over the seas. The conflict has transcended into a higher realm, with adversaries growing ever more formidable. Yet the ultimate prize is enough to drive one to madness. Amidst the jungle and upon the slopes, countless white naval caps dash about frantically. The gleaming blades and the dark muzzles of firearms exude a palpable aura of lethal intent, clad in black suits like harbingers of death. The faces of the soldiers are devoid of any emotion, appearing icy and unyielding, while a handful bear arms. However, the majority remain unarmed, relying on their formidable physical prowess to secure victory in this fierce struggle. Leading them is none other than Admiral Richard, the current Marshal of the Navy headquarters. Behind him, a multitude of renowned commanders from the Navy headquarters follow, their collective momentum soaring to the heavens, brimming with unrelenting battle spirit. Without the need for commands, the sight of ravaged towns ignites a firestorm of fury within each soldier's heart. As the first soldier charges forth with reddened eyes, the bloodlust of his comrades surges, each rushing forward recklessly. For the sake of justice, justice shall prevail. Capture every one of these vile pirates. Kill. The soldiers' roars pierce the skies, each one an elite from the Navy headquarters. Individually, they may not match the ferocity of these notorious pirates who have thrived in the New World for years. Yet, the discipline of their ranks is an unparalleled advantage over the pirates. If one cannot win in single combat, a comrade nearby can seize the opportunity to assist. Camaraderie is of utmost importance. As the two forces collide in fierce combat, Rox faces off against two other formidable foes. His ambition knows no bounds. At this juncture, he will not allow these two scoundrels to survive. Meanwhile, the lower-ranking pirates from the two pirate crews begin to panic. The pirates of the Rox crew will mercilessly slay them, and the Navy regards them as enemies as well, with their officers nearly obliterated. These tens of thousands of pirates have become like headless flies. It is unclear who first cast down their weapon and fled towards the shore. But this action seems to trigger a chain reaction. The lower-ranking pirates of the Gold Coin Pirates and the Flying Dragon Pirates, in an astonishing display of unity, begin to flee. Their ships lie at the island's edge, and even without vessels, they would rather swim than perish here. The morale of the troops has completely disintegrated, leaving fewer than 30,000 pirates from the two crews still present. The 30,000 men swiftly transformed into mere pawns in the fierce confrontation between the Rox pirates and the Navy headquarters. Their once invincible leaders, the Dragon Hans and the Golden King Idrin, found themselves being ruthlessly overwhelmed by Rox alone. The flesh on Dragon Hans's chest had entirely vanished, revealing a ghastly sight of dripping crimson blood and stark white bones, with faint hints of pulsating organs visible within. As for the Golden King Idrin, half of the flab on his belly had been mercilessly torn away by Rox, and it was uncertain whether what spewed forth was blood or fat. In any case, the vitality of these two formidable figures had plummeted to an abyss. Meanwhile, the officers of the Rocks pirates were valiantly resisting the admirals of the Navy headquarters. Richard undoubtedly possessed the strength of an admiral, as did Steelbone Kong. These two terrifying powerhouses were currently contending with Whitebeard, the captain of the 1st Division, and the captain of the 2nd Division, the Golden Lion. The remaining captains faced off against the elite vice admirals of the Navy headquarters and 3 CP0 agents from the world government. Fortunately, the Navy had not brought forth many admirals this time, allowing them to merely delay the conflict until their captain emerged victorious. The vice captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, the giant demon Wagner, bore a bounty of 521 million berries. A notorious villain, he was advised to surrender. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared before Wagner, draped in the cloaks of Navy headquarters rear admirals. Their youthful visages exuded an air of arrogance. These 3 were none other than the current genius rear admirals of the Navy headquarters, Sakazuki, Borsalino, and the scarred monkey D. Dragon. Facing Wagner, these 3 top-tier rear admirals certainly granted him a measure of respect. Ha! What's this, Dragon? Have you forgotten the thrashing you received last time? This time, you've brought 2 companions, and now you have the audacity to challenge me? Wagner grinned widely, his towering frame radiating a heavy sense of oppression, his light-hearted tone causing veins to bulge on Dragon's forehead. You bastard. Last time was merely due to my carelessness. Today, I will ensure that you do not escape. Sakazuki and Borsalino exchanged astonished glances at the enraged Dragon. To everyone's perception, Dragon had always been an exceptionally calm and gifted military officer, his brilliance overshadowing all his contemporaries. Indeed, many of his predecessors paled in comparison. Yet, this nearly flawless man was now provoked into such a state by mere words from a single individual. Oh, how terrifying. Brother Dragon has been so easily riled up by just a few words. The giant demon Wagner truly lives up to his reputation. The sarcastic tone was utterly irksome. Wagner furrowed his brow and slowly shifted his gaze to the left of Long, where he beheld a face riddled with wrinkles and exuding an unsettling aura. Hey, as a man in his 40s, do you not feel uncomfortable being in the company of 2 youngsters? Wagner regarded the future Kizaru, the present Borsalino, with evident perplexity. If words wielded the power to wound, then Wagner's recent remark was akin to a piercing dagger. Borsalino's expression froze instantaneously, while Long and Sakazuki nearby twitched their lips in amusement. Such a blow was both lethal and deeply cutting. You bastard. Do I really look that old? Huh. Borsalino exclaimed as he rolled up his sleeves, revealing the pure white skin and vigorous muscles beneath his garments. One must concede, despite his somewhat disheveled appearance, his physique was commendable. But sir, you genuinely do appear quite aged. How old are you? Do you expect me to call you sir? I am 12. Calling you sir seems quite appropriate, does it not? Borsalino, you little brat, today I shall make you pay. Borsalino's composure shattered entirely. He abandoned his comrades behind him, and a radiant golden glow erupted from his being. Golden particles swiftly enveloped Borsalino, rendering his form indistinct. At that moment, Borsalino became light. The radiance flickered through the air, eventually refracting before Wagner. Heavenly Cloud Sword. Borsalino's figure suddenly materialized right in front of Wagner, wielding a long, golden beam of light that shimmered with an unparalleled aura of terror. The fearsome light sword cleaved toward Wagner's face in an instant. Ha ha ha. A fight? How delightful. Though Borsalino's speed was remarkable, Wagner's was even swifter. He extended his enormous right hand, enveloped in armed color hockey, and with a gentle grasp, he firmly seized Borsalino's light sword in his palm. Old man, your swordsmanship is rather feeble. A menacing hand securely caught the light sword, causing Borsalino's pupils, hidden behind his bulging eyes, to constrict sharply. He was well aware of the Heavenly Cloud Sword's might, his most powerful close-quarters technique. He had dedicated considerable effort to mastering swordsmanship. While he could not compare to the great swordsman, the Heavenly Cloud Sword alone was sufficient to annihilate ordinary pirates. Even those with bounties exceeding 100 million would not dare to endure his assault. The previous strike was not a mere test, in his fury. He had unleashed 120 of his strength. Yet that hand felt as heavy as a mountain and as unyielding as diamond. Ha ha ha. The Heavenly Cloud Sword? More like a toothpick. Adequate speed, but your strength is utterly lacking. Wagner's enormous right hand suddenly exerted force, causing the long Heavenly Cloud Sword to bend inch by inch within his grasp. As he clenched his fist, the hardened armed color hockey gleamed with a dark brilliance, his iron fist hurtling towards Borsalino's abdomen like a cannonball. Great fire. Just as Wagner's fist was about to strike Borsalino's midsection, a chilling voice echoed through the air. In stark contrast to this icy tone, the surrounding atmosphere erupted with an overwhelming heat. It was akin to boiling magma, or perhaps it was boiling magma. Without hesitation, Wagner halted his punch. He forcefully withdrew his body, and at the moment his head tilted back, a searing arm of lava emerged. The splashing magma singed several strands of hair from his forehead. He narrowly escaped the obliteration of his handsome visage. Seizing the opportunity, Borsalino swiftly retreated. Replaced by a man cloaked in the insignia of a Marine Rear Admiral, his countenance exuding authority. The man donned a naval cap, his finely tailored uniform straining against his robust muscles, with a vivid red rose faintly visible upon his chest. You fool! Engaging in close combat with such a martial arts behemoth. The newcomer was none other than Sakazuki. He approached with an icy demeanor, his right arm wreathed in terrifying magma, positioning his formidable frame to shield Borsalino. Though their ideals of justice diverged, Sakazuki harbored a certain disdain for Borsalino's ambiguous notion of justice. Nevertheless, they were not merely colleagues. They were also dear friends. Criminals like you exist only to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary people. The surging magma seemed to embody the fury within this man. As a grotesque visage lunged toward Wagner's form, the searing heat was such that even the physically formidable Wagner dared not withstand it. The power of the magma was truly terrifying. Ha ha ha. How absurd. Wagner's body darted to the left, his hockey-encased palm swiftly aimed at Sakazuki's head. Yet the latter was no novice. His observation hockey unfurled instantly, and with his extensive combat experience, he elementalized before suddenly burrowing into the earth. The suffering in this world is not solely due to pirates. Waves of armed hockey. Wagner's eyes gleamed with ferocity as his right hand inflated like a balloon. There was no need for precision. His colossal palm crashed forcefully against the ground. The terrifying force instantly ravaged the earth. Ha! You marauding, bloodthirsty fiends. Are you not the source of the world's torment? Do you even comprehend how many lives have been lost because of your so-called adventures? Common people merely wish for a tranquil existence. Sakazuki's figure materialized behind Wagner, his right foot stomping down, causing the cracked earth to erupt with torrents of lava. Do you think I desired to become a pirate? That all who bear the stigma do so out of greed? Indeed, many succumb to their avarice and become pirates. However, countless others see no alternative but to take to the sea. It seemed he recalled the despair of that fateful night, the anguish of losing his only kin, the hopelessness devoid of motivation, the pain of being battered and on the brink of death. Was Wagner at fault? His actions stemmed solely from a desire to survive. Perhaps he had committed many wrongs as a pirate, yet the very foundation of such piracy lay in this unjust world. Was Sakazuki incorrect? He was a man who espoused absolute justice. For a soldier, rational thought must prevail. Pirates indeed inflict suffering upon this world. This was a burden he could rectify. Once he donned that cloak symbolizing justice, he was bound to uphold it. If given the chance, I would forsake this power. What I have always desired has been simple. The tears of this world are not shed by us, but by the lofty nobles above. Wagner's aura began to churn, his enormous beastly eyes filling with blood. Suddenly, he seemed to grasp an extraordinary power. Divine Earth, maiden of the land. The Titan King is a remarkably wondrous being, possessing a physique that makes dragons envious and an extraordinary regenerative capability. Furthermore, they are favored by the earth. The phoenix commands the flames of rebirth, representing the power of life, while the vampire can consume and manipulate blood, signifying the power of consumption. The Titan King wields the power to command the soil. This stands in stark contrast to the natural-type devil fruits, which, upon reaching a certain level of development, become embodiments of natural elements. However, Wagner's Titan Diamond Devil fruit is distinctly different. He wields control over nature itself, the very earth beneath his feet. He possesses the ability to manipulate the ground underfoot as well as the seabed. With an infuriated lift of his right hand, countless clods of earth and stone erupted into the air. They continuously coalesced and compressed, swiftly enveloping the land within a 100-meter radius. A colossal bell, forged from mud, suddenly materialized upon the battlefield. The belly of the bell gaped open, revealing within it a multitude of razor-sharp spikes. The exterior of the bell was adorned with an eerie pattern, reminiscent of a weeping maiden. It was bizarre, suffused with an aura of bloodshed. Armament. With another thunderous shout, a pitch-black hue of armament hockey instantaneously cloaked the bell. Such a level of assault. How could it be possible? Everyone was rendered speechless. Even Whitebeard's jaw nearly struck the ground. When did this young rascal acquire such terrifying power? Unbeknownst to them, this was the explosive potential born from Wagner's tumultuous emotions. A force intrinsic to him. Yet, he had yet to attain the proficiency to wield it. Consumed by fury, he was draining his own strength. Kill. Wagner clenched his massive hand, the embrace of the Earth Maiden bestowing a sanguine warmth upon those ensnared. Savor the embrace of the Earth Maiden, if you dare, Wagner bellowed, tightening his right fist, causing the radiantly dark Earth Maiden to swiftly close. The multitude of spikes within her surged forth in that instant, unavoidable and inescapable. The 100-meter radius transformed into a veritable no-man's land in the blink of an eye. Whether pirate or marine, the embrace of the Earth Maiden was impartial, offering warmth to all. The wretched wails echoed incessantly, and the garments of the onlookers quickly became drenched in cold sweat. Such a horrifyingly large-scale extermination technique, if unleashed multiple times, would surely obliterate everyone. That scoundrel Wagner had audaciously stolen the spotlight. It was utterly outrageous. Kaido swallowed hard. His words were defiant. Yet within him stirred a flicker of trepidation. The imposing figure before him was indeed formidable. Even he sensed a hint of threat. Hey, Wagner, are you all right? Kaido observed Wagner's pale visage and hastened to support him. It's nothing, just overexertion of power. My body is slightly drained. Wagner inhaled deeply, and with each breath, the blood upon his palm vanished at an astonishing speed. A peculiar sensation began to manifest within him. The blood that stains the ground is that of the elite pirates felled in previous battles. Compared to ordinary individuals, their blood is distinctly more potent. Nutrition is an essential factor in sustaining the human body, and the stronger the individual, the greater the nutritional value of their blood. Often several times that of an average person. Blood not only clings to Wagner's hands but has also splattered across his skin. As Kaido observes Wagner's expression, he suddenly notices something amiss. His gaze fixates on the blood slowly vanishing from Wagner's neck, causing his pupils to constrict sharply, seeking confirmation. He scrutinizes Wagner's body in various areas, and after a moment, a wave of dizziness washes over him. There is no mistaking it. This is one of the rarest talents of the Demon Clan, Demon Blood. The Demon Clan is a formidable race, inherently endowed with physical qualities and strength that far surpass ordinary humans. Among this powerful lineage, certain mutated bloodlines inevitably emerge, such as Kaido. His present strength is significantly attributed to his unique talent, the demon body. His physique is even more robust than that of an ordinary demon. Not only is his body formidable, but his strength and regenerative capabilities are also remarkably enhanced. The demon body is one of the pinnacle talents within the Demon Clan, and those who possess such an endowment are undoubtedly extraordinary geniuses. The Demon Clan has endured for countless years. The demon body is undeniably potent, often hailed as the most powerful. However, demon blood is a terrifying talent that stands on par with the demon body. Unlike the demon body, demon blood must be awakened. Prior to awakening, demon blood merely enhances one's regenerative abilities. Those with exceptional talent awaken their demon blood upon reaching adulthood. Once awakened, the bearer of demon blood becomes a veritable nightmare for adversaries on the battlefield. Possessing demon blood grants a unique ability, an almost immortal regenerative capacity. Their skin swiftly absorbs the blood of foes, converting the relentless influx of blood into boundless vitality within themselves. Ordinary warriors have limits to their stamina, but those with demon blood evidently do not face such concerns. A being of immense life force possesses terrifying endurance. The phrase growing stronger with each battle seems to exist solely to describe the bearer of demon blood. And Wagner, without a doubt, is this unparalleled child of destiny. Has your demon blood awakened? A faint smile of bitter amusement graced Kaido's face. At over 20 years of age, he remains mere steps away from awakening his demon body. While the 12-year-old Wagner has already awakened demon blood that rivals the demon body. This illustrates the stark contrast of joys and sorrows between individuals. Wait. Observing Wagner's complexion gradually regaining its rosy hue, a peculiar thought crossed Kaido's mind. The number of demons has dwindled significantly, and it will be increasingly challenging for Kaido to encounter a cherished demon partner in the future. Thus, it is highly likely that he will need to unite with a non-demon woman. Consequently, the demon bloodline in his descendants would diminish. And if the offspring were to intermingle with non-demons again, would not the demon bloodline continue to dwindle? How could this be possible? Wagner is merely 12 years old. Yet if I exert myself, could I not conceive a daughter? Would not this lineage be remarkable? Age is but a trivial matter. Those of the demon race, blessed with demonic blood, possess extended lifespans, and their physical aging is significantly decelerated. More crucially, if this endeavor were to succeed, would Wagner not be compelled to address me as father? At the very least, he would have to refer to me as father-in-law. Oh, a sudden surge of excitement courses through me. Kaido's mind raced with thoughts, unbeknownst to Wagner. who remained oblivious to his friend's contemplation of how to secure him as a son-in-law. In the present moment, Wagner's focus is solely on the battlefield before him. He possesses a clear understanding of his own abilities. His Earth Maiden can at best contend with pirates bearing a bounty of 300 million. However, whether it be Dragon, Sakazuki, or Borsalino, the prowess of these three individuals evidently exceeds that threshold. The Earth Maiden can only inflict minor injuries upon them. Annihilation is a far-fetched dream. As anticipated, the Earth Maiden managed to restrain these three for less than 3 minutes before a resounding explosion shattered her defenses. Clouds of dust billowed forth as three towering figures emerged from the chaos. Hiss. Witnessing the three figures break through the wall, all present on the battlefield inhaled sharply, contributing significantly to global warming once again. What did they behold? The three admirably touted as the new generation of hope from the naval headquarters. These prodigious rear admirals could hardly be described as merely disheveled at this moment. Long's pristine uniform had, at this juncture, transformed into mere rags. His upper body was exposed to the elements, and the vivid crimson of his blood had completely enveloped his skin. Sakazuki and Borsalino were in a similarly dire state, their upper bodies entirely bare, and the trousers of their uniforms were in no better condition, riddled with countless wounds that marred their bodies. At that moment, Wagner was astonished to realize that Borsalino was indeed quite youthful. The fair complexion and well-defined 8-pack abs radiate a vibrant essence of youth. Oh, look, Wagner, take a glance. The peculiar shorts worn by these three individuals are truly remarkable. Kaido stands beside Wagner, laughing heartily, successfully drawing everyone's attention with his mirth. Gradually, their gaze shifts to the disheveled trio of Navy personnel. Ah, the green watermelon-patterned shorts, the red rose-printed trunks, and the yellow striped thong. Ha ha ha. Is it possible that these three possess such rich inner lives? Indeed, without your presence, I shall not indulge in the pirate panty show. The air is filled with mocking laughter, seemingly pressing the faces of the trio into the ground with great force. Scoundrels! They shout in unison. In that instant, Wagner perceives a whirlwind roaring, a frenzied red dog barking madly, and a yellow monkey leaping in fury. Divine Dragon Claw, Hellhound, the sacred 8-footed jewel. A wondrous scene unfolds upon the battlefield. Three young men clad in the cloaks of Navy headquarters rear admirals demonstrate their prowess, fiercely assaulting a giant-like figure. Scalding magma, penetrating beams of light, and what appears to be non-atomized, yet is, in truth, the most lethal dragon claw fist. Their relentless onslaught rages like a tempest, leaving no refuge for the foe. Yet, there is not a trace of fear upon Wagner's visage. On the contrary, a flicker of excitement dances across his face. Oh, what terrifying monsters these three are. Wagner, may fortune favor you, for I shall take my leave. Kaido departs with a hearty laugh, seemingly abandoning him. However, Wagner understands that Kaido knows him well. He does not wish to snatch his quarry. To the strong, the thought of their adversary being usurped by another is intolerable. And for Wagner, who bears the bloodline of the Oni clan, this feeling is intensified. He has long since dispatched countless fools who sought to rob him of his prey. Your comrades have forsaken you. Damned brat, cease your futile struggles. United, the three of them ensure you stand no chance of survival. Dolag roars with exhilaration, aware of the disparity between himself and Wagner. Yet, he does not believe that the presence of Sakazuki and Borsalino can compensate for this gap. No matter how strong you may be, there must be a limit, no? Ha ha ha. Do not regard me with such disdain. Are you not aware? Children grow the fastest. 6 years is ample time for a child to undergo a transformation beyond recognition. Wagner charges towards the Navy trio with wild abandon, his skin pristine. Almost unnaturally so. The blood that splattered upon him has long been absorbed, the nutrients swiftly restoring him to peak condition. It is as if the minor wounds upon his body have vanished. Apart from a tattered garment, there are no signs of the fierce battle he has endured. At long last, these four individuals have converged. While their prowess may not be deemed exceptional, a yet undeveloped youth stands valiantly against three adversaries, all of whom are prodigious vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. Such a spectacle is enough to leave all witnesses in awe. The aftermath of their fierce confrontation seems to have taken on a tangible form, rippling outward in concentric circles. Roar. Vice Captain Wagner is simply formidable, single-handedly battling three genius vice admirals from the Navy headquarters. Who else could rival this? This is the might of the Rocks pirates. Let us vanquish these hypocritical scoundrels. The morale of the Rocks pirates swells once more. These ruthless beings, akin to beasts, exhibit no semblance of chivalry. They resort to underhanded tactics, eye gouging, and other nefarious acts, truly a remarkable lot. However, the situation for the leaders of the Rocks pirates is not as favorable. The vice captain and the captains under Rocks have divided the Navy headquarters middle-ranking officers and elite vice admirals, leaving the formidable elite vice admirals to a select few captains. Furthermore, they must contend with 3 CP0 agents from the world government, a pressure that is far from trivial. The mightiest among them, Whitebeard and Shiki, have already begun to falter. Neither has yet reached the zenith of their strength, currently possessing only the potential of a vice admiral candidate. Yet their adversaries boast the power of admiral-level strength, namely Richard and Steelbone Kong. To endure such a prolonged struggle is no small feat. As for the man whose prowess will ultimately determine the outcome of this war, it is none other than the sovereign of the seas, Rocks. Crack, crack, crack. If you too are of such caliber, you may as well lie still and await your demise. Rock's fist, imbued with the Conqueror's haki, strikes fiercely at Flying Dragon Hans, embodying a perfect amalgamation of speed and power. To Hans, that seemingly minuscule fist, akin to a mere pebble, shatters his proud defenses in a single blow. The impact rends his skin, mercilessly pulverizing the flesh on his cheek, while the overwhelming force surges into his mind. In his dragon state, he weighs several tons, and yet, this massive form is propelled away with astonishing velocity. Boom. The earth is cleaved open, creating a gaping crater. Ah, damn Rocks, do not underestimate me. Fueled by fury, Flying Dragon Hans swiftly extracts himself from the ground, his colossal wings beating fiercely as he opens his maw wide, viciously lunging at Rocks. Dragon Slayer, he bellows, unleashing his Conqueror's haki that sweeps across the battlefield. The dark red, crackling aura entwines around his fearsome teeth. Crack, crack, crack. Is this the desperate retaliation of a dying beast? Quite an impressive spirit. Rocks suddenly burst into a sinister laugh, the foul wind rushing towards him causing his coat to billow dramatically as his fist, enveloped in Conqueror's haki, descends without hesitation. Crack. There exists a disparity even among Conqueror's haki. Flying Dragon Hans merely aspires to be a sovereign, whereas Rock's ambition is to become the king of the world. One punch. Merely one punch. Hans' teeth do not withstand the force of Rock's fist for even a second, although Rock's fist and his teeth never collide. The sound of shattering echoes forth as Hans' dark red fangs are instantly broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just as Rock's fist seeks to advance further, the sound of slicing wind erupts. Without a moment's hesitation, Rock's right arm strikes with ferocity, shattering yet another tooth, but that is where it ends. His immense strength forces the gigantic creature back, while the recoil from their collision propels him rapidly away. 3 golden spears plunge into the very ground where he had stood moments before. Yet before anyone can fully comprehend the situation, the figure of King Eldrin appears behind Rocks like a phantom. Clutching a gilded halberd, he swings it down, his Conqueror's haki swiftly enveloping the weapon, red lightning crackling ominously in its wake. However, in the face of a sovereign's ambush, Rocks merely scoffs disdainfully, retaliating with a punch. The ornate halberd collides with his unadorned fist, the two contrasting entities producing a resounding clash. Crack, crack, crack. Truly an unscrupulous tactic. Yet your cleverness proves utterly ineffective in the presence of absolute strength. Rock's expression twists into a grimace, and under Eldrin's astonished gaze, a deep, rich darkness suddenly manifests on his right fist. The moment this darkness appears, Eldrin feels an overwhelming sense of powerlessness. This dense shadow resembles the nemesis of devil fruits. But before he can contemplate further, Rock's fist has already shattered the halberd in his grasp. In battles among the elite, even the slightest detail can determine victory or defeat. With Eldrin's attack weakened, how could the battle-hardened Rocks fail to seize his opportunity? A single flaw can prove fatal. This time, he cannot escape. BRR. It's so cold. It's snowing again. Indeed, today has passed without selling a single apple. No matter. We still have the bread left from yesterday. Tomorrow will surely bring better fortunes. Yet, I truly feel so useless. Hush. Do not speak of yourself in such a manner. Although we are currently impoverished, at least I have you. Together, we shall strive to earn enough for you to marry me. Life can be beautiful, can it not? We must face life with smiles, exerting all our strength. Ah, I will survive. I cannot perish yet. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of this world, my name resounding loudly, even in heaven. The King of Gold, Adrian, roared like a beast, for this was his vow to that individual, a promise he would uphold for a lifetime. He must live well. He craves wealth, power, and status. When he becomes the master of the world, commanding the skies and the earth, he will be able to declare with conviction that he has truly lived. Accompanied by Adrian's roar, an inexplicable force erupted from deep within his being. He forcefully pulled the arm that had been pierced by rocks from his body, the ample fat saving his life. Grasping Rock's arm, he summoned every ounce of strength to hurl rocks into the air. Money can command even the divine, and justice shall be served. This time, Edrin expended all the gold he possessed. A considerable amount of coins, even including the golden armor adorning his body, melted away entirely. The gold transformed into a liquid state, gradually coalescing and taking shape. This is a razor-sharp golden blade. It is entwined with all the conqueror's haki that Edrin has left. Come on, rocks. Let us wager our lives and see who emerges as the ultimate victor. The frenzied Edrin, wielding the great sword, lunges fiercely towards the airborne rocks. Roar, golden flying pig, I come to lend you a hand. The dragon Hans instantly unleashes his utmost speed. His formidable physique darts and spins through the air, creating ripples in the atmosphere wherever he moves. Scorching flame, a surge of blood-red fury rushes towards rocks, the terrifying heat distorting the very fabric of space. Yet, this is merely a probing attack. The true killing blow lies in the dragon Hans's kick in his dragon form. All know of my robust physique, but few understand that. Upon setting sail, I shattered countless foe skulls with these very legs. Conqueror's wrath, dragon's body, a foot, spanning hundreds of yards, strikes fiercely at rocks. In that fleeting moment, his speed eclipses even the flames he spews. With a great sword above and a dragon behind, these two potent forces lock down rocks on the ground, sealing off all avenues of retreat. The fearsome momentum whips up a tempest as countless dark red lightning bolts pierce the heavens. The world before them seems to tremble, the very space bowing to their might, twisting in response. The land within several hundred meters cracks and shatters, reduced to dust. Rox's cloak flutters in the wind, a smirk of disdain lingering on his face. Yet, upon closer inspection, a profound seriousness glimmers in his gaze. Crack, crack, crack. Is this your strongest strike? How delightful. It has dragged on for too long. It is time to settle this with a single blow. Rox's right foot stomps down, fracturing the earth, his body swelling with power. The gale tousles his hair, and his piercing gaze radiates an extraordinary killing intent. Let me show you what true power of the king of the world looks like. Rox's observation haki unfurls, locking onto the two powerful adversaries, his formidable conqueror's haki surging skyward, as if an ancient beast were slowly awakening. The absolute sovereign. The surging aura renders all within a 500-meter radius unconscious. This is the pinnacle of conqueror's haki, the spirit befitting the king of the world. Rox stands firm, enveloped in layers of conqueror's haki, as if wrapped in a new cocoon. What is absolute? It is having unassailable defense, possessing the strength to counterattack with certainty, and embodying the indomitable spirit of a monarch. In the next moment, all on the battlefield seem to sense something. They cease their battles, turning in fear. The blinding light slices through the sky, the clash of the three sovereigns piercing the heavens. A tremendous roar stuns the weaker combatants into silence. But this is merely the beginning, for in the blink of an eye, a colossal mushroom cloud erupts. Amidst that cloud, a torrent of blood ascends. The sky seems to be shrouded in a mist of crimson. Those who draw near the mushroom cloud instantaneously lose their lives. Not only them, but the nearby ruins also erupt with cracks as the earth rapidly sinks, forming a pit several hundred meters in diameter. The swirling dust and debris bear witness to the birth of a monarch. Who shall emerge victorious? Surely it must be our Captain Rox. He is destined to become the king of the world. This is the power that stands atop the peaks of these seas. How shall that putrid justice withstand such might? Is this truly the king among pirates? Such strength must surely surpass even that of the admirals. Can we truly prevail against such an adversary? The crowd erupts in excitement, for Rox's displayed power astonishes all. The high-ranking pirates widen their eyes in disbelief, while the officers of the Rox pirates contract their pupils in astonishment. None had anticipated Rox's profound concealment of strength. Damn it, such power. Richard clenches his teeth, aware that Rox would surely hide his true capabilities. Yet he never imagined that Rox would conceal so much. This is beyond the capacity of mere admiral-level foes. Is it possible that he is truly fated to be forever distant from that coveted position? Do not falter. Let these scoundrels witness the true strength of justice. At this juncture, there is no turning back. Richard can only grit his teeth and command his soldiers to charge forward. He himself unleashes an even greater power, delivering blow after blow that once plunged Whitebeard into peril. The marshal's words barely bolster the soldiers' morale. They rally, raising their blades once more to engage the enemy. Damn it, old man, Wagner gazes at the beleaguered Whitebeard, a deep worry settling in his heart. In this brief moment of distraction, the trio before him seizes their chance. Swish. A flash of gold, and a wound appears on Wagner's arm. Oh, Brother Wagner, being distracted in battle can lead to death. A golden figure zips past. Wielding the sword Amatsukami, Borsellino. Damn you, yellow-skinned monkey. I will slay you. Infuriated, Wagner lunges forward, exposing a fatal opening. Great fire. A cold shout. And Sakazuki's magma is fully charged. The terrifying heat would surely gravely injure even Wagner, who possesses the blood of a demon. But just as Sakazuki prepares to strike, Wagner grits his teeth, ready to defend with his haki, when a terrifying aura suddenly erupts. It emanates from the depths of the giant pit, concealed within the thick dust. Like a devil descending to earth, a tremendous presence surges forth. All attacks are abruptly interrupted in that instant. Crack, crack, crack. I alone am the true king of these seas. As the dust settles, a monarch reveals his indomitable form. A robust figure stands proudly at the center of the pit, gripping a massive headless corpse in his right hand. The menacing scales radiate a powerful aura, the flesh resembling that of a wind lizard. Coupled with wings that blot out the sky, everyone recognizes this as the famed sea sovereign, Dragon Hans. And the corpulent figure crushed beneath Rox's foot is none other than the Golden King Idrin, his flesh nearly obliterated, barely clinging to life. What transpired here? The formidable sea sovereign Dragon Hans has been vanquished by Rox, just like that, defeating two sea sovereigns in one fell swoop? This is akin to a calf tumbling down a slope. What does it mean? The battlefield falls into stunned silence. As a few combatants still grappling with their opponents instinctively strike, only realizing the magnitude of the event after dispatching their foes. How could this be possible? Richard's teeth were nearly crushed, and he never anticipated that two maritime overlords would fall so swiftly when allied. Although he could press Whitebeard, the latter, possessing the strength of a vice-admiral, was equally capable of inflicting grave injuries upon him. How could one remain unfocused amid battle? He had not paid even the slightest attention to the preceding events. Steelbone Kong, equally a powerhouse of admiral caliber, shared this oblivion. As did the Golden Lion whose might rivaled that of Whitebeard. The two renowned swords in his grasp resembled the fangs of a lion. His full concentration was on the Golden Lion, and only they two exhibited a discernible advantage on the battlefield. As for what transpired amid the smoke and dust, perhaps only the near-lifeless Idrin knew. Haha, how intriguing. You rascal, Rox, have truly hidden your intentions well. A frail voice emerged from the heart of the massive pit. It was Idrin, the king of gold, beneath Rox's feet. All ears were perked, anticipating what Idrin would next utter, while a sinister smile adorned Rox's face. In his eyes, the outcome of this war was already sealed. That peculiar power is not as you described, is it? Haha. It seems you wish to deceive these hypocritical fools. Hey, you pretentious scoundrels, do you wish to uncover Rox's secret? Idrin's voice suddenly grew robust, a blood-stained grin spreading across his face as he beheld the eager expressions of the naval forces. Finally, he erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha, I shan't reveal it. Idrin's laughter resonated powerfully, echoing across the island, utterly oblivious to the pallor on the faces of the Navy. In the final moments of this fleeting glow, he gradually emptied his mind and simply gazed at the sky. In my lifetime, I have possessed wealth that incites envy in countless souls and have attained a status that instills fear. Yet the happiest day remains the one I found love. Idrin's murmurs ceased as Rox's foot crushed his heart, his life ebbing away, the sunlight dimming before him. In the fleeting moment before his pupils scattered, he seemed to glimpse a girl clad in white, her laughter carried by the wind, extending a familiar hand towards him. It appears that death may yet allow us to reunite. In this light, what once terrified innumerable souls does not seem so dreadful after all. In the year 1482 of the ocean calendar, the maritime tyrants, Flying Dragon Hans, and the King of Gold Idrin, perished at the hands of the overlord Rox. This battle would later be known as the War for Dominance of the Seas. Returning to the present, this cursed golden pig. In my life, I detest two types of individuals, those who speak halfway, and those who have become what they most despise. What else is there to say? Our captain has triumphed. Long live the Rox pirates. Long live. The corpses of the two overlords became the stepping stones for Rox to ascend as the monarch of the seas. Presently, there exists but one king upon the ocean, the sovereign of the new world. Ha ha ha. I am the one true king of these waters. As Rox roared with laughter, his fearsome conqueror's haki surged once more. He took a step toward becoming the king of the world, his presence swelling like the tide. Dark red lightning filled the realm, bearing witness to the birth of a sovereign. Now, it is your turn, Richard. Rock's laughter abruptly ceased, his eyes flashing crimson as he fixed his gaze on the somewhat dazed Richard. In that instant, it felt as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood weighed heavily upon Richard's shoulders, locked in Rock's sight. As the esteemed admiral of the Navy, he broke into a cold sweat. Well then, this rascal is yours to handle, Captain. Whitebeard chuckled heartily and swiftly retreated, realizing he was somewhat outmatched against a renowned admiral-level powerhouse. You scoundrel! Gazing at the increasingly deranged grin of Rox not far off, Richard's alarm bells rang. The next moment, Rox vanished like a phantom. He didn't utter a word before launching his attack. How dare you employ such underhanded tactics? Youngsters lack martial ethics. To ambush an old comrade nearing 70, is this acceptable? It is not. I advise you to reconsider. Richard's thoughts were in disarray. His strength paralleled that of the recently departed flying dragon Hans, and facing the surging might of Rox alone was tantamount to courting death. Martial ethics with pirates? Huh. It seems your lofty position has corroded your mind with hypocritical ideals. Like teleportation, Rock's figure appeared behind Richard. His fist, enveloped in conqueror's haki, shot forth like a venomous serpent lunging for its prey. Do not underestimate this old man. I am Admiral Richard of the Navy headquarters, bearer of ambition's justice. Richard roared, as an abyssal darkness suddenly enveloped him. Upon closer inspection, one might have noticed flickers of dark red light amidst the profound shadow. An advanced form of armament haki. 70 years of life have allowed Richard, as a pure martial artist, to reach an astonishing height of mastery. If Zephyr of the future possesses the strongest armament haki of the Navy headquarters, then Richard stands as its foremost exponent in the present. 6 styles ultimate. Armament, absolute iron block. Feudal, flowing cherry, king cobra strike. The conqueror's haki surging from rocks seemed to morph into a fearsome king cobra upon his arm. The apex predator wielded the mightiest venom, and that venom represented the internal destructive power of advanced armament haki. But more crucially, upon hearing the words iron block, Richard felt an inexplicable surge of strength, as if bolstered by the very will of the world itself. With such divine assistance, victory was assured. Boom. A resounding thud. Rock's fist descended, unleashing an immense force that rippled through layers of energy waves as his indomitable fist collided with Richard. The terrifying power quaked Richard's insides, and he gritted his teeth, stifling the metallic taste rising in his throat. Summoning all his might, he swung his right arm with vigor, his robust limb akin to a pillar of the heavens. Striking Rock's arm fiercely, the tremendous force momentarily halted Rock's movements, allowing Richard to swiftly create distance. What a monster! Richard gazed at his still trembling right arm. Despite enveloping it in the most formidable armament haki, the contact with Rox still sent tingles through his proud limb. Ha ha ha. The goal has been accomplished. Yet if I eliminate you, esteemed Admiral, things will undoubtedly grow more entertaining. Rox, grinning wickedly, advanced toward Richard, dark red lightning swirling around him, resembling a demonic entity descending upon the earth. This is the battle between kings, where the captain of the Rox pirates confronts the admiral of the Navy headquarters. Ha ha ha. I am the true sovereign of the world. I am destined to be the supreme commander of the world government. On the other side, ha ha ha. Whitebeard, you should surrender obediently. My fists show no mercy. Humph. You ugly bastard, Garp, your aspirations are quite grand. If you wish for me to yield, you might as well wait until the next life. Garp and Whitebeard are locked in a fierce struggle. Their clash is a spectacle to behold. Garp's ferocious punches and Whitebeard's terrifyingly powerful blade create an impasse, neither yielding to the other. Gulalala. Foolish Garp, although neither of us can overpower the other. My son is quite impressive. TSK, your dragon has been thoroughly beaten by my Wagner. Whitebeard's verbal onslaught begins, and he delivers his taunts with such compelling logic that they leave no room for rebuttal. Damn you, Whitebeard. While we may be battling, what does dragging our descendants into this matter? Garp scolds angrily. Though he yearns to counter, the reality is undeniable. He has always been proud of his son, whose talent may even surpass his own. Yet, it has been proven that beyond every man, there exists a giant, and beyond every mountain, there lies Mount Everest. Both being human, why is that young lad so remarkable? This is truly a monstrosity. Wagner, apologies, but I am not human. So it is only reasonable for me to appear monstrous, isn't it? Grr. My son is merely 12 years old. I eagerly anticipate the day he comes of age. Even you, scoundrel, shall find yourself at his mercy. Newgate. For 2 individuals who dote on their prot GS. The strength of their own son is undoubtedly a source of immense pride. What brings even greater joy is the fact that their son surpasses the offspring of their longtime adversary. Lion's might. The golden lion hovers in the air, his twin blades radiating a profound brilliance, muscles taut like a lion poised to pounce. He descends with unstoppable force, cleaving downwards towards steel bone. Armed. The main cannon of the steel bone battleship. Faced with the overwhelming advance of the golden lion, steel bone remains undaunted. He swings his right fist, meeting the golden lion's descent with a powerful strike, the formidable hockey enhancing the might of his blow. Bang! The clash of blade against fist produces a jarring sound. Sparks flying in all directions as the intensity of their confrontation escalates. What a troublesome opponent! A flicker of annoyance appears in Steelbone's mind, despite his admiral-level prowess. He is evidently superior to the golden lion. Yet, the golden lion's float fruit proves to be exceedingly troublesome, granting him unparalleled mobility. As he madly lunges at Steelbone with relentless strikes. Even more alarming is Steelbone's acute awareness that each of the golden lion's attacks grows more incisive. It is not an increase in strength, but rather a revelation of the best strategies to combat a powerhouse like himself. Their battle seems to be bestowing upon the golden lion a wealth of combat experience. To grow stronger through battle, what a terrifying talent that is. Such phenomena are enigmatic. Some may find themselves in moments of epiphany amidst the chaos. However, the golden lion is different. From the very onset of the fight, he has begun to draw sustenance from Steelbone. Goodness, should he continue to develop at this rate, given time, he could very well ascend to become a sovereign of the seas. The astonishment within Steelbone grows ever more profound. What extraordinary combat talent is this? He unconsciously forgets to worry about their pitiful commander. Now, he is solely focused on vanquishing this looming, fearsome adversary. The battle intensifies. And after such an extended period of high-intensity combat, many lower-tier pirates have entirely lost their capacity for thought, mindlessly swinging their blades like machines, lacking any ability to strategize. They have become mere cannon fodder on the battlefield, with no strength left to evade the impending slaughter. For the elite warriors, days and nights of combat are merely routine. However, for the lower-ranked soldiers, their strength and stamina are limited. The toll of battle is exceedingly draining, and simply making it this far is a remarkable feat. Gradually, the Navy has begun to suffer casualties at the level of vice admirals, and one vice captain from the Rocks pirates has also perished. The crimson blood soaking the entire island. Everywhere the eye can see is a sea of red, littered with severed limbs. It is clear to all discerning minds that this war is unlikely to yield any resolution. Get out of my way. Unlike the frantic battles of others on the battlefield, the disparity in Wagner's confrontation with the three rear admirals is striking. Wagner's formidable physique grants him terrifying vitality and defense, allowing him to act with reckless abandon. Even when injured, he recovers in mere moments. The power of his demonic blood is no jest. Of course, he must remain wary of some of Akainu's magma attacks, as such searing assaults can indeed inflict damage upon him. Thus, one can observe Wagner wielding a massive hand enveloped in haki, striking down furiously upon Akainu, who emerges from the ground, his body still ablaze with magma. Swish. The sound of claws slicing through flesh. Crimson blood erupts, joining the elements that stain the earth. Akainu. A thunderous roar from Dragon abruptly echoes, and instinctively, people turn to see Akainu collapsed, his left arm a mangled mess. Moreover, his chest appears concave, clearly indicating broken ribs. And not just one. All of this is the handiwork of Wagner. Akainu's magma abilities are indeed vexing. The power of magma is sufficient to harm Wagner, and his ability to meld into the earth allows him to evade Wagner's assaults effectively. The current situation arose because Wagner had feigned an opening. Akainu, believing he had seized the chance, unleashed a fierce eruption directed at Wagner's back. The outcome was inevitable. Wagner's massive hand effortlessly grasped Akainu, delivering a devastating punch, followed by a claw that severely injured him. Dragon Claw Fist, Crush. With a drastically altered expression, Dragon has no time to spare. His hand swiftly forms a peculiar shape. The index and middle fingers aligned, while the ring and little fingers are joined together, the thumb standing apart, resembling the claws of a three-clawed dragon. The formidable haki envelopes him. If the previous Dragon Claw Fist was merely a form, now it possesses a soul. Release Akainu. Borsalino lets out a low growl. The two were close friends long before joining the Navy. Despite differing ideologies, their camaraderie has remained strong, with a friend's life on the line. Even this lazier compatriot must exert every ounce of effort. Speed is power. Have you ever been struck by light? The calmness of the voice brings a profound sense of danger to Wagner. Dragon's attack is upon him. Borsalino's light kick is closing in on his head. Fall. Dragon. Unable to contain his excitement, shouts out. Since his last defeat at Wagner's hands, he has undergone grueling training at Navy headquarters. The high-intensity regimen has rapidly bolstered his strength. Yet he still grapples with a lingering sense of frustration. As a genius, how could he have been bested by someone so much younger? This matter seems to have become his inner demon. The inner demon is a peculiar phenomenon for a strong individual. Once one succumbs to this inner turmoil, their strength stagnates. It is even likely that they may spiral into madness along their path of cultivation. However, from a certain perspective, the inner demon is not entirely detrimental. If today, Long manages to conquer his inner demon, the bottleneck in his cultivation will dissipate like spring snow, allowing his innate talent to be fully unleashed. Yet, reality is often harsh. Faced with the ferocious attacks from Long and Borsalino, a sinister smile unexpectedly appeared on Wagner's face. With a resounding thud, Wagner's right leg struck the ground with tremendous force, causing the earth to crack, sending countless fragments of soil and stone into the air. These airborne particles suddenly began to spin rapidly, drawing nearer to Wagner's form. A spectacle lasting but half a second. When Long and Borsalino blinked, what unfolded before their eyes left them utterly astonished. A cloud of dust enveloped Wagner entirely in an instant. To Long's eyes, it seemed as though a phantom of a man had materialized behind Wagner, resembling a deity. What the hell? This is cheating, Borsalino exclaimed as he kicked Wagner's head with his prideful lightspeed strike, only to find it inflicted no harm whatsoever. The fragments of earth shattered by his kick seemed to mock his impotence. Huh, cheating? Let me assure you, Wagner does not cheat. Wagner scoffed disdainfully. Earth represents solidity, embodying absolute defensive power among the 5 elemental forces. To outsiders, it may appear that Wagner is merely covered in a layer of dirt. Yet, if one were to utilize advanced observation hockey, they would be astonished to discover that within the thick layers of earth lies a dense wrapping of armament hockey. The defensive prowess of the Giant Clan, the robust physique of the Demon Clan, the adaptability of the Lucian Clan allowing him to manipulate the earth with finesse. And while the Fishman Clan's lineage may seem inconsequential, with the aid of the Titan Diamond Devil Fruit, it grants the soil greater resilience. Do you too truly believe you can shake the very earth? Ha! Savor this power that comes from the ground. The formidable earthen armor clung tightly to Wagner's skin, making him appear as the earthly deity's envoy among mortals. Standing 15 meters tall, even before the Giant Clan, he commanded a sense of awe. Speed is power? Here. Mass is strength, he proclaimed. Yellow-skinned monkey, have you ever been struck by the earth? The island trembled, the ground roared. And this small creature with a mere bounty of 500 million managed to evoke phenomena of the heavens and earth. Divine earth, breath of the soil, Wagner bellowed, as vast amounts of soil ascended from the ground, eagerly enveloping his right fist. Meanwhile, Borsalino, sensing danger, instinctively attempted to flee. However, at the very moment he sought to escape, the terrain shifted dramatically. Countless rock walls rose to form a colossal cage, perfectly sized to encompass Wagner's fist. With a rumble, the dark armament hockey enveloped Wagner's fist, resembling a meteor from the heavens, a gift from the earth deity. Everyone, rise. After a thunderous roar from the sky, Wagner's fist descended powerfully upon the ground. The earth itself seemed to tremble, causing the bodies of all present to be violently jolted upwards. In that fleeting moment, whether it was the formidable ruler Rox, the naval admiral Richard, or the immensely powerful Steelbone Kong, the expressions of all renowned warriors transformed drastically. This overwhelming force was undeniably beyond the realm of 500 million. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Sengoku, who was engaged in combat with the pirate captain, suddenly felt his pupils constrict sharply. He recalled that Admiral Steelbone Kong had once advised him to pay attention to this young rascal. He remembered the astonishing feats this young individual had accomplished in recent years, and he noted the peculiar phenomenon of this youth experiencing inexplicable surges in strength each year, sometimes upon his emergence, at other times during battle, and occasionally after the fight concluded. He could not forget the meteoric rise of the bounty on that young rogue, akin to a rocket soaring into the sky. He retained the memory of Wagner 99's exploits. However, he had overlooked one crucial detail. The bounty on this little demon has been set at an astonishing 500 million, established a year and 3 months ago. It is widely acknowledged that Giant Demon Wagner is a descendant of both the giant and demon races, and all marvel at his extraordinarily robust physique. However, What they perceive is merely what Wagner wishes them to see. He seldom reveals the powers of the Lunaria and Fishman races in the presence of outsiders. And even if he were inclined to do so, his body would only exhibit some inconsequential traits. Who would ever suspect that a mere child bears the bloodlines of 4 dominant races? Within Wagner, these 4 bloodlines appear to engage in a fascinating chemical reaction, perpetually clashing and merging. Each fusion significantly enhances his power, occurring roughly once a year. The divine soil, the essence of the earth. Like a meteor, his fist descended with tremendous force. Indeed, Borsalino's speed was remarkable, yet what of it? Wagner had sealed off all his avenues of escape. The armament hockey enveloping his rocky fist utterly extinguished Borsalino's hopes of elemental evasion. Don't underestimate me. As a rear admiral of the Navy headquarters, Borsalino possessed his own means. He was not about to resign himself to death so easily. He aspired to ascend to the pinnacle of the Navy's combat prowess. His leisurely life had only just begun. Amaterasu. With palms pressed together, Borsalino forcefully pulled them apart, conjuring a long luminous sword from thin air. In that moment, driven by the hope for survival, this slacker began to earnestly fight. He wielded the sword with both hands, slicing upward. With each swing of the radiant blade, waves of sword energy surged towards Wagner's rocky fist. The fierce sword energy collided with the stone, generating a thunderous roar as clouds of dust erupted from Wagner's fist. Within mere seconds, the rock began to crumble. The pitch-black armament hockey was exposed to the air, and while Borsalino's attacks inflicted considerable damage, they merely resulted in minor cracks upon Wagner's fist. Just as that colossal hand was about to crush Borsalino's head, a sharp voice rang out. "Black arm, shatter." A streak of black light cut through the sky, as a figure accelerated by treading upon the air. The flickering black object was none other than the fist of that figure. Under the gaze of all, this black light forcefully struck Wagner's arm, which resembled a pillar reaching for the heavens. In stark contrast, the tiny fist, akin to dust, collided against Wagner's solid wrist. With an explosive sound, that minuscule fist sent Wagner's arm careening away. Vice Admiral Zifa. The Navy personnel watching this scene erupted in joyous shouts as the figure radiating black light finally revealed itself. Clad in a deep purple suit and wearing a cloak befitting a vice admiral, he possessed a resolute demeanor, sporting a sharp purple crew cut. His powerful arms and inverted triangular physique epitomized strength. Yet the aura he exuded transcended the realm of a mere vice admiral. Vice Admiral Black Arm Zifa. My apologies for intruding upon your battle, little demon. However, I cannot simply stand by and watch as you eliminate a talented rear admiral. Zifa's cloak crackled, giving the impression of a mighty mountain. Thank goodness, I'm saved. Borsalino collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, his expression one of relief after a narrow escape. Damn it. Our gap is widening. Long's face twisted in frustration as he gazed at Wagner, a flicker of despair flashing in his eyes. Indeed, he too was growing stronger. How dare you, Zifa? Are you shameless enough to strike at my son? Do you wish to die? Whitebeard, embroiled in combat with Carp, erupted in fury. Observing his son's already weary right arm, a battle-hardened veteran, he recognized that Wagner's bones had sustained injury. Zifa's armament hockey was exceptionally potent, even putting Whitebeard to shame. Had it not been for Wagner's formidable physique, that punch would have shattered his wrist. The other members of the Rocks Pirates also joined in the cursing. As a formal military force, how could the Navy expect to gain any advantage in a war of words? Yet, as they scolded, they sought to identify which fool had fallen to Zifa. But when they saw John, collapsed amidst the ruins, silence enveloped them. He was the captain of the 4th Division of the Rocks Pirates, with a bounty of 860 million. Useless. Rocks couldn't help but curse, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes, oblivious to the unusual glint in Richard's gaze before him. Ha! After the young, the old arrives. How amusing. Wagner slowly rose, the dirt falling away with his movements, revealing a robust physique capable of attracting the attention of the world's wealthiest women. The only flaw was the slightly swollen wrist on his right hand. As the last of the dirt fell from his head, his crimson eyes burned with intense fury. Blackarm Zifa? Do you wish to dance as well? A thunderous roar echoed. Accompanying it was an overwhelming sense of pressure. The visible dark red conqueror's hockey erupted around Wagner, sending shockwaves that momentarily stunned the weaker onlookers. Zifa's eyes widened in disbelief. How could such a level of conqueror's hockey emanate from a mere child? Although Wagner's conqueror's hockey still appeared immature compared to the likes of Rocks and other strong figures, how old was he? At merely 12 years of age, he had already attained the ability to freely control it. It is known that even the fated child, Monkey D. Luffy, only reached such a realm at 19. When comparing their conqueror's haki, Wagner's was undoubtedly superior. Such power is already sufficient to influence certain strong individuals at the level of major generals. Even admirals would be momentarily taken aback for half a second. In high-stakes battles, this is undoubtedly a divine skill. The overwhelming pressure caused Zephyr's expression to grow grave. He instinctively tore off his cloak, revealing a face marked by solemnity. This seemingly simple action has left countless individuals wide-eyed in astonishment. Those familiar with Zephyr are well aware that he is about to get serious. Such a terrifying talent. Unfortunately for you, this is where your journey ends. However, I shall not take your life. Instead, I will cast you into a prison, where you shall spend the remainder of your days. Zephyr narrowed his eyes, his thick armament haki enveloping his wrist before spreading to his fist. The obsidian hue spoke volumes of his strength. Thus, the name Blackarm was born. You scoundrel, Zephyr. If you dare to proceed, I shall ensure our fates are intertwined in death. Whitebeard roared, his fury elevating his power to new heights. This posed a significant challenge for Carp, who faced him in combat. Ha ha ha. Those bastards have taken my only treasure. And now you wish to seize my freedom as well? Wagner suddenly erupted into a maniacal laugh, his mirth laced with murderous intent, sending shivers down the spines of many. Then come and try? Let us see who devours whom. The clash of titans ensued. In the sky, a towering figure collided with a shorter one. An elder and a youth, as Zephyr, standing over 3 meters tall, faced off against Wagner, who loomed over 10 meters during his dragon form. Their fists collided with a resounding impact. Yet after a brief moment of stalemate, Wagner found himself at a disadvantage. Injured, he could only utilize his weaker left hand. Yet, within his colossal frame resided boundless power. Even the adult giants would hesitate to claim superiority over his left-handed strength. But alas, his opponent was Zephyr. Zephyr's prowess had transcended the realm of typical elite vice-admirals. In certain respects, he now stood as a candidate for admiral. His armament haki was utterly on par with that of an admiral, a formidable foe Wagner had yet to encounter. The disparity was glaringly apparent. As Wagner felt the cracks beginning to form in his armament haki, a sense of gloom washed over him. The gap between their haki was insurmountable. His had only just reached the advanced stage, while Zephyr had long since mastered it. Even the average individual could not remain stagnant, let alone the exceptionally gifted Blackarm Zephyr. Yet, the shock was not his alone. Zephyr, too, was engulfed in a tempest of astonishment. He felt as though his power was being suppressed by this young upstart. It was faint, yet undeniably present. He was a pure martial arts master. Although he specialized in armament haki, strength was also a focal point of his training. Rough estimates suggested he could easily unleash over 10,000 tons of force with a single punch. 10,000 tons. What a concept. A single blow capable of leveling a small hill. Even a superhuman would struggle to match such might. Yet even with this immense power, he experienced the sensation of being overpowered. The strength of this lad's left fist had likely reached 13,000 tons. But strength is not everything. Zephyr understood this well. Leveraging one's strengths against the opponent's weaknesses is the wisest course of action. Utilizing his formidable armament haki and his comparatively compact stature, Wagner's fist resembled a massive slab of iron, while his own was akin to a small diamond. Damn it, no one shall take anything from me. Be it freedom or anything else, it is I who shall dictate everything. Wagner suddenly bellowed, his power surging once more. In an instant, Zephyr felt the impact, as Wagner's massive fist charged forth recklessly. However, such recklessness came at a cost. The immense force further burdened his fingers, resulting in a sharp crack as Zephyr broke his ring finger. Roar. A deep, resonant roar erupted. The pain coursing through his fingers ignited Wagner's fury, and Zephyr quickly withdrew. Yet Wagner remained relentless, locking onto Zephyr with unwavering determination, his attacks becoming increasingly erratic. This was the peril of possessing an overwhelmingly potent bloodline. While his body was formidable, the strain of unleashing such power overwhelmed his mind. Physically, he had attained the level of an average adult giant. Yet his mental capacity was akin to that of a 12-year-old child. How could such a disparity be reconciled? In layman's terms, at that moment, his mind was inundated with muscle, impairing his cognition, and the ferocity of his devil fruit surged uncontrollably. His eyes transformed from crimson to a blazing red, the pupils fading into oblivion, radiating an aura reminiscent of a legendary beast. Damn it, Wagner's body is spiraling out of control. Whitebeard cursed. Fully aware of the state Wagner entered when enraged. In such a condition, his power would escalate and his physical prowess would soar. But the peril lay in his loss of reason. He could even turn against himself. It's over. Vice Captain Wagner has gone berserk again. Run. A pirate from the 1st Division suddenly turned pale. 2 years prior, during Wagner's bloodline fusion within the Rocks Pirates, he experienced immense growth, and in his excitement, he foolishly challenged Wang Ji, the captain of the 6th Division. The outcome was nothing short of catastrophic. Wagner was gravely injured, and Wang Ji suffered significant wounds as well. His sword-bearing arm was fractured, and 2 ribs were broken. From that day forth, no one in the Rocks Pirates dared to defy the vice captain of the 1st Division, even if he was merely a young lad. And how could I forget? Upon returning from the tavern, Whitebeard saw Wagner covered in blood, and upon closer inspection, he angrily broke one of Wang Ji's arms and a leg. A week later, Wagner had fully recovered, while Wang Ji remained bedridden. A sight that could move even the most hardened hearts to tears. Now, Wagner was far more terrifying than during his previous bout of madness. Sensing dissatisfaction with his current form, the irrational Wagner roared, his body expanding once more. This time, having fully unleashed his power, he reached a towering height of 18 meters. His immense form obscured the sky, and a palpable aura of ferocity accompanied by an overwhelming presence swept across the arena. Even more terrifying, the wounds he sustained in previous battles were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Remarkably, even the severed bone of his left finger was barely usable, while his right wrist appeared to be as sound as ever. Roar. In his titan-like form, Wagner violently struck his chest, gazing down upon Zephyr, who appeared as insignificant as an ant on the ground. Suddenly, he executed a move that made the eyes of countless spectators widen in shock. Clenching his colossal fist, he slammed it into the ground, creating a thunderous explosion akin to a bomb detonation. After several strikes, the 18-meter-tall Wagner lifted a chunk of earth nearly 5 times his size and hurled it towards Zephyr. But that was not the end. Everyone witnessed as Wagner's massive figure vanished from its spot. When he reappeared, it was in the sky, several dozen meters high. He clenched his fists, unconsciously enveloping them with his haki, his immense weight combined with terrifying power, descending like a mountain. The battle between the formidable Wagner and the elite Admiral Zephyr was intensely fierce. Wagner had unleashed a strength that far exceeded his current bounty, while Zephyr's iron fist was alarmingly close to that of an admiral. Though Wagner had been sustaining injuries throughout the fight, his formidable physique allowed him to single-handedly hold back a top-tier powerhouse. Despite the bloodshed, he fought on. Now, Wagner resembled a beast that had clawed its way out of a river of blood, his body riddled with countless wounds, blood flowing profusely. Simultaneously, his body was attempting to heal itself, yet the pace of recovery lagged behind the emergence of new injuries. It was evident to any discerning observer that, in the face of Zephyr, Wagner was still too inexperienced. Yet, a vice captain was managing to hold off an elite admiral? Had they not witnessed it themselves? Such a notion would have been inconceivable. How infuriating. To be completely stalled by this young man. This could not continue. Zephyr felt a growing sense of urgency. The casualties on the Navy's side had exceeded their expectations. The pirates charged forward like madmen, undeterred by death, eager to engage in battle. Upon closer inspection, the reason became apparent. They had already vanquished 2 other pirate crews of similar caliber, and their morale surged to unprecedented heights. More importantly, the treasures within these 2 pirate crews were astronomical. Such easily obtainable riches were not something these ruthless marauders would relinquish lightly. They understood that this opportunity represented a wealth they might only dream of acquiring over a lifetime. Annihilate them. The ultimate victory belongs to our Rocks pirates. I have already dispatched 6 enemies. This time, I shall certainly claim a bounty of treasures. Hey, you damn Navy, that pistol at your waist looks quite appealing. Soon, it shall be mine. The pirates of the Rocks crew pressed fiercely against the Navy. Their officers were equally unyielding. With higher ranks came greater spoils. Should they stumble upon some rare treasure, they could feasibly retire and live the remainder of their lives in indulgence. However, everyone understood that the most critical battle on this battlefield stemmed from the clash of the 2 leaders. Crack, crack. Richard, your fists are growing weaker. What is this? Have you reached your physical limit? Rocks, enveloped in his haki, unleashed a torrential barrage of punches upon Richard, who struggled to defend himself with his own observation haki. Yet, the attacks were relentless, and eventually, 1 or 2 punches broke through his defenses, striking him with devastating force. Each blow was terrifyingly powerful, causing his internal energy to surge violently. His chest caved in severely, and he had lost most of his teeth. Clearly, he was on the brink of defeat. Die. Another punch from Rox was unleashed, its angle deviously crafted to circumvent Richard's crossed arms, landing miraculously upon his right side. The terrifying hockey surged into Richard's body, ruthlessly wreaking havoc on his internal organs, and a metallic taste filled his throat as he fought to swallow the impending torrent of blood. He could not fall here. If he succumbed, the Navy's morale would plummet to an all-time low, and at least half of his men would indirectly lose their lives due to his demise. If the Sea Overlord Rox joined the fray, the ensuing scene would undoubtedly be one of merciless slaughter. I am Admiral Richard of the Navy headquarters. Richard roared. Whether to intimidate Rox or to bolster his own spirit, he swung a fist, his dark red fist crackling with electricity, miraculously unleashing a force of 120. Bang! Rox raised his arm, encased in advanced hockey, to firmly block the punch. The overwhelming force penetrated his hockey defenses, sending shockwaves through his arm, causing his muscles to tremble. He is undeniably a true powerhouse, a formidable adversary capable of threatening his very life. Not good. The Steelbone Kong etched this scene deeply into his memory on the battlefield. He witnessed Marshal Richard, after delivering a powerful punch, suddenly spewing forth a mouthful of blood. He was at the end of his rope. Without hesitation, Steelbone Kong pushed back the golden lion Shiki before him. In that instant, he unleashed his mastery of the Navy's 6 styles. With the technique Sorrow erupting with a speed akin to teleportation. In mere flashes, he found himself behind Richard. Rox, allow me to be your opponent. Steelbone Kong's expression turned gravely serious. Richard's body could no longer withstand a battle against such a formidable foe. As the second strongest in this operation and an admiral of the Navy headquarters, he bore the responsibility of blocking this danger here. Damn it! The Golden Lion, deprived of an opponent, erupted in fury, brandishing his twin fame swords as he charged at Steelbone Kong. Abandoning oneself mid-battle is no different than being a scoundrel. Apologies, Shiki. I might just have to steal your opponent today. Rox laughed arrogantly, glancing at the 2 formidable figures before him, disdainfully extending his right hand and beckoning with his fingers. Come on, both of you, come at me together. An aura of absolute dominance. After enduring 2 fierce battles, he was prepared to face the Navy's 2 top-tier powerhouses alone. Such arrogance indeed aligned with Rox's character. Shiki's roar abruptly ceased. Despite his unwillingness to concede his opponent, he recognized that his captain's word was absolute and should not be defied. He gritted his teeth, tightening his grip on the twin swords, locking on to a recently victorious CP0 agent. Damn. You come here. Let me chop you into pieces. Shiki charged forward, while the bewildered CP0 agent wondered what was happening. The 2 clashed, their strengths evenly matched. However, Shiki's rage fueled them, and in their first exchange, the CP0 agent found himself at a disadvantage. On the other side, Kong. It seems my reckless decision was rather foolish. Richard observed the Steelbone Kong standing before him, revealing a wry smile. In truth, they should have retreated upon witnessing the Dragon Hans and the Golden King Idrin being overwhelmed by Rox. The strength Rox exhibited was undoubtedly above the admiral level. Yet, Richard's ambition for a higher position, coupled with a sliver of hope that Rox would tire, led him to undertake this reckless assault. But it was too late for regrets. Marshal, we cannot fall. The families of those soldiers are still waiting for their return. Steelbone Kong's gaze hardened with resolve, and Richard sighed deeply. The 2 stood shoulder to shoulder, confronting the terrifying man before them. 2 wolves huddling together for warmth cannot threaten a famished tiger. Above them, 3 surging auras divided into 2 factions, clashing with lethal intent. The 3 terrifying hockey waves ravaged the earth, which, despite remaining still, began to crack under the oppressive force. Innocent trees groaned under the strain, and even the Navy's rear admiral felt an indescribable pressure. Come on, let the storm rage even fiercer. Rox suddenly unleashed an even more formidable aura, and as his words fell, the air began to whip into a violent gale. As if the very heavens dared not defy his will, the wind intensified, carrying with it a chilling aura towards the distance. The killing intent of a beast. Rox was filled with murderous intent. Steelbone Kong and Richard dared not be careless. The former charged forward, wrapping his hockey around his fist, propelling himself forward. Meanwhile, Richard, dragging his nearly exhausted body, wrapped a thin layer of hockey around his hand, gritting his teeth and pushing onward. But how could an admiral-level powerhouse, even one wounded, compare to Rox, who had already surpassed that tier? The clash ensued, with Steelbone Kong facing Rox head-on while Admiral Richard attempted to distract him. To Rox, however, Richard was little more than a mere mascot. He sent steel-boned Kong flying with a single punch, then unleashed a powerful kick toward Richard. The thick hockey effortlessly shattered Richard's defenses, struck with immense force. Richard's body flew like a cannonball into the jungle, crashing through trees. The fresh injuries sent waves of dizziness through his mind, and darkness began to encroach. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, he bit down hard on his tongue. A bittersweet taste accompanied by sharp pain jolted his mind awake. Yet, when he opened his eyes again, he was met with a massive dark red fist. Bang! Rox, with terrifying speed, reached Richard in the next instant, striking with his hockey-wrapped fist. If a doctor were to examine Richard now, he would surely drop his instruments in shock. Richard's facial bones had been reduced to mere fragments. It was only then that steel-boned Kong steadied himself, quickly perceiving Richard's dire situation under Rox's relentless assault. A chill surged within him as he sensed Richard's aura growing weaker, akin to that of an elderly man in his twilight years. Fist of iron. Steel bone. At this moment, steel-boned Kong could no longer afford to concern himself with the depletion of his hockey. He unleashed all his fury, his right hand clenched tightly, the air around it crackling with explosive energy. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his spot, his dark red-hued fist hurtling toward Rox's face. Come on. Sensing the immense aura, Rox narrowed his eyes, a smirk creeping upon his lips. He too raised his right fist, enveloped in dark red hockey. But his emitted aura was even more potent. King Punch. With a thunderous roar, Rox surged forward, his formidable physique seemingly breaking the sound barrier. In that moment of their clash, the battlefield fell into an eerie silence. The sharp and thunderous sound pierced the eardrums of countless weaker beings. The terrifying shockwave battered the nearly unconscious Richard, who bit down again, attempting to use pain to awaken his senses. However, in a moment of dulled awareness, he accidentally bit off nearly 2 centimeters of his own tongue. Well, it's just a tongue. Richard was lost in thought when, suddenly, he beheld a colossal foot, over 70 yards in size, adorned with an imposing aura, descending with great force upon his face. He summoned every ounce of strength in a futile attempt to extricate his head from beneath this massive appendage. Yet, regardless of his efforts, the foot seemed as if it were welded to his skull, bearing down with the weight of a mountain. 5 seconds prior, Steel-boned Kong found himself utterly incapable of confronting Rox head-on. He managed to endure for mere moments before Rox unleashed a tremendous force, propelling him away like a cannonball. This was compounded by the minor injuries sustained in their earlier encounters, but ultimately, it was an undeniable disparity in strength. As Rox laughed heartily at sending Steel-boned Kong flying, his attention swiftly shifted to the barely conscious Richard on the ground. He was acutely aware of the significance of the captain's head. Despite the advantage held by the Rox pirates, the casualties among his crew were not insignificant. The demise of ordinary pirates was trivial, yet the loss of certain junior officers represented the elite of the ship. To mitigate further losses and to demoralize the Navy, Rox charged without hesitation towards the prostrate Richard. Crack, crack, crack. Richard, my old adversary, we have been opponents for several years now. I still recall our first encounter when your Navy headquarters cornered me dreadfully. And now, the roles of hunter and prey have reversed. You shall become the most satisfying feast for the hunter. Rox's laughter echoed across the island, and Steel-boned Kong, sensing impending doom, hastily rose to charge at Rox once more. However, this time, Rox had no intention of toying with him. With a swift and decisive movement, he crushed the barely breathing Richard's skull underfoot, splattering the crimson and white remnants onto his trousers, the pungent scent of blood invigorating him. In that moment, it felt as though the entire island had been paused. Onlookers gaped in astonishment at the uproarious laughter of Rox. Ha ha ha. The hypocritical admiral of the Navy has finally met his demise. Long live Captain Rox. Our Rox pirates shall undoubtedly reign supreme upon the seas. Admiral Richard. Mr. Richard. Curse you, Rox. Justice, it seems, is not immune to failure. The pirates erupted in ecstatic frenzy, brandishing their weapons like madmen, while the Navy succumbed to profound sorrow, their morale plummeting to nothingness. Although the agents of the world government fared somewhat better, their spirits too had reached a nadir. This war has devolved into a sheer massacre. Richard was not a commendable marshal. He was merely an average figure, lacking in both magnanimity and sufficient cunning. Nevertheless, he held the rank of admiral within the naval headquarters, serving as the spiritual backbone of the entire army. With the fall of this grand banner, the morale of the troops was inevitably crushed. Cursed be the fate. I shall take your life. In a fit of rage, Steel Bone Kong, heedless of the consequences, charged recklessly at the formidable rocks. Their fists collided in an instant. Fueled by fury, Steel Bone Kong, despite his injuries, unleashed a power reminiscent of his prime, creating a flurry of fists that temporarily subdued rocks. Yet, this was but a fleeting respite. Rocks seized the opportunity, launching a decisive punch. This tremendous blow struck Steel Bone Kong's abdomen with such force that it penetrated his very being, generating visible shockwaves in the air behind him. He was sent flying by the impact, and the excruciating pain momentarily cleared his mind. Anger surged within him. He was furious, exceedingly furious. He had received considerable favor from Richard, and their relationship was one of both superior and subordinate, as well as a semblance of friendship. However, even in his rage, he recognized the harsh truth. The Navy's fate was sealed, and the victory of the Rocks pirates was inevitable. All troops, heed my command. Retreat with utmost haste. Steel Bone Kong bellowed. With Richard's demise, he had become the highest authority within the army. Though the soldiers were filled with grief and indignation, they dared not defy the orders. Overwhelmed by anger, the fear of death swiftly took hold of their hearts. Each soldier had a home, with loved ones eagerly awaiting their return. The Navy commenced a rapid retreat, while the agents of the world government, under the orders of the remaining CP0 leader, also withdrew hastily. It must be noted that these agents were not particularly formidable in battle, but when it came to fleeing, they exhibited remarkable prowess. It was laughable. A month's meager salary and berries was hardly worth risking one's life over. The lower-ranking soldiers retreated swiftly, while the officers took on the responsibility of holding off the pirates, who had lost their will to fight. This is a significant flaw of the Rocks pirates. With wealth at their disposal, they are eager to engage in frenzied battles like rabid dogs. Yet, when this treasure becomes easily attainable, they are reluctant to exert such effort. For the majority of pirates, the prospect of risking their lives in combat pales in comparison to the pleasures of spending their riches on indulgent revelry. The officers of these pirate crews shared a similar sentiment. They were contemplating how to exaggerate their contributions in order to claim a larger share of the treasure. It could be said that on this battlefield, aside from the bloodied yet furious Wagner, no one was truly engaged in earnest combat. What a troublesome little brat. Zephyr unleashed another powerful punch, sending Wagner staggering a few steps back. Yet, Wagner seemed impervious to pain, immediately charging forward once more with his colossal strides. Observing the ferocious Wagner, Zephyr furrowed his brow. However, upon noticing that nearly all the soldiers on the battlefield had retreated, leaving only a handful of commanders to confront the enemy, his expression softened slightly. Damn it, it seems I must ensure you suffer adequately today. Zephyr regarded Wagner, his gaze turning frigid. The reason was clear. Wagner's massive frame was utterly unkind to the lower-ranking soldiers. During their clashes, he frequently trampled ordinary soldiers beneath his feet, reducing even pirates to mere pulp. Such occurrences were intolerable to Zephyr, just as the armament hockey enveloped his entire right arm. Preparing to deliver a fierce blow aimed at shattering one of Wagner's ribs, a terrifying flash of steel sliced through the air. Not good. Zephyr's pupils constricted sharply. The enormous blade was wrapped in a dense coating of armament hockey, glinting coldly in the sunlight. More importantly, he sensed a palpable aura of death emanating from the blade. Without a moment's hesitation, Zephyr halted his punch and swiftly retreated several paces. With a grave expression, he turned to the towering figure not far from him, a hint of bitterness welling up within him. Am I destined to perish here? Damn it, Zephyr. How dare you injure my beloved son in such a manner? You should have simply kept your distance. The towering man bellowed with immense fury. It was none other than Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard. He wielded a massive naginata, his face contorted with rage, emanating a palpable aura of menace. The inky black armament hockey swiftly enveloped his blade as he furiously swung it, unleashing a fearsome slash aimed directly at Zephyr. Whitebeard. Zephyr gritted his teeth. A furious Wagner was already a significant challenge. Now, with an enraged Whitebeard joining the fray, it seemed that even with wings, escape would be impossible. As the formidable slash approached, Zephyr's eyes suddenly hardened. His profound armament hockey enveloped his entire being in an instant, bracing himself to withstand Whitebeard's devastating strike. This is a strike of unparalleled mastery. Even though his hockey is extraordinarily formidable in his current state, such terrifying power could still inflict internal injuries upon him. Yet, he has indeed executed this. The overwhelming force instantaneously impacted his arms, but curiously, it did not harm his body in any way. He merely crossed his arms over his chest, and astonishingly, that was the extent of his defensive action. The terrifying slash sent Zephyr flying. This was precisely his intent. Harnessing the power of Whitebeard, Zephyr's figure swiftly surpassed the majority of retreating naval commanders. Goodness. Karp was left utterly dumbfounded. You cunning rascal. If you possess such prowess, then have the audacity to face me in a decisive battle. What kind of skill is it to bully my son? Enraged, Whitebeard was about to pursue him, when a colossal fist came crashing down. This fist carries an astonishing power. Even the mightiest of giants, Whitebeard, must exert himself to the utmost. Ah, how infuriating. Wagner, have you lost your senses once more? I, your father, am avenging you. Whitebeard's composure shattered. What a predicament. Here I am, seeking vengeance for my own son, yet he chooses to ambush me from behind. Truly a grand display of filial piety. Thus, this brutal conflict, involving 3 pirate crews of formidable repute alongside the Navy headquarters, came to a close. The forces deployed by both sides approached a staggering 250,000, yet by the end, casualties had surpassed half that number. The corpses of over 100,000 lay piled upon this island, rendering the term Mountain of Corpses, Sea of Blood utterly apt. One might even declare it the Mount Everest of cadavers, the Pacific Ocean of blood. Ultimately, the battle concluded with a resounding victory for the Rocks pirates. In this clash, the once mighty dragon pirates and money pirates fell into disarray. With their captain's demise, the officers aboard began to carve out their own dominions. However, what they could salvage was but a mere trickle, while the delectable spoils were wholly consumed by the Rocks pirates. This battle has successfully established the Rocks pirates' supremacy over the seas. The Rocks pirates seem to have become the epitome of aspiration for all pirate crews. A multitude of pirates take great pride in joining the Rocks pirates. Following a fierce conflict, the Rocks pirates, despite suffering considerable losses, swiftly regained their vigor and grew stronger with each passing day. This war, referred to by the world as the battle for supremacy at sea, has indeed proven to be a worthwhile endeavor. My bounty has finally surpassed 300 million. Within the Hive Island restaurant of the Rocks pirates, Kaido gazed at the freshly printed newspaper before him, then at the thick stack of bounty notices, unable to suppress the grin that spread across his face. Come on. Is it really necessary to be this ecstatic over a bounty exceeding 300 million? Wagner, elegantly slicing the sausage before him with a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, noticed that the attention of the surrounding pirates was entirely focused on these 2 colossal figures. The reason was simple. The brilliance emanating from them during the battle for supremacy at sea 2 days prior was simply too dazzling. Hey, could you refrain from your ostentation? I distinctly recall you laughing so hard upon seeing your own bounty that it nearly plucked your father's beard. Kaido disdainfully picked up the milk in front of him, while the table was adorned with numerous bounty notices. Among them, one particular visage stood out, resembling that of a savage beast. It depicted a fearsome giant ape, furiously pounding its chest while letting out a deafening roar. Edward Louis Wagner's bounty, 721 million berries. What kind of concept does this number embody? It exceeds Kaido's bounty of 350 million by more than double. This is the old era. Indeed, this is the damned old era. A bounty of 700 million can already dominate a region, establishing oneself as a king. Wagner's achievements have been emblazoned in the latest newspapers. Having single-handedly battled against 3 genius rear admirals of the Navy headquarters, remaining undefeated against the elite vice admiral, Black Arm Zephyr, at merely 12 years of age, he has unleashed unparalleled power upon these seas. This bounty of 700 million is not only a testament to his strength, but equally reflects the world government's apprehension of his innate talent. Within the Rocks pirates, this bounty ranks just below Rocks and a few captains. It is noteworthy that even the captain of the 6th Division, John, has a bounty of merely 820 million. Above him are the 4th Division captain, Wang Ji, and the 5th Division captain, Silver Axe, with bounties of 980 million and 940 million respectively. Ascending further, one encounters the terrifying bounty surpassing 1 billion, reaching an astounding 14 billion for Charlotte Linlin. Both Shiki, the Golden Line, and Whitebeard have also seen their bounties soar significantly, their performances during that war being equally remarkable. Shiki's bounty has reached 934 billion, while Whitebeard's is a staggering 2 billion. As for the Admiral of the Rocks pirates, the man hailed as the King of the Seas, Rocks D. Zebek, his bounty has set a new record in the pirate world, reaching a shocking 504 billion. The King of the Seas, indeed. The title of king instills fear within the hearts of all pirates, none daring to approach the stronghold of the Rock's pirates. Simultaneously, many pirates yearn for this legendary crew, including formidable individuals with bounties exceeding 100 million. The latest newspaper has propelled this legendary pirate crew to a chilling height. Whether it is the Rock's pirates' triumph over two other Emperor-level pirate crews, or Rock's himself decisively slaying Admiral Richard of the Navy headquarters, everything has made for explosive headlines. In this war, the Rock's pirates not only gained immense fame but also amassed treasures worth trillions. This does not even account for the devil fruits and rare swords they acquired. Each member has profited immensely. However, this has inadvertently incited infighting among the crew. How can one not be tempted when faced with treasures worth hundreds of billions, even from those they deem inferior? Wagner's mind gradually emptied. Instinctively ignoring the incessant chatter of Kaido beside him and the whispers of other pirates in the restaurant, his thoughts entirely fixated on his heart. Since that war ended, after being knocked unconscious by Whitebeard and brought back, he was astonished to discover that his body seemed to have undergone yet another transformation. Indeed, while this transformation does not compare to the profound metamorphosis experienced during the first awakening of his bloodline, it has nonetheless granted him tremendous enhancement. Now, he can control all 49 muscles throughout his body. An indescribable sensation constantly fills him, though he has not yet unlocked any more formidable applications. His strength has ascended to a new echelon. More importantly, he now possesses an instinctive reflex. Even when ambushed by light, his body would react swiftly, akin to an instinct. Furthermore, his bloodline has also been diligent, evolving alongside him. The strength of the giant race, the physique of the Oni race, the adaptability of the Lunarian race, and the affinity for the sea inherent to the fishmen, all aspects have been augmented. However, all of this must be explored by him alone. His body now resembles a vast treasure trove. Based on his own estimations, he can currently only harness a mere 30% of this body's true potential. The drawbacks of youth are indeed apparent. His mind remains feeble. However, all will be resolved in due course, and when he reaches the age of 40, achieving his zenith. What a breathtaking scene it shall be. Wagner's heart swelled with excitement, filled with aspirations for the future. He instinctively clutched the necklace adorning his chest, a piece crafted from pure gold, with a small oval box suspended from it, containing a delicate portrait within. The future is truly something to anticipate. Damn it, what a tenacious rogue. Yet, these fellows are remarkably impoverished. On the vast expanse of the ocean, a merciless plunder has just concluded. In truth, this so-called plunder was merely a clash between two pirate crews. The strong devour the weak, seizing all their treasures, and even after victory, they must eradicate every trace. A wooden ladder connected two pirate ships, as a steady stream of pirates transported treasures from a vessel flying the blood-red wolf-head flag. The Blood Wolf Pirates, a modestly renowned crew in this new world. Their captain, a Zoan-type devil fruit user, possesses considerable prowess, with a bounty of 250 million berries. Known for his brutal nature and penchant for slaughtering innocents. Yet at this moment, the head of this ruthless fiend has been severed. The enormous wolf head lay nearby, its wide-open eyes seemingly reflecting the terror it once encountered. Beside it, a headless corpse towering at 4 meters, a man whose physique resembled an inverted mountain, languidly crossed his legs, observing the pirates as they transferred the spoils to their ship, his thick fingers rhythmically tapping against his chin. This marks the 9th scoundrel. According to Father S. orders, this trial requires the elimination of 10 individuals with bounties exceeding 200 million. The formidable figure before us is none other than Wagner. A full month has elapsed since the Battle of Dominance at Sea, yet the reputation of the Rock's pirates has soared to even greater heights. A multitude of pirates seeks to join their ranks, with the 1st Division becoming the most coveted among them, led by the indomitable Whitebeard, alongside the Vice-Captain Wagner, whose strength approaches that of a captain. The 1st Division holds a prestigious position within the Rock's pirates. Rock's, who seldom intervenes in affairs, makes serving under Whitebeard the most desirable option. Currently, Wagner has gathered a crew of newly recruited pirates, all of whom have successfully passed the initial trials of the 1st Division. He leads them to experience the atmosphere of the Rock's pirates. A fundamental principle of their crew is that the more effort one exerts, the greater the reward. Their ship brims with treasures, the wealth so abundant that even the draft of the vessel has deepened considerably. Of these riches, 50% is claimed by Whitebeard and Rocks, while 1/10 is allocated solely to Wagner. The remaining 40% is what the rest of the pirates may claim. It may sound unjust, but such is the nature of this world. To enjoy the fruits of another's reputation, one must relinquish a portion of their spoils. However, this substantial loss has not dampened the spirits of the pirates. Quite the opposite, since sailing with Wagner. Their earnings have surpassed all the treasures they accumulated over the past year. How could a band of pirates, whose strength is hardly formidable, dare to frequently rob men with bounties of 2 to 300 million? Be swift and nimble. Hurry, we must find another pirate ship to seize before returning. Wagner crushed the skull of a pirate who was surreptitiously stuffing jewels into his satchel, stripping him of all his treasures before casting his lifeless body into the sea. The working pirates erupted into cheers upon witnessing this scene. Why should one toil while another feasts alone? If one desires to indulge, they must be prepared to wager their life. Upon hearing Wagner's commands, the pirates hastened their actions, eager to return and claim their share of riches. In the fervor of their excitement, the pirate ship was ultimately stripped bare. Even the rare woods aboard were dismantled and taken away. The Bloodwolf pirates, with their 100 strong, left behind a multitude of corpses and an abundance of empty rooms. Ha ha ha. My young ones, grant these arrogant fools a fitting burial. Unique among pirates. With a grand gesture, Wagner summoned several pirates, who cackled maniacally as they brandished torches, each vying to set the battered pirate ship ablaze. The flames erupted, consuming the wooden vessel, signifying not only the end of a pirate ship, but also the conclusion of the freedom it once harbored. The sea remains the ultimate refuge for pirates. Set sail. We embark. Meanwhile, a full month has passed since the death of Admiral Richard at Navy headquarters. The Navy has emerged from its sorrow, or rather, their grief lasted but a few days, transforming their anger into strength. The increase in pirate activity, spurred by the growth of the Rocks pirates, has placed a heavy burden on the Navy. Even with the loss of another admiral, they have no time to mourn. After deliberation among the Gorosei, they unanimously appointed Steelbone Kong as the new admiral of the Navy, a decision that has proven to be astute. Compared to his predecessor, Richard, Steelbone Kong's approach aligns more closely with the desires of the world government. Under his leadership, the Navy's vitality swiftly returns. As they embark on a recruitment drive and strive to enhance the Navy's reputation through media channels. Yet, none of this is of paramount importance. The most pressing matter is that it is now time for each nation to remit their celestial gold. Admiral, you appear to be troubled, Sengoku remarked while seated in Steelbone Kong's office, having just concluded discussions regarding new recruit training. Alas, the Rocks pirates are currently at the pinnacle of their power, with each division leader more formidable than the last. My greatest concern lies with the vice captain of the 1st Division. The talent that boy exhibits is truly terrifying. Steelbone Kong sighed, for the Navy's intelligence network has revealed Wagner's tumultuous past, particularly his dark childhood in the Caprat Kingdom. Viewed from any angle, he appears to be merely a tragic youth, yet the talent he possesses is astonishing. Wagner, the giant demon? If this 12-year-old prodigy continues to mature, he may soon become a new sovereign of the seas. Sengoku furrowed his brow, equally troubled by the prospect. Such a headache. I can only hope he remains subdued. Steelbone Kong gazed out at the fluttering seagull flag, a sense of foreboding creeping into his mind. On the high seas, ha ha ha, fortune smiles upon us, for we have encountered a vessel of the world government. All right, let us set our sights on this final target. Look at this ship, it's long and broad. Observe its flag, so large and white. Behold the cannons aboard, dark and plentiful. And look at the crew, bewildered and dazed. Ha ha ha. A ship of the world government. It must be laden with treasures. Come, my crew, let us seize everything. Wagner laughed heartily as he approached the world government vessel without a hint of hesitation. The crew of the world government found themselves unfortunate, as the labor of sailing is arduous enough. After collecting celestial gold, their spirits momentarily lifted. They sought a moment of respite. Little did they anticipate the ferocious Rocks pirates would cross their path. The Rocks pirates ship, constructed with exceptional craftsmanship, boasted remarkable speed, rendering their cannon fire futile. Panic ensued among the crew as they realized their predicament. Although their vessel was significantly larger than Wagner's pirate ship, it hardly ranked as a mid-sized ship among the fleet of the world government. The deck was swarming with agents clad in black suits, each displaying an expression of imminent peril. That's the ship of the Rocks pirates. How could it be this guy, the vice captain of the 1st Division? The giant demon Wagner, with a bounty of 700 million. Quickly, alert the commander. The agents were thrown into disarray, for the Rocks pirates had long been in open conflict with the world government. To others, the world government appeared as an insurmountable behemoth, a towering mountain. Yet for these madmen of the Rocks pirates, They sought to conquer that very giant, to scale that unbridgeable peak, seize all the treasures, eliminate everyone. The world government? Ha ha ha. We are indeed the Rock's pirates. Under the command of Wagner, the pirates surged forward like sharks sensing the scent of blood. Guns were loaded, and blades were drawn. Each pirate possessed considerable strength, with bounties exceeding 30 million berries. The height difference between the ships was merely a trifle for them. In an instant, numerous figures leaped into the sky, then charged fiercely towards the vessels of the world government. What are they thinking? A counterattack, for heaven's sake. There must be no mistakes in the skies. This concerns the lives of us and our loved ones. Ah, help me. The fearsome and ruthless pirates swiftly boarded the vessel of the world government. Upon discovering that the ship was laden with heavenly gold, rather than feeling trepidation, they were instead filled with exhilaration. This is truly a treasure from the heavens. This is a treasure dedicated to the celestial dragons. Even the smallest nation among the world government's member states would undoubtedly offer at least 500 million berries, adhering to the most minimal standards. Moreover, when considering the other peculiar treasures included, the total value would certainly exceed 1 billion berries. A significant 40 of that would be sufficient to satiate their greed. They have never contemplated the formidable strength of the escorting fleet carrying the heavenly gold. Their minds, consumed by avarice, are solely focused on the fray, oblivious to the fact that the world government's agents are far from inept. Indeed, their individual prowess may not rival that of the Rock's pirates, yet their numbers are overwhelming. There are over 600 agents aboard this vessel escorting the heavenly gold, each having undergone rigorous training by the world government. In groups of 2 or 3, they maintain a decisive advantage against a solitary pirate. Ha ha ha. What a bunch of greedy fools. Wagner remains inactive, merely listening to the harrowing sounds relayed through the paper, a disdainful smile etched on his face. He is no longer a naive rookie. He is a seasoned pirate who has navigated the seas for 6 years. While he may retain a childlike spirit, it is only displayed in the presence of Whitebeard. To outsiders, he always wears a smile, yet his heart remains cold and ruthless. He is utterly indifferent to the fate of these pirates, within the Rock's pirates. Human life is the least valuable commodity. These individuals have perished, yet another batch will eagerly vie to join the first division, as long as one possesses strength. Every word spoken is deemed correct. What he values is the depletion of the world government's forces by these fools, leaving only the few survivors worthy of joining the first division. On this expedition, he brought along 200 men, but after 9 missions, fewer than 150 remain. In truth, in the hearts of Whitebeard and even Wagner, among these 150, they would only absorb at most 30. Each member of the division is an elite. Including the captain and vice-captain, the total number of personnel will never exceed 300. The remaining individuals are either logistical support or mere foot soldiers. Their deaths would go unnoticed. Many, even if they successfully return alive, will be met with abandonment. While he pondered, the battle between the pirates and agents had escalated to a fever pitch. The clamor of combat was significantly diminished compared to before. Wagner's observation hockey unfurled, and under his scrutiny, the number of pirates on deck had dwindled to fewer than 50. This transpired in a mere 5 minutes. The pirates had suffered nearly 100 casualties, of which at least 40 were dealt with by the leader of the agents. This agent leader possessed commendable strength, likely warranting a bounty of around 300 million. Upon witnessing this, Wagner hesitated no longer. He exerted his legs with great force, causing the entire pirate ship to seem to sink deeper into the water. A tremendous surge of power was unleashed as he propelled himself skyward like a cannonball. Everyone aboard the world government's vessel only glimpsed a fleeting shadow. The next moment, a heavy object crashed onto their ship. The sound of splintering would echoed violently as a towering man, resembling a wild beast, gradually revealed his form. Haha. The celestial dragon's heavenly gold from the Rio Kingdom. Who would have thought that a seemingly ordinary mission could yield such a magnificent catch? Wagner approached the apprehensive agents, while the remaining pirates wisely gravitated towards him, understanding that sheltering behind the vice-captain would greatly enhance their chances of survival. Vice-captain of the Rock's Pirates First Division, the giant demon, Wagner. Do you realize what you are doing? This is the heavenly gold bestowed upon the celestial dragons by the Rio Kingdom. You are provoking their authority. And so what? How intriguing you are. The authority of the celestial dragons? What a load of nonsense. Even if a celestial dragon were present, I would dare to crush him. Wagner revealed a ferocious grin, and what followed was a merciless slaughter. A staggering 700 million berries. 2 fine blades, 3 crates of high-quality rubies, and a paramecia-type devil fruit, along with 2 unknown devil fruits. This operation has truly been a bountiful success. Wagner laughed heartily as he counted the spoils of war, unhesitatingly stowing away the 2 unidentified devil fruits. After enduring such arduous tasks, it's only fair for me to take a little more, is it not? With the mission concluded, only 46 pirates remained. Wagner felt satisfied. The performance of these 46 had been commendable. As for who would join, that was a matter for when they returned. The thought of returning to Hive Island ignited an uncontainable excitement in Wagner's eyes. It had been a full 21 days away from home, and he could finally go back. Wagner chuckled softly, stroking the book nestled in his arms, a smile of rightful anticipation gracing his face. As a 12-year-old child, it was entirely reasonable to request his father to recount a bedtime story, was it not? Indeed, it was reasonable. At that moment, Wagner remained oblivious to the tumult his actions would inevitably incite. He was also unaware of the myriad troubles that the 2 cursed fruits nestled in his arms would bring him. Once upon a time, there existed a delightful group of tadpoles that lived carefree lives, frolicking joyfully each day. However, one fateful day, they beheld a mother duck leading her ducklings in play, and they could no longer contain their restlessness. Yearning for familial bonds, they embarked on a quest to find their own mother. These naive little creatures mistook every passerby for their mother. They encountered a carp, which shook its head and pointed them in the right direction. Then they met a turtle, who was amused by their antics but nonetheless guided them along their journey. Eventually, they stumbled upon a colossal catfish, and these foolish little ones approached it, inquiring, "Sir Catfish, have you seen our mother?" At this juncture, the room fell into an eerie silence. After a brief moment, a youthful voice broke the stillness. "Father, please continue. What happened next? What did the catfish say?" What did Mr. Catfish say? Hurry up, father, tell us." Slurp. The room was suddenly enveloped in silence as Wagner's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at the old man with a white beard. The old man merely shrugged and handed Wagner the storybook in his hands. Wagner accepted the book, his gaze sweeping over its pages. Over the past few years, the old man had not neglected Wagner's cultural education. Though he had not transformed him into a literary genius, at the very least, he could read. What in the world was this bedtime storybook? Any ordinary child who heard it would surely have nightmares. With a bitter smile, Wagner closed the book, cursing under his breath. One must never be lured by cheapness. Well then, that will be all for tonight's bedtime story. The old man sighed with relief. This storytelling ritual had persisted for 3 years now. It was a mystery why Wagner had suddenly conceived such an idea 3 years ago. Every night, the old man would dedicate half an hour to narrate these so-called bedtime stories. Initially, he was deeply immersed in the warmth of familial affection, but as time wore on, it did slightly encroach upon his drinking time, though it didn't seem so bad after all. All right, Wagner sighed softly, suddenly rising from the bed. Under the old man's puzzled gaze, he retrieved a massive box from his cabinet. "Father, this is a fine collection of wines I acquired from those pirates in recent days. I saved it to honor you, but you must remember, do not overindulge," Wagner babbled on, cradling the box of alcohol, while the old man's eyes gleamed brighter at the sight. Before Wagner could finish his sentence, the old man reached out with a swift motion and snatched the box away. "Ah, the clear sake from the North Sea, renowned for its exquisite snow wine. What? There's even a limited edition of the Breath of Life from the wine capital, the island of fine wines." The old man beamed with childlike delight, inspecting his gift, lifting and setting down the bottles in sheer amazement. Wagner could only manage a helpless smile. His father was wonderful in every way, save for his excessive fondness for alcohol. One could scarcely imagine the scene when the old man and the Golden Lion indulged in a night of heavy drinking, only to be discovered the next day, both half-naked and embracing each other. The old man's hand was even seen rubbing the Golden Lion's head, as if in a playful manner. That image was so vivid that Wagner now hesitated to recall it. "All right, father, that wine is meant for you. You can enjoy it later. I have 2 unfamiliar devil fruits here. Could you help me inspect them?" "Ah, yes." In high spirits, the old man carefully set the bottles aside. However, when his gaze fell upon the 2 devil fruits in Wagner's hands, his expression shifted dramatically. "What is this?" The old man trembled, taking the 2 fruits from Wagner's hands. His quaking body and eyes brimming with excitement unmistakably conveyed to Wagner that these devil fruits were anything but ordinary. Suddenly, the old man burst into a booming laughter that resonated throughout the room, even reaching the ears of many within the First Division Pirates' residence. In an instant, Whether those who were cautiously plotting against their comrades or those just about to drift into slumber, everyone was instantly awakened. The fearsome pirates instinctively prepared to unleash a torrent of curses, yet as their minds gradually regained clarity, they detected that unmistakable, iconic laughter. In an instant, these ruffians resembled crows with their throats constricted, their impending verbal onslaught abruptly stifled before it could take flight. Meanwhile, Wagner in the room gazed expectantly at Whitebeard, who, without withholding any suspense, suddenly gestured towards the pale blue devil fruit in his hand and, with an air of mystery, proclaimed, "Youngster, you have stumbled upon a true treasure. If my eyes do not deceive me, this devil fruit is none other than the legendary mythical zoan type. As for its capabilities, what a coincidence. I have encountered it in the devil fruit compendium." At this juncture, Wagner's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. No one understood the formidable nature of the mythical zoan devil fruit better than he. It is no exaggeration to assert that this single mythical zoan devil fruit could bestow upon a pirate with a bounty of 10 million the power to command a bounty surpassing 100 million. Yet, this is not the pinnacle of the mythical zoan devil fruit. Its might even eclipses that of certain ordinary Logia-type devil fruits. When compared to some of the most elite Logia-type devil fruits, the mythical zoan devil fruit would undoubtedly hold its ground with distinction. This is an invaluable treasure. If my eyes do not deceive me, this should be the mythical zoan-type devil fruit, the phoenix form. Note that the original work does not specify how or when Marco acquired the zoan-type devil fruit. This is merely the author's personal interpretation, so please do not take it too literally. This revelation left Wagner utterly astounded. The phoenix, such a formidable entity. But what of the other fruit? What does it hold? Wagner eagerly inquired, and Whitebeard, with a mysterious smile, gazed at the peculiar devil fruit in his hands, his eyes ablaze with fervor. It is widely believed that my Whitebeard possesses the strongest destructive power through his quake fruit. Indeed, its capacity for devastation is not to be underestimated. Yet, in the presence of this devil fruit's abilities, it seems to pale in comparison. Whitebeard's words sent a shudder through Wagner, and he instinctively rubbed his eyes, fixating intently on the other devil fruit in Whitebeard's grasp. In the next instant, a capability he had previously marveled at countless times flashed through his mind. This is the Paramecia barrier fruit. As night fell, the sun had completed its duty, giving way to the gentle illumination of the moon. The entire Hive Island was engulfed in silence. Aside from the occasional anguished cries and the almost imperceptible sound of sharp blades piercing flesh, little else could be heard. In the tranquil night, Wagner lay on his bed, two devil fruits resting on his nightstand, exuding a unique aura. Whitebeard did not take these two fruits away, even though Wagner had decided to gift them to him. According to Whitebeard, Wagner also required some treasures for his personal reserve. These two fruits are immensely powerful and could undoubtedly cultivate two trustworthy warriors. Whitebeard could not remain by his side forever. Wagner needed others to assist him. Yet, Wagner now found himself pondering whom to bestow such exceptional devil fruits upon. To be frank, apart from that fellow Kaido, he had no other friends within the Rocks Pirates. However, Kaido was a man with a monstrous physique, and his combat style was undoubtedly a brute force approach. One of these devil fruits offered absolute defense, while the other granted formidable regeneration. If he had to choose, the phoenix form of the devil fruit might suit him, but given Wagner's understanding of Kaido, the latter was certainly a man who sought rewards without labor. Never mind, I shall set them aside for now. Wagner cleared his mind and slowly closed his eyes. He needed rest. After all, in a few days, he had far more significant matters to attend to. However, while Wagner succumbed to slumber, many others were destined to stay awake throughout the night. The newly appointed Marine Admiral, Steelbone Sora, glared at the tardy intelligence report before him, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it! The heavenly gold has been stolen. How dare that little brat Wagner do this? Steelbone Sora erupted in fury, hurling the cup from his desk to the ground, scalding tea and shattered fragments scattering everywhere. He had only just assumed office a month ago. In this brief span, such a colossal incident had transpired. How could he maintain his dignity? Yet before he could utter another word, the call from the world government arrived. Steelbone Sora's eyes, filled with rage, shot a piercing glance at the nearby transponder snail, causing the poor creature to tremble uncontrollably. Fortunately, this suffocating aura of pressure dissipated in an instant. Steelbone Sora took a deep breath and gradually answered the transponder snail. Instantly, the image of an elderly man with a prominent mustache materialized before him. The expression simulated by the transponder snail strikingly accurate, even showcasing the somberness etched upon his face. Moses, Moses, this is Steelbone Sora. Sara, it is I. A robust voice, tinged with suppressed anger, resonated through the transponder snail. The expression of the transponder snail grew even darker, resembling a volcano on the verge of eruption. You are aware of the theft of the heavenly gold, I presume? Although the amount taken is not substantial, this incident concerns the dignity of the world government. I require the Marines to dispatch powerful individuals to eliminate that brat named Wagner. Do you understand? The tone of the five elders was remarkably calm, yet imbued with an undeniable, compelling authority. Understood, esteemed five elders. Steelbone Kong remained silent for a few seconds. The Navy headquarters was indeed currently short-staffed. However, the five elders were not consulting him. This was a command. Very well. You will be notified in due course. The five elders responded nonchalantly, subsequently terminating the call. Steelbone Kong took a deep breath, silently lighting a cigar, his gaze drifting as he pondered various thoughts. Assassination? I never anticipated that my first use of an undercover agent since taking office would be to eliminate a mere 12-year-old brat. Steelbone Kong awaited this opportunity, and the world government was equally poised for action. The two generals designated for the mission to eliminate Wagner had been confirmed. They were none other than Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp and Admiral Zephyr. Additionally, a formidable contingent of 200 elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters stood ready for deployment. However, this wait extended for a full 5 days. At the lair of the Rocks Pirates, on Hive Island. Hey, Kaido, you seem to have lost some weight lately. Could it be that you were the legendary reward guy? In the cafeteria, Wagner scrutinized the somewhat emaciated Kaido with a mischievous expression. The physical constitution of the Oni race was formidable, even with late nights. Such a condition was unfathomable. As for illness, it was a term seemingly far removed from their reality. What? Bastard, say that again if you dare. Do I look like that kind of person? Kaido roared as if his tail had been stepped on, glaring furiously at Wagner, though his eyes betrayed a hint of avoidance. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Wagner laughed heartily, patting Kaido on the shoulder and leaning in closer. Kaido, do you want a devil fruit? A devil fruit? Kaido momentarily froze, perplexed. Why was someone offering him a devil fruit? Indeed, I possess a rare, mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. I have no use for it. So I thought I'd see if you might want it. Of course, there is a price. What price? Kaido felt a stirring of interest. He had always coveted Wagner's mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. The terrifying power it bestowed was something he yearned for. It was precisely because of this desire that he had undertaken actions both painful and pleasurable. The unpredictable nature of life. All you need to do is call me dear father, and this precious devil fruit shall be yours. What say you? Get lost. You want me to be Whitebeard's grandson? No way. Primarily, I just don't want to be your son. Kaido scoffed, though suddenly, a mysterious expression crossed his face as he leaned closer. Let me tell you. Soon I will possess a precious devil fruit of my own. Also a Zoan type, of course, a mythical one. Wagner was taken aback. A mythical Zoan? Another one? Since when did such treasures become so commonplace? Where did you acquire it? At this, Kaido fell silent, instinctively rubbing his kidneys. After a moment, he muttered with a hint of melancholy, "It's best not to speak of it." Oh, you rascal. Wagner was exasperated. He detested two types of people, those who spoke halfway through their sentences, and those who lacked numerical understanding. All right. I'm truly at my wit's end with you. By the way, I have to leave shortly. Take care of yourself. If you encounter any trouble, just come to my room. Though, I doubt you'll run into any trouble. Wagner rose, speaking casually, but Kaido sensed a deep concern in his tone. Yet, among friends, words were often unnecessary. Kaido merely smiled slightly and nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, where are you headed? To a place that will greatly refine my bloodline. So where exactly is that? Can you not leave me hanging? Haha, I don't mind telling you. After all, the higher-ups in our pirate crew are nearly all aware of this matter. At this, a fiery light suddenly sparkled in Wagner's eyes, and his lips curled upward, reminiscent of a powerful dragon king. The land of giants. Elbaf. Alas, I haven't even been home for a few days, and I must embark on my training journey again, on the boundless seas of the New World. A small pirate ship swayed gently as it sailed. This diminutive vessel occasionally encountered merchants and even other pirate ships. Yet, without exception, upon sighting this pirate ship from afar, they fled in terror as if they had encountered something horrifying. If one were to inquire why, the answer would lie in the pirate flag that flew proudly above the ship. The letters emblazoned upon it declared the ship's formidable identity. This is the ship of the Rocks Pirates. Who among the valiant subordinates of the maritime sovereign would dare to approach its fearsome claws? Moreover, the figure basking on the deck under the sun happens to be none other than the strongest vice-captain of the Rock's pirates, the notorious giant demon Wagner, with a staggering bounty of 721 million berries. Such a monumental reward signifies his status as a formidable figure even in the New World. A creature of his caliber serves as the ultimate deterrent. Additionally, he is flanked by the terrifying Whitebeard. The legendary captain of the first division of the most feared pirate crew is not to be trifled with. Those who dare to cast their eyes upon this ship are few and far between on the vast ocean. How fortuitous! On the inevitable route taken by Wagner and his crew to the land of giants, Elbaf, there exists a group intent on intercepting them. Approximately 5 nautical miles from Wagner's party lies a small island, behind which conceals a formidable warship. The vessel proudly displays the seagull flag, a symbol of justice. And on its deck stand 200 elite soldiers, led by 2 imposing figures emanating an aura of terror. Even from a distance, their presence is enough to instill dread. Upon closer inspection, the physiques of these 2 men can only be described as monstrous. With exaggeratedly muscular arms, a perfectly defined inverted triangle silhouette, and stern faces adorned with the justice cloaks of vice admirals from the Navy headquarters, they are none other than Vice Admiral Black-Arm Zephyr and Iron Fist Carp. These 2 top-tier warriors possess strength that rivals that of legendary pirates like Whitebeard. Even one of them alone would suffice to vanquish Wagner. However, the Navy has dispatched both, clearly indicating their intent to ensure Wagner's absolute defeat. Indeed, this audacious little rascal has dared to seize the heaven's gold. Such an act has surely torn the very fabric of the skies. On the deck, Carp engages in idle conversation with Zephyr, their subject of discussion being none other than the meteoric rise of Wagner in recent years. This young man's prodigious talent has astounded the world, provoking a righteous fury from the heavens themselves. The Rock's pirates are indeed a band of lunatics. Furthermore, that little rascal is the vice-captain of the first division. Such behavior is only to be expected. Zephyr shakes his head in regret, candidly admitting that this young prodigy is undoubtedly the most gifted individual he has ever encountered. Not even the Navy headquarters' so-called first genius, Dragon, can compare. Should such an individual become a member of the Navy, the brand of justice he would champion would indeed be exhilarating. Alas, what a pity. By the way, it was mentioned earlier that within the treasure stolen by that rascal Wagner lies a precious devil fruit. It is reputed to possess the strongest defensive capabilities, specifically the barrier fruit. Indeed, this is one of the objectives of our operation. This paramecia-type devil fruit could very well nurture a formidable vice-admiral, and it is not out of the question that it could even elevate one to the rank of admiral. However, if this fruit were to be consumed by one of his companions, it would spell trouble. Given the substantial resources expended, the Navy headquarters ought to reap some benefits, right? Even if the world government were to claim the fruit, it could be asserted that it was inadvertently consumed by another. In any case, such a treasure must unequivocally serve the cause of justice. While the 2 generals engaged in casual conversation, the naval officers behind them wore expressions of tense anxiety. After all, facing a pirate with a bounty of 700 million, anyone would feel the pressure. Moreover, credible reports indicated that the enemy's ship harbored a full 100 elite pirates from the Rock's Pirates First Division, all notorious figures with bounties exceeding 30 million. Time slipped by, and suddenly, the sound of a ringing din mushy pierced the air. It seemed to act as a balm, silencing the surroundings. Zephyr silently retrieved the ringing creature from his pocket, and on the other end, the reconnaissance officer conveyed the awaited news. Their quarry was online. It's here. Less than half a nautical mile from the island, Wagner's pirate ship finally emerged. It sailed leisurely, blissfully unaware of the impending danger nearby. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted suddenly. With a thunderous crash, it was as if the heavens had split open. Bad news. Enemy attack. Wagner, who had been basking in the sun on the deck, sprang to his feet. His observation hockey immediately locked onto an incoming cannonball, and without hesitation, he leapt into action, extending his massive hand to swat it away. Boom! The cannonball detonated in mid-air, heralding the commencement of battle. In Wagner's line of sight, a colossal warship sped towards them from the side of the island. As the massive vessel advanced, it unleashed a relentless barrage of cannon fire. A multitude of cannonballs rained down like hail, and at that moment, Wagner's eyes narrowed. How dare they attack our Rock's pirate ship? Do they think I am an easy target? Damn it, send them flying. It seems the Navy had forgotten their wounds in just a month. Very well, let us remind them today. The pirates aboard responded with remarkable speed. These were seasoned warriors. Without needing a command from Wagner, they began to retaliate with precision. Some redirected cannons to fire back, while others leaped into the air to intercept the incoming cannonballs. The exchange of fire commenced instantaneously. Ha! They truly underestimate me. Iron Fist Carp, Black Arm Zephyr. What? Two old geezers teaming up against a miner like me? Do you have no shame? Wagner stood at the bow of the ship, laughing heartily, yet his eyes betrayed not a hint of mirth. Rather, they were filled with profound seriousness. This truly is a formidable adversary. One misstep, and one could truly perish here. Ha! An 8-meter-tall miner? Which household possesses a miner with a bounty of 700 million? Youngster, it is not our intention to target you, but your actions have crossed the line. Zephyr's voice resonated deeply, despite the considerable distance between their ships, reaching Wagner's ears. Yet, the words from the opposing side sent Wagner into fits of thunderous laughter. Ha ha ha. How amusing. The esteemed navy, indeed, would mobilize to seize wealth amassed from the impoverished for the benefit of the celestial dragons. Such justice, TSK. How blindingly brilliant. Wagner's remarks flushed some soldiers aboard the warship, who longed to assuage their consciences and retort vehemently. Yet, they lacked the standing to do so. For the truth was undeniable. The royal family could never shoulder such exorbitant celestial gold. This vast wealth was forcibly extracted from the meager rations of the downtrodden. This has become the norm in this world, an unspoken understanding that everyone bears. However, when this veil of shame is torn away, revealing their true selves to the light, they become incensed. Such a clever young lad with a sharp tongue. Alas, this will not alter your fate. Zephyr paused momentarily, then spoke in a grave tone once more. Yet, his fists clenched unconsciously, tightly, intensely. Indeed, it was merely a case of playing the lute to a cow. But to expect me to surrender without a fight is nothing short of a fool's dream. Wagner chuckled at his own predicament before gesturing grandly. Men, eliminate these hypocritical wretches. The clash of weapons and the cacophony of enraged shouts, the sounds of blades piercing flesh, and fist striking bone formed a symphony, a perfect accompaniment to this deadly struggle. We must resolve this swiftly. The soldiers under my command may not endure much longer. Zephyr observed the escalating conflict among the ground forces. If their soldiers were akin to elite hounds, then the pirates of the Rock's crew's 1st Division were nothing short of ravenous wolves. The battle between hunting dogs and vicious wolves clearly favored the latter. Ha ha ha. Truly worthy of the esteemed Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, a candidate for Admiral. How effortlessly you combat me, even finding time to be distracted. It is rather infuriating. Wagner had fully transformed into a beastly state, his mountain-like form emanating a terrifying aura. Yet he was jointly suppressed by Garp and Zephyr. With both titans united, he found himself devoid of any chance of victory. Now, he struggled to fend off their relentless attacks while racking his brain for an escape. Youngster, you are undoubtedly facing certain doom. Cease your futile resistance. Hand over the barrier fruit, and I can grant you a swift end. Garp's expression darkened. He recalled that the last time he faced this young rascal, a single punch had left him injured. It was a complete rout back then. But now, nearly a few years have passed, and this young one has attained the capability to contend with him. To capture him now would demand tremendous effort. Such progress is utterly terrifying. You old bastard. Spare me your grandiloquent speeches. I'm only 12. Are you truly unafraid of my father discovering your attempts to coerce me and subsequently hunting down your families across the globe? Wagner's outburst momentarily halted the two powerful figures' assault. Indeed, given Whitebeard's temperament, should he learn of the current situation, that terrifying man would certainly unleash his wrath. For the moment, their loved ones remain at Navy headquarters. But what about later? Their children will inevitably need to undergo trials, won't they? The sharp-tongued brat. Even if you weave words like flowers today, you must remain here. The outcome will remain unchanged. Zephyr's expression hardened, seemingly provoked by Wagner's words, his fists growing even more formidable. Those hardened fists struck Wagner's colossal form like cannonballs, causing the latter to tremble violently. No matter how strong the flesh, it cannot withstand such blows. This is the formidable power of armament hockey, capable of internal destruction. Humph. As long as we can keep you rascals here, the calamity we dread shall not come to pass. My apologies, little one. Even if our actions may seem somewhat despicable at present, the ultimate outcome shall forever be inscribed by the victors. With a thunderous roar, Garp's muscles swelled with immense power. Iron Fist, Meteor. In an instant, Garp unleashed a speed imperceptible to the untrained eye. How could Wagner, who was exerting every effort to defend against the onslaught, possibly react in time? By the moment his instincts began to sound the alarm, Garp's fist had already made contact with his body. With a resounding thud, the punch landed squarely on Wagner's abdomen. In an instant, it felt as though his very insides were being brutally shattered. The excruciating pain surged through his mind, causing his entire body to erupt with turmoil. Black arm shatter. Zephyr's strike became the final straw that broke the camel's back. Although the force behind his fist was somewhat inferior to that of Garp, its hardness surpassed all expectations. The collision of these two formidable forces rendered Wagner's defenses utterly compromised. His colossal frame plummeted towards the ocean like a meteor, and in the fleeting moment before impact, he struggled to maintain the form granted by his devil fruit. With a thunderous crash, the young rogue was instantly engulfed by the sea. Captain Wagner! The pirates engaged in battle with the Navy turned pale at the sight. Wagner was a wielder of a devil fruit, and once such a being was submerged in the ocean, death was the only fate that awaited them. Everyone understood the immense significance Wagner held in Whitebeard's heart. Should he perish here, there would be no doubt that the wrathful Whitebeard would obliterate them in vengeance. A robust yet disheveled pirate found hope evaporating from his eyes. He had only recently encountered a skilled young woman, and he had not yet savored enough of that joy. Now, it was all gone. Yet, amidst the despair, there remained a flicker of hope in the hearts of many. Though Wagner had been cast into the depths, his remarkable physical prowess suggested that he could not perish so easily. If he could be rescued in time, there might still be a chance for redemption. However, as a vast expanse of crimson water began to emerge upon the surface, despair washed over the pirates. Given Wagner's usual stature, the sheer volume of blood required to taint such a large area of water indicated that he had lost an alarming 13% of his life force. This is utterly intolerable. Oh, that wretched little fiend has been eliminated. Brothers, retaliate. Charge forth. Long live the esteemed admiral. Unlike the pirates, the morale of the Navy soared to unprecedented heights. The outcome was, of course, self-evident. Garp entered the fray, and the pirate, with a bounty of tens of millions, crumbled under the weight of his fists like mere parchment. With a punch for each, the crimson liquid swiftly stained the entire deck. Meanwhile, Zephyr gracefully glided above the ocean's surface, employing his observation hockey with unrestrained vigor. Yet, within the oppressive depths of the sea, such abilities were inherently diminished. Moreover, how deep must this ocean be? Far exceeding mere thousands of meters. It appears this young rascal is truly at the brink of demise. Sighing, Zephyr lamented that he did not wish to propagate further bloodshed. He believed that every individual harbored a facet of inherent kindness, rather than the swift execution of his foes. He preferred to bring these pirates to justice, allowing them to atone for their sins within the confines of a prison. Yet, at this moment, such aspirations seemed utterly unattainable. 2 minutes later, more than half of the 100 pirates from the first division of the Rocks Pirates had been slain, with the remaining 30 captured without exception. The Navy reveled in their victory, while the pirates appeared ashen-faced, seemingly envisioning the bleakness of their futures. Deep beneath the sea, a pair of colossal eyes glimmered ominously. The land of giants, Elbaf. This is a kingdom of giants located in the New World, renowned for its formidable military prowess, earning the title of the world's strongest nation. Within Elbaf, there exist both towns and villages, with most of the giant warriors hailing from the warrior village of Elbaf, known for their brutish demeanor. Of course, there are also some gentle giants among them. From certain perspectives, there exists a connection between the Kingdom of Giants and the Rocks Pirates. Wagner's grandfather was indeed of the giant lineage, and Charlotte Linlin once wreaked havoc in the villages of the giants during her youth. As for why Wagner has come here, it is all orchestrated by Whitebeard. In the shadowy depths of the ocean, a man of considerable size, resembling an orca, propels himself forward with remarkable speed. His massive arms gracefully stir the water, executing movements with elegance and swiftness. However, upon closer inspection, one might discern that this man's lips are perpetually stained with crimson blood, indicating he has sustained significant injuries. This individual is none other than Wagner, who recently escaped from the clutches of Garp and Zephyr. Those two ruffians pack quite the punch. It hurts like hell. As anticipated, Garp and Zephyr's fists have inflicted considerable internal damage on Wagner, with the destructive force of their advanced armament hockey successfully breaching his defenses. Even though his physique is robust, recovering to his former state will not be a swift endeavor. As for how he managed to escape, well, that is a question for his clever mind. In truth, he intentionally endured the blows from Garp and Zephyr. He required their immense power to create the illusion of his defeat while allowing himself to accidentally plunge into the sea. The moment he entered the ocean, his form instantly transformed into that of the colossal Titan ape. What appeared to be the blood he had stored in his normal form was, in fact, only a fraction of his true beastly essence. Moreover, upon entering the ocean, his body rapidly descended towards the seabed, where the fins of a sand tiger shark emerged, and webbed appendages appeared between his hands and feet, characteristic of the fishman. His enormous body became akin to a sharp arrow, darting through the ocean with abandon. Thanks to the unique trait of the sand tiger shark possessing an air sac, he even rested for several hours beneath the waves. The physical resilience inherited from both the Oni and giant races allows him to maneuver in the water, albeit only with great difficulty. However, with the adaptive abilities of the Lunarian race, he transformed mere movement into swimming. With the prowess of the fishman, he gained the ability to navigate the sea freely. Although his strength in the water diminished significantly compared to land, he at least possessed the means for self-preservation. Naturally, his habitual burden of carrying sea stone had also played a significant role. Over time, he had become quite accustomed to the feeling of weakness in the ocean. Presently, Wagner could undoubtedly be regarded as the most formidable figure in the pirate world. Soon, he is almost there. Wagner emerged from the water, took a breath, and noted that the directional indicator on his wrist clearly pointed towards the kingdom of giants. Following the direction, he spotted a small black dot on the distant horizon, which was an island, his intended destination. Today's bounty is truly remarkable. Indeed, the meat of this sea king is abundant. Tonight, he can indulge in a splendid feast. A warm bonfire, delectable roasted meat, and refreshing beverages. Life is truly wonderful. Enough chatter. Hurry up. Let's finish quickly so we can drink. A small fishing vessel was slowly approaching the shore of Elbaf. Though referred to as a small fishing boat, it was nearly comparable to a naval warship. Aboard stood several robust giants wielding long spears, each face beaming with radiant smiles, and behind them was a massive sea king measuring a staggering 30 meters in length. Today was a day of great harvest, and spirits were high. Look, there seems to be something in the sea. Such a large shadow. A keen-eyed giant, while surveying their catch, suddenly noticed a colossal shadow emerging beneath the water. The size of the shadow appeared to be comparable to that of the giants, indicating it was undoubtedly some large creature. Oh, could it be some unwitting sea beast? Excellent. Let us capture it together. A giant brandished his spear, and everyone gathered around, curious about what it could be. However, as the shadow grew larger and drew nearer to the water's surface, all the giants were left in stunned silence. Finally, he has arrived. A young man with twin horns and short black hair emerged from the water, his face alight with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. To the eyes of the giants, when this young man spotted the vessel on which they traveled, a glimmer of joy appeared on his face. Greetings, fellow kin. This man is Wagner. At this moment, his anxious heart finally eased somewhat. Upon seeing the towering giants before him, he realized that he had arrived. HM? Fellow countrymen, quickly, brothers, lend a hand and help this young lad aboard. One giant, evidently the leader of the small vessel, spoke up, as the group of tall and robust giants eagerly assisted Wagner onto their boat. Although they were strangers, the aura emanating from this young lad indeed evoked a profound sense of familiarity among them. Young man, what is your name? You must not be from the nearby village, inquired a giant with a gentle expression. Wagner nodded. I am indeed not from a neighboring village. To be precise, this is my first visit to Elbaf. Ah? The giants were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with deep confusion and astonishment. You are a descendant of the giant race, are you not? The leader of the giants suddenly asked. Yes, my grandfather is a giant, Wagner replied. This is my first return since my birth. His words elicited sincere smiles from the gentle giants. Ah, having drifted for so long, you must miss home dearly. What a pitiable child. Come. Let us take you to our village to rest. The clansfolk will surely welcome your arrival. This exemplifies the unity among the giant race. They are as cohesive as a steel beam, unbreakable. As long as you are one of their kin, they will graciously welcome you and choose to place their trust in you. Such a race is indeed formidable. Were it not for their poor reproductive capabilities, this world might very well be under their dominion. Ah, how troublesome it must be for you. Wagner readily accepted this, as his purpose for visiting was not only to see his so-called homeland, but also to learn the unique combat techniques of the giants. I am Andre, a warrior from the village of Elbaf. You may call me Uncle Andre. Very well, Uncle Andre. I am Wagner, Edward Rosty Wagner. Edward. It seems we giants do not possess such a surname. Edward is my godfather's surname. Oh, is that so? Wait, so that means you bear the surname Rosty? Oh, Is there a problem? Wagner observed the giants before him, their eyes wide and mouths agape, as a look of profound confusion crossed his face. What? Could it be that I am of the fabled royal bloodline, destined for the exalted status of king of the giant kingdom tomorrow? Or perhaps my grandfather committed some act that left this nation astounded, such as dethroning the king? Just as Wagner pondered this, he was astonished to see the gentle expressions of the giants before him vanish in an instant, replaced by deep respect, even fervor. Little one. Oh no, Wagner. Do you know what manner of man your grandfather was? Andre gazed at Wagner with palpable excitement, his towering 11-meter frame bending slightly, not to bow, but to allow Wagner not to look up at him. Oh, I really do not know. My parents only spoke to me about my physical issues. They never mentioned anything else. Upon hearing Wagner's words, the giants exchanged glances, and finally, the leader Andre spoke. Your grandfather was an extraordinary man. He was the mentor to the 4 captains of the Elbaf giant pirate crew and is regarded as one of the strongest men in Elbaf's history. He possessed a power that commanded respect from countless giants, and his life was filled with legendary exploits. As he spoke of this, fervor radiated from Andre's eyes. Wagner, upon hearing this, was utterly astonished. He certainly knew of the existence of the giant pirate crew. They are one of the rare powerful forces on the seas. All members of the giant pirate crew are giants, fully grown giants. Ordinary adult giants possess strength comparable to that of a rear admiral in the Navy, while elite adult warriors of the giant race boast combat prowess akin to that of a vice admiral. The disparity between a rear admiral and a vice admiral is not trivial, underscoring the terrifying nature of the giant's physicality and training methods. Their 4 captains are legendary pirates: Mountain Beard Yuru, Waterfall Beard Yuru, Blue Demon Dongli, and Red Demon Broki. These 4 giants all have bounties exceeding 100 million. Even more astonishing is that they rose to prominence before rocks. Though the giant pirate crew is now nearing dissolution, with only Mountain Beard and Waterfall Beard remaining as captains, this does not diminish the crew's fearsome reputation upon the seas. They require no devil fruits. The might of the giants is their greatest asset. And such a formidable individual is my grandfather's protege, war god Rosti Akal. That is your grandfather's name. He is one of the 4 mightiest war gods honored by the entire kingdom. However, Andre's words trailed off abruptly, leaving Wagner in a state of anxious anticipation. Uncle Andre, please continue. What happened? The war god later departed from the kingdom, reportedly in pursuit of the princess of the demon clan. Since then, there has been no news of Lord Akal within the kingdom. Furthermore, Lord Akal's brother, your great-uncle, has ascended to become the current king of Elbaf. Wagner, no. Wait a moment, let me sort this out. Wagner rubbed his throbbing head. So, my grandfather is one of the war gods of Elbaf. Then he is the brother of the current king, which means, what I was just thinking, did my grandfather dethrone my great-uncle? Wagner shivered involuntarily. He could not dwell on it. If he continued to think, the complete childhood his father had given him would resurface. Wait, are you saying my grandfather left for the sake of the demon clan's princess? In an instant, Wagner felt as though he had transcended. The once humble lineage he bore was revealed to be of such noble descent, and the once insignificant existence he was indeed the descendant of a top-tier warrior. But why did his parents suddenly disappear? Where were his grandparents? Where were his kin? Indeed, Lord Akal, in pursuit of his own love, resolutely forsook his noble throne. Or perhaps Lord Akal was simply a man who yearned for freedom. Freedom? Wagner suddenly chuckled. For a man, freedom is indeed a temptation that is hard to resist. Thus, they continued their journey, giants striding forth with great strides. Among this group of giant fishermen, the shortest stood at 9 meters tall. Wagner, at 8 meters, barely kept pace. Within just a few minutes, they dragged a colossal sea creature's carcass to a magnificent village. This is the first time Wagner has encountered the edifices inhabited by giants. Unlike ordinary humans, the abodes of these colossal beings are evidently much more rudimentary. Their dwellings are predominantly constructed from massive blocks of stone, with timber employed for support. The roofs are similarly fashioned from wood, devoid of any intricate embellishments, presenting an aura of primal wilderness. Within this vast village, there are indeed over 100 towering edifices. The inhabitants here are equally impressive giants, clad in coarse garments, their exposed skin a healthy shade of wheat. A few exceptionally tall giants are bare-chested, donning rugged armor instead. In this warrior village, such towering figures are plentiful. They stride confidently, and the ordinary residents cast envious and respectful glances in their direction. In the outside world, Wagner, standing at a towering 8 meters, is undoubtedly a giant. Yet here, he finds himself merely an ordinary little fellow among giants. Of course, he is yet to reach adulthood. As Andre and his companions enter the village, the towering residents greet them with benevolent gazes, and a few even smile and wave hello. This cordiality extends to Wagner as well. When he turns his gaze towards the villagers, they respond with warm smiles. Among kin, even the most temperamental giants exhibit a friendly demeanor. Observing this scene, Wagner takes a deep breath. His journey of cultivation in Elbaf has now truly commenced. Wagner, you may reside here for now. Our homes in the warrior village may be somewhat humble, but I hope you do not mind. Andre leads Wagner back to his abode. Under his guidance, his wife prepares a room for Wagner. She is a woman of sturdy build, appearing quite ordinary. Yet, when standing alongside Andre, they seem like a match made in heaven. Thank you, Uncle Andre. Wagner expresses his gratitude, his eyes reflecting appreciation for the kindness he has experienced after knowing the helplessness of life. Haha, no need for formality. It is my honor, Andre, to host the grandson of the war god. By the way, you must be exhausted from your long journey. And I see that your body appears to have sustained some injuries. Rest for now. Let your aunt prepare some light refreshments to fill your stomach. I shall fetch you some medicine. Andre waves his hand and departs with his wife. Wagner smiles, feeling comforted by Andre's presence. The room's decor is simple: a massive bed, a table, a few chairs, and some large animal skulls adorning the walls. Yet, this simplicity brings a sense of security. Lying on the bed, Wagner, having been immersed in seawater for an extended period, is drained of much of his strength. As he rests, he contemplates his upcoming training. Along his journey, he has encountered many extraordinary giants, their towering physiques exuding immense power that leaves Wagner in awe. Although there is still a gap between them, he understands that cultivation is a gradual process. He plans to first spar with the warriors of this village, learning essential skills of the giant race. And once he has made some progress, he will venture to the town, repeating this cycle until he reaches the capital. I should rest well. The days ahead will be quite busy. Wagner's arrival in the village has stirred waves of excitement among its inhabitants. It is rare for outsiders to visit the giant race, and their attitude towards humans, while not hostile, is certainly not welcoming. Although Wagner's physique radiates the essence of a giant, the horns atop his head and the aura from his mixed bloodline evoke some curiosity among the giants. Andre becomes the best candidate to clarify these uncertainties. Ordinary folk are fond of gossip, and the giants are no exception. With Andre's explanations, nearly all the residents come to know of Wagner's identity. They're astonished by his lineage as the grandson of the war god. Giants who have met Wagner perceive a hint of familiarity in his youthful visage. After all, his grandfather is the war god, who has a statue among the giants, which is not surprising. Consequently, the villagers' attitudes toward Wagner become increasingly favorable. After all, he is one of their own. Before Wagner can challenge the warriors, several capable fighters, upon hearing of the war god's grandson in their village, are instantly thrilled. They believe that as the grandson of the war god, Wagner's prowess must be commendable, and the aura he emanates indeed suggests remarkable strength, filled with vital energy. In an instant, a throng of warriors begins to ready their equipment, eagerly awaiting Wagner's recovery. Soon, numerous challenge letters will find their way into his hands. To challenge the strong is the aspiration of the giant race. Moreover, engaging in combat with the grandson of the war god is, in itself, a great honor. At the evening feast, Wagner experiences the warmth of the giant race. He witnesses their grand way of life and the mutual care among kin. Beyond the greetings from ordinary villagers, the warriors do not remain idle. They eagerly present challenge letters to Wagner, waiting for his recovery and the elders' approval for a fair sparring match, which is precisely what Wagner desires. Amidst laughter, a sumptuous feast concludes, and Wagner's immense appetite astonishes everyone. His formidable physique is on full display. Each morsel consumed aids in mending his injuries. Unlike the Navy's Six Styles technique of life restoration, which is a skill, Wagner's ability is a natural gift. With ample nutrition and sufficient rest, just 2 days later, his injuries have fully healed. After consulting with a capable warrior, they receive the elders' consent for Wagner's first combat training with the giant race this afternoon. As expected of Lord Akar's grandson, for your first battle, you have chosen to face Mojiru, one of the top 10 in the village. Truly admirable. At the dining table, Andre laughs heartily, and admiration gleams in his wife's eyes. Yet, Wagner's expression remains unchanged. Though adult giants are indeed formidable, he is no weakling. Moreover, the fighting style of the giant warriors should align with his own, brutal and direct. In this regard, Wagner is quite confident. Mr. Mojiru is a powerful opponent, but I firmly believe that victory will ultimately be mine," Wagner declares, emptying his glass of milk, his youthful face radiating unwavering confidence. Suddenly, a deep bell tolls, signaling the onset of an exciting new chapter. This is one of the unique customs of the warrior village. Once two warriors decide to engage in an honorable battle, and with the consent of the tribe's elders, the bell of warriors will toll half an hour before the commencement of the fight. The ordinary residents revel in witnessing such exhilarating contests, while the formidable warriors relish the respect and admiration of their kin following their victory. Ha ha ha. It is about to begin. Wagner rose, pushed open the door, and made his way toward the battle square, closely followed by the Andreev couple. In mere minutes, they arrived at the expansive square, spanning over 1,000 square meters. By the time the trio reached this location, the vast area was already surrounded by countless giant residents. Upon closer inspection, they noticed several armored giant warriors among the crowd. Combat serves as the finest means of learning, and observing others' battles significantly enhances one's own prowess. Oh, Wagner has arrived. Go for it. The legendary god of war, Akel's grandson. The grandson of the god of war facing the mighty Magaru. This battle is bound to be spectacular. As the competitors made their entrance, the giants erupted in resounding cheers. This was a tribute to the warriors and a sanctification of the sacred combat. Go, Wagner. Andreev bestowed an encouraging glance upon Wagner, standing with his wife among the crowd, becoming one of the jubilant spectators. A faint smile graced Wagner's face as his gaze swept toward the center of the square, where a giant towering an impressive 13 meters stood. The giant was bare-chested, clad only in a battle skirt, adorned with a colossal iron helmet, brandishing a fearsome battle axe. Here stands one of the foremost warriors of the village of fighters, the formidable Mojiru, the opponent in this battle against Wagner. Mojiru occupies the center of the square, exuding an overwhelming aura. His expression is impassive, yet his eyes reflect a profound confidence in his own strength. A formidable adversary indeed. Yet, this is precisely what Wagner desires. Step by step, he approaches the center of the square. With each stride, his presence intensifies, contrasting with Mojiru's dense aura. Wagner's energy radiates an aggressive ferocity, akin to a beast with its jaws agape, poised to devour its prey. Mojiru's countenance shifts as Wagner draws nearer, becoming somewhat grave, yet predominantly filled with exhilarating anticipation. Ha ha ha. Mr. Mojiru's presence is quite impressive. However, as this is the first battle of my training, it must commence with a resounding flourish. Wagner grins, revealing the youthful ferocity within him. With a resounding thud, the elder of the clan strikes the battle bell, signaling the commencement of Wagner's inaugural fight. In the square, Wagner and Mojiru stand still, locking eyes. Both unleash powerful energies, causing the onlooking giants to gasp in astonishment, some amazed by the heightened aura of Mojiru, while many others are awestruck by the oppressive force emanating from the young warrior before them. It is known that even an ordinary adult giant possesses the strength of a rear admiral in the Navy. Their might is staggering, yet they find themselves feeling the weight of Wagner's aura. Although much of this is due to the fact that most have never encountered the Conqueror's haki, it nonetheless underscores his extraordinary nature. Wagner, this is your first return to Elbaf. As your elder, I ought to guide you in every aspect, but alas, not now. Mojiru suddenly swings his axe, the tremendous force coupled with the sharpness of the weapon slicing through the air with a sound akin to a blade cutting flesh. Therefore, I shall show no mercy. This is a sacred battle. If you let your guard down, you may very well die here. Mojiru bellows, his towering 13-meter frame charging forward, overshadowing the sun, yet exhibiting astonishing speed. The massive axe is raised high, reminiscent of Pangu splitting the heavens, mercilessly aimed at Wagner's head. Ha ha ha. Do not hold back. Give it your all, for that suits me perfectly. Of course, if Uncle Mojiru happens to perish by my hand, do not blame me. Wagner's laughter is wild. As Mojiru asserts, in the battles of the giants, even brothers raised together show no leniency. Using one's full strength against an enemy is a mark of respect for both oneself and the adversary. Come on, roar. Wagner shouts, and his aura shifts instantly. He transforms from a sovereign of the earth into a beast driven by primal instincts. Simultaneously, his towering figure undergoes a drastic change. Hair bursts forth from his skin like bamboo shoots after rain. Two sharp fangs emerge from his mouth, and his body inflates rapidly like a balloon. In the astonished gaze of countless giants, Wagner's height surges beyond 15 meters. This is the power of a devil, the treasure of the sea, the devil fruit. An elder of the clan speaks solemnly. In his youth, he was a member of the giant pirate crew, even a cadre. He has traversed the seas for many years, possessing insights far beyond those of ordinary giants. While the common giants may not grasp the full scope of this, they understand that this young warrior possesses extraordinary abilities. And such power is immensely formidable. Incredible strength. Yet, my axe is no mere toy. Mojira roars, augmenting the force in his arms, the glimmering axe slicing downward. At this moment, numerous ordinary giants close their eyes, seemingly unable to bear witness to the impending brutality. Is that so? Armament. Wagner advances instead of retreating, needing no weapon. His body serves as the finest weapon. He extends his colossal right hand, clenches his fist, and envelopes it in armament hockey. With a single punch, his jet black fist meets the glimmering axe head-on. Upon impact, Wagner's fist forces the massive axe back. A surge of power travels through the axe into Mojira's body, rendering his right arm momentarily numb. Moreover, the force of Wagner's punch compels him to stumble back several paces. How is this possible? Mojira is stunned. He ranks among the top 10 warriors in their village. Everyone knows the strength of his axe. And even stronger warriors would hesitate to withstand his blow while simultaneously being knocked back. What manner of physical prowess is required to endure such force? Can his arm truly withstand it? The onlooking giants share expressions of disbelief, jaws dropping to the ground. Judging by Wagner's stature, he is clearly still in his youth. Yet possesses such strength? Could this possibly illustrate the disparity between giants? Ha ha ha. What a thrill. In truth, Wagner's right arm also bore some impact from the earlier clash. His trembling muscles seem to complain about the damage incurred from the collision. Yet, Wagner pays it no mind. Shaking off his right hand and charging forward once more. The grandson of a war god is indeed exceptional. Haha, fortunately. You have yet to learn how to control a giant's power. Now, allow me to reveal to you the true terror of a warrior of the giant clan. Mojira chuckles heartily, relishing the battle. He acknowledges that this young warrior possesses strength comparable to, if not surpassing, his own, but he refuses to concede, believing he still has a chance. Prepare yourself. Witness the spirit of a warrior. The spear of Elbaf. Mojira grips his axe with both hands and swings forward with force. A tremendous wave of energy surges toward Wagner, causing the surrounding giants to change their expressions. The spear of Elbaf can be regarded as a source of pride for every warrior of the giant clan. It is a unique technique of their kind, even among giants. The chance of acquiring such power after rigorous training is merely 10%, marking a fundamental distinction between ordinary and elite warriors, illustrating just how formidable this technique truly is. Bring it on. Titan, pillar of stone. Wagner, charging forth, suddenly plants himself into the ground like a nail. This is mastery over his muscles. His body feels no discomfort. Simultaneously, his right arm swells once more. His colossal fist crashes into the earth, sending clods of dirt flying. These chunks envelop his right arm layer upon layer. And in the blink of an eye, he forms a massive shield of earth and stone. Armament. An explosion of armament hockey envelopes the earthen shield. Indeed, the giants possess their unique techniques, and Wagner possesses his own, derived from the treasures of the sea. Boom. A tremendous upheaval struck against the dark earthen shield, causing the vast plaza to fissure instantaneously, with clouds of dust rising to obscure the truth within. At the headquarters of the Rocks Pirates, Hive Island, a sense of unease loomed. What on earth was happening? Why had that group not returned yet? Whitebeard paced restlessly in his chamber, his imposing visage marred by a furrowed brow, hands clenching involuntarily, even his aura beginning to exhibit signs of turmoil. Damn it, it has been nearly 2 weeks. Even a vessel pulled by a sea snail should have made its way back by now. What were those fools thinking? The more Whitebeard pondered, the more agitated he became. In a fit of frustration, he slammed his palm onto the expensive table, shattering it into splinters with a force that left no room for patience. Donning his coat and grasping his naginata, Whitebeard stormed out, kicking the door open with fury, disregarding all the pirates he encountered along the way, including Wang Shi, who had just departed from his paramour's abode. Yet the latter lacked the courage to confront the wrathful Whitebeard. Thus, Whitebeard made his way to the residence of the Golden Lion. Without a hint of hesitation, he yanked open the ornate wooden door and, suppressing his rising anger, declared, "Hey, Shiki, I need your assistance." The Golden Lion, alongside 4 alluring women, was taken aback. Whitebeard boldly seated himself, casting a disdainful glance at the irate Golden Lion upon the bed. Observing the furious Green Lion and the eager courtesans, he simply remarked, "My son seems to be in trouble." Those words extinguished the Golden Lion's fury in an instant. Stunned, he recognized the relatively amicable relationship he shared with Whitebeard. He had often considered taking that exceptionally gifted youth under his wing, having grown fond of the boy-esque character. Yet, more crucially, he understood just how deeply Whitebeard cherished that child more than his own flesh and blood. Should anything befall that boy, an enraged Whitebeard would surely unleash chaos upon the seas. Taking a deep breath, the Golden Lion said nothing further, quietly rising from the bed to swiftly arrange his appearance, seizing his twin blades, and accompanying Whitebeard to the dock. Is the information reliable? I do not know, but I sense an ominous foreboding within. What do you intend to do? Utilize your devil fruit abilities to escort me at the swiftest pace towards Elbaf. If anything has happened to my boy, Whitebeard's words trailed off. Yet the Golden Lion grasped his meaning profoundly, feeling the unmasked worry radiating from him, along with the seething fury that burned within his heart. Captain, Whitebeard, something grave has occurred. Just as the two were nearing the dock, a disheveled pirate rushed towards them, panic etched across his face, causing Whitebeard's heart to lurch. He seized the 3-meter-tall pirate, his expression transforming into one of sheer ferocity. Damn it, calm yourself. Speak. What on earth has transpired? This is his face. So close to me for the very first time. The thought suddenly flashed through the mind of the pirate ensnared by Whitebeard. Yet, in the next moment, his body jolted with a fierce shudder. He had no doubt that if he hesitated any longer, the enraged Whitebeard would undoubtedly devour him whole. That is to say, something has gone awry with the ship of Vice Captain Wagner. The pirate Galoo swallowed hard, sensing the grip of the large hands that seized him tremble violently. Whitebeard stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, while the nearby Golden Lion's countenance shifted dramatically. He turned to the quaking pirate, eagerly inquiring, "Where did you obtain this information? What on earth has transpired?" This news originated from the crew under Captain John. Their members had just returned from a successful raid and overheard merchants discussing the matter on the road. It was reported that all aboard the ship either perished or were severely injured, with the survivors captured by the Navy. "You scoundrel! Do you dare to deceive me? How many heads do you have that are worthy of being severed?" Enraged, Whitebeard hurled the pirate to the ground, the sheer force creating a deep crater in the earth. The pirate at the center of the pit violently spat out blood. In that singular fall, over a dozen bones in his body had shattered. Yet it is all true. More than half of the 1st Division's brothers are dead, and the remainder have been taken by the Navy. Vice Captain Wagner was grievously wounded by the combined might of Carp and Zephyr, cast into the sea. Damn it! Carp, Zephyr, the Navy! I will annihilate you all. Whitebeard let out a furious roar, but the Golden Lion, standing beside him, was momentarily taken aback. Through his observation hockey, he perceived that while Whitebeard appeared extremely enraged on the surface, deep within, his emotions were somewhat subdued. What is happening here? Two esteemed captains. Captain Rock summons you. Another innocent pirate approached, trembling as he glanced at the pirate in the center of the pit, struggling to keep his voice steady despite his fear. Understood. Whitebeard nodded, taking a deep breath to compose himself, his stern visage betraying no emotion. Under the perplexed gaze of Golden Lion, the two made their way to the conference room of the Rocks Pirates. As they pushed open the door, they found all the officers of the Rocks Pirates gathered. Their expressions towards the impassive Whitebeard varying from calm to mocking, some eager for spectacle, while others were visibly anxious. "You two have arrived. Please take a seat." Rocks gestured for them to sit, his countenance not particularly pleasant. This was not due to any deep camaraderie with Wagner, but rather because Wagner was a formidable fighter. A cadre with a bounty of 700 million was not to be taken lightly. "I trust you are all aware of the purpose of this gathering. I am deeply saddened by the events concerning Wagner, yet I am equally filled with profound indignation." Rocks slammed his fist on the table, his expression turning ferocious. How dare they attack the vice captain of the Rocks Pirates? The Navy must have forgotten the lessons of their last encounter. A palpable aura of dread enveloped the conference room. With a grimacing Rocks, a solemn Whitebeard, a displeased Golden Lion, Charlotte Lingling, the inscrutable Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and the ever-smiling John present. Let us declare war. Meanwhile, the battle raged on with Elbaf's Wagner, who remained oblivious to the events unfolding on High Island. He had not forgotten to send his regards to Whitebeard, but currently faced an awkward predicament. The colossal transponder snail of Warrior Village was not compatible with ordinary transponder snails, rendering communication impossible. As the dust-shrouding Elbaf square gradually dissipated, all giants held their breath, their massive eyes fixated on the center of the square, when an enormous figure slowly emerged. A thunderous cheer erupted from the crowd. Oh, he withstood it. He truly endured Modulus Elbaf's spear. What an astonishing feat. Remarkable. The villagers of the giant community offered fervent applause for their valiant warrior. Regardless of Wagner's fighting style, every technique in this sacred battle was revered. Though the giant's pride forbade them from employing underhanded tactics like eye gouging or groin strikes, technically, such actions were permissible. With a defense as formidable as a mountain, Truly the progeny of the god of war. This was no mere child. He was a powerful warrior deserving of all warriors' respect. Modulou laughed heartily, admiring Wagner, whose breath was slightly disordered, with an expression of affirmation. The Elbaf spear was renowned as the mightiest technique among the warriors of the giant kingdom. Likewise, Modulou's strongest blow had been thwarted. Yet, excitement radiated from his face as he charged forward, engaging Wagner in fierce combat. Blades of the axe flashed, colliding with the darkened hockey-imbued fists, the clang of shields, the sharpness of combat techniques, overwhelming strength, and terrifying defense. In that moment, the giant bloodline and demon lineage within Wagner surged to their zenith. Both bloodlines belonged to fierce warriors, reveling in the raw and visceral nature of combat. What exhilaration! My blood is ablaze. The two formidable warriors engaged in a frenzied exchange of blows, gradually abandoning all semblance of defense, technique, and evasion. What ensued was a relentless cycle of fist and foot, reminiscent of the so-called Hollywood duels. The last one standing would ultimately claim victory. Modulou cast aside his battle axe, while Wagner's once mighty armament hockey began to wane. Their faces bore the marks of battle, first bruised, then lacerated, blood seeping from their wounds. As their injuries expanded, blood gushed forth, pooling on the ground, mingled with several large, pristine white teeth. The surrounding giants, their eyes gradually reddening, were intoxicated by the scent of blood and the primal musk of male hormones that electrified their senses. Unconsciously, they began to pound their chests, emitting low roars akin to ferocious beasts, the thunderous sound reverberating like the drums of war, signaling a grand assault. The brutal confrontation raged for a full 10 minutes. With a colossal body collapsing to the ground, consciousness lost, this bloody yet sacred duel finally reached its conclusion. Under the gaze of the onlooking villagers, Wagner wiped the blood from his face, an involuntary smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He suddenly raised his arms in triumph, reveling in his victory. He had indeed triumphed. A mere 8-meter-tall boy had managed to defeat Modulou. It was utterly astonishing. Long live the immortal warrior. Standing in the center of the square, Wagner basked in the adoration of the crowd, while the fallen Modulou was taken away by medical personnel. Every warrior deserved the reverence of the people. Yet the victor would savor all the applause, receiving the glory that every warrior dreams of. Though Wagner appeared to have lost considerable blood, the enhancement from his 4 physical attributes rendered his body remarkably resilient. Even with broken bones, he would recover within days. Moreover, he had only sustained superficial wounds. What? You mention his teeth? Please, do you think he is that Blackbeard teach fellow? Even Monkey D. Luffy managed to regrow his teeth with milk. Wagner's physical prowess far exceeded his, making such an ability only natural. Through this victory, Wagner showcased his formidable strength to all the giants. Interestingly, regardless of whether they were weaker or stronger than Modulou, every warrior's sentiment was one of admiration, a shared respect among warriors, that was all. To concede without a fight was an unbearable notion for a true warrior. A new young warrior had arrived in the village of warriors, and his prowess swiftly spread to the surrounding settlements. The identity of Wagner as the grandson of the war god naturally circulated, igniting fervor across all villages. Not only the warriors of the warrior village, but also challenge letters from warriors of other villages fluttered into Wagner's hands like snowflakes. Without hesitation, he accepted them all. He had already acquired the techniques for cultivating the Elbaf spear from the clan elders. However, mere solitary practice yielded little reward. Continuous combat was the quickest path to enhancing his strength. On the night following the battle, an elderly yet spirited giant in the northern hills of the warrior village sternly corrected the mistakes of the young lad before him. This lad was none other than Wagner. Now bare-chested, he revealed a powerful physique, white as jade, adorned with shallow scars. For a warrior, these were his medals of honor. Strength is the most vital weapon of our giant race. You must learn to harness all your strength, not just muscle, but everything. The power of your blood, the strength of your bones, the might of your internal organs. All these forces combined constitute the unique training method of the giant race. The venerable elder bellowed with authority, and Wagner dared not show even the slightest negligence towards his words. Bent over, he bore the weight of a small hill upon his shoulders, firmly establishing his stance as he allowed the elder's wooden staff to strike him, continuously adjusting his movements. After the day's battles had concluded, Wagner spent merely a few hours restoring his physical state. Several barrels of milk had replenished him, his teeth were as pristine as ever, and even the slightly injured bone in his jaw had been completely healed. The first thing he resolved to do upon regaining his vigor was to invite the esteemed elder of the warrior village, the very imposing figure before him, to guide his training. One cannot underestimate the wisdom that comes with age. This elder had once served as a centurion in the giant legion. Although he had surpassed 260 years in age, his aura remained remarkably formidable. Wagner had no doubt that this elder possessed the strength equivalent to that of a vice admiral in the Navy during his youth. His keen gaze was astute. Even the slightest error of less than 10 centimeters in Wagner's 8-meter frame could be detected by him. The slender staff was peculiar, striking Wagner with a searing pain that he grit his teeth to endure. However, it must be acknowledged that this training method was indeed effective, as he felt the pressure on his shoulders gradually dissipating. If someone with the ability to see through illusions stood here, they would be astonished to discover that the blood within this young warrior surged relentlessly towards his heart, not in a normal flow, but as if the heart were a black hole, drawing in all the blood before slowly expelling it. When the consumed blood reappeared, its hue had noticeably deepened to the naked eye. Wagner's life settled into a newfound stability. Each day he engaged in several intense battles, and apart from the time devoted to recovery, he spent the remainder in the company of the elder, engaging in extensive practical training and rigorous exercises that significantly enhanced his mastery over his own strength, possessing the ability to manipulate all 49 of his muscles. He was progressing at a pace far superior to that of ordinary individuals as he endeavored to control his blood, bones, and even organs. Such prodigious talent left even the elder, who had lived for over 200 years and was known for his strict demeanor, in awe. It is worth noting that the diet of the giant clan appeared to possess an extraordinary nutritional value. Beyond the sea creatures they hunted daily, the grains, vegetables, and various meats they consumed seemed to subtly enhance the physical strength of the eater. Prolonged consumption undoubtedly benefited the formidable giant clan immensely. For a full 9 days, Wagner had resided in the warrior village, during which he had bested the 2nd through 10th warriors of the village and even triumphed over many formidable fighters from other settlements. His body bore numerous scars, and his skin had grown darker and rougher from the sun. Yet, this did not detract from his appearance, rather, it added a touch of masculine vigor. After all, a true man should not lament over a mere wound of less than a centimeter, nor should he present himself in a manner that could be perceived as weak. Content with his fulfilling life. Today marked the day of his battle against the strongest warrior of the village. In the familiar square, accompanied by the renowned couple, Wagner prepared himself as the sound of the pre-battle bell rang. The couple was thoroughly impressed by Wagner, for in the giant clan, strength is revered. Not only did Wagner possess a distinguished lineage, but he also wielded a power that evoked envy in all. Today, the crowd surrounding the battle square had grown even larger, as throngs of giant villagers packed the area to capacity. Not only the residents of the warrior village, but many from neighboring settlements had come to witness this legendary young warrior, whose record of consecutive victories was nothing short of terrifying. Should he claim victory once more today, he would etch a new legend into the annals of history. Wagner's opponent today was named Ausace, a name that epitomized strength. Indeed, he lived up to the meaning of his name. At 110 years old, he had relentlessly challenged every formidable fighter in surrounding villages since the age of 18. Unlike the highly efficient Wagner, Ausace meticulously prepared for each battle over several days, ensuring his victory every time. Currently, Ausace boasted an impressive record of 129 fights, with 128 wins and just 1 loss. He had contemplated departing, feeling that this place had grown too small for him, but Wagner's arrival piqued his interest, and he was eager to engage in combat. Look, the grandson of the war god, Wagner, has arrived. Some still referred to this powerful warrior by that title. With such prowess, did one think he needed to rely on the legacy of his forebears? Such a notion would be an affront. Indeed, he had become a legend in his own right, having attained such formidable strength by the tender age of 12, an unprecedented feat in the history of the giant nation. Wagner had completely shed the protective aura of his grandfather's name and had emerged as a warrior in his own right. As Ausace regarded Wagner, who had undergone a transformation after days of combat, a rare smile graced his face. Ha! Wagner, you truly are an admirable young warrior. I had resolved to leave, for there were no opponents here worthy of my time. Yet, fate has brought us together. Let us engage in battle, and may you delight me with your prowess. Give it your all to defeat me. Ausace was a man of great pride, possessing unparalleled strength. He had easily vanquished all other warriors in the village before. A powerful combatant, he was also a shrewd strategist. Prior to facing Wagner, he had spent 2 days contemplating their impending battle. However, he was astonished to find that this opponent was unlike any he had faced before. Speed, strength, defense, and will, every crucial factor in combat, Wagner exhibited no discernible weaknesses. Such an adversary is both terrifying and exhilarating. As the saying goes, a person devoid of weaknesses implies that they are fraught with vulnerabilities. Wagner's combat experience pales in comparison. Nearly a century of battle has allowed him to hone his physical prowess to its utmost limits. He yearns for a formidable opponent, craving the opportunity to transcend his own boundaries in the throes of combat. There is no need for flattery. I am aware of my strength. Today's battle promises to be thoroughly enjoyable. I possess an inexplicable premonition that you are different from other warriors. Dangerous glimmers danced in Wagner's eyes as two formidable presences coalesced in the air. The sky seemed to faintly manifest two distant figures locked in a gaze, a robust giant clad in heavy armor and a fearsome primal ape exuding an aura of ancient power. Come, fight. The two exchanged a fierce glance and simultaneously unleashed a roar. At the very instant their voices fell, their forms vanished from sight, their long, fearsome legs propelling them forward like two tanks colliding with fervor. The onlooking crowd began to beat the war drums, clenching their right fists and rhythmically striking their chests. The resonant sound of the drums surpassed all previous occasions, as thousands of giants surrounded the plaza, their pounding chests shattering the heavens above, a tribute to the battle. A veneration of the warriors. The hammer of heroes. Acesis wielded a colossal hammer, a tool far removed from the ordinary. Unlike a typical hammer, this one resembled an octagonal star hammer, its massive head nearly the size of a giant's cranium. Each swing carried with it the rush of the air. Armed with the Titan's spear, Wagner met this fierce assault with a smile, refusing to retreat. Upon entering his beastly form, he clenched his right fist tightly. Enveloped in a dark, intimidating aura akin to a cannonball. It was as though Zeus himself had hurled his divine spear, delivering a brutal strike to his opponent. When the hammer and fist collided, the resounding explosion reverberated, causing countless mighty giants to experience momentary deafness. Neither the hammer nor the fist was willing to yield an inch. Their colossal eyes locked in an unwavering stare as sparks seemed to ignite in the air. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Acesis's war hammer and Wagner's fist appeared to be drawn to one another, each forcing the other back, only to rush forward again in a mirrored dance of conflict. It was unclear whether the hammer struck the fist or vice versa. Perhaps the intensity of their upper body combat left them wanting more, for they simultaneously extended a leg. Their towering limbs clashed mid-air with ferocity, resulting in a deadlocked struggle. What an astonishing spectacle this is. Two colossal giants, each towering over 10 meters. Unleash a terrifying aura as they exchange blows, blood flying in all directions. The air is thick with the metallic scent of blood and the raw essence of male vigor, saturating the expansive square. The rhythmic thumping of their bodies resonates like a war drum, accompanied by the frenzied roars of enraged titans. In the midst of this chaos, Wagner feels as if his very blood is igniting, and he is not alone. His opponent, Acesis, experiences the same fervor. Their strikes intensify, and the battle escalates into a brutal clash. Wagner's body bears the marks of their ferocity, bruised and battered, while Acesis suffers equally, his jaw shattered from the impact. The force from Acesis's powerful legs has broken several of Wagner's ribs. Yet, Acesis's plight is dire as well. Despite his formidable physique, he pales in comparison to Wagner, who possesses four distinct bloodlines. Their exchanges seem to be a tit-for-tat exchange of injuries, but in truth, the damage inflicted by Wagner surpasses that dealt by Acesis by a staggering 12-fold. His right arm, wielding a hammer, has lost all sensation, and a tempest swirls within him, his vitality surging tumultuously. To make matters worse, the weapon in his grasp suffers damage in the fray, the hammerhead beginning to crack, on the verge of collapse. Break the armor. Acesis, the mightiest warrior of the warrior village, acknowledges his defeat in this fierce contest of strength, albeit reluctantly. Responding swiftly, he maneuvers his wrist, directing the massive hammer downward, gripping it like a dagger, and suddenly thrust it upward. He pays no heed to Wagner's fist crashing into his chest, even as it shatters four of his already injured ribs. The enormous hammer lunges towards Wagner's head, and the latter's pupils constrict. After such an enduring struggle, he understands just how terrifying the strength of the so-called strongest warrior of the village truly is. Reluctantly, he retreats, his movement swift. Yet the colossal hammer still grazes his cheek painfully. How utterly frustrating. To think that I would lose in a direct contest of strength. Aces finally seizes a moment to catch his breath, panting heavily as he wipes the blood from his face. The surrounding giants display expressions of shock. While they had suspected that Aces might not be a match for Wagner, the speed of his defeat still astonishes them. However, this does not signify the end. Their battle will continue, and Wagner must remain cautious. Aces reveals a faint smile, taking a deep breath as his muscles swell, an invisible aura enveloping him. Under Wagner's keen perception, the heavy presence surrounding Aces dissipates, replaced by a razor-sharp intensity akin to a spear. Oh. This aura signifies that Aces is about to unleash his signature move. I was once vanquished by this very technique. Can this young one withstand it? Surely. He will not survive, but he will endure, for he is a descendant of legends, destined to forge a new legacy. The giants clench their fists, beads of sweat forming as they anxiously observe the unfolding battle. What has earned Aces the title of the foremost warrior of the village? Beyond his innate strength, it is the countless battles he has endured that have birthed his formidable techniques, roaring with the essence of a beast. It appears that the upcoming clash will be nothing short of spectacular. Wagner, invigorated by the challenge, gazes intently at Aces, instinctively licking the blood from the corner of his mouth. From the aura Aces has gathered, he senses the chilling breath of death. This is no jest. The next move truly could cost him his life. Yet, he does not retreat. He is the grandson of the god of war, a prodigy of legend. A wielder of conqueror's haki. His identity, his talent, and his spirit demanded. Moreover, who among them would falter? Come, bring forth your might and grant me greater exhilaration. Armed with the power of the earth, Wagner, in his beastly form, strikes the ground with both hands, unleashing a force that rends the earth asunder. Debris flying in all directions as he frantically commands the terrain. A palpable aura of annihilation coalesces, and within mere breaths, a mountain towering 1,000 meters ascends above him. What is this? The onlookers ponder, their minds racing. They are giants, renowned for their strength, the mightiest race upon the seas. Yet, at this moment, their muscles tremble involuntarily beneath an inexplicable pressure, a weight beyond their capacity to bear. A unique aura manifests, accompanied by an obsidian glow, enveloping the towering mountain in Wagner's armament haki. The dark radiance seems to herald the arrival of death, poised to obliterate all. A collective gulp echoes among the giants as they swallow the weight of their astonishment. What in the world is this? This is the culmination of Wagner's training. The frenzied battles have elevated his Busashoka haki to a terrifying level, while the cultivation methods of the giant race have significantly refined his bloodline within. With his enhanced prowess, his devil fruit abilities have also progressed. Wagner's advancements are nothing short of remarkable. What a chilling technique indeed. However, as the foremost warrior of the warrior village, I, destined to ascend to the throne of the war god, cannot possibly be limited to such a degree. Ace's voice trembles. Can it be that he feels fear? The mighty one, suddenly gripped by trepidation. But what does that matter? Fear has never been an effective weapon against a warrior. He understands deeply that conquering one's inner self is the only shortcut to a stronger path. I am the foremost warrior of the warrior village. I am Aces. With a tremendous roar, he seems to cast aside the fears that haunt him. Accompanied by this powerful shout, his arms swell once more, their girth rivaling that of his waist. The iron hammer in his grasp groans with excitement, sensing the surge of strength. This strike is the most formidable he has ever delivered. Divine power. Spear of the war god. Pedroia Island is a charming little isle, abundant in resources, renowned for its delectable fruits and vegetables. Less than 20 nautical miles away lies the so-called sacred ground of justice, the marine headquarters at Mariefort. The island's inhabitants number in the thousands. Their proximity to the marine headquarters ensures a peaceful existence, where no pirate dares to approach recklessly. Each resident enjoys a life of contentment, their faces perpetually adorned with smiles of satisfaction. However, this serene tranquility is abruptly shattered by the sound of cannon fire. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Listen up, lads. I've heard the provisions on this island are quite exceptional, renowned even across the seas. If that's the case, let us seize them all. Everything of value belongs to the Rocks pirates. Suddenly, 9 massive pirate ships dock at the shore, their flags proudly displaying the emblem of the Rocks pirates. Led by the infamous Rocks, the self-proclaimed king of the world. The fluttering letters seem to signify an endless terror, and upon those pirate vessels stand all the captains. Except for the 6th Division leader, John. Is this, dare I say, an attempt to seize provisions? With such a ragtag ensemble, I could almost believe you intend to assault the Navy headquarters. Naturally, Given the proximity, the Navy has long since detected their presence. This is not the lawless New World, but rather the domain of the Navy, where every island is monitored by their spies. The audacious Rocks pirates could never evade the keen eyes of the Navy. It can be asserted that they are acutely aware of every detail, even noting the precise moment when a few unscrupulous individuals discarded refuse into the sea. However, relaying this information back to headquarters will take time for the Navy to mobilize their forces. Steelbone, seated in his office, furrowed his brow as he stared intently at the transponder snail before him, his countenance grim. He had just received word of the Rocks pirates landing on Pedroia Island, one of the closest islands to the Navy headquarters. While they purportedly aim to plunder, in truth, they are ruthlessly tearing the Navy's reputation to shreds. They have arrived at your very doorstep. Can you truly remain indifferent? This is evidently unrealistic. Steelbone Kong, upon witnessing the furious naval commanders before him, let out a resigned sigh. He comprehended the rationale behind the actions of the Rocks pirates. Rocks had two objectives. Firstly, the Navy's aggression towards the vice-captain of the Rocks pirates resulted in the loss of a formidable ally. To quell the wrath of Whitebeard, he felt compelled to act. Secondly, he required an opportunity. A man of such ambition would never acquiesce to tranquility. This incident served as his most opportune pretext for retaliation. This greedy man harbored an insatiable appetite for power. Admiral, that bastard Rocks has already slapped us across the face. Their previous minor harassments could be overlooked, but this time, we cannot tolerate it. Carp clenched his fists, his face etched with fury. He was aware that the news had already spread, and he felt an overwhelming concern for his son. Despite his son's prodigious talent, he feared that no matter how exceptional he was, he could never match the power needed to confront Whitebeard, a man of principles. Yet, the anguish of losing a child could drive even the most principled man to madness. Wagner held significant weight in Carp's heart. Once, Whitebeard had been ambushed due to Wagner, suffering a crushed foot. In his rage, he wielded his great sword mercilessly, annihilating an entire pirate crew. On that day, the name Wagner echoed across the seas. Indeed, Admiral, let us deploy our forces. Zephyr solemnly echoed from the side, equally concerned for his family. However, his greater worry stemmed from the threat posed by the Rocks pirates. As a just Navy officer, the foremost objective of everyone present was to bring the Rocks pirates to justice. Very well, let us show them a taste of their own medicine, Steelbone Kong commanded. And the vast machinery of the naval headquarters began to mobilize instantly. Troops were summoned, and numerous elite commanders donned their battle attire. In less than 10 minutes, the naval headquarters had assembled a fleet of 10 warships. Except for a few essential officers left behind, all personnel set sail, including the current Admiral Steelbone Kong himself. Upon their arrival at Pedroia Island, the thick black smoke was glaringly apparent. A jolt surged through the hearts of the soldiers, prompting them to quicken their pace. It was all too late. The remnants of the buildings appeared to weep silently. The once pristine streets lay, and at these two formidable characters struck every naval officer like a thunderbolt. Yet before they could fully grasp the gravity of the situation, a horde of pirates erupted from the surrounding jungle, which enveloped the entire town. Gleaming sabers, ominous gun barrels, and ferocious, maniacal grins, coupled with a palpable stench of blood, rendered further exposition unnecessary. Upon their first encounter, both sides charged at one another with the fervor of a scorn lover. Their eyes aflame with fury, naval shouts clashing with pirate curses, transforming what was once a tranquil island into a veritable hell on earth. Rocks, how dare you appear today? I shall slay you here, Steelbone Kong bellowed, his fury propelling him forward like a man possessed, joining forces with another naval admiral to launch an offensive against Rocks. The chaos of robbery and murder among pirates is hardly surprising. It is but a reflection of the natural order of a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak perish at the hands of the strong. The demise of these ruffians is merely a consequence of their insufficient might, an immutable rule established since time immemorial. Unfazed, Rocks wielded his iron fist and charged ahead. Ultimately, it is challenging to adopt a singular perspective on this conflict. While Steelbone Kong's rage is understandable, Rocks' actions are devoid of humanity. Nevertheless, Rocks' assertion holds merit. It is indeed a world where the strong prey upon the weak, albeit with a degree of ruthlessness that is hard to justify. The battle among the three figures became the most striking spectacle on the battlefield. However, there was another scene that was equally captivating, rivaling the fierce clash of Rocks and his comrades. "Zephyr, I will slay you," roared the furious Whitebeard, his eyes ablaze with rage. Like a rabid dog, he engaged Zephyr in a brutal melee, employing swordsmanship. the powers of the devil fruit, martial arts, and hockey. Disregarding the toll on his body, each strike was delivered with full force, each move a lethal assault. As for Karp, his opponent appeared somewhat overconfident. "Damn it, you bastards. I will avenge Wagner," he shouted with fervent anger. Yet, the owner of these words was being mercilessly pummeled by Karp's iron fists. Nevertheless, the roar of fury never ceased, as its owner fought back with all his might. "Return, my dear friend," he bellowed. A resounding roar echoed, reminiscent of a dragon's cry. Dragons, revered in countless mythologies, are beings of immense power, capable of soaring through the skies and commanding winds and rains. When this dragon's roar rang out, it sent a tremor through everyone present, compelling them to turn their gazes towards the source, revealing a massive azure dragon, stretching beyond the horizon. A dragon? How is this possible? Karp's heart raced as he witnessed the foolish young man before him unleash a deafening roar, soaring into the sky, transforming into a colossal azure dragon. Above, countless dark clouds and lightning erupted, as if paying homage to the legendary beast or heralding its magnificent arrival. Well, Kaido seems to be doing quite well for himself, remarked Charlotte Linlin, her eyes gleaming as she gazed at the dragon in the sky. Indeed, this devil fruit was one of her prized possessions, and her most cherished treasure. The Zoan-type fish fruit, mythical beast, azure dragon form. A premier Zoan-type devil fruit. Its formidable nature undoubtedly ranks among the most powerful in the world. This potent fruit not only significantly enhances the physical strength of its user, but also grants the ability to soar through the skies and manipulate wind and fire. However, these abilities were merely the potential of the devil fruit before awakening. If Kaido were to truly unleash its maximum potential, an even greater level of power would not be out of reach. Oh, an azure dragon? Rock smirked slightly. Kaido's strength was already formidable. Though he had yet to reach the level of captain, what he lacked was simply time. This devil fruit would undoubtedly accelerate his training immensely. And the Rock's pirates were about to gain yet another terrifying powerhouse. All the pirates present were astonished, their faces reflecting envy as they gazed at the colossal figure soaring in the sky, the dragon's form partially revealed through the clouds, exuding a magnificent and terrifying aura that hinted at the dominance of the Beast King. "Roar, you damned navy, you have slain my dear friend. This grudge will not end until one of us is dead," Kaido thundered, his voice filled with rage. Suddenly, the dragon's head emerged from the clouds. Its fierce visage twisted with a menacing snarl. It opened its massive jaws wide, and a terrifying heat began to gather in its throat, preparing to unleash devastation. The next moment, an explosion resounded. On this day, the name Kaido reverberated throughout the world, as the tale spread that he had single-handedly succeeded in injuring the esteemed Marine Vice Admiral, Iron Fist Garp. Of course, when messages are conveyed among individuals, discrepancies are to be expected. In any case, this fierce clash, where both sides unleashed their full might, did not endure for long. After 2 days and a night of intense combat on that unfortunate little island, both parties withdrew with remarkable synchronicity. The only noteworthy detail was that the formidable black-armed Zephyr sustained grievous wounds, his body marred by the furious scars left by Whitebeard. Yet, one must acknowledge the prowess of those in the news industry. Despite the Marines sealing off the island, they managed to infiltrate and capture numerous breathtaking photographs. The dilapidated town succeeded in halting the ambitions of countless dreamers, leading them to sell their pirate ships, originally intended for voyages, in exchange for funds that would be better spent sharing moments with family. After all, no one wishes to embark on a journey only to return for a final farewell. In this era dominated by pirates, the events transpiring on this island acted as a solitary speed bump. Although seemingly inconsequential, they undeniably caused a brief pause in the relentless march of time. A pebble cast into the vast ocean stirs but a trivial ripple. Similarly, in Elbaf, the so-called greatest warrior of Warrior Village, Asace, found himself ensnared by such sentiments. Damn it, is the disparity truly this immense? A wry smile crept across Asace's lips. His once proud technique barely held its ground beneath the shadow of that colossal mountain, which loomed over him with an irresistible psychological weight. To make matters worse, that young rascal displayed not a hint of fatigue upon his visage. How is this possible? In truth, Wagner is not as at ease as he appears. His expression remains tranquil, yet the muscles within him are taut to their utmost limit, enabling him to exert dominion over the earth. However, the burden of harnessing the powers awakened by his devil fruit takes a toll on his body, each second consuming his stamina. Yet, who can deny the vast reserves of energy he possesses? He is no longer the infant who has just learned to walk. He has now mastered the art of running. As the saying goes, running with the wind grants one the freedom of direction, and even his formidable physique is imbued with the might of thunder and lightning. Ha ha ha. The strength of the mountains is an undeniable force of life. Aces, you have bestowed upon me countless surprises, and I am truly grateful for your unique techniques. Suddenly, a peculiar smile graced Wagner's face as he forcefully pressed down with his right hand, commanding the colossal mountain as if casting forth a massive boulder. Without Wagner's control, the weighty mountain plummeted downward, its towering height reaching well beyond 1,000 meters, weighing far more than mere tens of millions of tons. The residual power of his hockey was dissipating, but that process requires time. Come forth and witness who is mightier. Aces roared suddenly, the sound echoing like the pounding of his own heart. The blood coursing through his veins surged swiftly, pumping into his heart, bestowing greater strength upon his physical form. In that moment, all the giant warriors who had gathered nearby seemed to recall the dread they once felt under Aces' command. This man possesses a divine power that instills dread in those around him. The term innate divine strength is not unfamiliar. Among humanity, there occasionally emerge such prodigious beings. Although the giant race is scarce in number, exceptional individuals are not entirely absent, and Aces is one such man. Divine power. At long last, this ability is about to be unveiled. Aces' ultimate form, the divine giant, the mightiest of men, the most formidable of strengths. How exhilarating. The rhythm of the war drums resonates with the heartbeat of Aces, suddenly conjuring an overwhelming aura of impending battle. Through relentless effort, his assault persevered until the moment the mountain's armed hockey dissipated. In that fleeting second, the agile spear of the god of war swiftly shattered the earth upon the mountain, which, after all, is not a true peak and cannot rival its hardness. Yet, even so, dismantling it was not a feat Aces could accomplish in mere seconds. At that moment, however, all eyes were drawn to a particular detail. Nearby, Wagner, that young lad, had inexplicably acquired his staff enveloped in armed hockey. What was his intention? In the next instant, the pupils of all giants contracted sharply as they beheld the familiar motion. Wagner, staff in hand, stepped forward with his left foot. His body slightly bent, the black staff being swung behind him as he gathered immense energy. This is impossible. The elder of the warrior village's expression shifted dramatically. Shock was accompanied by a flush of excitement on his face. He could not be mistaken about this posture. He was absolutely certain. Ha ha ha. Aces, be cautious. The stance adopted by Wagner was all too familiar. A few quick-witted giants instantly reacted, their hearts racing with disbelief. The self-important warriors were equally taken aback. While the average villagers might have needed a moment to comprehend, these warriors were awakened in an instant. They were intimately familiar with this stance, a technique that countless giants took pride in, a goal pursued by many warriors throughout their lives. What a terrifying talent! To grasp such a technique in merely a few battles? I, for one, took a full 9 years. Aces wore a bitter expression, gritting his teeth as he forced more power into his arms. His skin began to crack, crimson blood flowing forth, and his towering body emitted a mournful cry. Forcing himself to transcend his limits inflicted damage upon his body. To return to his former state would require at least a year of rest. This is a high-stakes gamble, where Aces yearns for a direct confrontation with his opponent, exerting every ounce of his strength, even if it results in defeat. He refuses to be subdued by the adversary's techniques, passively watching himself fall. Come forth, Edward Rosdy Wagner. Unleash your full power, and grant me the utmost respect befitting a warrior by seeking to vanquish me. With his last reserves of strength, Aces violently lifted his warhammer, striking a pose mirroring Wagner's, a terrifying aura coalescing around him, tinged with a hint of tragic foreboding. Ha ha. Even without your prompting, I would do the same, Wagner exclaimed, his gaze reflecting a vague, inscrutable emotion, his lips curling into a confident smile. Even as the intensity of the energy he was gathering slowed slightly. This was a duel between men, and he aimed to offer his opponent as much fairness as possible. Both warriors were exhausting their strength for one final strike, wagering their very lives. The onlookers, giant villagers, held their breath, not daring to exhale. For they had discerned the essence of this final contest and felt the resolute determination radiating from these two fighters. As mere spectators, they had no authority to voice their thoughts. All they could offer were fervent, rhythmic beats of their war drums. Roar, 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 roar. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. It could have been a minute or an hour. The energies of the two warriors shifted in an almost telepathic synchronicity, escalating from tender shoots to the legendary sword bamboo that cleaves the heavens. Ha, Wagner, are you ready? Ha. I've been ready for ages. Bring it on, Aces. They exchanged glances, rivals yet revealing smiles akin to old friends, as the drumbeats swelled in intensity. In the next moment, Elbaf's spear. Two colossal roars echoed as both warriors swung their weapons in unison. Accompanied by the thunderous drums of war, two fearsome waves of slashing energy surged forth, threatening to obliterate everything in their wake. In an instant, the world seemed to plunge into a profound silence, causing the audience to lose their hearing, followed by a blinding flash of light akin to a radiant sun, rendering them devoid of their senses. After a prolonged silence, the stillness was shattered by a cataclysmic explosion. An indescribable force instantaneously rent the earth asunder, transforming the entire square into a desolate ruin. A massive crater, approximately 100 meters in diameter and 20 meters deep, had formed at the center, the lingering energy in the air stimulating the senses of the gathered crowd. At the heart of that chasm, two blood-soaked figures remained defiantly standing, their conditions far exceeding mere descriptions of tragedy. Asace's right arm hung limply, his chest deeply caved in, while his legs buckled under immense pain, causing him to kneel involuntarily. The tremendous energy had ravaged half of his face, exposing sinewy muscle beneath, and the war hammer he had gripped so fiercely was now reduced to a mere handle. Cast aside in exhaustion, Wagner was in a similarly dire state. A peak warrior's ultimate strike was no trifling matter. His upper garments lay in tatters, revealing a chest marred by an injury reminiscent of a cannon's explosion, with a deep gash on his left shoulder that cleanly severed the bone beneath. Furthermore, his thigh bore wounds that rendered him acutely aware of every agonizing moment. Each at this indeed constitutes the most solemn and sacred words exchanged among warriors. This signifies absolute reverence, and likewise, it denotes submission. Wagner, Asace began, eager to inquire whether the other had thoroughly contemplated his decision. Indeed, he held a fondness for this individual and harbored aspirations of leading him to the sea. However, in his perspective, there must be something sufficiently enticing for this man, along with ample rewards. Only then could he secure this formidable giant aboard his vessel. Yet, upon witnessing the other's deeply bowed posture, he fell silent. To pose such a question would be an affront to this proud warrior. "Are you prepared?" Wagner softly inquired. "In the name of the warrior, I am ever ready." Asace replied without hesitation. This is his choice. In the essence of this little demon, he glimpsed a future unlike any other. A subtle voice within him urged that by following this little demon, he could tread the path to unparalleled strength. Thus, he acted without hesitation. Ha ha ha. The journey ahead promises to be anything but tranquil. 3 days later, they arrived at General Town, one of the largest settlements of the giant clan, Elbaf. This place is the homeland of Janaf Liangu, the commander of the Elbaf giant legion and one of the 4 war gods. The town is renowned due to the presence of this war deity, earning its name General in honor of Liangu. Its level of prosperity undoubtedly ranks among the top 3 in all of Elbaf. General Town is home to a multitude of highly skilled artisans, whose crafted weapons are fervently desired by warriors throughout Elbaf. Countless fighters flock here daily. Moreover, this town boasts the largest coliseum in all of Elbaf. Ha ha ha. What a thriving place this is. I can already sense the presence of countless formidable auras. The giant warriors here are sure to provide me with newfound pleasures. Wagner inhaled deeply, utterly captivated. The air in this town was suffused with a fervent energy, a manifestation of the life force emanating from the giant warriors. As fervent as the blazing sun, akin to a gentle maiden casting flirtatious glances at Wagner, an irresistible temptation. This is the homeland of countless warriors, the cradle of the strong, General Town. Asace's gaze became entranced. Ever since that battle, he had lain in bed for 2 full days. Thanks to his formidable recovery abilities and the abundance of precious herbs provided by the elder, he had nearly healed from his injuries. Without time for further rest, he and Wagner eagerly bid farewell to the villagers of Warrior Village and embarked on a journey that took an entire day to reach this place. Prior to this, he had seldom ventured beyond the village, having only sparred with warriors from a neighboring settlement. The strongest individual he had encountered was likely the elder during his childhood. However, upon arriving here, he was struck by the vastness of the world. Since their entrance into the town, it seemed that every 2 steps they took, they encountered a proud giant warrior, and every 10 steps, they met a giant of significant strength. Along the way, he had already come across 4 warriors whose auras were almost on par with his own, some even slightly stronger. This scenario left him, a fledgling warrior, utterly astonished and exhilarated. If he could defeat these formidable foes, his strength would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap. One was Wagner, a youth of extraordinary power, and the other was Ausace, who, though undefeated in his village, had seldom encountered the world beyond. The two individuals appeared as if they had just stepped into the city for the first time, wandering left and right. Fortunately, Ausace was indeed a fully grown giant, and the two soon found a modest inn to settle down in. Their primary objective was to venture to the Colosseum in General Town, where they would continuously challenge opponents to enhance their prowess. Simultaneously, they needed to earn money through combat to sustain their daily expenses. It is worth noting that, aside from establishing their temporary residence, Wagner also made a special trip to a shop, hoping to procure a communication beetle capable of linking to the outside world. Regrettably, even in a town like General Town, he was unable to locate a store that sold such devices. According to the shopkeeper, they primarily offered everyday necessities and potions suitable for warriors. As for the communication beetles, they simply did not stock them. With no success, Wagner could only place his hopes on their next destination, the capital, while striving to conclude their battles here as swiftly as possible. The following day, after a night filled with silence, Wagner and his companion rose early. After washing up and having breakfast, they eagerly made their way to the Colosseum. The Glory Colosseum of General Town, the largest of its kind in all of Elbaf, bore a resemblance to the ancient Roman arenas. However, it appeared even more grand and imposing, with its lion-like entrance and grayish walls exuding an air of antiquity. The decorative, weathered weaponry seemed to roar, declaring to the world the indomitable spirit of their former masters. As the two entered, their eyes widened in awe. The decor, the powerful giants bustling around them, and the distant sound of battle drums stirred their blood, igniting an insatiable desire to step into the arena for a fierce contest. The registration process for participation concluded swiftly, not due to the efficiency of the giant handling it, but because it merely required a name to be submitted. As they were all compatriots of the warrior clan, there was no need for identification verification, simply stating their names was sufficient. And the Colosseum officials provided them with unique identification numbers. The battles in the arena consisted of chaotic skirmishes involving 15 giants. With simple rules, the victor was the last warrior standing, and each defeat garnered 5 gold coins. The champion, in addition to the prize for victory, typically earned around 50 gold coins, Elbaf's common currency. For context, a typical Sea King could be purchased for a mere 2 gold coins. Warriors held a prestigious status here, earning more than any other profession, which was understandable given their high expenses for weaponry maintenance and the essential high-energy food they required daily. Not to mention the occasional need for rare medicinal herbs when injured. Without sufficient funds, who would dare to risk their life in combat? Wagner and his companion quickly received their identification numbers, 10086 and 10087, and without hesitation, they signed up for the nearest upcoming match. It seemed to be fate's design. Wagner successfully registered and would face his first opponent in 20 minutes, while Ausace's match was scheduled for an hour later. For giants engaging in physical combat, half an hour was indeed ample time. Time slipped away quietly, and soon, under the brief yet spirited commentary of the giant announcer, the 15 giants were ready at their respective entrances. Wagner spotted his upcoming adversaries, who exchanged friendly smiles with him, though behind those smiles lay an intense and formidable aura. Except for Wagner, the other 14 giants were seasoned veterans of the Colosseum. Some bore bare torsos adorned with grand capes, while others donned heavy armor that shielded their chests completely. Each of them wielded a variety of weapons, sharp blades, fearsome battle axes, and blood-stained spiked clubs that exuded an intimidating presence. Finally, the grand gates before Wagner slowly opened, and a blinding ray of sunlight poured in, heralding a future filled with ardor. Dear residents and esteemed warriors from afar, welcome to the Glory Colosseum. Here lies the paradise of combat, where every warrior's aspiration for honor shall be fulfilled. So, warriors, offer your hearts. The eloquent host exerted all his charisma, fervently energizing the atmosphere. His words resonated with the audience, who erupted in roars of approval, rhythmically beating the war drums in tribute to each valiant warrior. Truly, this was Elbaf at its finest. Wagner's eyes sparkled with a fervent haze as he greedily inhaled the air of the arena, feeling his blood boil with excitement. Not only he, but the other 14 warriors also flushed with exhilaration, each emitting roars of battle cries in honor of glory, ready to unleash their full strength against their foes. Cheer for the warriors. Let the cheers resound, the host declared before setting aside his microphone and grasping a massive warhammer. In the next moment, he struck it forcefully against a nearby golden bell, its piercing tone signaling the commencement of battle. Roar. Come at me. Wagner charged forward like a wild stallion, casually targeting the nearest giant. His armed aura enveloped his hands, fingers clenched like cannonballs. "You shall not escape my wrath, young warrior." The giant laughed heartily, recognizing Wagner's swift approach, yet he was not slow himself. As Wagner leaped high, his blackened fist poised to strike the giant's head. The opponent swiftly tilted his head to the left and sidestepped, showcasing his vast combat experience. Before Wagner could react, the giant swung his spiked club downward, without hesitation. How fast? Wagner's pupils constricted. This giant was undoubtedly the swiftest he had encountered since arriving in Elbaf. The opponent's evasive maneuvers were cunning, and the force of the attack was terrifying, the glimmering spiked club descending with the intent to crush his skull. The spectators erupted in fervent roars, their excitement palpable. Who would have thought that this newcomer to the arena would be unfortunate enough to face Wolfgang Cherov, the undefeated champion of the Colosseum? Cherov had participated in 406 battles, achieving an astounding 341 victories. His might was unrivaled among the 15 contenders. The commentators' words flowed like rapid gunfire, adeptly engaging the audience's enthusiasm. An audacious newcomer confronting the legendary champion. Though somewhat kitsch, it was a spectacle all relished. What a blunder. In the face of danger, Wagner suddenly grinned, revealing his sharp fangs, which sparked a flicker of unease within Cherov. This fresh visage exuded an aura reminiscent of bloodshed and carnage. Armament. With a low growl, Wagner enveloped his dual horns in a pitch-black hockey, transforming them into elongated, spear-like appendages. In an instant, his horns clashed against Cherov's spiked club. How is this possible? Cherov gasped, feeling an overwhelming recoil surging through his hands, accompanied by an indomitable force that propelled his weapon from his grasp. The sheer might compelled his massive frame to stagger backward, barely dissipating the overwhelming energy. Such a bloody aura. Young warrior, how many lives have you claimed? Cherov inquired, his senses assailed by the scent of blood. The onlooking warriors instinctively slowed their actions, recognizing Cherov's superior prowess and acknowledging the formidable challenge posed by this seemingly insignificant adversary. You are indeed a warrior of great strength. I am no less formidable. However, from certain perspectives, being a warrior is merely a sideline for me. I am, after all, a pirate traversing the vast seas. Wagner grinned menacingly, invigorated by the challenge presented before him. This powerful warrior had ignited his competitive spirit. While his opponent was indeed potent, he was merely comparable to Aces. 20 minutes later, the arena lay in ruins, and of the 14 giant warriors, the mightiest, Cherov, had fallen to the ground. Moreover, victorious in battle, Wagner had also dispatched several other combatants. Before him now stood only one peculiar giant, a sight to behold. This giant stands apart from the ordinary warrior, lacking the fierce aura characteristic of the proud fighters. Instead, he exudes an extraordinary calmness and gentleness. Though not particularly tall, reaching merely 11 meters, his skin is strikingly fair, and his visage could be described as handsomely refined. However, his physique resembles that of a demonic bodybuilder. The weapon he wields is peculiar, a dagger that is entirely incongruous with the typical giant's armament. Unbelievably, this newcomer to our arena has triumphed with an invincible presence, vanquishing one seasoned opponent after another. His prowess is truly awe-inspiring. He is a genuine warrior, and now, he faces but a single adversary before him. The commentator was equally astonished, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Yet, he did not forget his duty, and with excitement, he began to narrate fervently. However, when his gaze fell upon the giant standing before Wagner, his expression noticeably stiffened. Before this young warrior stood a rather unique combatant. The commentator's demeanor became awkward, and some seasoned spectators revealed understanding looks. This warrior was indeed an old figure. Plas, the gentle warrior, one of the most peculiar fighters, had participated in no less than 320 battles. Strangely, he had neither won nor lost a single one. The commentator's voice reached Wagner's ears. Suddenly, a knowing smile appeared on his blood-stained face, and his tightly clenched fist gradually relaxed. Looking at the imposing giant before him, who exuded a comforting aura, he slowly spoke. Possessing immense strength yet harboring a gentler heart, you would even hesitate to harm your opponent. The dagger in your hand is merely a means to urge them to cease resistance, isn't it? Don't you feel weary? Such simple words caused a shiver to run through Plas. A bitter sensation suddenly flooded his mouth as he gazed at Wagner's clear eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. Although it was their first encounter, and they had merely exchanged glances, why did this individual before him exhibit such an expression? I understand that feeling well. You must be exhausted, right? Wagner took a step forward, under the perplexed gaze of the onlookers, and continued, "We are alike, despite yearning for kindness within. The burdens we bear often crush our spirits, forcing us to confront the very things we despise. I too once wore such a pained expression, suffering greatly but unable to yield. This damned affliction truly leaves one feeling helpless." Ploss could not help but reveal a bittersweet smile. He was bewildered by how the other had gleaned such insights and cared not to know. He was a gentle giant who cherished peace. Yet, his combat prowess was astonishing. Not only was he endowed with innate strength, but his skin was also tougher than that of ordinary giants. He could master intricate techniques that would take others ages to comprehend within mere days, yet he had no interest in battle. However, he had a sister. His sister had been frail since childhood, and although she belonged to the giant race, she stood less than 7 meters tall, displaying none of the giant traits. She appeared as fragile as a sheet of paper, a fair beauty confined to her bed, struggling to care for herself. He had consulted countless physicians, only to learn that his sister suffered from a rare congenital disease, which severely weakened her body. It not only rendered her frail, but also significantly shortened her lifespan. Thankfully, being of the giant race, she might live a few decades longer than an ordinary human, who would be fortunate to reach 50. For the sake of his sister, Ploss had no choice but to take up arms and fight. With his formidable strength, he earned substantial wealth from each battle, yet he remained true to his principles, unwilling to take lives. Thus, his gentle moniker was born. Ha ha ha. Wagner suddenly burst into laughter, his eyes shining as he regarded the gentle giant. He extended his right hand. "What I wish to convey is that with your burdens, become my companion. The healing arts of Elbaf are limited. Across the vast seas lie countless skilled healers who may alleviate your concerns." In an instant, Ploss seemed to glimpse a ray of hope. How warm that light felt. His sister had already reached 140 years of age, and according to the giant race's lifespan of over 300 years, she could endure no more than 4 decades at best. The thought of losing someone so gentle, even to an opponent, was unbearable. This outstretched hand appeared to beckon him towards salvation. The surrounding spectators were utterly bewildered. What had transpired? What began as a passionate duel had transformed into a scene where one warrior sought to recruit another as a companion. Such occurrences were rare in Elbaf. A proud warrior would seldom follow another. Yet, the present situation was different. It was a hand of redemption. Perhaps Ploss's only opportunity in his lifetime. He had to take a chance. "Then, I shall rely on you in the days to come, my esteemed companion." Ploss bowed his head, though he did not proclaim a sacred vow like Ausace. Wagner felt no need to press for such a declaration. He was already satisfied with this level of commitment from their first meeting. As for the pledge of loyalty, that would come in time. Ha ha ha. How rude of me. I almost forgot to introduce myself. Remember this, I am Edward Rosti Wagner, grandson of the war god Rosti Ackle. A simple declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd, eyes widening in astonishment as they fixated on the robust figure in the arena's center. The grandson of the war god? A descendant of that legendary figure. Ploss was equally taken aback. He glanced at the composed Wagner and felt a slight sense of relief. Indeed, Wagner did not seek to flaunt his lineage. For the simple-minded giants, the heritage of the war god was enough to quell many of their worries. Ha. It seems the warrior I align myself with possesses extraordinary ambitions. Ausace on the stands wore a knowing smile, recalling Wagner's previous discussions about future plans. His robust form would involuntarily tremble with excitement. The onlooking giants felt a tinge of disappointment. The situation was now clear. This duel was destined to end without a victor, as the kneeling giant had already paid his respects to the young warrior before him. In this fierce battle, Wagner successfully established his reputation, not solely due to his formidable prowess, but also his identity and unique charisma, all of which resonated throughout General Town. Moreover, Assis, who accompanied Wagner, caught the attention of the local residents. A mere lad from a rural village possessed a strength that could rival even the top contenders within General Town. A demigod of war, an elite warrior, a gentle yet indomitable giant. This combination seemed rather peculiar. In a narrow alley of General Town lay the humble abode of Prowess and his sister. However, today, this modest home was unusually lively. "Hey, Assis, can you hurry up?" "No way. I just grilled the meat. You can't expect me to have so much meat vanish in an instant." "Ha. That bit of meat hardly amounts to 2 tons, barely enough to get stuck in my teeth. Oh, and later, bring me a ton of milk." "Damn, I can't believe this. A warrior drinking milk instead of ale? What can I say? I'm not of age yet." In the small courtyard, Wagner sat at the dining table. ravenously devouring the food before him. Not far away in the kitchen, two robust giants were busily engaged in their culinary endeavors, their movements a blur. Yet, despite the commotion, Wagner would occasionally urge them on. Damn it, Prowess. Can't we just dine out instead of showcasing your cooking skills? Now I'm stuck doing the labor. Assis, while brushing sauce onto the grilled meat, continued to grumble, while Prowess wore an embarrassed smile, glancing at the dwindling ingredients with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Goodness, that is 30 tons of meat and 10 tons of vegetables. 7 days, 31 matches, and not a single defeat. A pair of iron fists showcased their immense power before countless giants as Wagner vanquished opponent after opponent, his laughter echoing like a bell tolling for the vanquished. His twin horns seemed to have become synonymous with the devil himself. Truth be told, the warriors of General Town were not formidable enough to elate Wagner. After all, it was merely an ordinary town. Perhaps there were some strong individuals, but they were undoubtedly on a path to seek greater strength. Nonetheless, Wagner had gained invaluable combat experience from the many battles in the arena, and at one moment, he achieved a deeper understanding of his own power. Alas, it appears there's nothing worth lingering over in this town. It's time to embark on our next journey. Reclining in the courtyard of Prowess's home, Wagner sighed softly. Casting a glance at Assis and Prowess, who were diligently working in the kitchen, the camaraderie between the two had flourished since their arrival. Moreover, since coming here, Assis had only participated in 6 matches, spending the majority of his time alongside Prowess. It must be said that Prowess's innate combat talent was truly astonishing. His understanding of his own strength enlightened both Wagner and Assis. This gentle giant finally revealed his prowess before them. It would not be an exaggeration to say that. Even while holding back, he could contend evenly with Assis. Wagner, wash your hands. It's time to eat. Assis brought the prepared food to the table, while Prowess wheeled out his sister, Una. She was a striking giantess with alabaster skin that bordered on ethereal. A classic oval face devoid of the robust muscles typical of her kin, enchanting fox-like eyes, and a delicate nose. Truly a vision of fragile beauty. The atmosphere at the table remained joyous as Wagner observed Assis hurriedly devouring his food, fearful of losing the chance to eat, while Prowess gently served his sister. Suddenly, Wagner set down his chopsticks. What's wrong? Is the food not to your liking? Prowess inquired, puzzled, as today's meal was no different from previous days. Not at all. I simply have something of great importance to discuss with you all. Wagner squinted, slowly revealing his decision to leave for the capital. The others fell silent. Assis exhaled deeply. Indeed, while the opponents here were decent, the pace of improvement was rather slow. But are you prepared? The warriors in the capital are monsters. Although our strengths may be comparable, their combat experience and training methods far surpass ours. Perhaps among the towering legions, we would merely be considered ordinary soldiers amidst 100,000. What awaits us may be a series of crushing defeats. Isn't that a good thing? Wagner's calm words startled the others. To seek strength through the path of failure? To taste tears in the wake of defeat and transform the dissatisfaction within into the flame of motivation, propelling oneself forward? Just as expected of you. As your follower, I have no objections. Assis laughed heartily, raising a cup and downing its contents in one go. Prowess's face displayed a hint of hesitation. Due to his sister's condition, he could not leave, and moreover, he had no fondness for battle. I understand your predicament, Prowess. You stay here to care for your sister. Once we complete our training, we shall return to seek you out, and then we will journey to the sea together. From certain perspectives, Wagner still possessed a childlike innocence. For if he were truly an adult, he would never make the following decision. Suddenly, Wagner produced a small box from within his garments. The exterior was exquisitely crafted, made from the finest materials, and had remained with him even in the depths of the ocean, tucked securely in his inner pocket. The contents within were treasures that would surely drive countless individuals into a frenzy. Prowess, this is a gift for you. Wagner handed the small box to Prowess, who took it curiously before slowly opening it. What emerged was a peculiar fruit, predominantly green, adorned with intricate patterns, yet remarkably smooth to the touch. Prowess examined it with intrigue, holding it before his eyes. What is this? Prowess asked, perplexed. This is a treasure from the sea. Surely you've witnessed my strange ability to transform into animals? This power stems from a unique treasure known as the devil fruit, classified into various types. Wagner elaborated in great detail about the characteristics of the devil fruits, and at last, he unveiled the true nature of this particular fruit. A paramecia-type barrier fruit, renowned for its absolute defense, Combining your gentleness with indestructible capabilities will surely allow you to protect all that you wish to safeguard. Plas was taken aback by these words, his entire body trembling as he lowered his head, gazing in astonishment at the small fruit in his hand. From Magna's remarks, he instinctively grasped just how precious this devil fruit truly was. Such a valuable item, freely bestowed upon him despite his failure to express unwavering loyalty, was a testament to immense trust. Children, with their still maturing minds, may understand the art of winning hearts, yet they often choose not to employ it. Following their own instincts, giving when they wish to give, withholding when they do not. What is inherently wrong with sharing precious treasures with friends? Such a notion, almost naively amusing, brought a slight moisture to the eyes of this centenarian giant. Seemingly resolved, he suddenly knelt on one knee. I, General Jeunesse Warrior Plas, swear by the spirit of a soldier that I shall offer my heart today to the esteemed warrior Edward Rosdy Wagner. Under the witness of the divine, I pledge my lifelong allegiance to him. Sincerity, after all, is the most potent weapon one can wield. Wagner did not act alone in this. Many have followed suit. Wagner smiled, quickly helping the kneeling Plas to his feet, while Aussay silently observed the scene. As for the devil fruit, he held little interest. Firstly, he preferred to rely on his own untainted strength. Secondly, the fruit's characteristics, despised by the sea, did not appeal to him. Yet, today was destined to be a joyous occasion, for henceforth, both in public and private, Plas would become a trusted companion. Hey, Aussay, I have another devil fruit here. A powerful Zoan-type mythical beast fruit. Would you care to experience its power? Me? I think not. I have no interest in such things. Absolute power is what I yearn for. Moreover, if we set sail in the future, having only so-called landlubbers on board simply won't do. Aussay proved to be quite the pragmatic thinker. By the way, are you certain this path leads to the Elbaf Royal Palace? I feel as though we've seen this tree 11 times already. Bastard, are you doubting me? I am Aussay, the human compass. Just follow me. The Titan city of Elbaf was an immense metropolis, its area comparable to 2 Dressrosas. It loomed like a colossal beast upon the earth, and among its inhabitants, nearly 7 out of 10 were warriors. Strength was the currency of this city. Any proud giant warrior, even from the most remote countryside, would earn respect here. There were no insipid signs of wealth, nor greedy guards demanding tolls. Instead, the city was filled with towering buildings, many reaching heights tenfold that of ordinary human dwellings. This, however, posed a challenge for outsiders. They easily became lost. Hey, old man, why did you move your stall here again? Are you that fast? After wandering for over 2 hours, Wagner and Aussay gazed in wonder at the fruit vendor before them, whose appearance was quite distinctive. They recalled the bulging muscles of the elderly man, their minds racing with possibilities. Could it be that this elder is a legendary master? Upon first sight, he recognized us as prodigies, and after hesitating, he sought us out. The two wore expressions of foolish admiration, envisioning themselves as future top-tier warriors. Ah, young men, might I suggest that perhaps I have always been here, and it is you two who are lost? Wagner and Aussay replied in unison, impossible. I am a warrior with an impeccable sense of direction. How could I be lost? Aussay felt somewhat embarrassed, for while his claim of being a human compass was true, he only remembered one phrase: north is up, south is down, west is left, east is right. Oh yes, yes. You merely walked from my stall to the southern, western, eastern, and then northern parts. The elder's wrinkled yet rosy face bore an insincere smile. He had lived for 310 years, adhering to one principle: never argue with a fool. Under the persuasion of a man with over 3 centuries of experience, Aussay readily accepted the elder's explanation, while Wagner nodded, his expression turning peculiar. Something feels off, doesn't it? Oh well, I'll trust my navigator. Wagner produced a gold coin and purchased 2 enormous fruits. And under the influence of Wagner's charm, the elder eagerly pointed them in the right direction. Gazing down the broadest street of the city, Wagner fell into contemplation. Indeed, a street of this magnitude must lead to the palace. Why venture through narrow alleys? As they strolled along the expansive avenue, while Wagner's demeanor remained odd, Aussay was filled with excitement. Among the throngs of giants, the number of warriors was astonishing. They even spotted soldiers clad in military armor, weapons at their sides, each radiating a formidable aura. Good heavens! Wagner, did you feel that? Among those we've encountered, at least 6 possess greater strength than I. Truly, this is the Titan city, Aussay exclaimed, his enthusiasm rousing the still silent Wagner, who rubbed his aching head and joined in the excitement. After half an hour of walking, They arrived at a gigantic structure devoid of high walls, with only 2 soldiers guarding its entrance. Compared to the surrounding civilian buildings, this edifice was somewhat more refined, yet still modest. There were no opulent designs or envy-inducing extravagance, only a profound, dignified presence. Massive, smooth stones formed this grand construction, resembling a castle, yet lacking the cannons typical of human fortresses. The 2 towering soldiers seemed to be its only guardians. As the weary duo approached, their disheveled appearance caught the attention of the guards. "Hello, is there something you need?" one soldier inquired, gazing at Wagner and Ausace with curiosity. I am Edward Rosdi Wagner, grandson of Rosdi Akar. I have been living in the outside world, and this is my first return. I wish to visit my great-uncle." The moment Wagner finished speaking, the 2 towering giants widened their eyes in astonishment. "What? You are the grandson of the war god Akar? This? You do bear some resemblance, and the rumors. It could very well be true." As elite warriors of the Giant Legion, they had indeed seen Akar's true visage. Upon hearing Wagner's revelation, they scrutinized him closely. Out of respect for their kin, one soldier took a deep breath. Even though the giant race is united, matters like this must be reported. The warriors swiftly entered the palace, while the bored Wagner duo engaged in casual conversation with the remaining warrior. After approximately 5 minutes, a thunderous shout suddenly echoed through the air. This aura, without a doubt, belongs to that scoundrel, Akel's brother. Loki, go and give that rascal a good thrashing." The air was thick with a sense of terror, and the door could swing open at any moment. Before Wagner and his companion could react, a formidable young giant came charging forward, fist raised. "Apologies, cousin, though we have yet to meet. One must never defy grandfather's orders. Be cautious." The young giant's speed was astonishing, and he bore down on them with great ferocity. Wagner's pupils constricted, but soon a grin spread across his face. The reason was simple. He felt no hint of murderous intent. It seemed that his long-unseen uncle intended to use his grandson to gauge his own strength. "Well then, let us proceed." "Ha ha ha. I extend the same greeting to you, cousin." Diamond, Shatter of the Rock. Wagner's and Loki's fists collided with tremendous force, akin to thunder striking the earth. Such incredible might. Loki's eyes widened in shock. At 32 years of age, he was a natural powerhouse, a pride of their grandfather, possessing remarkable talent and an iron will. Despite his youth, he had already approached the threshold of a standard vice admiral in the Navy. Yet, even so, he found himself overpowered. In Loki's eyes, Wagner's fist felt as solid as a mountain. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not budge it even an inch. Suddenly, Wagner flashed a smile, looking at Loki. And with renewed vigor, he struck once more, sending Loki hurtling through the air. Loki's body crashed against the castle wall like a thrown stone, the tremendous force creating a massive crater in the thick stone, the explosive sound instantly drawing the attention of countless residents. In Elbaf, fighting in the streets was strictly forbidden among warriors, and the united giants glared angrily towards the source of the commotion, eager to discover the fool who dared defy their laws. Yet, there was no further development. "What a remarkable lad! Such strength, he truly resembles my elder brother." King Losti of Elbaf exclaimed in astonishment, noting the youthful vigor emanating from this boy, who appeared even younger than his cherished grandson, Loki. How could one so young possess such terrifying power? "I concede, cousin." Wagner displayed a demeanor of modesty, while Loki, embedded in the wall, hastily rose. Embarrassment etched on his face. "Goodness, to meet for the first time and be thoroughly trounced by my cousin? I've lost face in the Shambadi archipelago. Ha ha ha, truly astonishing. Young Wagner, come forth so your uncle can have a proper look." Sparta said joyfully, and Wagner quickly approached, closely examining the face that bore some resemblance to his own. "Indeed, youth can be formidable." Sparta laughed heartily, patting Wagner's shoulder with his broad, calloused hand, evoking a sense of reassurance. "Yes, he is indeed family. Uncle, allow me to introduce my companion, the foremost warrior of the warriors' village, Ausace. He is a most reliable individual," Wagner stated, recalling Ausace's infamous lack of direction, his expression slightly awkward, yet still eager to give his friend the proper recognition. "Noble god of war, King Sparta. The warrior Ausace from the warriors' village sends his greetings." Ausace performed a perfectly executed giant salute, his right arm bending slightly at the elbow, showcasing his robust bicep. The vitality radiating from him filled Sparta with delight. Here was another talent. "Excellent, excellent. Truly a credit to our giant kin. Now, don't stand around. I have prepared a lavish feast for you. Come." Sparta laughed heartily, draping an arm around Wagner's shoulders. leading him into the castle, while Asace respectfully followed. As for Loki, an unfamiliar bitterness crept into his heart, as if some of his cherished affection had been inexplicably diverted. That cannot be. Grandfather still loves me most. Loki reassured himself, hastily trailing behind. Grandfather, wait for me. Sparta suddenly halted, turning his head with an expression of exasperation directed at Loki. The funds for repairing the wall will be deducted from your allowance, you little rascal. You've been neglecting your training, and now you're reaping the consequences. Sparta scoffed, disregarding Loki's wide-eyed astonishment, leading Wagner and Asace to the dining hall with a gentle demeanor. Loki mused, so, love can indeed fade away. No one attended to Loki's woeful expression. Inside the dining hall, Wagner's eyes shimmered with excitement as he attentively absorbed tales of his grandfather's exploits. He learned many things, such as his grandfather being hailed as the mightiest genius of the giants in a millennium, and how his uncle had strived to grow strong, overshadowed by his elder brother. He also discovered that the grandfather, who should have inherited the throne, had become a laid-back figure, leaving the burdens of leadership on his uncle, who toiled tirelessly, never giving up on the thought of one day overpowering his brother. Wagner found the stories exhilarating, while Asace focused on his meal, though his ears perked up in interest. By the way, young lad, you must have returned with a purpose, no? Sparta asked casually, holding a large mug of beer. Indeed, I've returned to train, and according to my plan, I should conclude my training in the land of giants within a month. However, I encountered a naval ambush along the way, sustaining some injuries, which delayed my progress. In the coming days, I shall require my uncle's guidance. Wagner replied calmly, but Sparta suddenly spat out his drink. What? Those wretched Navy scoundrels have no desire to live? How dare they attack a member of our royal family from Elbaf? The audacity! Sparta roared, his face contorted with rage as he addressed Wagner. Dear grandson, you need not concern yourself with this matter. Though pirates in the Navy are natural enemies, things have changed. You have acknowledged your roots. You are a member of our royal family of Elbaf, and this shall not go unpunished. Your uncle shall exact some retribution. At this moment, Wagner truly felt the fortune of having such a formidable uncle. Of course, this was merely a brief interlude. During the meal, the current prince of the giant kingdom, Lostibethru, also came to visit Wagner. The presence of these relatives instilled in Wagner an unparalleled sense of security, and he and Asace settled comfortably within the palace. However, once they departed, Sparta took his seat of authority, while his son Bethru stood respectfully beside him, silently listening as his father recounted all that had befallen young Wagner. Little Wagner's relatives have vanished, and as his family, we naturally bear the duty to nurture his growth. This is something I shouldn't need to elaborate on. You ought to understand, Sparta said with an impassive expression, emanating a regal authority as he leaned back in his chair. Father is correct, that child possesses considerable talent, and we should spare no effort in fostering his abilities. Additionally, regarding the naval assault he faced, we must express our stance. Perhaps we should dispatch soldiers to obliterate a naval outpost as a reminder, Bethru thoughtfully proposed. The giants were exceptionally united, and similarly, they fiercely protected their own. Although the world government has imposed numerous restrictions upon the giant clan, the foundation of a superpower should not be underestimated, merely showcasing a glimpse of strength to the Navy. The world government dares not take any action. Well, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Simultaneously, Wagner's royal status can be publicly proclaimed. Additionally, let us send him the royal cultivation methods. I have a premonition that the twists of fate may soon arrive. Suddenly, Sparta raised his head, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable fervor. The following morning, Wagner arose early. However, upon arriving at the palace's training grounds as agreed, he was astonished to discover his cousin Loki, whom he had previously defeated, donned in a sleek training uniform, adorned with several unevenly shaped weights of deep green hue. Struggling to run step by step, his uncle Sparta, with a stern expression, was urging Loki to increase his speed, concluding with remarks akin to, "Look at Wagner." "Uncle," he exclaimed, "awake? Indeed, from your countenance, I can see your spirit has been restored. I had a restful night. By the way, have you seen that fellow Asace? I just visited his chamber, and he seems to have vanished. Haha, fear not. As your companion, I have arranged a training regimen for him as well. That young lad should be enduring the trials set by the veterans within the Legion now." Sparta chuckled, holding a favorable view of the talented youth. Although Asace was not of royal blood and could not practice the royal secrets alongside Wagner, he had still placed him within the giant legion, entrusting the training to the legion's general. "Go on, start with some morning exercises. I have prepared weights for you over there." strap them onto yourself, and run freely," Sparta said with a smile. Yet, Wagner appeared somewhat dismissive. His physical prowess was remarkable. In his regular training, he often bound himself with weights made of sea stone. Such training was familiar to him. Wagner confidently approached, yet unbeknownst to him, a peculiar smile appeared on Sparta's face. "Ah, young lad, quite confident in your strength, are we? It seems you have yet to experience the harshness of reality." Under Sparta's watchful gaze, Wagner nonchalantly extended his hand to bind the largest weight before him, only to have his expression shift dramatically in the next moment. Despite exerting 30% of his strength, the weight seemed rooted to the ground, showing no sign of budging whatsoever. How is this even possible? Haha, foolish little brat, have you bitten off more than you can chew? It is no exaggeration to say that these weights are infused with the most advanced technology of our Elbaf. The metals used to create these burdens have undergone countless compressions. So it is time to take this seriously, Sparta declared with an air of pride, while Loki, exhausted to the point of resembling a dog, managed a faint smile. Under their watchful gaze, Wagner felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite his youth, he swiftly strapped the weights onto himself, feeling as if he had shouldered a heavy mountain. Haha. Go on, little one. Run with all your might. Do not concern yourself with the number of laps. Just remember to push yourself until you faint. Truly, the training methods of the formidable giants are nothing short of extreme. Wagner's mouth gaped open, as if he wished to voice a protest, yet in the next moment, he acquiesced to Sparta's directive. After all, he was family. Since his great-uncle had suggested this approach, he would simply comply. With his heavy frame in tow, Wagner dashed onto the track without hesitation. Though the protrusions of the weights caused him some discomfort, he exerted every ounce of effort, running lap after lap, tirelessly like a machine. Gradually, beads of sweat began to seep from his towering physique, and his ability to manage his weight began to wane. Shallow pits appeared one after another on the training ground, each filled with glistening droplets of sweat. What is happening here? Time slipped away unnoticed until the sun had risen high in the sky. Wagner's stamina was nearly depleted, sprinting under the burden of a heavy mountain. The strength within his muscles had been nearly exhausted. Just as his pace began to falter, a mysterious sensation surged within him, akin to a refreshing breeze sweeping over his weary body. This current of energy once again bestowed upon Wagner a modicum of feeble strength, subtly observed in his robust legs. In that fleeting moment, he unconsciously experienced a slight expansion. Even a superpower, regardless of its admiration for martial valor, could never afford to neglect the development of technology. Unlike other nations that prioritize the research of technological weaponry, Elbaf focuses on harnessing the power of technology to assist the human body in transcending its limits, prioritizing the corporeal form while employing technology as a supplementary aid. This distinctive training is reserved solely for royalty and those who have rendered significant contributions to the nation. Wagner, shouted Spartan, who had noticed this scene. Our unique training method, as giants, involves utilizing our inherent strength to surpass the limits of the physical body, to perceive the power within, and to envision it as a flowing current coursing through our being. When any part of your body reaches its limit, channel this flowing energy to invigorate it, forcefully transcend your own boundaries. This is the unique cultivation method of the giant race. Though their physiques may not rival those of the demon clan, their strength is undoubtedly the most formidable in the entire pirate world. Power serves as both weapon and the innate advantage possessed by every giant. For other races, forcefully breaking through their limits is a path to doom. However, for the giants, who boast the strongest power and among the top 3 in physical resilience within the pirate realm, such a method is exceedingly suitable. Wagner, not daring to be negligent, suddenly cleared his mind and began to sense the power flowing within him. For one endowed with armament hockey, this task was quite simple, and indeed, within less than a minute, Wagner successfully tapped into this force, promptly channeling it into his legs. Remarkably, as this energy coursed through his limbs, the uneven weight seemed to serve a unique purpose. The protrusions appeared custom-made for him, perhaps tailored by life itself. Though the irregular bumps caused a slight discomfort in his somewhat inflated legs, they also, miraculously, accelerated the flow of power within him. Accelerate. Push harder. Loki, you little rascal. Everyone harbors their own dreams. Even if dreams are like distant stars, striving with all one's might is far better than doing nothing at all. Spartan watched with excitement as Wagner entered his state, while Loki, seemingly unwilling to concede, had long mastered this power. Fueled by his competitive spirit, the energy within him surged once more. In that moment, he too surpassed his own limits. Spartan observed with a smile, and for an instant, the figures of Wagner and Loki appeared somewhat blurred. Yes, so many years ago, he and his brother had also run with such fervor. The body, the essence of life, is the most wondrous phenomenon in the world. It sustains the existence of the soul, fulfilling the conjectures of wisdom, and its potential is boundless. Even the most elite warriors can never fully unleash the power of their bodies. Yet, this does not mean we should surrender. Wagner, do you understand? Life is the most beautiful firework in existence. Even the simplest organisms know to hunt for survival and to reproduce for the continuation of their kind. While our strength as giants is indeed commendable, it merely signifies that our starting point is higher than others. So, strive on, attempting again and again to transcend your limits, savoring the exhilaration that accompanies the blossoming of life. The master opens the door, but the journey of cultivation lies within oneself. All the essential teachings and methods have already been imparted by your great-uncle. What comes next is solely in your hands. Spartan's words from yesterday still resonate loudly, stirring the blood brought forth by the rain as he slapped the sleeping Wagner awake. Blurrily, Wagner opened his eyes, and as his mind regained clarity, he began to fervently gaze upon the world around him. Here lies a vast, untamed primordial forest. Within the realm of Elbaf, the land of giants, exists a sacred ground, a hallowed place forbidden to all but a select few of the giant kin. It is said to conceal the means by which giants can transcend their limits. Others whisper of it housing the most formidable weapons known to the world, drawing countless elite warriors to its allure. Yet, even the most esteemed nobles seldom possess the privilege to tread upon this sacred soil. Only one kind of individual may enter this realm, the prodigy, the pinnacle of genius. The ancient nation of Elbaf, steeped in a rich heritage that belies its apparent simplicity, guards this so-called forbidden ground as one of its profound treasures, existing solely to forge unparalleled deities of war. Throughout the pirate world, individuals often categorize strength through the ranks of the Marine headquarters. A typical giant warrior may attain the prowess of a rear admiral, while certain leaders approach the threshold of a vice admiral. As for the mightiest warrior of the giant nation, their power undoubtedly rivals that of the admirals. Indeed, it is said that, endowed with the terrifying strength of their kind, their might stands as a superior force even among the ranks of the admirals. This is precisely the reason why the world government harbors trepidation towards this formidable kingdom. With a staggering number of 100,000 vice admirals within the naval headquarters, who would dare provoke such power? A single misstep could obliterate the legacy accumulated over the past 800 years. Yet, the world sees only the might of the giant race, oblivious to the helplessness that lies beneath. It seems that this race was born with such overwhelming strength that it has incited the envy of the heavens. Thus, the prowess of an adult giant can only reach the level of a vice admiral. To ascend further, both extraordinary talent and unwavering determination are indispensable. For an ordinary individual, becoming an admiral is already a daunting challenge, but for the giants to attain such heights, the effort expended is undoubtedly tenfold that of a common person. Ha ha ha. The moniker Cradle of the War God is indeed a fitting appellation. Excitement sparkled in Wagner's eyes as he kicked his sleeping cousin Loki awake. Perhaps spurred on by his cousin's fervor, Loki's dedication now far surpasses that of the past, as they embark on this journey of cultivation together. Huff, cousin, why are you awake so early? Loki groggily stood up, only to discover that his arms were trembling uncontrollably. No wonder grandfather referred to this place as hell. The peculiar gravitational force here is exceedingly discomforting, and my body feels as if it has become 100 times heavier. Trembling, Loki managed to stand upright, wiping the sweat from his brow when his gaze suddenly fell upon Wagner, who was merely a bit out of breath. Truly an extraordinary physique. Loki couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This place is bizarre. The pressure in the air seems to have increased 100-fold compared to the outside world. Under such pressure, moving his own body becomes a Herculean task. This characteristic is inherent to this region, and the giants have even developed technology to enhance this effect, all aimed at forging a resilient war god. To make matters worse, countless powerful beasts thrive here. They appear to have adapted to the pressure of this region, exhibiting strength comparable to that of creatures from the outside world. This is indeed a perilous situation for the two Lokis. Ha ha ha, cousin. You should attempt to channel the energy currents within your body throughout your entire being. Wagner kindly offered this suggestion, a discovery he made quite inadvertently. By enduring immense pressure and forcefully circulating the energy flow within, over time, his body would gradually acclimate to such strain. By Jove, cousin, you are nothing short of a genius. Feeling the increasing ease within his body, Loki could not help but exclaim. However, such a state cannot be sustained for long. Controlling the flow of energy within is exceedingly taxing on one's mental faculties. Yet if normalcy is to be maintained, there is no alternative. A forceful breakthrough. The two exchanged glances, their faces illuminating with radiant smiles. Their journey towards becoming formidable beings was finally commencing. Meanwhile, within the palace of Titan City, Galalala, I sincerely apologize. My son must have caused you considerable trouble. Once again, I express my gratitude to you, esteemed King Sparta. Ha ha, it is I who should be thanking you, Whitebeard. I am immensely grateful for your selfless care of my brother's grandson. Alas, our family has indeed fallen short, allowing young Wagner to endure such a tragic childhood. In the grand hall, before Sparta, a small and exquisite telephone bug was placed. This telephone bug was procured specifically for Wagner, who had conversed with Whitebeard the previous night. Sparta was aware of the extensive care Whitebeard had provided, and out of royal courtesy, he earnestly expressed his heartfelt gratitude to Whitebeard. Galalala, he is my godson. As his devoted father, it is only natural to protect him. The rapport between these two elders is quite harmonious. As a true blood relative of Wagner, Sparta does not feel any sense of superiority due to royal lineage, nor does he regard the peculiar actions of the white-bearded second team with disdain. The giant race is known for their generosity. As members of the royal family, the character of the Losty clan is even more magnanimous. Whitebeard, too, is unconcerned that Wagner, having found true kin, might forget his old father. After all, he is the closest to Wagner, akin to family despite not being blood-related. The joy in Whitebeard's heart is palpable at the thought of his beloved godson discovering his relatives. By the way, the attack on the Navy's G1 branch was orchestrated by your kind, wasn't it? Glancing at the newspaper laid out on the table, Whitebeard suddenly grinned. Ha ha ha. It seems this incident has reached a level of notoriety. Those fools in the world government. Do they truly believe that we of Elbaf are merely the so-called worthless nations on the surface? Those who provoke the wrong individuals must inevitably face the consequences. Sparta remarked with a cold snort. Whitebeard, regardless of the circumstances, you have accompanied Wagner through his upbringing, bringing a glimmer of light to his tragic childhood. In this regard, the giant race owes you a favor. Oh, a favor from the strongest nation in the world? Now that is indeed a rare treasure. Setting aside the transponder snail, Whitebeard took a deep puff from his cigar, reflecting for a moment before retrieving a fine bottle of wine from his cabinet. He opened the door and strode forth into the distance. His destination housed a fool who, fully aware of his inadequacies, still charged forward like a mad dog. Ha ha. What a naive young man. Yet, one must acknowledge that he is a friend of his son and his actions are driven by that bond. On that day, a resounding and mighty roar echoed across Hakanosa Island. Hey, you little newcomer. What are you tinkering with in your room? The banquet is about to commence. You mustn't be late. Understood, Brother Jaden. I will be there shortly. Here lies the formidable stronghold of the giant warrior legion in the land of Elbaf. This colossal army, comprising a staggering 100,000 giant warriors, is situated on the outskirts of the Titan City. Advancing westward, one encounters an endless expanse of jungle, teeming with formidable beasts. While such threats may seem negligible to the mighty giants, even children could find themselves in peril should an invasion occur. Within this legion, there exists a hierarchy of command, squad leaders overseeing 10 warriors, captains commanding 100, grand captains leading 1,000, and lords guiding 10,000, culminating in the war god general who commands the entire force of 100,000 valiant fighters. The combat prowess of this army undoubtedly ranks as the pinnacle within the realm of pirates. This army has long since forged countless legends. The giants are warlike, and each formidable warrior takes immense pride in being part of the giant legion. Each year, the recruitment process sees throngs of eager applicants, and the commanders have never had to worry about a lack of volunteers. To become a soldier is a mark of honor. Moreover, the remuneration provided by the state is exceedingly generous. While soldiers in the human army struggle to earn enough to support a family of 3, the pay for the giant warriors affords them the luxury of residing in opulent dwellings and indulging in a life of utmost refinement. However, entry into the military is equally arduous. The population of the giant nation exceeds 4 million, with the elderly, children, and women constituting 60%. Among the remaining 6 million, over 3 million are adult giants serving as warriors. Thus, the quota of 100,000 is indeed quite meager. With the assistance of Sparta, Assus successfully gained entry into the giant legion, proudly becoming a soldier and one of the select few qualified to receive guidance from the generals. His daily training is grueling. Sweating is as commonplace as dining, and bleeding occurs as frequently as drinking water. During the day, Acis endures the relentless training methods of the generals for an entire day. With only half an hour of respite for lunch, even the need to relieve oneself requires formal permission. By the time evening arrives, one might think the ordeal concludes there. But the boisterous giants host a grand banquet under the night sky. Except for a few patrolling soldiers, everyone revels in merriment, enjoying copious amounts of fine wine and roasted meat. Among their favorite pastimes is a traditional competition known as the arena. 14 giants, having received the general's training, serve as champions, while the remaining warriors are free to challenge them, with selected opponents unable to decline. Yet, what excites these ordinary soldiers most is the promise that defeating any champion grants them a chance for guidance from the general, and vanquishing 5 champions bestows upon them the permanent privilege of receiving such instruction. This leads to elevated status, greater honor, and enhanced strength. Conversely, if a champion is defeated 5 times in succession, they lose that precious qualification. The law of the jungle is vividly displayed here. For the combative giants, this opportunity is utterly irresistible. As for the newly inducted Acis, his presence has ignited the flames of fury within some rebellious warriors. These individuals intend to impart to Aces that within the supremacy of the giant race, no matter how formidable one's background may be, it remains inconsequential. The regulations of the military camp are such that even His Majesty the Emperor would not dare to interfere lightly. Consequently, the newly arrived Aces has unwittingly become the most favorable stepping stone for these warriors. The commander of the 72nd Division of the Giant Army, Boston, has come forth to challenge the esteemed warrior Aces. A robust figure, towering at an astonishing 15 meters, the giant approached the arena where Aces stood without an ounce of courtesy. His visage bore the hallmark of a quintessential square face, with thick brows interrupted by a formidable scar that cleaved through the center. Among giants, whose average height is merely 12 meters, this man undoubtedly stood as a colossus. Wielding a fearsome double-edged axe, his bare chest was a tapestry of scars, exuding an aura of immense strength. It was evident that he was a battle-hardened warrior of great prowess. Ace's pupils dilated in shock. He recognized the man before him. Boston ranked among the top 20 in strength among the 100 commanders of the Giant Legion. At 194 years of age, he had spent a full 101 years within the ranks of the Giant Army, having participated in countless wars. His body adorned with scars that served as the finest medals of honor. Esteemed warrior Boston, warrior Aces, accept your sacred challenge. Aces inhaled deeply, for he was acutely aware that this individual represented the most formidable opponent he had encountered in the military camp. Unfortunately, he had already suffered 4 consecutive defeats, which meant he would now face his strongest adversary yet. The consequence of failure would be the loss of invaluable guidance from the general. Indeed, it is Commander Boston. A roar of laughter erupted. This beast has finally emerged from the shadows. He has spent the last 2 months in solitary training. It is said that his purpose upon returning is to seize a coveted spot in one fell swoop. Hiss, not only the newcomer, but even among the remaining dozen, none dare assert they could triumph over Boston. What an exhilarating battle this promises to be. Even the beer in hand tastes all the more delightful. Come forth. Let us offer the most fervent drums of war in honor of these 2 warriors. The fervent warriors set aside their provisions and libations, clenching their fists as they began to fervently pound their chests. The thunderous sound of thousands of warriors beating their war drums created an awe-inspiring spectacle. As Aces suppressed the unease within him, he gazed upon the brand-new warhammer in his grasp. This warhammer was a reward earned by Wagner for his victory in the first gladiatorial contest, crafted by the finest artisans of the town specifically for him. In prior battles, he endured numerous hardships and gained invaluable experience. His defeats were not solely due to a significant disparity in strength against his opponents, but rather a lack of combat training, which left him somewhat deficient in fighting techniques. Look at the axe. As the battle bell tolled, Boston, without hesitation, raised his battle axe and charged at Acis, the sharp blade carving through the air behind him, leaving a trail of slicing marks. In that moment, his aura surged to its zenith. Come on. Do you know who I am? I am the foremost warrior of the warrior village, the most trusted companion of Wagner. I am Acis. Acis recalled the unique sensations he had felt in his room, and the techniques that Wagner had imparted to him resurfaced in his mind. Perhaps it was the intense desire to win that ignited within him. Suddenly, a streak of black light manifested upon Acis's warhammer. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed. In the forbidden realm of the Elbaf giants, a tremendous aura erupted, as crimson-black lightning tore through the heavens, as if a sovereign were gazing down upon the earth from above. Shifting our perspective to the ground, in the very heart of this dense forest, two figures, one large and one small, faced each other with fierce determination. The smaller figure was none other than Wagner, who had been undergoing rigorous training. Now, he had entered a beastly state, towering at an astonishing height of 13 meters. 2 months may seem neither long nor short, yet for Wagner, who had been steadfastly honing his skills, this duration had wrought transformative changes. If he had entered this place as a notorious pirate of the seas, a nightmare for countless naval forces capable of contending with elite vice admirals of the Navy, now, in addition to the substantial enhancement of his physical strength, the giant bloodline within him was rapidly assimilating through this intense training. Wagner's journey to the land of giants proved immensely beneficial, as the giant blood coursing through his veins had fully awakened, constantly bestowing upon him formidable strength. Prolonged periods of intense training and countless brushes with death, alongside encounters with powerful beasts embodying primal instincts, had elevated Wagner's observation hockey to a state of awakening. Upon entering this realm, he gained an extraordinary ability, the foresight of the future. However, what astonished Wagner most during this training was his newfound mastery over his muscles, which had finally surpassed the remarkable threshold of 52. What a terrifying concept this is. Even Wagner himself was uncertain of the limits of his current strength. In a contest of might with Loki, renowned for his innate power, they engaged in an arm wrestling match. Regardless of Loki's efforts, even resorting to using both hands, Wagner remained immovable, having harnessed every fiber of muscle in his right arm. Perhaps today's exploration of his curiosity about strength and his own limits would find resolution. Before him stood a colossal beast, a terrifying tiger. This tiger-sized dwarf that of ordinary hills, with its golden fur, black stripes, and blood-red eyes. Crowned with an unmistakable king symbol, a true embodiment of the king of beasts. Its formidable presence clashed with Wagner's conqueror's hockey, resulting in a thunderous roar that emanated from its blood-stained maw, carrying a foul stench. Step into my territory and dare to hunt my provisions, little imp. You possess great audacity. To Wagner's astonishment, this mountain-like tiger spoke human words, its fearsome visage betraying its nature as the king of this forbidden land of giants. Oh, a big cat that can speak? How curious. Wagner mused with a smile as the tiger lunged at him, its rancid breath growing more intense, almost conjuring a foul wind. Confronted by this ferocious tiger, Wagner felt no fear. Instead, he donned a proud smile, his hands forming claws at his chest. Suddenly, the muscles in his arms bulged as he sensed the might of his opponent. In an instant, Wagner summoned every ounce of strength from his arms. The term innate divine strength scarcely encapsulated Wagner's extraordinary talent. His bloodline was inherently powerful, endowing him with unparalleled might. Moreover, his muscles had undergone countless compressions, leading to the ensuing spectacle. The tiger, king of beasts, executed a lethal pounce, and Wagner seized the opportunity. With his awakened observation hockey, he glimpsed a fleeting future that elicited an involuntary smile. The tiger's speed was astonishing, yet under the foresight granted by his hockey, its movements appeared sluggish in Wagner's eyes. Little one, your future holds no chance of victory. With a flash of red in his gaze, Wagner's right foot surged forward, his hardened muscles instantly swelling as he lashed out with precision and ferocity, fully maximizing his potential. Though Wagner stood at a mere 15 meters tall, the tiger's size was several times greater. Yet, he firmly grasped one of the tiger's fangs, and with a mighty roar, his right foot shattered the ground, lifting the tiger skyward with godlike strength. How was this possible? The tiger's pupils constricted in shock, even in its astonishment. It showcased the might befitting its title as the king of beasts. Its enormous paw descended like a shadow, claws springing forth from its pads, slicing through the air toward Wagner's head. Indeed, the king of beasts lived up to its name, its power deserving of the king emblazoned above. Wagner recognized the need for caution. He sensed that this colossal creature, only slightly stronger than Loki, barely reached the level of an elite rear admiral in the Navy. If not for Wagner's full muscular deployment, the tiger's sheer size rendered it somewhat clumsy. That last strike would have left him in dire straits. Come, strike me, Wagner roared, his core muscles swelling with an indomitable spirit as he seized the tiger's fang and hurled it violently to the ground. Boom! The earth trembled with a deafening roar, fissures cracking beneath the impact, the tiger landing on its back, momentarily dazed. Yet this state of disorientation lasted but half a second. The tiger's bones possessed a hardness far exceeding that of ordinary humans. Even when initially disadvantaged, this strike inflicted little harm. It twisted its massive body and fixed its gaze on Wagner, a sudden grin erupting on its face. "It has been years since I encountered an opponent as formidable as you. The last time I found myself at a disadvantage was against a warrior of your giant kin. If I recall correctly? Ah, young one, you have earned the right to witness my true form." The tiger bellowed, and in the next moment, before Wagner's astonished eyes, its colossal frame began to shrink. Within mere breaths, it matched Wagner's height, and to Wagner's shock, the now smaller tiger began to rise on its powerful hind legs. Standing upright like a human. No, not merely like a human. Amidst the swirling dust, a massive hand tore through the haze, adorned with stripes reminiscent of the tiger's fur, its sharp claws glinting ominously. As the figure emerged from the smoke, Wagner's heart raced. "Huh, young one," the second round begins. Gazing at the transformed Tiger King before him, Wagner suddenly wore a hint of an enigmatic smile. "A devil fruit user?" The Tiger King's keen instincts picked up on Wagner's words, momentarily pausing in contemplation before revealing an expression of realization. "Oh, so that foul-tasting fruit I consumed is known as a devil fruit? No wonder I've felt an inexplicable surge of power since that day." The tiger laughed heartily, oblivious to the true nature of the devil fruit, only aware that he had ingested the most abominable delicacy of his life. In turn, he had gained an ability beyond his comprehension, the power to transform into any entity he had encountered. A tree, a stone, his prey, and even the giants he had severely injured. The tiger's current form resembled that of a giant who had consumed an animal-type devil fruit. Its skin bore patterns akin to its fur, adorned with a tiger skin skirt of unknown origin, standing an impressive 16 meters tall, with muscles as solid as granite. Its face retained a certain handsomeness, radiating a distinctly masculine aura. Yet, regretfully, this sunny visage was marred by a fierce savagery. Sharp fangs bared in tiger ears atop its head, complemented by a long, robust tail trailing behind. This is nothing short of a humanoid beast. "Come on, little ghost. Let us start anew." The fierce tiger let out a menacing laugh, its bare feet thudding against the earth as its powerful legs swung wildly, moving with such speed that even Wagner's keen eyes could only catch glimpses of its shadow. Yet, in the realm of Wagner's observation hockey, the tiger's speed appeared almost sluggish. Feel the power that emanates from this vast ocean. Unfazed, Wagner swiftly enveloped his arms in deep black armament hockey, flashes of crimson light flickering within. It seemed to be interspersed with traces of cherry blossom petals. Advanced armament hockey, flowing sakura. In the face of the charging Tiger King, Wagner assumed a boxing-like stance, his arm shielding his head. As the tiger's figure flickered before him and its sharp claw, gleaming with a cold light, lunged towards him, Wagner had already foreseen the trajectory of that claw in his mind. He thrust his fist forward, narrowly missing the Tiger King's advancing claw. His reach was not as long. In that instant, as he threw his punch, his body sank down. The Tiger King's claw struck his right arm, enveloped in advanced armament hockey, sending sparks flying. In that moment, Wagner felt a surge of pain. The Tiger King's claws, with sheer physicality, nearly breached his advanced armament hockey defense. The sharpness of those claws could rival that of a fine blade. However, it proved futile. Wagner's fist crashed into the Tiger King's face with tremendous force. In a moment of daze, he glimpsed his great-grandmother, stars cascading around his head, but before he could fully process it, another punch landed. Bang! A beautifully executed uppercut. Wagner's colossal form erupted with astonishing agility, deftly dodging the Tiger King's claws. Simultaneously, his fists, shrouded in advanced armament hockey, relentlessly hammered the Tiger King's head. Thanks to the tiger's remarkably strong skull, a mere mortal would have likely succumbed to the shattering force of such an attack. Bastard! Roar! The Tiger King, after all, was the king of tigers. As the ruler of this perilous domain for many years, he was not to be underestimated. Shaking his head, the Tiger King unleashed a thunderous roar, the primal might of the Beast King surging forth in that instant. In his eyes, he was a noble tiger, the apex predator among his kind, destined to dominate the myriad lives of this land. Buzz! The dark crimson lightning of his conqueror's hockey surged forth, silencing the once raucous forest under the weight of its terrifying pressure. The sheer force swept through the branches and leaves of countless trees, transforming the entire Forbidden Zone into a hellish landscape. Aha! The might of the Beast King? Quite an impressive display of conqueror's hockey. However, I am a man determined to change this world. Wagner observed the Tiger King's face with keen interest, sensing the overwhelming pressure around him. Slightly irritated, he unleashed his own conqueror's hockey. Unlike the tyrannical aura of the Tiger King, Wagner's conqueror's hockey symbolized change, one who sought to rule countless lives. to become a king, but his ambitions were confined to this minuscule territory, aspiring merely to be a king of little consequence. How could his aura possibly compare to that of a man intent on altering the very fabric of the world? The moment Wagner's conqueror's haki manifested, the Tiger King's aura was immediately suppressed. The overwhelming force triggered a visceral response in every cell of the Tiger King's body, leaving his mind momentarily blank. Yet, he had no time to react. In the second before darkness enveloped him, he beheld a massive fist, its shape exquisite, knuckles pronounced, radiating power. Coated in a layer of dark crimson substance, yes, it stung upon impact. Meanwhile, within the military camp, oh, Aces has actually defeated Jaden. This is nothing short of a miracle. Having been in the army for less than 3 months, has he truly attained such strength? Aces is destined to become a top-tier warrior. Indeed, he is merely 110 years old, still a fledgling. The soldiers within the camp turned crimson with excitement, cheering for Aces, who stood triumphantly with his war hammer raised high. The arrival of this young lad has revealed to them what true genius looks like. In less than 3 months, under the guidance of the general and the refined training methods of the army, Ace's strength has skyrocketed as if propelled by a rocket. From possessing the most ordinary abilities to now having defeated the 4th strongest in the military, no one doubts this young man's talent. His future is destined to be one of glory, becoming a top warrior lauded by many. Ha ha ha, the newcomer. I never expected to lose to you. The disparity in talent is truly infuriating. Jaden, battered and bruised, lay on the ground, reminiscing about Ace's youthful naivety upon his arrival. The military is indeed the best place for transformation. If he has reached such heights in 3 months, what about a year? 10 years? Perhaps by then, he will still be merely an old soldier in the camp, while this young lad will have become a revered war god. You will possess a life more brilliant than mine. I, Jaden, commander of the 5th Legion of the Giant Brigade, have today fallen to the esteemed warrior Aces. By the gods, I have exerted all my effort. In this battle, I concede wholeheartedly. The oath of the warrior's soul is the most solemn form of surrender in ordinary duels. On that fateful day, the name of Aces echoed throughout the legion. It had been an indeterminate amount of time since the thunderous roar within the Forbidden Land had subsided. The Tiger King lay unconscious on the ground, his eyes rolling back, while Wagner sat beside him, silently tending to the fallen figure, lost in contemplation. Damn, my head aches. What on earth happened? After a struggle of about 5 minutes, the Tiger King managed to rise from the ground, still reeling from dizziness and physical discomfort. He looked around in confusion, and upon spotting Wagner, who wore a gentle smile, his body jolted as if stirred by heavy memories. His once formidable presence diminished in that instant. You scoundrel. I am the king of this forest. Since you have bested me, why not simply behead me? My severed head would surely be a trophy you cherish. Or do you wish to humiliate me to showcase your own might? The Tiger King sought no excuses for his defeat. A loss is a loss. Even if he had been careless at the outset, or if this young adversary had employed unfamiliar tactics that had led to his downfall. He understood that as a noble king, the nature of the world dictated that the crown upon his head, though a symbol of supreme honor, also shackled him from seeking justifications for his failure. A king must learn to rise and fall gracefully. How tragic it is that the beast king of this forest possesses such a magnanimous spirit, while human monarchs beyond these woods relentlessly pursue their own selfish interests. Oh, do you truly wish to perish here? Wagner raised an eyebrow. You are a formidable figure worthy of respect, yet you are also a pitiable frog confined to a well. You have been ensconced in this minuscule territory, never witnessing the vastness of the ocean. Is this how you intend to spend your life? Reigning in your limited world, only to die with a laughable arrogance that others find absurd? Is this truly your life? Talent is innate. Undoubtedly, had Wagner aligned himself with a so-called pyramid scheme, he could have persuaded even a half-bodied cripple to buy overpriced sneakers, spinning truths into falsehoods with remarkable ease. Presently, the Tiger King stood dazed, his mind a blank slate. Yet the phrase frog at the bottom of the well echoed in his thoughts. He lowered his gaze to examine his robust physique. From the moment he arrived in this world, he had known he was destined to be a king, the singular ruler of this island. This was his ultimate and sole aspiration. He had exhibited extraordinary talent in his youth and had unified this forest decades ago, becoming its undisputed, albeit uncrowned, monarch. Yet, just as he was poised to extend his conquests beyond the forest, a gentle-looking man with squinted eyes and a perpetual smile appeared. He would never forget that day. Within 20 exchanges, that smiling man drew his sword and shattered his arrogance. It was on that day he first revealed his ability to transform into other forms. But what did it matter? Even with the agility of a human form and various hardened body parts, that sword was as unstoppable as fate itself. He was utterly defeated. From that moment on, his spirit waned, and his strength diminished, forcing him into seclusion within the forest. He had believed that as a king, he would spend his days in peace, yet the appearance of this young adversary shattered his tranquil existence once more. The Tiger King's senses were astute. He had to concede that this young human was the most naive foe he had ever encountered. Yet, he was also one of the few formidable opponents capable of defeating him, and he felt no shame in this. After all, in nature, it is not uncommon for a half-year-old tiger to hunt a fully grown male rabbit. So, am I merely a frog in a well? While my strength resembles that of a young rabbit, is the ocean truly so magnificent? The Tiger King's voice turned hoarse, his once gallant visage appearing somewhat aged. Simultaneously, the fierce aura surrounding him shriveled like a deflated balloon. This was his conqueror's haki, the essence of his reign as an invincible king in this forest. The previous blow had stripped him of his ambition to conquer the kingdom, and this latest strike threatened to annihilate the remnants of his spirit. Wagner, of course, did not wish to witness this decline. The destruction of one's spirit signifies an inability to advance in power and may even lead to regression over time. Conqueror's haki symbolizes kingship, yet it can also reduce a top-tier warrior to an ordinary, inconsequential being. Ha ha ha. How absurd. To awaken Conqueror's haki for such a trivial patch of land, only to lose it over a mere forest, thus forfeiting the courage to be a king. Is this truly what you desire? Ask yourself, what does your spirit truly embody? Wagner's words rekindled a flicker of vigor within the aged Tiger King. His once terrifying eyes sparkled with the remnants of past aspirations. What were they longing for? To survive, to protect his family. Yet, those wretched wolves. From that day forth, he vowed never to lose anything again, embarking on the path of strengthening himself, each step forward stained with the blood of countless lives. Ultimately, he became a king, possessing the spirit of a ruler. But initially, he only sought to protect his family. Strength exists to safeguard. Yet now, what could he protect? Life is a beautiful journey. If you wish to escape the confines of your well, then board my vessel. Together, let us explore the broader horizons. A large hand extended, startling the Tiger King. Fierce by nature, he had never allowed any creature, save for his kin, to approach him. In this forest, all beings were part of their diet, rendering him a solitary king, adorned with immense power and lofty status. To befriend a king is perilous from any perspective. Aha! A human dares to walk alongside a fierce tiger. You possess remarkable audacity. Tell me, what kind of spirit does a man like you hold? What ambitions are worthy of such formidable presence? The Tiger King sat upon the ground, laughing heartily at Wagner, who squinted his eyes, his foot involuntarily lifting slightly. This world is ailing, and I desire to alter it. Is that so? Such ambition to transform the world is indeed formidable. Nevertheless, I eagerly anticipate this wild journey. Two colossal hands clasped together. Thus, it also symbolized the conclusion of Wagner's journey of self-discovery. Ha ha ha. Truly. You are worthy of being the grandson of a great elder. You are undoubtedly a genius of the Losty clan. In just 2 months, the formidable Wagner has conquered the treacherous, forbidden land. Within the royal palace, King Sparta of Elbaf gazes with unrestrained delight at the ravenous Wagner at the dining table, his eyes glimmering with satisfaction, his words laden with admiration for the young warrior. Dear uncle, you flatter me. As a warrior, my duty is to exert my utmost effort regardless of the outcome. As for the results, I shall leave them to fate or destiny. Ultimately, what matters is that I harbor no regrets. Wagner's heartwarming smile reflects his life philosophy, to strive wholeheartedly without concern for the outcome, a principle imparted to him by Whitebeard. Wait. This cannot be right. As a noble warrior, one's destiny should be firmly grasped in one's own hands. I do not subscribe to the notion of divine beings. Even if gods exist, they are not invulnerable. Seated beside Wagner, Aces exudes an aura of ironclad resolve. As a renowned top warrior within the Legion, his pride is unwavering. To him, even the goddess of fate cannot dictate his destiny. Should she stand before him to decide his fate, he would dare to strike her down and drag her away. Each individual possesses their own way of living. I am growing old. The future path belongs to you. Sparta's heart swells with genuine affection for these spirited young men. Yet, he recognizes that they cannot remain in the land of giants forever. To become exceptional warriors, they must explore the vastness of the world, a journey every war god must undertake. A testament to their future. Of course, while the giant clan does not interfere with the training of warriors, should anyone dare to lay traps, well, a 10-meter-long broadsword awaits. Sparta observes silently from his throne as the two youthful warriors passionately debate their philosophies. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky begin to dissipate, and sunlight bathes the land once more. It filters through the windows, gently illuminating the spacious room, casting a golden glow upon the two young warriors. Under the sunlight, their armor radiates a dazzling brilliance. Like a glimmer of dawn piercing through the darkness, the golden sun brings forth a sacred hope. Eventually, Wagner departs under Sparta's reluctant gaze. Amidst Loki's tearful watch and the resounding drums of the giant legion, a colossal ship, carrying 4 giants and a fierce tiger, cleaves through the waves, setting sail as a blade of hope. On the sea, ha ha ha. Wagner, don't think that being captain gives you the liberty to do as you please. Hurry up and take the helm. As the most reliable navigator on board, Aces enthusiastically directs the beleaguered Wagner while holding an immense, detailed maritime chart. On the deck, Prowess's sister, Una, basks in the sunlight. Thanks to the countless rare herbs preserved in Elbaf's treasury, her condition has improved significantly, allowing her to manage herself once more. In the kitchen, Prowess meticulously prepares lunch for his companions, beside him a curious and incessantly snacking Rujik, the Tiger King, whose gentle demeanor is met with Prowess's exasperated attempts to persuade him. If this fellow continues to eat at this rate, their provisions may be depleted within 3 days. Occasionally, cheerful newsbirds flit across the azure sky. Wagner, armed with some coins bestowed by Sparta, purchases newspapers to catch up on the events of recent months. During this period, 2 significant events transpired upon the vast seas. The first was the tragic demise of Wagner, the vice captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, who fell victim to a naval ambush. Enraged by this loss, the Rocks Pirates unleashed their fury, laying waste to 6 islands and engaging in fierce combat with the Navy. The aftermath saw Marine Headquarters Admiral Steelbone Kong grievously injured, while the rising star of the Rocks Pirates, Kaido, was left on the brink of death. Upon learning this, Wagner's pupils constricted in shock. Kaido, gravely wounded and near death? A cold sweat broke out across his brow, and a wave of sorrow washed over him. However, in the next moment, as if a realization dawned upon him, a broad smile spread across his face. The fact that Kaido was on the verge of death implied he had not perished on the spot. With the exceptional skills of the ship's doctor within the Rocks Pirates and Kaido's monstrous resilience, it was highly likely that the diminutive figure would endure. Nevertheless, the newspapers reported that the enraged Kaido had sustained his injuries at the hands of Marine Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp. On that fateful day, fueled by the powers of the formidable Azure Dragon Fruit, Kaido had successfully wounded the elite Marine Garp. Following this confrontation, his bounty soared to an astonishing 410 million berries. A warm current surged within Wagner's heart. He was well aware of the reasons behind Kaido's fury. Although the rogue was known for his fondness for drink, his short stature, and his inability to best Wagner in combat, there was no doubt that Kaido was a man of profound loyalty. To call such a man a friend was an honor for Wagner. However, the grudge against Garp was now irrevocably forged. In his contemplation, Wagner's attention was drawn to the second significant event. The elite warriors of Elbaf, numbering 100, had obliterated the Navy's G1 branch. The background of Wagner, the vice captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, was unveiled. He was of royal lineage, as legends had foretold. Wagner found himself in a state of bemused amusement regarding the situation. On one hand, he was deeply touched by the solidarity exhibited by his kin, yet on the other, he harbored a fervent desire to resolve the grievances through his own efforts. "Hey, everyone, it's time to eat," proclaimed Prout from the kitchen, prompting Wagner to immediately cast aside the newspaper he had been holding. After all, what could possibly be more important than a meal? The newspaper fluttered to the deck, and as a gentle breeze swept by, it turned over to reveal an intriguing headline. "Free Men of the Sea, the superpower challenging the dominance of Nox." Beneath this sensational news lay a black and white image of a ship, prominently displaying a pirate flag adorned with a strikingly long mustachio. On the azure surface of the ocean, a small pirate vessel surged forward, its unpretentious yet exquisite design embellished with numerous golden decorations. At the bow, 2 graceful mermaids cradled the main cannon, while the vibrant red sails bore the emblem of this particular pirate crew, a skull with a curled mustache crafted solely from paint, yet inexplicably evoking a sense of longing for freedom. The name of the vessel was the Aro Jackson. This seemingly ordinary pirate ship commands an impressive reputation upon the vast seas. The reason is none other than its affiliation with the Roger Pirates, a crew renowned as a rising star in the New World, possessing the power to challenge the supremacy of the formidable rocks. Although the newspapers tend to exaggerate, from certain perspectives, they indeed validate the strength of this pirate crew. Hey, Roger, we are running low on fresh water. We must find an island to replenish our supplies, remarked Silvers Rayleigh, the first mate of the Roger pirates, often referred to as the Old Nanny, with an expression of exasperation. Their crew, though small in number, comprised 14 formidable individuals, each a powerhouse in their own right, leading to a massive consumption of resources during their voyage, which had now stretched a full fortnight. The fact that they had managed to retain such supplies was a testament to Rayleigh's meticulous planning. What? Come on, Rayleigh, although you oversee the affairs of the ship. As captain, I must interject at this moment. Fresh water is a precious resource. It must be conserved. Look at the predicament we are in now. Roger, clad in a red coat and donning a matching pirate hat, wore a serious expression. However, in his grandiloquence, he remained oblivious to the dark cloud hovering over Rayleigh's face. Bang! Baka! Isn't it due to your impulsive decision yesterday to personally cook that wretched pot of thick soup? It would be one thing if it were palatable, but it was utterly dreadful. The amount of water you wasted could have sufficed for all of us for an entire week. Rayleigh clenched his right fist, veins protruding from his forehead, while Roger stood nearby with a large bump on his head, resembling a child who had misbehaved, muttering some amazing. As a consequence of that abominable soup, all members aboard the ship found themselves in a state of weakness, save for the resilient Rayleigh and Roger, who had wisely refrained from partaking. You truly, Rayleigh began to reprimand Roger, but his words abruptly faltered. He suppressed his exasperation, and Roger concealed his remorse. Both men, their expressions now grave, turned to gaze behind them, and in that moment, they were utterly astonished. Before them loomed a ship of terrifying proportions, its size dwarfing their own vessel by several multiples. The immense shadow cast by this colossal ship engulfed theirs, ushering in an oppressive atmosphere. As the behemoth seemed oblivious to their presence, barreling directly toward them. Rayleigh. Oh, understood. The two formidable warriors simultaneously drew their blades from their waists, their eyes narrowing as an abundance of dark crimson lightning crackled through the surrounding air. In the next instant, they uttered in unison, divine evasion, and underworld severance. The terrifying sword energies, imbued with the potent will of a king, surged towards the colossal vessel. In stark contrast, the seemingly minuscule sword energies erupted with an unstoppable momentum. Ha ha ha! What audacity! How dare you assault my ship? A boisterous laugh, brimming with defiance, echoed forth. In the next moment, under the watchful gaze of Roger and Rayleigh, a daunting figure suddenly materialized at the bow of the massive ship. The figure crossed his arms over his chest, and one could faintly discern the movements of his fingers. In the blink of an eye, a vast transparent barrier manifested, enveloping the ship's bow in an impenetrable shield. When Roger and his companion's sword energy struck, they merely held for a few seconds before dissipating into nothingness. How could this be possible? Roger's mouth gaped in astonishment, his exaggerated expression utterly confirming the notion that his jaw had dropped to the floor. Beside him, Rayleigh maintained a semblance of composure, yet his eyes were wide with disbelief, as if struggling to grasp the reality before him. Ha ha ha. I thought who it could be, but it turns out to be the illustrious Roger pirates, who have recently made waves in the New World. What a pleasure to meet you. It was evident that this colossal warship belonged to Wagner, who approached prowess with a slow, deliberate gait, a flicker of gravity passing through his gaze. The Roger pirates were not to be underestimated. Although this pirate crew had not been renowned for long, the mere mention of their name evoked an image of that fearsome man, Pirate Gold, Roger, captain of the Roger pirates, with a staggering bounty of 183 billion berries. The bounty in question, even within the ranks of the Rocks pirates, is exceptionally high. Within this notorious crew, renowned for its dominion, only 3 individuals possess bounties surpassing that of Roger. In truth, Roger's bounty is a testament to his formidable prowess, while the bounties of other pirates are often compounded by their malevolent deeds. In other words, this man is likely on par with Whitebeard. Yet, the tale does not conclude here. Roger's crew also boasts several immensely powerful individuals. His right-hand man, the Dark King Rayleigh, commands a staggering bounty of 713 million, while his left-hand counterpart, Jabba, possesses a bounty of 695 million. Altogether, the pirate crew comprises 14 members, each one a formidable force with bounties exceeding 50 million. Such a force is enough to instill terror in anyone. Even Wagner is not an exception. Upon seeing the towering figure of Wagner, Rayleigh's pupils constricted sharply. This imposing physique and the prominent horns atop his head are undeniably distinctive. Vice captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, Giant Demon Wagner. Unexpectedly, you managed to escape under the hands of Garp and Zephyr. Truly, you are a man worthy of a staggering bounty of 721 million. Rayleigh gazed solemnly at the figure basking in sunlight. This mere 12-year-old boy exuded an indescribable pressure. Oh, I didn't realize I was quite renowned. Wagner laughed heartily. But the next moment, the smile vanished from his face, replaced by an overwhelming aura of killing intent. So, why do you suddenly take action against my ship? There are frail patients aboard. If a reasonable explanation is not provided. Wagner's conqueror's haki erupted suddenly, enveloping the surroundings in an indescribable weight. Even if you, Roger, share some connections with my father, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. The chilling conqueror's haki permeated every corner of the world. Its immense pressure instantly awakening the slumbering members of the Roger pirates. Though still slightly dazed, these seasoned pirates swiftly regained their composure, rushing onto the deck and standing behind their captain. Hey, is this for real? A young lad possessing such spirit? Quite astonishing. An exaggerated expression appeared on Roger's face. Yet his actions showed no hesitation. With a fierce glare, he unleashed his own dark red conqueror's haki, which erupted like gunpowder, creating a suffocating aura that compelled one to kneel in reverence. The two powerful forces clashed in the air, dispersing the pure white clouds above and causing the sea to churn. Everything in the world shifted in color amidst their confrontation. Such intensity of spirit. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Rayleigh's face. What determination must their captain possess? Each of them understood that the strength of Conqueror's haki depends on a formidable warrior's spirit and their innate power. To illustrate, an ordinary person could not wield the haki of a conqueror simply by harboring the desire to dominate the world. Strength is indeed a crucial factor. Yet this only further confirmed the prowess of the boy before them. He not only possessed immense strength but also a spirit that rivaled that of their captain. Is this a dream? A lad merely in his teens, could he truly possess the strength to rival their captain? Impossible. Even if this boy had been training since birth, he could not possibly attain such power. Moreover, just months ago, he nearly perished at the hands of Garp and Zephyr. Had their captain been attacked instead, he would have at least been able to escape. Rayleigh's tone turned resolute. In truth, his assumptions were not incorrect. Even if Wagner's talent were exceptional, he still fell short of Roger at this moment. However, this was precisely what concerned Rayleigh the most. The spirit of this boy might even surpass that of their captain. The two conquerors' haki forces continuously clashed, and it was evident even to the discerning eye that Wagner's haki was in a state of decline. Yet, he seemed unwilling to continue this contest of wills. As Wagner's haki surged dramatically, a terrifying roar suddenly echoed through the sky. The residual waves swept across the surrounding sea, stirring the winds and clouds as if a calamity were upon them. Ha ha ha. Truly, you are Roger. Wagner regarded Roger with a defiant expression, while Roger merely smiled, letting out a hearty laugh. In the next moment, their gazes locked. The sound of the body tearing through the air resonates. I am the strongest, indeed. In flesh and blood. Wagner's figure abruptly vanishes, his speed remarkable. Yet to Roger, who possesses the awakened level of observation haki, Wagner's presence is utterly discernible. He appears atop the Oro Jackson, his robust form plummeting like a colossal meteor. Prepare to receive. The Titan star falls. The ebony armor of haki envelopes Wagner's beastly form. After prolonged battles with formidable physical beings, he finds himself yearning for the swordsmen of the sea, the enigmatic and versatile users of devil fruit powers. How far has he come, only to encounter the formidable Roger pirates? Truly, a divine blessing. Haha, brothers, do not intervene. This battle belongs solely to us two. Roger strides forward unabashedly, gripping his supreme blade, Ace, as a crimson glint ignites in his eyes, cleaving fiercely towards the sky. Divine evade. Heaven split. The dark red sword energy howls towards Wagner, whose primal combat instincts instantly imbue him with a sensation akin to skin being pierced. This instinct, born from prolonged combat, typically heralds an impending attack capable of inflicting severe damage. Yet, this is no reason to retreat. Wagner's strength has ascended to a realm beyond his comprehension, and he stands brimming with confidence, daring to command, bring the ship closer. As he squints his eyes, descending like a comet, he adopts a peculiar posture mid-air, arms shielding his head, legs lifted and coiled beneath, his body curling into a sphere of muscle. The dark haki leaves long, deep scratches in the air, as the members of the Roger pirates hold their breath, witnessing their captain's divine evade, a technique that has felled numerous formidable foes. Meanwhile, Ace and others aboard Wagner's ship peer out, their expression shifting at the sight of such a powerful attack. However, it is but a fleeting change. Wagner's defensive prowess is terrifyingly formidable, and they have yet to encounter an adversary capable of breaching his defenses. Their gazes fixate intently on the remaining members of the Roger pirates, particularly Rayleigh and Jabba, who are fervently scrutinized by Asace and Rujik. These two combatants are eager for a clash with the powerful figures of the outside world. How exhilarating! The clanging sounds from above snap them back to focus as Wagner, fully cloaked in advanced haki, finally collides with Roger's sword energy. The blade slices relentlessly into Wagner's sturdy frame, gradually diminishing the weight of haki, yet simultaneously. The formidable defense consumes the sword energy's power. Break for me! The dense sphere of muscle erupts, massive hands seizing the sharp sword energy, which, nearly depleted, is violently torn apart, scattering remnants into the sea, creating two gaping fissures in the vast waters. Truly. The vice captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates, this terrifying physical strength is astonishing. Roger gazes intently at Wagner, akin to a hunter eyeing a delectable prey, brimming with excitement. Yet, Wagner feels similarly. Roger's presence is like a refreshing platter of greens after a month of indulgent feasting, irresistibly enticing. Roaring with laughter, Roger, give it your all. For a warrior, holding back would be a humiliation. You truly are Newgate's son. Your temperament mirrors that of your father. All right, young one. Just don't perish. What is the best way to resolve a conflict? In this world, undoubtedly, it is through a serious and earnest battle. Perhaps Wagner's fury towards Roger's assault stems from a desire to protect his crewmate, Una, or perhaps he simply craves a fight, fully capable of safeguarding his companions. Roger offers no explanations, for he too yearns to witness the prowess of the vice-captain of the 1st Division of the Rocks Pirates. Thus, they engage in a fierce confrontation upon the sea. Roger, not a devil fruit user, possesses excellent swimming skills, while Wagner relies on his formidable physique and extraordinary strength. Occasionally, his toes skim the azure waters, and with each step, his body surges anew. Elbaf, as an ancient kingdom, naturally harbors numerous techniques suited for their kind, akin to the Marine 6 styles, but tailored specifically for the giants. This is a clash of flesh and swordsmanship. Wagner's physical power is unparalleled, while Roger's swordplay is of a pyramid caliber upon the seas. The air crackles with energy, reminiscent of a colossal ape roaring at the heavens, engaged in a fierce struggle with a majestic lion. The sound of armed fists and blades wrapped in haki resonates, stirring the blood of onlookers. Alas, I can bear it no longer. Rujig lets out a wild cry, unable to contain his excitement any longer. Leaping toward Jabba aboard Roger's ship like a ravenous tiger pouncing on its prey. Under the sun's radiant glow, Rujig's aggressive physique emanates a formidable aura, his sharp claws extending and menacing fangs bared. He has forgotten Wagner's warning that those with devil fruit powers are despised by the sea at this moment. He is like a swarm of ants gnawing at his heart, desperately craving a battle to quell his itch. Behold, such a massive figure. Rayleigh. The ship is entrusted to you. Jabba, with his keen observation haki, senses that Rujig's aura is locked onto him. As a powerful warrior, he will not indulge his opponent. Despite the formidable energy Rujig exudes, he unhesitatingly raises his twin axes, planting one foot firmly on the ground, lunging forward like a bullet. Hey. Don't take matters into your own hands. Rayleigh observes with urgency, exclaiming inwardly, how could they have started fighting without me? Such thoughts drift through his mind as his gaze shifts back to Wagner's warship. The ensuing scene does not disappoint. Another towering giant stands at the bow, wielding a warhammer, flashing a provocative smile in his direction. Rayleigh's heart leaps with joy. Everything is unspoken yet understood. He slowly draws the long knife from his waist, while Asace also begins to swing his warhammer. In the next instant, clang, boom. First, the claws meet the battle axe, followed by the long knife clashing with the warhammer. The previously cloudless sky transforms into a battleground for the powerful. You wield an axe, and your strength is impressive. In comparison, your strength is even more terrifying. Such a massive form must belong to the giant race, yet what of these beastly traits? Could it be that you are a hybrid of giants and fur tribes? TSK. Your ancestors have rather peculiar tastes. You. Merely a braggart. I shall bite off your venomous tongue. I am Asace, the first warrior of Elbaf. Asace embodies invincibility. Unleash your full prowess. I shall make you feel the true terror of a giant warrior. A giant warrior, you say? How intriguing. However, young man, I have always taken my endeavors quite seriously. The leaders have already engaged in battle, and the officers have joined the fray. The remaining crew of the Roger pirates and prowess observe in silence, both parties mutually understanding the unspoken rule of non-interference in this combat. Likewise, even with only 11 crew members remaining, they do not take advantage of the situation. Perhaps they recall Wagner's earlier words about the presence of the ill among them. Unsure of the true purpose of this battle. From the captain's demeanor, it does not appear to be a life-or-death struggle, yet the intensity of his strike suggests otherwise. Roger, take another punch from me. Hero-S gun. As the battle intensifies, Wagner raises his massive fist once more. Suddenly, his muscles begin to surge. An abundance of strength flooding into his right arm, which rapidly inflates like a balloon. The dark hockey envelopes it, rendering the fist even larger than Roger's entire frame. Confronted with such an overwhelming blow, Roger attempts to evade. However, Wagner's observation hockey has already locked onto him. Do not assume that Wagner's large form equates to sluggishness. On the contrary, his speed is astonishing, swift beyond belief. Except for slight limitations in agility compared to the shorter Roger, he excels in all other aspects. What an intimidating little rascal. Very well, let me demonstrate the vast gulf between us. With no option to evade, Roger chooses to withstand. He grips his knife with one hand, enveloping it in rich hockey, which even includes a faint, nearly imperceptible hint of Conqueror's hockey, a recent breakthrough. His Conqueror's hockey can now be roughly infused into his weapon. Though scarce, it represents an advanced application of Conqueror's hockey, a nascent form of its entwining. The momentum of that strike was utterly terrifying. The enormous fist collided instantaneously with the jet-black blade, their gazes locked in an intense stare. However, the balance was swiftly shattered when a faint smile crept across Roger's face, while Wagner's expression shifted with unease. Before long, the dark hockey surrounding Wagner's fist began to crack. Unable to withstand the might of Roger's hockey, which, when combined with the amplification of his Conqueror's hockey and the razor-sharpness of the supreme great blade, slowly pierced through Wagner's defense. Before Wagner could react, Roger abruptly thrust the blade upward. In that moment, Wagner's hockey shattered completely, and the keen edge of ace sliced upward, leaving a long gash along his arm. Damn it! How is this possible? Realizing the precarious situation, Wagner swung his left fist with force, using the recoil from Roger's blade to propel himself backward. He never anticipated that despite his tremendous growth, he still fell short of such a formidable opponent. Indeed, for the young Roger and his companions, 3 months was ample time for significant improvement. Those who reached this level were all undoubtedly geniuses. Haha, you're still too green, kid. Roger laughed triumphantly, though his gaze toward Wagner was filled with admiration. He did not believe he possessed such terrifying power at Wagner's age. This young man's talent was destined to upend the entire ocean. Damn, Roger. One day, my strength will surpass yours. When that time comes, I will give you a thorough beating, and I won't spare your precious blade either. You wish to strike my ace? Surely not, young one. Enough of this racket. I will do as I please, ace. I have made up my mind. Aside from the fierce clash between Roger and Wagner, the other two pairs were equally engaged in intense combat. The battle between aces and Rayleigh was fierce, yet neither bore any malice toward the other. Their exchanges resembled a friendly spar between like-minded warriors. In stark contrast, the confrontation between Jabba and Ruger was marked by Ruger's intense fury at Jabba's taunts. Ruger, driven by primal instincts, had entirely regarded Jabba as his prey. However, as Roger's right-hand man, Jabba was far from ineffectual. Unlike the common swordsman of the sea, Jabba wielded 2 massive single-edged axes, glimmering with a deadly sheen. While axes may appear clumsier compared to swords, their formidable cutting power far surpassed that of blades. With the strength required to wield such weapons, Jabba's might was indeed formidable. The dark hockey enveloping his axes proved to be quite a challenge for Ruger. Damn it! What is this cursed black substance? How can you possess such power? In truth, the two were nearly evenly matched in strength. Yet Ruger's raw power was superior to Jabba's. The issue lay with that bothersome hockey. At the onset of their battle, Ruger had dismissed the sharpness of Jabba's axes. Confident in his own robust physique, believing that even if injured, it was inconsequential. Blood? He had plenty of it. However, when that hockey manifested, the tide turned. Jabba's hockey reached the level of flowing cherry blossom, possessing the ability to inflict internal damage. What once would have only caused superficial wounds to Ruger now penetrated his flesh, causing discomfort without being lethal. Damn it! I am furious now. Human, feel the wrath of the Beast King. Ruger roared with rage, instantly revealing his true form, a majestic tiger, as imposing as a small mountain. Roar. The thunderous roar echoed far and wide, causing the surrounding waves to retreat as if unable to withstand the overwhelming volume. Beneath Ruger, a massive pit with a diameter of over 100 meters formed. As the vast ocean seemed to part, within this abyss, a bewildered shark stared with wide, confused eyes, clearly taken aback. I am Sharkwall, an ordinary little shark, with a childhood as perilous as any other shark. After countless narrow escapes, I finally reached adulthood. Now, I can take my revenge on those fish that once bullied me. In the ocean, I have transformed from a mere prey into, well, a predator that is itself hunted. Those terrifying sea kings haunt my nightmares. And to evade those dreadful creatures, I ventured to a depth of less than 10 meters from the surface. Although the fish here were merely small fry, with diligence, I could always fill my belly. More importantly, it was safe here. Just a second ago, I had been thinking exactly this. Sharkwall gazed up in despair at the enormous tiger above, and as expected, the next moment, that meteor-like rear end came crashing down. At this moment, he appeared to have evolved a peculiar strength. In Ruger's mind, 3 significant letters suddenly emerged: C, N, M. Yet, these elegant words failed to stir any emotional turmoil within him, for he had now returned to the embrace of Mother Ocean. In the midst of this fierce battle, a momentary pause unexpectedly occurred. Subsequently, the reluctant Ace ceased his confrontation with Rayleigh. Among Wagner's group, he was the only one who had not consumed a devil fruit and possessed the ability to rescue the imposing Rujich. Gazing at the vibrant tiger lying on the deck, with seawater continuously spilling from its mouth, Ace found himself at a loss for words. I truly am exasperated with your foolishness. You are clearly a capable individual. Yet you foolishly leap into the sea. Are you tired of living? It is utterly incomprehensible. Such a large head, yet filled with nothing but nonsense. Devoid of the thrill of combat, Ace sulkily tapped Rujich's head, his heart yearning for the unique style of Rayleigh's fighting. This was an adversary he had never encountered before, and Rayleigh's distinctive swordsmanship was truly an eye-opener. Unfortunately, he could only divert his gaze towards his own captain, merely to savor the view. In the air, 2 formidable warriors surged from the surface of the sea. One stood firm upon the air, while the other relied solely on his physical strength. Despite the vast difference in their physiques, the diminutive figure of Roger, standing at merely 2 meters, managed to withstand Wagner's assault. Had this been in the past, he would have found it hard to believe, for in the giant race, size equated to power. However, the aura emitted by the man named Roger sent waves of threat even through Ace. His instincts warned him that this man was beyond his capacity to confront. High above, Wagner unleashed another punch, striking Roger's blade. Faced with such overwhelming force, Roger too had to employ both hands, bracing his left palm against the entirety of the sword. Struggling to absorb the impact, evading was not in his nature. With agility, he swiftly retaliated, his right foot crashing down upon Wagner's fingers. He moved with the grace of a swift swallow, dashing across Wagner's powerful arm. In the next instant, the long knife in his hand gleamed as it sliced through the air like a comet, leaving a long trail behind. Though the movement was striking, the resulting damage was minimal. His blade struck Wagner's face, yet the latter's visage was shrouded in hockey, rendering the blow little more than a scratch that merely breached the defensive layer. Ha ha ha. Come again. Wagner bellowed with wild laughter, but suddenly, the expressions of all members of the Roger Pirates shifted dramatically. What did they witness? The blood stain on Wagner's face, inflicted by their captain, was visibly healing at an astonishing rate. What sort of terrifying physique was this? Was he impervious to injury? Indeed, aside from some damage to his clothing, Wagner's skin bore no scars whatsoever. Ha ha ha. What a true monster. As Wagner's colossal hand reached out, Roger nimbly evaded with a swift movement. Yet, his eyes reflected a flicker of astonishment. Although he had been mentally prepared, this physique was rather excessive, was it not? The two resumed their fierce struggle, unbeknownst to them. A small boat drifting about a nautical mile away was capturing this scene in vivid detail. In the office of the Marine headquarters, Admiral Kong slowly set down the Din Din Mushi, his brow furrowed in deep contemplation over the information just received. Sigh. Admiral Kong suddenly exhaled a long breath, rubbing his temples in frustration. So that little brat is still alive, huh? As one of the top pirate crews on the seas, the Marine headquarters naturally maintained surveillance over the Roger pirates. Their informants reported that the crew had encountered the supposedly deceased giant demon Wagner, leading to a fierce clash between the two parties. Wagner and Roger faced off, while 2 towering giants appeared on Wagner's ship, engaging Roger's 2 lieutenants, Rayleigh and Jabba, one of whom seemed to possess the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit, enabling transformation into a fierce tiger. Roger's strength was likely comparable to that of Karp and the others. Yet reports indicated that this young man could contend with such formidable adversaries for dozens of rounds without faltering. How could his power have escalated so rapidly? Admiral Kong's mind raced with thoughts. Wagner's current strength was likely at the level of a 1 billion bounty, a tier where he could escape even from vice admiral-level warriors. What was more troubling was that even those of comparable strength found it challenging to penetrate his physique, a true, obstinate meat shield. Moreover, this meat shield also inflicted severe damage. As for his two companions, intelligence suggested that 3 giants had appeared aboard Wagner's ship. Undoubtedly, this was a significant gain from their expedition to the land of giants. One seemed to have consumed the barrier fruit, a power that they could only envy, effortlessly blocking Roger and Rayleigh's attacks. The other 2 giants faced off against Rayleigh and Jabba, not yielding in the slightest. It sounded utterly terrifying. Yet, none of this concerned Admiral Kong the most. His greatest fear was the revelation of Wagner's royal lineage. The immense support he received and the significant enhancement of his abilities surely had the backing of the Elbaf royal family, the world's foremost power, boasting a formidable army of 100,000 vice-admirals. No one could ascertain their stance towards Wagner. If they stood behind him, matters would escalate dangerously. With this thought in mind, Admiral Kong hesitated no longer. He swiftly summoned several officers, preparing to convene a meeting regarding the return of Wagner. Simultaneously, he intended to revise his bounty notice. In the conference room of the Holy Land Mary Geos, 5 elders exchanged glances, their expressions taut as they scrutinized the intelligence laid before them, their faces resembling wrinkled dogs. A member of the royal family of the giant race, a descendant of the war god. And the current emperor of Elbaf being his uncle, why would he choose to venture out as a pirate? One tall elder among the 5 roared, to be honest. We are not afraid of Wagner's rising power. Even if you are a genius, what of it? Give you a few more years. And merely breaking through to vice-admiral level would still be a remarkable talent, with the world government's nearly 800 years of foundation. Eliminating a vice-admiral level powerhouse is quite simple. However, a member of the royal family from the world's foremost power was a different story. The military strength of Elbaf was enough to instill fear even in the world government. It wasn't that they couldn't win. If they exhausted all their resources, victory was attainable. Yet the cost would be enormous, potentially obliterating their nearly 800-year legacy. They could not bear such an outcome. That esteemed figure would not accept it either. The 5 elders rotated every 30 years, each hoping for peace during their tenure, as it would greatly aid their descendants in becoming 5 elders. But if any issues arose, such as Elbaf declaring war against the world government, it would leave an indelible blemish on their careers, affecting their descendants and tarnishing their family's reputation. Yet this matter would inevitably leak out. Our world government cannot remain indifferent. Notify the naval headquarters to elevate the bounty on that little rascal and his companions. By the way, that little scoundrel is only to be captured alive. Meanwhile, the protagonists of this affair remain blissfully unaware. At this moment, on a deserted isle, 2 factions that were previously embroiled in a fierce battle are now joyously celebrating with a feast. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought that the illustrious Roger pirates would find themselves in such dire straits at sea, devoid of any drink? Hey, hey, hey. As men of the ocean, this is indeed a predicament, I satiate, never knowing what tomorrow holds. That is the freedom I seek. I must say, aces, your giant clan's liquor is truly exquisite. This is the first time I have savored such potent spirits. If you enjoy it, drink your fill. You can take a barrel with you when you depart. Ha ha, it's a pity that we have yet to determine a victor between us. Hey, you foolish old tiger, why do you lick your drink with your tongue? Isn't it more satisfying to down it in one go? Stop your chatter. I relish it. What began as a fierce conflict has transformed into a barter-like exchange, with all parties fully aware of the underlying dynamics.